How did I end up transmigrating? I didn't win some cosmic lottery. Oh, I merely took a nap. So how did I wake up as someone else? This makes no sense. Beside the clear water river, Zhong Lin gazed at the youthful figure reflected on the surface. Though he had already been here for 3 days, his eyes were still filled with dazed confusion, as though he had been torn from one lifetime and thrust into another. The youth was no more than 15 or 16, gaunt and short, his skin somewhat darkened by the sun, a typical farm boy. Aside from the look in his eyes, everything about him was completely different from the Zhong Lin he once knew. Indeed, Zhong Lin was a transmigrator. There had been no stroke of fortune, no lightning strike, no electric shock. He had simply fallen asleep, and when he opened his eyes again, he had become a youth from Zhongjia village. This youth was also named Zhong Lin. He had fallen ill after nearly drowning and likely did not survive, and somehow the Zhong Lin from another world had slipped into his place, trading souls without anyone knowing. Of course, Zhong Lin preferred to think of it as the awakening of past life memories after reincarnation. Otherwise, this transmigration would have been far too seamless. In this world, Zhong Lin was an orphan, only recently made one. Just 3 months ago, his father Zhong Fu had gone into the mountains to hunt and encountered a bear. While fleeing, he fell from a cliff and died on the spot. It took the combined efforts of the villagers to retrieve his remains from the ravine below. His mother was overwhelmed by grief and followed soon after, passing away barely 2 months later. In just a few short months, the once happy family of 3 shattered. His parents left him one after the other. By the time his former self had finished arranging the funerals, he had cried himself dry. In that dazed state, he accidentally fell into the river, paving the way for Zhong Lin's arrival. He shook his head, forcibly suppressing the instinctive sorrow of this body. His gaze swept over the distant fields where many figures were busy at work, and a long sigh escaped his lips. How miserable! Zhong Lin lowered his head again, fingers idly nudging the pebbles by his feet as his thoughts churned in chaotic circles. I have no idea whether I deleted all my browser history back at the computer. If the police ever went to investigate and saw it, that would be mortifying, he muttered under his breath. 3 days had been enough to force him to face reality. It was not as though he had a choice. He had even tried sleeping again to see if he could return. Perhaps he had drawn the dual-world gateway script. Unfortunately, that was not the case. He slept an entire day on the bed, but upon waking he still did not see the chipped ceiling light of his old bedroom. Instead, his stomach growled loudly in protest. His belly rumbled with righteous indignation. Zhong Lin sighed, stood up, and slapped the dust from his trousers. No matter the world, people still had to eat. It was a simple, yet cruel truth. Fine, so I've transmigrated. In my previous life, I was just a corporate drone running around all day without even a girlfriend. Maybe in this world I'll manage something better. With that self-mocking tug at the corner of his mouth, Zhong Lin turned and headed back toward the village. There was nothing wrong with such thoughts. From his observations over the past few days in the village, he could be certain that he had crossed into an ancient world, though he had yet to determine whether it was ancient Huaxiao or an entirely different ancient realm. Zhong Lin inclined toward the latter, a different ancient world, because he had never heard the language spoken by the villagers. Of course, it might still be ancient Huaxiao. Countless dialects had vanished throughout history, so it was not surprising that he did not recognize this one. He had tried asking around, but the villagers only knew that Zhongjia village belonged to Luotian town of Ana County. Beyond that, they knew nothing. As for the court, the emperor, and such matters, those were entirely beyond their awareness. One could hardly demand that a group of peasants, who could not even write their own names and whose farthest journeys reached only the nearby township 20 li away, understand the affairs of the world. Not every villager bore the illustrious compound surname Zhuge. Whether this was ancient Huaxiao or another ancient realm, with the knowledge of a transmigrator, he might not become unimaginably wealthy, but earning a comfortable living should be within reach. Then he could take several concubines, father a brood of children, and live a shamelessly carefree life. Following the riverbank back, he soon saw the old locust tree at the village entrance. It was mealtime now, the sun was sinking in the west, and no one lingered beneath the tree to rest or play. His former home lay at the eastern end of the village, 3 mud brick rooms enclosing a small courtyard. The walls, rammed from yellow earth, were already cracked in places, exuding the scent of poverty. Yet the entire village looked much the same. No one could look down on anyone else. All were poor. He pushed open the creaking wooden gate. The courtyard was quiet. A speckled hen, hearing the sound, clucked as it ran toward him, only to turn away in disappointment when it saw there was no feed in his hands. This was the only chicken left at home. There had originally been 3, but his former self had sold 2 to pay for the funerals. The courtyard was small, with 3 mud brick rooms. The eastern room had been his parents', now it stood empty. The western room was his, containing a wooden bed, a wobbly-legged table, and in the corner a chipped clay jar holding a few withered stalks of mugwort. The main room stood in the center where a corner-chipped offering table held the ancestral tablets of his father. Each time Zhong Lin looked at those two wooden tablets, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. Imitating the habits of his predecessor, he took 3 slender sticks of incense from beside the stove, lit them, and placed them into the censer before the tablets. I don't know whether I've seized your son's body or awakened my pre-life memories after reincarnation, but regardless, this body carries the blood of the Zhong family. From now on, I'll take more wives and concubines, have more grandsons, and let the Zhong clan flourish. You too may rest in peace on every festival, and New Year incense offerings will never cease. A wisp of pale blue smoke curled upwards, spiraling and dispersing in the dim light of the setting sun. Zhong Lin stared at the smoke in a brief daze, then turned and walked into the kitchen. The stove was cold and unused. His former self had been a diligent child. The firewood had been split thin and stacked neatly in the corner, which now benefited him, a transmigrator and used to manual labor. Fortunately, Zhong Lin also hailed from the countryside in his previous life, and was no city-bred weakling. He knew how to use an earth stove, or he would have been troubled just by the task of cooking. Before long, a plate of stir-fried greens with cured meat and a bowl of militan corn porridge were ready. His father had been a hunter, so the household was not lacking in food. It was enough to sustain him for a while. More importantly, Zhong Lin had no intention of staying long in this village. Farming could never earn much money, and with his soul suddenly replaced, it would do no good to mingle too closely with the villagers for too long. As the last rays of the sun faded, darkness fell abruptly over heaven and earth. After washing all the bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen basin, Zhong Lin clapped his hands clean and stepped into the center of the courtyard. Time to study it properly. What exactly is my golden finger? Yes, Zhong Lin had a cheat. Perhaps it was some blessing bestowed by Mother Earth upon a traveler far from home. Right after transmigrating, Zhong Lin had discovered that something about his body had changed. At his chest, a mysterious black hole had appeared, a vortex of light visible only to him. Ever since discovering this black hole, Zhong Lin had been trying to study it. Unfortunately, it was not a physical object and lay within his body, impossible to touch. He had tried communicating with it, but nothing worked. The black hole remained as quiet as if fake, without so much as a manual to explain itself. It was only today, when Zhong Lin surveyed the surrounding terrain and climbed the hills to confirm Zhongjia village's location, that the black hole finally reacted under extreme physical fatigue. A gentle warm current flowed out from the black hole, coursing through his muscles and bones into every limb and extremity. Wherever it passed, fatigue melted away. His whole body felt as if soaked in a hot spring, every cell greedily absorbing some unknown essence. I wonder if it really works the way I guessed. After pacing twice around the small courtyard to help his food settle, Zhong Lin suddenly dashed to the center and began doing frog jumps. Yes, frog jumps. Since he suspected the black hole only stirred when his body was exhausted, releasing that strange airflow naturally, he had to put his theory to the test. Running wouldn't work. The yard was too small to build up speed. Basic exercises like frog jumps were the most suitable. They looked ridiculous, but in this enclosed courtyard, no one could see him anyway. If frog jumps weren't enough, he could always add high knees, squats, push-ups, anything to push himself into utter exhaustion. There were plenty of ways. After one lap of frog jumps around the courtyard, his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. His chest burned like fire, sweat streamed down his dark face, stinging his eyes as it dripped in. This small, frail body had a terrible foundation. Though his parents had never truly starved him, the food at home had long been bland and lacking in oil, so his strength had never kept up. Even so, Zhong Lin clenched his teeth and refused to stop. By the time he started a second lap, the vortex of light in his chest, silent as a stone until now, finally stirred. A stream of warm airflow, even more distinct than what he had felt on the hillside during the day, flowed out from the black hole, like a heated brook surging down toward his legs. Wherever that current passed, the muscle soreness vanished at a speed so fast it might as well be visible to the naked eye, replaced by an indescribable, almost pleasurable ache. So, this thing wants me worked like a dog before it throws me a drop of milk. Zhong Lin slowly straightened up, dazed, and touched his chest. Through the rough hemp cloth, his palm found nothing unusual. That airflow had been only a single wisp, and quickly merged completely into his legs. The soreness from exercise had utterly disappeared. No, it's not just a racing fatigue, he murmured. Zhong Lin jerked his head down to look at his legs. They were thin, excessively so, but in that instant he had clearly felt the muscles there tighten, just a little compared to before. The change was subtle to the eye, yet that sense of becoming stronger could not deceive him. Not daring to slack off, Zhong Lin did a few more squats. His movements were noticeably lighter than before. It can wipe out fatigue, restore stamina, and even strengthen my body. Can this be real? Zhong Lin's face shone with wild joy. Forcing down his excitement, he began a second round of test frog jumps, high knees, squats, push-ups. Any movement that could leave him sprawled on the ground, he did them all in turn. This time he pushed himself even harder until his limbs turned to jelly and blackness flickered at the edges of his vision. Only when he truly couldn't go on did he stop. As expected, the black hole spewed out another stream of airflow thicker than the previous times and lasting much longer. When the airflow finally faded, Zhong Lin flipped over to sit up. The earlier weakness vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented vigor. He lowered his head to look at his hands, then clenched his fists. He could feel his body, once weakened by nearly drowning and long-term malnutrition, being repaired and strengthened at an uncanny speed. Good. If I train like this every day, even if I don't turn into some kind of Superman, I'll at least be far stronger than an ordinary person. Zhong Lin's face was full of excitement and delight. In this ancient world of blocked information, where travel meant walking and shouting was the only way to communicate at a distance, what did it mean to possess a strong body? It meant winning fights, running faster when fleeing, working without tiring, and even having a stronger resistance to illness than most. Let's see if I can control it voluntarily, he muttered. Zhong Lin closed his eyes. This time, he would not passively wait, but try to guide that airflow out. No response. Come out, he ground out in his heart. Still no response. Ancestor, can't you give me a little face? The black hole remained as quiet as before, steady as an old dog. After a long while, Zhong Lin completely gave up. This thing was nothing but dead matter. It would only be passively triggered when his body was pushed to extreme exhaustion, utterly beyond his conscious control. Fine, passive then. Better than nothing. I needed to train my body anyway. Two birds with one stone. Zhong Lin fully invoked his inner AQ spirit to comfort himself. The early summer night wind slipped over the courtyard wall, brushing his sweat-damp back with a coolness that felt utterly comfortable. There was no city clamor here, no glow of phone screens. Only the occasional distant bark of dogs and the chorus of frogs. When he looked up, the sky was crowded with stars, almost unnaturally clear. The Milky Way hung slant across the heavens, more brilliant than anything he had seen at any tourist spot in his previous life. That's an unexpected bonus, Zhong Lin muttered under his breath. After resting for a while, he began exercising again. Now that he had discovered the function of the black hole, any trace of sleepiness was gone. He wanted only to continue. Without a phone, Zhong Lin had no idea how much time had passed. He simply repeated one exercise after another in the darkness. Only when the eastern sky grew pale did Zhong Lin finally stop. He drew a bucket of water from the vat and dumped it over his head. After a sleepless night, he should have been exhausted, yet he felt wide awake, his exhilaration still unabated. Exercise can be addictive. Lowering his head to examine himself, he saw that one night of training had produced obvious results. Strength and speed were hard to measure, but the change in his build was visible at a glance. Previously, Zhong Lin had been extremely skinny, like a bamboo pole. Once his clothes were off, his ribs jutted out in rows. Now he had clearly filled out, a little upgraded from a bamboo pole to a thick bamboo pole. This is downright unscientific. Even he could hardly believe it. Just one night had brought such changes. He instinctively squeezed his biceps, his face full of disbelief. This is even more outrageous than those insane gym legends. He clenched his fists, clearly feeling the power gathering in his palms. Not some hollow illusion, but solid, tangible strength. Gurgle. His stomach protested loudly, interrupting his self-admiration. Well, no matter how great the cheat, I still have to eat, he quipped. Chuckling, Zhong Lin turned and slipped into the kitchen. He reheated last night's millet porridge and wolfed down 2 bowls with some pickled vegetables. With food in his belly, drowsiness finally began to creep over him. He looked up at the sky. The sun had just risen, and people were already moving about the village, the mingled cries of roosters and dogs echoing all around. Sleep first, while train again when I wake up, he murmured. Yawning, Zhong Lin returned to his room and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep almost instantly. When he opened his eyes again, he was awakened by noises outside the courtyard. Delindsay, are you home? It was a woman's voice, sounding somewhat aged. Rubbing his eyes, Zhong Lin sat up. The sun was already slanting westward. He had slept straight through to the afternoon. When he pushed the door open, a woman in her 40s was standing outside the courtyard gate. She wore a dark blue coarse jacket, her hair coiled at the back of her head, and held a chipped porcelain bowl with several golden yellow cornbread buns inside. Seeing Zhong Lin come out, the woman's face broke into a smile, but when she noticed his slightly reddened, sleep-heavy eyes, a trace of pity rose in her heart, and she sighed softly. I saw there was no smoke from your chimney all day, so I brought you a few cornbread buns. Eat them while they're still warm. The memories of the previous life surfaced. This was Aunt Lu from next door, who had a close relationship with Mother. Aunt, no need. Zhong Lin instinctively declined, but before he could finish his words, Aunt Lu had already pushed the door open and shoved a bowl into his hands. What are you being polite with Aunt for? Look how thin you are. A gust of wind could knock you over. Come to Aunt's house for a meal later, and he'll make you a boiled egg to nourish you. Zhong Lin held the bowl, a surge of indescribable feelings welling up inside him. In his past life, he had also come from the countryside, later moving to the city to work, living in a pigeon coop and not knowing the surname of his neighbor across the hall even after 3 years. It had been many years since he experienced such neighborly kindness of someone bringing food. "Thank you, Aunt," he said, this time with genuine sincerity. Aunt Lu waved her hand, reminding him a few times, "Don't kick off your blanket at night, it's chilly," before turning to leave. Zhong Lin watched her figure disappear beyond the courtyard gate and looked down at the cornbread in the bowl, which was yellow and still steaming. "That's good. I won't have to cook dinner tonight." After eating a couple of cornbreads with cold water and feeling a sense of fullness, Zhong Lin began to ponder his exercise plan for the evening. The results from last night had significantly boosted his confidence, and he was now eager to continue. As the sun slanted toward the west, Zhong Lin stored the remaining cornbread, washed the bowl clean, and placed it on the stove, preparing to return it to Aunt Lu tomorrow. The village's speckled hen came over clucking again, and this time Zhong Lin did not disappoint it. He grabbed a handful of crushed grains from a jar and scattered them on the ground, watching the hen peck joyfully before he got up to leave. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the mountain, Zhong Lin routinely lit incense for his father and mother, secured the courtyard gate, and stood in the center of the yard, taking a deep breath. "Let's begin." This time he had experience and no longer fumbled around like last night, but instead began to plan consciously. He started with a light jog around the courtyard to warm up, stretching his muscles, followed by squats, push-ups, and sit-ups, doing them in sets, and only after his body warmed up did he begin to do frog jumps and hike knees, which consumed more energy. The night breeze was cool, and the sounds of insects chirped. Zhong Lin gritted his teeth, pushing himself little by little. When his legs began to feel weak and trembled, in the darkness in front of him flickered a warm current, surged from his chest, flowing down his spine and spreading through his limbs. The feeling of comfort was simply indescribable. No wonder those people in the gym say working out is addictive, but it really is true. Zhong Lin gasped heavily, but the corners of his mouth were stretched wide. After resting for a moment, he started the next round. That night, Zhong Lin hardly took a break, resting only to catch his breath. Once that warm current came, he absorbed it and continued to train, not knowing how many times he repeated this until dawn broke. When he was washing up, he looked down and was stunned. His chest, which had once revealed clear ribs, was now vaguely covered by a thin layer of muscle. His shoulders were broader, his arms thicker, and even his previously skinny legs had taken shape. What the hell? Zhong Lin couldn't help but curse. I must be on some cheat mode. Not to mention a coffin pulled by 9 dragons, even a 9-headed true dragon couldn't hold me back. Just 2 nights of effort had brought about such a change. What about 10 days, or half a month? A year or 2? Am I using a One-Punch Man template? Zhong Lin's eyes lit up with delight at this thought. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, he got up to enter the kitchen to cook. Just then the sound from outside the door caught his attention. It wasn't Aunt Lu, it was a man with a loud voice. Delin, open the door quickly." Zhong Lin walked over to open the door, where a strong, black, middle-aged man stood, a machete at his waist, a backpack on his back, and a fierce look on his face. However, the memories of the previous life told him this was Zhong Dazhuang from the village, had a hunter with some connections to his father. "Uncle Dazhuang," Zhong Lin greeted. Zhong Dazhuang looked Zhong Lin up and down, momentarily stunned. "You kid, why do you look different from a few days ago?" Zhong Lin's heart tightened, but he maintained a calm facade, saying, "Really? Maybe I've gotten enough sleep and feel good." "That's true, you looked like a ghost before." Zhong Dazhuang didn't think much of it, reaching into his backpack to pull out a rabbit. "Here, I caught this rabbit early this morning in the mountains. Take it to nourish yourself." His actions were just like Aunt Liu's last night, directly stuffing it into Zhong Lin's arms. "Uncle, no need. Stop talking nonsense. There's no need to be polite with me. How many times have I gone into the mountains with your father? Now that he's gone, it's only right that I look after you. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just tell your uncle. Oh, don't be too formal." Zhong Dazhuang didn't linger long, offering a few more words of advice before turning to leave. Watching his figure disappear beyond the courtyard gate, Zhong Lin looked down at the rabbit in his hands and thought of the cornbread Aunt Lu had brought yesterday. This village was indeed poor, but the warmth of human kindness was very rich. He placed the rabbit into the idle chicken coop in the yard, and the speckled hen came over to take a look, clucking before wandering away, seemingly uninterested in the new addition. After eating, resting, and then opening his eyes again, the sun was already slanting toward the west. Zhong Lin sat on the doorstep, lost in thought about serious matters. "I can't stay in the village too long, or I need to leave quickly. My physique is changing day by day, and if I stay longer, it will surely attract attention. It would be better to leave early. In just 2 nights, I've transformed from a bamboo pole to a slender dog. If I stay another 10 days, or half a month, even a fool could notice my changes. How would I explain it to the villagers if they asked? I certainly can't say I've taken an immortal pill. Moreover, I need to figure out exactly where this place is, and then find a way to make money. Tomorrow, I'll go to Luotian town to take a look. There should be a market shops and traveling merchants that can provide some useful information. He exercised as usual at night. With the experience from the previous 2 nights this time, it was even more effortless. Zhong Lin even devised a stricter training plan for himself, aiming to push his body into a state of exhaustion as quickly as possible. That warm current surged from the depths of darkness, spreading through his limbs every time, making him unable to suppress a moan. It felt so good it was incredibly satisfying. That night Zhong Lin stopped exercising just after midnight, not training until dawn like the previous nights. However, even so, his body had thickened considerably. No, it wasn't just thick, it was solid. The muscles on his arms had begun to take shape, feeling hard as if filled with. His chest no longer appeared flat, it now had a slight contour, and although it still lacked defined muscles, at least it was no longer a washboard. If a fitness coach from my past life saw me, he would surely go insane right on the spot. Zhong Lin stood in the yard after his shower, clenched his fist, feeling the strength in his palm, and his smile nearly split his face. Returning to the house to sleep the next morning, Zhong Lin changed into a clean outfit and rummaged through his home for silver coins. Only then did he take the already washed bowl and head to Aunt Liu's house. Aunt Liu was feeding the chickens in the yard. When she saw Zhong Lin come in, she quickly greeted him. "Delin, are you back from eating? There's still porridge in the pot." "I've eaten, Aunt. I'm here to return the bowl to you," Zhong Lin said with a smile. "What's so special about returning a bowl?" Aunt Liu took the bowl, her gaze lingering on Zhong Lin's face for a moment. "Delin, you look so much better now," Zhong Lin replied with a feigned simplicity. "As long as you sleep well and eat enough, everything will be fine. Auntie, those steamed buns smell great, thank you." Aunt Liu stepped forward and patted Zhong Lin's arm, saying joyfully, "That's the spirit. One must always look forward. Your parents are watching over you from above, and seeing you like this will put their minds at ease." Zhong Lin scratched his head, remaining silent, continuing to play the role of a simple young man. At this moment, Aunt Liu noticed Zhong Lin's attire and curiously asked, "Where are you going dressed like that?" "I want to take a look in town." "Going to town? What are you going there for by yourself?" "Just want to have a look." "Well, that's fine. It's good to get out for a while. Oh, it's better than staying cooped up at home. Just wait a moment." After saying this, Aunt Liu turned and went into the house, coming out to hand Zhong Lin 2 eggs, saying, "These are wild chicken eggs that your uncle Ernyo picked up in the mountains. I've boiled them for you. Take them to fill your stomach on the way." Zhong Lin wanted to decline, but Aunt Liu had already pushed him outside. Go on, go on. Remember to come back before dark. Don't stay out overnight. It's not safe." As the courtyard door closed behind him, Zhong Lin looked down at the still warm wild chicken eggs, then at the closed courtyard door, opening his mouth, but ultimately saying nothing. Without lingering too long, Zhong Lin stuffed the eggs into his coat and walked along the dirt road towards the west end of the village. Zhongjia village was not large, with about 100 households. It only took a quarter of an hour to walk from east to west. On the way, he encountered a few villagers. Some nodded at him, while others greeted him with a call of Delinzi, all expressions bearing a hint of affection. Zhong Lin did not offer much explanation, responding to each in kind, wearing a somewhat simple smile. The entire Zhongjia village shared the surname Zhong, tracing back to a common ancestor. Although there were occasional disputes among neighbors, they all felt genuine sympathy for such a pitiable child. Leaving the village and following the dirt road northward 20 or so miles seemed like a mere push of the gas pedal in his past life. Here it wasn't far at all. People of this era had sturdy feet. 20 miles was truly not a problem for them. Unlike his past self, Zhong Lin was no longer weak. He walked with a spring in his step, not stopping at all. In just a short hour, the surroundings finally became lively. Alongside the dirt road, scattered shops began to appear, blacksmiths, fabric sellers, and food vendors becoming more concentrated as he went further in, with an increasing number of passers-by, carrying loads, herding cattle, and bustling about. This was Luotian town. Though it was called a town, it was essentially just a main street about 2 miles from south to north. The shops on either side were uneven, some made of blue brick and tile, while others were mud and straw huts, incomparable to any small town Zhong Lin remembered from his past life. Yet in this world, it was already the most prosperous place he could access. As Zhong Lin walked along with the crowd, his eyes scanned the surroundings while his ears perked up, desperately capturing the conversations around him. The accents were quite mixed, but he could generally understand, being part of the local dialect. "Sisterly, how much for this fabric? Can you make it a bit cheaper? I want to buy 2 feet. Make way, make way." The donkey got startled. "Candyman, delicious Candyman." Zhong Lin sidestepped to avoid a donkey, his gaze falling on a stall selling candy, but quickly moving away. He wasn't looking at the Candyman, but rather at a worn book propping up the stall. The cover was yellowed, the corners curled, and the script on it was crooked, not resembling any characters from the dynasties he remembered. It looked like Chinese characters, yet it was not. "Young man, want to buy a Candyman? 2 for a penny," called the stall owner, a thin old man with a cheerful smile. Zhong Lin withdrew his gaze, scratching his head as he asked, "Old man, what characters are written in this book?" The old man glanced in the direction of his gaze and casually replied, "That's my grandson's 1,100 characters. I use it to weigh down the stall." 1,100 characters. Can I take a look? Zhong Lin inquired. The old man casually pulled it down and handed it to him. Zhong Lin took the book and flipped through 2 pages, not recognizing a single character. It was neither traditional characters nor any form of small seal script. It was a script he had never seen before. A thought crossed Zhong Lin's mind as he tentatively asked, "Old man, why do these characters look different from what we learn in our village?" The old man chuckled teasingly, replying, "Your village? You think your village's teachings could be better than those of the county school? These are the characters set by the government used throughout the Daming dynasty. In your impoverished rural area, there probably isn't even a proper teacher." Daming dynasty. A weight lifted off Zhong Lin's heart. It was not ancient China, but a different world. Even with his poor grasp of history, he knew that ancient China had never had a dynasty named Ning. Thus this time he had traversed into a different world. Although he had suspected it for some time, a wave of bitterness washed over him. Shaking his head, he returned the book to the old man, thanked him with a smile, and turned to continue walking into the street. At the end of the main street was a crossroads. To the east lay the official road to the county city, to the west was the mountain path, and to the north was the most bustling part of the town, the marketplace. Though it was called a marketplace, it was merely an open area surrounded by vendors selling vegetables, firewood, and mountain goods, buzzing with voices and the sounds of bargaining. Zhong Lin wove through the crowd, his eyes occasionally drifting towards the stalls selling mountain goods. Wild rabbits, mountain chickens, mushrooms, medicinal herbs, furs. Approaching noon, Zhong Lin sat down at a tea house on the edge of the marketplace. The entrance was small, with 7 or 8 tables inside, sparsely occupied by a few patrons. He walked in and ordered a bowl of tea for a penny. The tea was coarse and a bit bitter, but Zhong Lin was not picky. He held the bowl and sipped slowly, keeping his ears alert. Tea houses attract all kinds of people, making them the best spot to gather information. At the next table, 2 middle-aged men who looked like cloth merchants were complaining about this year's heavy taxes. In a window seat, an old man was recounting tales of bandit troubles from 30 years ago to a few young people who listened with rapt attention. "Delinzi." A somewhat surprised voice came from the entrance. Zhong Lin turned to look and saw a boy about his age wearing a faded short brown coat and carrying a basket, looking at him with delight. Sure, too. Memories of his past life surged forth. Zhong Shi, a villager from Zhongjia village, was born in the same year as Zhong Lin and had been his childhood friend. 2 years ago, Zhong Shi was sent to the town's pharmacy as an apprentice by his father, said to be learning a skill to support himself in the future. "What brings you to town?" Zhong Shi ran over, looking Zhong Lin up and down happily, saying, "I was just thinking of taking a break in a few days and coming back to visit you." Zhong Lin also smiled, putting down his tea bowl and shifting over, saying, "I was feeling bored in the village, so I came out for a stroll." Zhong Shi placed the basket on the table and sat next to him, saying, "I heard from Uncle Ernyo that you fell into the water. Are you okay?" Zhong Lin laughed heartily, patting his chest. "Of course I'm fine. Do I look like someone who has a problem?" "That's good to hear, that's good to hear. Don't be too upset about your uncle and aunt. One must always look forward," Zhong Shi said, reassuring him without much thought. Zhong Lin did not respond, instead asking, "How's the pharmacy? How's the apprenticeship going?" Zhong Shi scratched his head, revealing a somewhat honest smile. "It's okay. My master says I am diligent and hardworking, and in a couple of years I'll be able to gather herbs on my own." "Is that true? Then I must congratulate you. You'll be a pharmacist soon," Zhong Lin praised. The two chatted casually, and Zhong Lin took the opportunity to inquire about the situation in the town. Zhong Shi was talkative, spilling out all he knew like beans from a bamboo tube, giving Zhong Lin a rudimentary understanding of this world. Seeing the sun high in the sky, Zhong Shi pulled Zhong Lin outside, saying, "Let's go, we'll take you to a feast." Before Zhong Lin could react, he was dragged out of the tea house. "A feast? What kind of feast?" Zhong Shi chuckled. "You're in luck. Master Zhang Wu is returning home to retire in our Luotian town and is hosting a banquet today. My master was invited but can't make it, so I'm going to pay my respects and you can come along," Zhong Shi said proudly. "Master Zhang Wu?" Zhong Lin looked puzzled. Zhong Shi's face was full of reverence as he said, "He is a legendary figure from our Luotian town. In his youth, he worked as a bodyguard, later learned martial arts, and became a skilled martial artist. I heard he even served as a guard for a wealthy family and has been to the capital. Now that he is older, he wants to return to retire. You wouldn't believe it, as soon as Master Zhang Wu returned, he purchased a large estate and 100 acres of fertile land, quite impressive indeed. A skilled martial artist." Zhong Lin's heart stirred, feeling that he had touched upon a deeper aspect of this world. As they conversed, they had already passed through the market and arrived at a grand brick residence in the northern part of the town. The front of the residence was already surrounded by people, brightly lit and bustling. Several round tables were set up in the open area in front, with a few women busy serving food and drinks, the banquet had already begun. Zhong Shi pulled Zhong Lin into the crowd, finding a corner to sit down. He took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to the host, announcing his master's name. The host accepted it with a smile and invited them to sit down and enjoy the feast. The food was not extravagant, but it was hearty. Large chunks of fatty meat were stewed tender, and whole fish were served. A banquet that was definitely a rare sight in the village. Zhong Lin was not polite, picking up his chopsticks to eat, while also observing his surroundings, listening intently to the discussions around him. Master Zhang Wu truly has skills. I heard that in his youth, he once killed a mad bull with a single punch in the county town. Not to mention, I heard from my father that Master Zhang Wu encountered bandits while escorting goods and single-handedly took down over 10 of them. The leader was also a fighter, but Master Zhang defeated him in 3 moves. A skilled martial artist. It's been many years since our Luotian town has seen such a figure. Exactly. Otherwise, why would the inspection officer personally come to congratulate him? Zhong Lin listened carefully, but didn't rush to ask questions. Instead, Zhong Shi the chatterbox couldn't hold back and leaned over to say, Delinzi, do you know what a skilled martial artist is? I don't know. Zhong Lin shook his head, then asked, do you know? Zhong Shi chuckled proudly. I heard from our pharmacy owner that a skilled martial artist is a true fighter, not one of those flashy types who only know a few tricks. They train their flesh to be as tough as cowhide, impervious to knives and swords, and they can withstand blows as if they were mere scratches. Plus, they possess great strength, able to kill a bull with a single punch. Zhong Lin paused slightly in his movement of picking up food, raising an eyebrow. Impervious to knives. Really? Absolutely. Zhong Shi grew more animated. The owner said that years ago he saw a martial artist guarding a wealthy family. He was over 50, looked unassuming, but one time a small thief climbed over the wall and was caught red-handed. That little brat was tough too. He pulled out a knife and stabbed. Guess what happened? What happened? The knife stabbed into the martial artist's belly as if it were stabbing into a rock. The martial artist was unharmed, and the thief dislocated his own arm from the impact. Zhong Shi spoke passionately, as if he had witnessed it himself. Zhong Lin's chopsticks hung in the air, his mind racing. Impervious to knives and scathed by sticks. Wasn't that akin to the golden bell and iron shirt techniques from the novels of his past life? Could it be that this was a martial arts world? No, from what Shi said, skilled seemed to be a foundational practice in this world of martial arts, a universal skill anyone could train in rather than a unique secret technique. What comes after the skilled level? Zhong Lin asked. Zhong Shi scratched his head awkwardly, saying, well, the owner didn't say, and I didn't dare to ask, but he did mention that there's something above the skilled level called. A gentle voice interrupted. Yes, it's called Yi. Zhong Lin and Zhong Shi both stopped their conversation and looked up at a middle-aged man sitting across from them. The man was in his 40s, wearing a somewhat worn green shirt with a thin face and a short beard, looking less like a laborer from the town and more like a teacher. At this moment, he held a cup of wine, leisurely taking a sip, and when he noticed the 2 youths staring at him, he said, Skilled and Yi, you haven't remembered those terms incorrectly. However, you 2 kids are just listening for the excitement. If we really talk about it, there's much more depth to it. Zhong Lin's eyes brightened, and he eagerly poured a cup of wine for the man. Uncle, do you understand this? Please tell us about it. The middle-aged man did not refuse taking the wine cup, using his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fatty meat to eat, chewing a couple of times before speaking slowly. In martial arts cultivation, external training of muscles, bones, and skin, and internal training of one's breath, the so-called muscles, bones, and skin refer to skilled Yi and bone forging, also known as the 3 barriers of the body. The skilled barrier makes the skin as tough as a drum. When the skin vibrates, it can reduce damage taken. When perfected, it's like being covered in cowhide with the strength of a bull, able to lift heavy weights. The Yi barrier causes all the major tendons in the body to be taut like a bowstring. Hitting someone feels like shooting an arrow. The bone forging barrier hardens the bones like steel. The skeleton gradually strengthens, possessing great penetrating power. When perfected, it can withstand immense force, and knives and axes are hard to injure. If all 3 barriers are perfected and the chi and blood within the body are ample, one can generate true energy within. That is a true powerhouse, able to become a guest of the county governor. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he raised his cup again and took a sip, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. Zhong Lin listened intently, resting his chopsticks on the rim of his bowl, not moving for a long time. Zhong Shi on the side was even more shocked, mouth agape, eyes wide. Uncle, are all these things you said true? Why would I lie to you 2 young lads? I can't even exchange it for a drink. The middle-aged man chuckled, picking up a piece of fish to eat. Zhong Lin came back to his senses and eagerly poured another cup of wine for him, his face full of smiles. Uncle, how does one practice the skilled level? Is there a special method? Where can one learn it? If it were merely an ordinary ancient world, Zhong Lin would only think of using the knowledge of a transmigrator to make money, then marry a few concubines, have a bunch of children, and live a shameless life. Or he could take the imperial examination route, not desiring to be a high-ranking official, but even a minor one would suffice to live comfortably for the rest of his life. But here there are extraordinary powers. Who could resist that? Moreover, based on the situation at hand, it is evident that achieving martial arts mastery not only grants one immense power, but also brings status and wealth, making it more tangible than merely engaging in commerce or pursuing the civil service. The middle-aged man listened, glancing at Zhong Lin, particularly noting his attire, and shook his head, saying, "Practicing martial arts is indeed a good thing, but one must first weigh their own capabilities. The refinement phase is the first hurdle in martial arts, yet truly training for it requires decades of effort. Otherwise, do you think, why has our Luotian town only produced one Master Zhong over the years? Not to mention practicing martial arts requires sustenance." Zhong Shi scratched his head and asked in confusion, "But not practicing martial arts still requires food, right?" The middle-aged man laughed heartily, pointing to the dishes on the table, and said, "The saying goes, scholars are poor, while martial artists are wealthy. If you want to practice martial arts, 3 meals a day are not something an ordinary family can afford. Just the items on this table, if you were to train hard, you might need to eat 3 portions just to feel full, not to mention the medicinal baths and ointments, which all cost money." Zhong Shi clicked his tongue in astonishment and muttered quietly, "No wonder the shopkeeper said practicing martial arts is a matter for wealthy families. We farmers can barely fill our bellies, let alone have spare money for this." Zhong Lin, however, did not respond, instinctively touching his chest as his mind raced. For others, practicing martial arts requires a significant amount of money to purchase meat and tonics, but he is different. He has a cheat. Could the airflow from the black hole be used for martial arts practice? Wouldn't it be better than those meats and tonics? Thinking of this, Zhong Lin's eyes filled with fervor as he raised his head and asked again, "Uncle, will Master Zhong take in disciples this time?" The middle-aged man chuckled at Zhong Lin's enthusiasm and shook his head, saying, "Don't think about it. Master Zhong returned to Luotian town to retire. He has no energy to teach disciples. Besides, you have no familial ties with him. Why would he teach you?" Zhong Lin's heart sank, but he stubbornly continued to probe. "Then where did Master Zhong learn martial arts?" "At the County Martial Arts Academy, but I wouldn't recommend you go there." The middle-aged man lifted his cup and took a sip, then leisurely replied. "Why is that?" Zhong Lin asked. The middle-aged man ignored him and started to enjoy his meal at a leisurely pace. Zhong Lin pursed his lips, stood up, and refilled his cup, but he did not ask further. Since the other party was unwilling to respond, he would not make himself uncomfortable. Pouring wine was merely a gesture of thanks. "Master Zhong has arrived. Quick look, that's Master Zhong." A stir arose in the crowd, and following the sound, Zhong Lin turned to see an elderly man in a dark robe stepping out from the main gate of a large residence. The old man appeared to be in his 60s with graying hair and many wrinkles on his face, yet his physique looked remarkably robust, standing tall and walking with a commanding presence. Master Zhong cupped his fists in greeting to the crowd, his voice booming. "Dear villagers, I Zhong have been away from home for decades, and now that I have returned to my roots, I am grateful for your support. Today I have prepared a modest feast. Please enjoy yourselves." A round of applause erupted from the crowd, and the atmosphere grew even more lively. Zhong Lin stared at Master Zhong for a long time, his gaze fixating on the backs of his hands that were exposed. Those hands were large and thick with distinct knuckles, and their skin glimmered with a hint of bronze as if coated with oil, without the slightest sign of the looseness typical of elderly skin. Is this what a refinement master looks like? Zhong Lin pondered silently. The informal banquet continued until the afternoon, and Zhong Shi, due to his official business trip, had no work to do, pulling Zhong Lin to wander around the town, but Zhong Lin held him back. "Shidu, can you read?" Zhong Lin asked seriously. "Of course I can read. How else would I gather herbs?" Zhong Shi replied matter-of-factly. "That's great. Let's go to the bookstore." Hearing this, Zhong Lin was overjoyed and pulled Zhong Shi towards the bookstore. After confirming that this world was a different one, Zhong Lin immediately discovered another pressing matter: not knowing how to read. This was absolutely unacceptable to Zhong Lin, as no matter what he did, whether making money or learning martial arts, being able to read was essential. Otherwise, even if a martial arts manual was laid out before him, he would be utterly blind. The bookstore was located in the middle section of Luotian town's main street, its facade modest with a sign displaying 3 characters Zhong Lin did not recognize at all. Zhong Shi recognized them, looking up and reading Wen Lin Hall. "Did you learn those characters at the apothecary?" Zhong Lin asked as he walked in. My master taught me. He said one must know characters to understand prescriptions and gather herbs, but I don't know many," Zhong Shi replied. "It's fine, knowing some is enough," Zhong Lin said with a smile. The shop was small, with 2 rows of bookshelves against the wall scattered with various books. The air was filled with the scent of ink and old paper. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man wearing a square scarf holding a book. When he saw someone enter, he lifted his eyelids and said, "Look for the books you want yourself, or do not damage them." Zhong Lin nodded and glanced over the bookshelves. "Should have helped me see if there's a book that teaches reading something for elementary learning." Zhong Lin carefully phrased his request. Zhong Shi nodded and began searching the shelves, soon pulling out a thin booklet and handing it over. "This is thousands and hundreds of characters." Zhong Lin took the booklet, but the characters on the cover were still completely unfamiliar to him, and the contents were even more so. "How much is this book?" Zhong Lin raised the booklet towards the middle-aged man behind the counter and asked. The bookstore owner set down his book, glanced at it, and replied, "Thousands and hundreds of characters, 30 coins. 30 coins. Zhong Lin winced at this number. He had checked the family assets left by his predecessor, which amounted to just over 200 copper coins and a few pieces of silver, totaling just over 2 taels. This was the total wealth of a family of 3, which in the village was considered fairly well off. Who would have thought that in the town an elementary reading book would cost 30 coins? "Can you make it cheaper?" Zhong Lin tentatively negotiated. The bookstore owner glanced at Zhong Lin and replied flatly, "The price is 30 coins. If you think it's expensive, go to another shop." Zhong Lin rolled his eyes. Where could he find another shop? There was only this one bookstore in Luotian town. Helplessly, he took out 30 copper coins from his waist and placed them on the counter, then pointed to a corner with yellow hemp paper. "Boss, can you give me a stack of paper? The cheapest kind will do." "Take it yourself." "Thank you." Pulling Zhong Shi out of the bookstore, the two went directly to a relatively quiet corner of the street, and Zhong Lin ordered 2 pieces of charcoal from a nearby stall. "This character is pronounced as Tian." Zhong Shi pointed at a character with fewer strokes. "Which Tian?" Zhong Lin inquired as usual. "The Tian of Sky." "Oh." The charcoal was sharpened into a charcoal pencil, and Zhong Lin quickly wrote the character Tian on the yellow hemp paper. The written characters in this world are also pictographs, though their evolutionary direction is somewhat different. Many characters share similar structural logic. With some memorization and a grasp of the rules, learning is not difficult, much like solving a riddle. For one afternoon, the two squatted by the edge of the counter, one reading, the other writing. Zhong Shi read until his throat was dry, while Zhong Lin's wrist ached from writing. They used dozens of sheets of yellow hemp paper, scattering charcoal dust all over the ground. The owner of the noodle stall was a plump old woman who initially complained about the 2 boys taking up space. However, upon seeing that they were genuinely learning characters, she did not chase them away and even provided them with 2 bowls of noodle soup for free. As the sun gradually set in the west, Zhong Lin shook his aching wrist, looking at the thick stack of yellow hemp paper filled with Chinese characters before him. A wave of satisfaction surged in his heart. The 1,100 characters consists of just over 3,000 characters, similar to the 1,000-character essay from his past life. As long as he could master them all, basic reading and writing would not be a problem, and that was already sufficient. "Shitty, you've worked hard today." Zhong Lin carefully folded the yellow hemp paper and tucked it into his clothes, then pulled out the 2 wild chicken eggs that Lu Ant had given him, handing one to Zhong Shi. "There's no need to be polite with me." Zhong Shi accepted the egg, peeled off the shell, and swallowed it in 2 bites, nearly choking. Zhong Lin also peeled one and chewed slowly, glancing up at the clouds in the west as the street vendors began to pack up. After sending Zhong Shi back to the pharmacy, Zhong Lin turned and walked back along the main street. As he passed the large brick house of Master Zhang, his footsteps instinctively slowed, his gaze lingering on the 2 vermilion doors for a moment. The entrance had grown quiet. The banquet had dispersed, leaving only 2 servants cleaning up the tables and chairs. Through the courtyard wall, faint sounds of conversation and laughter could be heard from within, lively and bustling. Zhong Lin withdrew his gaze and continued forward. Once he exited Luotian town, the sky had already darkened. He began to run, wishing he could leap like a frog back home, if not for the concern of being seen as crazy. When the night fell completely, Zhong Lin finally returned to Zhongjia village. Pushing open the courtyard gate, the Lu Hua chicken greeted him with its clucking. Zhong Lin laughed, grabbing a handful of crushed grains from the kitchen and scattering them on the ground, cursing playfully. Eat up, eat up. If you don't lay any eggs in a couple of days, I'll stew you." He did not go to the kitchen to cook, as he was not hungry after a hearty lunch. Back in the main room, he lit incense for his parents and then began his training for the night. Starting with a light jog to warm up, he then did squats, push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups, 3 sets of each, with 50 repetitions, followed by frog jumps and high knees to drain his energy, finishing with a final set of burpees. In his previous life, this routine could exhaust an average adult to the point of vomiting. At this moment, Zhong Lin was nearly at that point. After completing the last set of burpees, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his chest feeling as if it were on fire, with no strength even to lift his hands. "It's coming, it's coming." Zhong Lin closed his eyes, patiently waiting. In the next moment, the vortex of light in his chest stirred as expected. A warm current surged forth, starting from his chest, climbing along his spine, and spreading down through his shoulder blades, collarbone, and ribs, ultimately flowing into his limbs. Zhong Lin could clearly feel the fatigue dissipating wherever the airflow passed, his muscles becoming more firm. Once the airflow was completely absorbed, he flipped over to sit up and looked at his arms. In the moonlight, the skin on his forearms appeared tighter than before, and faint blue veins could be seen spreading beneath the surface. I wonder what the principle of this black hole is. When tired, it feeds, when fed, it grows stronger. When stronger, it becomes less fatigued, and with less fatigue, it needs less feeding. It seems I must keep pushing myself in various ways. Zhong Lin lamented helplessly. He had already discovered that his threshold for fatigue was rapidly increasing. Compared to the training on the first night, the workload had more than doubled, allowing for the airflow emitted by the black hole to be drawn out. At this rate, it won't be long before the effects achievable through ordinary training will be negligible, if not completely absent. After all, humans have limits. I still need to practice martial arts. Zhong Lin sat cross-legged in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky, his mind involuntarily recalling what that middle-aged man had said during the day. Skin membrane barrier, skin tough as bone, the entire body's skin membrane vibrates, reducing damage. When perfected, it's as though clad in cowhide, possessing the strength of one bull. Chi muscle barrier, all major muscles taut like bowstrings, striking like drawing a bow. Bone forging barrier, bones forged like steel, difficult to injure with knives or axes. None of these can be achieved through ordinary physical training. Only by mastering the correct methods can one unlock extraordinary potential. The county town. Martial arts hall. A vague outline gradually formed in Zhong Lin's mind. Without further thought, he rolled over and got up from the ground, starting a new round of training. He would not give up on martial arts training, but before that he could first strengthen his body and make it sturdier. This night he did not train to the point of exhaustion as usual, but rather consciously controlled the pace, performing one set at a time, slowing down the movements to feel the exertion of each muscle. The airflow emitted by the black hole was lighter than in previous days, but lasted longer. When the moon was high in the sky, Zhong Lin concluded his training, fetched water for a wash, and gazed at his reflection in the water tank for a while. In just a few days, he had completely shed the appearance of a sickly person. His shoulders had broadened, his chest thickened, and the muscular contours on his arms were clearly visible. Even his cheekbones no longer protruded as they had before, covered by a thin layer of flesh, making him look much more pleasing. Not bad, not bad. Zhong Lin nodded in satisfaction. After drying off, he returned to the house and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he was awakened by the clucking of the Lu Hua chicken. Unlike the crowing of a rooster, the Lu Hua chicken's gaga calls were more like a continuous bombardment, refusing to let anyone sleep until it was satisfied. When Zhong Lin pushed open the door with a dark expression, the sun was already high in the sky. The Lu Hua chicken, seeing him come out, clucked and approached, circling around his feet. "You'd better have laid an egg, otherwise I'll definitely stew you tonight." Zhong Lin snorted coldly as he walked toward the chicken coop. Indeed, there was an egg, small, with a white shell, warm and resting on the straw. "All right, I'll spare your life." Zhong Lin's expression shifted from dark to bright as he picked up the egg and turned back to the kitchen. He made a bowl of corn porridge and slowly ate it along with the egg. After finishing his meal, he tossed the bowl into the sink and then headed to the east room. The east room was where Father Zhong and Mother Zhong lived during their lifetime. The wooden latch on the door had become somewhat loose, creaking as it was pushed open. The room was small and equally simple in layout, with a bed and a rough wooden table, which was now covered in a thin layer of dust. Zhong Lin glanced around before his gaze settled on the corner of the wall where a bow stood, and beside it hung a quiver containing 7 or 8 arrows. He walked over, took the bow in his hands. The old wooden bow had a sinew string, and although it was somewhat aged, it was well maintained, gleaming with oil. Taking a deep breath, he held the bow with his left hand and pulled the string with his right, exerting force with both arms. The bowstring creaked as it was drawn fully back. "Indeed, my body has grown stronger and my hands are steadier now." Zhong Lin wore a smile on his face, then slowly lowered the bow, replacing the string to prevent it from being left slack. He also had a bow of his own located in the west room, but it was a small bird bow specifically used for shooting chickens and birds. Having learned to hunt from Father Zhong since childhood, he had a solid foundation in archery. While he couldn't claim to hit every shot, he typically scored 8 or 9 hits out of 10. However, due to his slender frame, he could only use the bird bow. But now things were different. With his stronger body and the archery skills inherited from his previous life, drawing Father Zhong's hunting bow was effortless. He slung the bow over his shoulder and took a machete from the wall to fasten it at his waist. Next, he rummaged through the wooden box under the bed, which contained a dozen iron traps and a bundle of lasso made from fine hemp rope, all crafted meticulously by Father Zhong during his lifetime. The teeth of the traps were sharpened, and the slip knot of the lasso was cleverly tied. "That's enough time to head into the mountains." Zhong Lin gathered his belongings and returned to the main room to light incense for Father Zhong and Mother Zhong, then pushed the door open to leave. Although he was prepared to go to the county's martial arts academy, it didn't mean he would set off immediately. At the very least, he needed to recognize the characters clearly, otherwise he would be blind in the county, and if he encountered situations requiring signatures or contracts, being illiterate might easily lead him to be cheated and made to pay. Since he planned to stay a while longer, hunting in the mountains was a necessity. In recent days, as he exercised, his body had grown stronger and his appetite had significantly increased. What could feed the household for a month had been consumed in just a few days, so he needed to find a way to replenish supplies. As he passed through the courtyard, the Lu Hua chicken clucked and approached him. "Stop clucking, I'll bring you back some worms to eat." Zhong Lin waved his hand and strode out of the courtyard. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, several women were sitting on stones making shoe soles. Upon seeing Zhong Lin carrying a bow and a machete, they all looked up. "Delinzi heading into the mountains?" "Yes, just going to check it out," Zhong Lin replied with a smile. "Be careful, don't go too deep, and come back early." "Got it, Aunt Suehua." The women exchanged glances as they watched Zhong Lin's retreating figure. "Delinzi looks much healthier these days. He seems sturdier too." Indeed, his complexion was as pale as paper a while back, but now he at least looks somewhat human. After all, he is young, but once he recovers, everything will be fine. This child is also quite unfortunate. His parents are gone, leaving him all alone moving forward. All right, let's not talk too much. It wouldn't be good if someone overheard us." Their voices gradually quieted. Zhong Lin knew without guessing that they were discussing him, but he didn't mind. His footsteps continued steadily as he quickly exited the village. West of Zhongjia village, after crossing a low hill, one would find the endless mountain ranges. The locals referred to this area as Mongshan, meaning vast and boundless. The terrain was undulating and the woods were deep. Villagers typically didn't dare venture far into the mountains, gathering wild vegetables and mushrooms at most along the edges. Even hunters refrained from going too deep, fearing encounters with large wild beasts. Father Zhong had fallen to his demise when he encountered a bear and fled in panic, tumbling off a cliff. The outer slopes of Mongshan were relatively flat, with trees not too densely packed. Zhong Lin walked along a small path into the mountains, steady and unhurried. This path was one he had walked countless times with Father Zhong. Even with his eyes closed, he wouldn't go astray. Zhong Lin inherited this memory and walked as if he were quite familiar with it. After a short while, the trees gradually grew taller, and Zhong Lin found some tracks of wild rabbits and mountain chickens around him. He stopped, crouched down, and examined the ground closely. Though his previous self was young, he had considerable experience in hunting. Father Zhong was an excellent hunter, taking his son into the mountains from a young age to teach him how to identify animal tracks, set traps, and judge wind direction. Following the tracks, he soon discovered a rabbit burrow at the base of an old pine tree. "Good luck." Zhong Lin whistled, then removed a fine hemp rope lasso from his waist, skillfully setting it at the burrow entrance and gently covering it with leaves. This type of lasso was Father Zhong's specialty. The slip knot was cleverly tied, and when a rabbit entered the burrow, it would trigger the mechanism, tightening the rope, making it impossible for them to escape. Having set the trap, Zhong Lin continued deeper into the mountains. After walking about 2 miles, the woods suddenly opened up and a mountain stream flowed down from above, the sound of rushing water echoing clearly in the silent forest. This was the spot where Zhong Lin hunted. Most local hunters gathered here because a water source meant the presence of wild beasts. After circling the stream, he quickly discovered several fresh hoof prints. A roe deer. Zhong Lin's eyes brightened. Roe deer meat is tender and rich. If I could catch one, it would last several days. Zhong Lin licked his lips, following the hoof prints upstream. Not long after, he suddenly heard rustling sounds. Zhong Lin immediately stopped, crouching low and holding his breath, slowly removing the bow from his back and notching an arrow from the quiver. A gray rabbit suddenly darted out from the bushes, hopping to the stream's edge. Zhong Lin shook his head, not shooting. He waited for the rabbit to hop away before standing up and continuing forward. In the past, he naturally would not have let this rabbit escape, but now with the chance to catch a roe deer, he couldn't afford to scare it away by shooting at a rabbit. After about 15 minutes, a patch of bushes ahead suddenly rustled a few times, and then a sizable roe deer emerged, bending down to nibble on the tender leaves. Zhong Lin's nerves instantly tightened as he assessed the distance, slowly drawing the bowstring back and aiming the arrow at the deer's neck. The foundation of his previous archery skills was solid. The posture of drawing the bow and the feeling of aiming were ingrained in his muscle memory, and Zhong Lin didn't need to relearn anything. He just needed to steady his hand. With the bowstring fully drawn, Zhong Lin's breathing gradually slowed, his whole body as still as a rock. Whooshed! The arrow flew through the air, striking true at the deer's neck. The deer let out a mournful cry, stumbling a few steps forward before collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. "Yes, I got it." Zhong Lin was so excited that he jumped up directly. There was no helping it. Although he had memories of hunting, the experience of personally catching one felt completely different. Moreover, he had never participated in such hunting games in his past life, and everything felt so novel. He quickly walked over, lifted the roe deer, and weighed it in his hands. It must have weighed at least 30 to 40 pounds. Not bad, not bad. This will last for a while. Zhong Lin tied the deer with a rope and slung it over his back before turning to leave. He didn't plan to hunt more, one would be sufficient. On his way back, he passed by the place where he had set the snare, but unfortunately, he did not catch any rabbits. However, Zhong Lin was not concerned with the roe deer on his back. He had enough food for some time. Of course, he did not take the snare away. Exiting the mountain, he saw several women under the old locust tree at the village entrance still making shoe soles. Delinzi is back. Aunt Suehua Sharpied was the first to spot him. As Zhong Lin approached, all the women's gazes fell on the plump roe deer on his shoulder, their eyes wide with astonishment. Oh my heavens, what a big roe deer. Delinzi, what kind of luck did you have? It's your first time hunting in the mountains, and you've already caught such a big game. If your father were here, he would definitely praise you. Zhong Lin chuckled a couple of times, offering no further explanation, and continued home with the deer on his back. The women watched his receding figure and began to gossip again. This child, it's as if he's turned into a different person. Just a while ago he was sickly, and now, just a few days later, he can go into the mountains to hunt roe deer. Indeed, look at his physique, he walks as if the wind is at his back. Perhaps he has figured things out. With enough food and sleep, he naturally regained his strength. Young people have a good foundation. Zhong Lin returned home and hung the roe deer on the wooden rack in the yard. He took out his hunting knife and swiftly skinned and gutted the deer. He removed the internal organs, keeping the heart, liver, and lungs, discarding the intestines. He carefully scraped the fat off the skin and stretched it out to dry in the yard. After some thought, he chopped off 2 legs, giving one to Aunt Lu and the other to Uncle Dazhuang, and after a long while of pulling and tugging, he returned home. He cut a portion of the roe deer meat into pieces to stew for dinner, while the rest was salted and hung in a cool place to dry. Soon the rich aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen, and after filling a bowl, Zhong Lin sat on the doorstep and began to eat heartily. He finished 3 large bowls of roe deer meat and 2 bowls of corn porridge, his belly round and full, yet he still felt unsatisfied. The saying, poor in literature, rich in martial arts, is certainly not wrong. With my appetite, an ordinary family really cannot afford to feed me. Zhong Lin stood up, patted his belly jokingly, and then cleaned up his bowl and chopsticks. He closed the yard door, digested for a while, and then took out the book Qian Bai Zi and the copied jute paper to begin learning characters. Although the characters in this world are different from Chinese characters, the logical structure is similar. With radicals and phonetics, once he grasped the rules, recognizing them was not difficult. This is mountain, this is water, this is forest. As Zhong Lin learned and recognized, he used a stick to write on the ground, repeatedly tracing until he fully mastered each character before moving on to the next. The sun slanted to the west, and the sky gradually darkened. Zhong Lin rubbed his slightly sore eyes, exhaling a sigh. Since graduating from university, I haven't worked this hard in a long time. Not bad, I've learned around 300 characters at this rate. I should be able to finish in about 10 days, but to read and write fluently, I will need to put in more effort. Carefully putting away Qian Bai Zi and the jute paper, Zhong Lin began his daily exercises. Running, squats, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, high knees, burpees. He only returned to rest when the moon was high in the sky. In the following days, Zhong Lin led a very regular life. During the day, he learned characters. At night, he exercised, and every 3 to 5 days he would venture into the mountains. Although not every trip yielded results, it was sufficient for his daily needs. Thus, 2 months swiftly passed, a period long enough for Zhong Lin to undergo a tremendous transformation. Under the moonlight, Zhong Lin stood shirtless. His body no longer resembled the emaciated figure from 2 months ago. He had clearly gone through a second growth spurt. His shoulders were broad, his chest muscles prominent, his 8-pack abs as distinct as if carved by a knife, and the muscles on his arms were sinewy, with veins winding like rivers. His once slender cheeks had become fuller, and his dark red skin had turned fair, especially his pair of bright eyes. Even his height had increased by a few centimeters, making him appear even taller. In this state, he looked nothing like a farmer's son. Instead, he resembled the son of a wealthy family. Zhong Lin looked down at his physique, which would have made any wealthy woman gasp in his past life, and narcissistically pinched his chest muscles, chuckling. With this body in my past life, I would definitely have been a fitness blogger. Exposing my abs would be a sure way to attract the ladies. In these 2 months, not only had his body undergone a tremendous change, but he had also thoroughly grasped Qian Bai Zi. Not only could he recognize all the characters, but he could also write them decently. Though he was still far from achieving any calligraphy skill, at least his lines were straight and neat. But it's about Zhong Lin had not left home for half a month. His changes were too dramatic, and anyone would notice something was off. Moreover, his body had nearly reached its limit, Sometimes he exerted himself to the point of exhaustion overnight, yet he couldn't draw out the airflow from the black hole. Even if he did, it only helped him recover his stamina, not further enhance his body. The fantasy of a Saitama template crumbled. To break through his physical limits, he would still need to learn martial arts. Shaking his head, he turned and returned to the house, tidying up his belongings by the moonlight. Hunting bow quiver machete. He only had 2 changes of clothes, both made of coarse cloth full of patches neatly folded and stuffed into his bag. Xianbaizi was also packed away as he could practice more during his free time. He then went to the kitchen and stuffed the prepared dry rations inside as well. The journey to the county town was quite far, so he needed to prepare some food for the road. Finally, he had some money, copper coins and small silver pieces totaling just a little over 2 taels. After everything was in order, Zhong Lin sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the earthen house where he had stayed for 2 months. He ultimately couldn't bear to eat the troublesome reed chicken and gave it to Aunt Lu. There wasn't much else left. Time to sleep, I'll leave early tomorrow morning. He collapsed onto the bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, Zhong Lin woke up early. He wanted to leave while the villagers were still in the fields. He didn't leave directly, but first went to the main room, took out 3 incense sticks, and respectfully lit them, placing them in the incense burner. Thin wisps of smoke rose, swirling around the dimly lit main room for a few laps before slowly I'm leaving to learn martial arts in the county town. I don't know if I will return in the future, but rest assured I remember the matters of marrying and having children. I will marry several wives and have many children to ensure that the Zhong family line does not end. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Lin knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Although he still hadn't confirmed whether he had taken over someone else's body or had been reincarnated, if it was the former, he felt he should kowtow, and if it was the latter, they were his parents in this life, so he should definitely bow. In any case, kowtowing was never wrong. He stood up, brushed off the dirt from his knees, slung the bag over his shoulder, and strapped on the Zelkova, would bow, striding away from Zhongjia village. He did not disturb anyone, setting off on his journey alone. The weather was clear with blue skies and white clouds bathed in the glow of the sunset. Autumn had arrived, and although there was an autumn heat, it was not too hot. The road to the county town did not pass through Luotian town. In fact, it was in the opposite direction, heading south all the way. Zhong Lin had already learned the route from other villagers of Zhongjia village who had been to the county town. He needed to climb 3 hills on a journey of 200 to 300 li. It was precisely because the distance was too far that few people would travel to the county town, so if he wanted to go, he could only measure it with his own feet. Indeed, it is a remote and impoverished place. Zhong Lin couldn't help but sigh as he walked. Fortunately, he did not have any luggage with him apart from clothes. His pack contained only food. He was light on his feet, and his current physique was far superior to before, having covered a full 40 li in just half a morning. By midday, Zhong Lin stopped by a small stream, fetched water from the river, chopped some firewood from a dead tree, and looked for some wild vegetables. He took out some dry rations from his pack. Although they did not taste very good, they were enough to fill his stomach. After resting for half an hour, he set off again. After walking for another 2 hours in the afternoon, a small hill appeared ahead, not very high, just over 200 meters. Zhong Lin did not casually ascend the hill. Instead, he took down his horn bow and nocked an arrow, although he did not draw it. There were many wild beasts in the mountains. Although this little hill was not high, who knew if he might encounter any dangers? It was always wise to be cautious. He went up the hill and down again. All was safe. Zhong Lin sighed in relief. It was good to have nothing happen. After descending, he came upon a fork in the road shaped like a Y, with one path going left and the other right. Seeing this fork made Zhong Lin happy he hadn't taken a wrong turn. In his previous life, he had never been to Anna County, and this route was something he had learned from his uncles a few days ago. This fork was one of the markers. Without lingering, Zhong Lin headed straight for the right path, continuing along the mountain road until the sun. Standing on a high slope, Zhong Lin scanned his surroundings. Apart from the winding mountain path, there was nothing but endless dense forest. There are no villages ahead, no inns behind. It seems he'll have to sleep in the wild tonight. No wonder Uncle Dazhuang said that to go to the county town, one usually travels in groups. Zhong Lin furrowed his brow. Camping outdoors was usually done out of necessity. Not to mention the fierce beasts hunting at night. Even a little wind or rain could be quite troublesome. After all, in this era there were no miracle medicines, and sometimes just a chill could take one's life. Fortunately, the moon was bright and the stars few tonight, so there was no need to worry about extreme weather. After gathering some dry firewood and lighting a campfire, Zhong Lin lay down on his side to rest. Zhong Lin did not plan to sleep. He intended to nap a bit after dawn. It was still unsafe. A night passed without incident, and only when the sun was high did Zhong Lin awaken from a light sleep. The campfire had long since extinguished, leaving only a pile of gray ashes. He moved his stiff limbs, took a couple of dry rations by the stream, and continued on his way. Yawning all the way, he crossed the second hill. Fortunately, the journey was safe and uneventful. After walking another 50 or 60 li downhill, a village finally appeared ahead. Zhong Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickened his pace. The village was small, with about 20 to 30 households, mud houses with thatched roofs and wisps of smoke rising from cooking. It was just about evening meal time, and he could vaguely see a few children playing in the village. Upon noticing Zhong Lin with his bow, they all stopped and looked at him curiously, albeit with some trepidation. Zhong Lin revealed a friendly smile, nodded at them, and continued walking into the village. He planned to find a household to stay for the night and set off again the next day. Camping outdoors was too harsh. One person, no matter how strong, could not endure it. After just a few steps, he saw a middle-aged man carrying a burden coming from the village. Zhong Lin hurried forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Excuse me, big brother." The man stopped, sized up Zhong Lin, and his gaze lingered for a moment on the horned bow on Zhong Lin's back, his eyes showing a hint of caution. "Young man, what is it?" "I am from Zhongjia village up ahead, heading to Anna County. I passed through here and wanted to find a place to stay for the night. Is there a convenient place in the village?" Zhong Lin spoke sincerely. The man relaxed slightly and said, "Zhongjia village. That's quite a distance. There have been people from Zhongjia village who have stayed here before. Do you know Zhong Yudo? A few years ago, he was bitten by a dog here and in a panic fell and broke his leg." Zhong Lin laughed and said, "So Uncle Yudo fell here and he was bitten by a dog. He tricked us into thinking it was a wild boar that gored him. But it wasn't his leg that was broken, it was his arm, and it took him half a year to recover properly." The man grinned, showing a set of yellow teeth, and his wariness completely melted away. He jokingly scolded, "That old fellow deserves it. Let him brag. Since you are Zhong Yudo's nephew, don't just stand outside. My house is right ahead. You can stay at my place tonight, but I don't have anything fancy to offer you. Just plain food. Don't be picky." "Big brother, you're joking. How could I be choosy about a place to stay that offers shelter from the wind and rain?" Zhong Lin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. As he spoke, he quickly stepped forward to take the burden of water from the man's shoulders, refusing to let go no matter how much the man protested. The man's surname was Sun, and he was the third in line, known as Sun San in the village. He led Zhong Lin into the village while chatting. "Why are you traveling alone? And you carry a bow, are you going to Anna County for something?" "To be honest, third brother, I plan to visit the martial arts school in Anna County and learn some skills." Zhong Lin replied honestly. Sun Sen paused for a moment, turned to look at Zhong Lin again, and elongated his tone, saying, "A martial arts school? That place is not somewhere we country folks can just go in freely. When I was young, I had similar thoughts, but my father chased me for 2 li with a hoe and beat that idea out of me. But it's good to go take a look. Young people always have a bit of adventurous spirit, and that's a good thing." Zhong Lin smiled and followed up, "I just intend to take a look. Whether I can stay there or not is another matter." As they spoke, they arrived at a small courtyard with a dirt wall. The wall was about half a person's height, and a gate made of bundled firewood covered it. In the yard, a few chickens were pecking at the ground, and a woman was squatting at the kitchen door, stoking the fire with smoke rising gently. "Wife, we have guests. Cook some extra rice tonight," Sun Sen shouted as he pushed the door open. The woman looked up. She was a farmer's wife in her 30s with somewhat rough skin. Upon seeing that Zhong Lin was a stranger, she was first taken aback, then stood up to wipe her hands on her apron and smiled, saying, come inside, dinner will be ready shortly." Zhong Lin nodded and greeted her with a sister-in-law good evening, before finding a spot to pour the 2 buckets of water from his shoulders into the water tank. Inside the house, the light was somewhat dim, and Sun San poured a bowl of hot water for Zhong Lin. "Drink some water to quench your thirst. Dinner will be ready soon." "Yes, thank you, third brother." Soon dinner was ready. A pot of coarse rice and wild vegetable porridge, dark steamed buns, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a plate of cold dish made of some unknown wild vegetables. A few children were squatting on the doorstep, happily eating from their bowls. Sun San's wife specifically added a few more wild vegetable leaves to Zhong Lin's bowl. Zhong Lin thanked her and dug in. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened, and he was arranged to stay in the east room. The bed was covered with a thick layer of dry straw. Although it was simple, it was 100 times better than sleeping outdoors. Fortunately, it was just the beginning of autumn, and the temperature had not dropped yet, so there was no need to prepare. Tomorrow, walk for another day. Once you cross that mountain ahead, you'll see the official road. Following the official road south for 20 li will lead you to Anna County, but that mountain is not easy to cross. It's called Wild Boar Ridge, aptly named, as there are many wild boars and occasionally wolves. You need to be careful traveling alone. Sun Sen pointed out the dark mountain range through the window. Zhong Lin touched the horn bow beside him, patting his chest and saying, "Thank you for the reminder, third brother. With this, I feel more at ease." Sun Sen glanced at the bow and nodded. "Looking at your build, you probably have some strength, but if you encounter wild boars, it's best to avoid them. Those creatures can be quite vicious when provoked." "Yes, I understand." The two talked about some idle matters, and Sun Sen got up and returned to his room. Zhong Lin also fell asleep, fully clothed, and quickly drifted into slumber. A night passed without incident. The next day, as dawn broke, Zhong Lin awakened faintly, hearing the crowing of roosters and the sounds of Sun San's wife preparing breakfast. Perfect timing, let's eat before hitting the road, Sun San said with a smile, pulling him to a wooden stool in the yard. Shortly after, Sun San's wife brought over 2 bowls of wild vegetable porridge and 2 pieces of coarse grain pancakes. There isn't much to eat at home, just make do with this for now. It will keep you from starving on the road, Sun San's wife said with a smile. Zhong Lin thanked her. Zhong Lin accepted the bowl and expressed his gratitude. After finishing his meal, he returned to the east room to pack his belongings and, after some thought, left a few copper coins on the windowsill. Staying overnight was no trouble, but having eaten 2 meals, he felt he should pay. After bidding farewell to Sun San and his family, he set off on the road again. About half an hour later, a large mountain appeared before him. The slope wasn't steep, but the forest was dense, appearing lush and green from a distance, and he could occasionally hear the calls of unknown birds. Wild Boar Ridge. Zhong Lin stopped, took down the bullhorn bow from his back, and knocked an arrow onto the bowstring before slowing his pace to walk up the mountain. The mountain path was relatively easy to walk on, clearly frequented by others. As Zhong Lin walked, he remained vigilant, listening closely and scanning every suspicious spot in the woods. After walking for a good while without incident, he had yet to encounter the wild boars Sun San mentioned, which eased his mind significantly. After crossing Wild Boar Ridge and walking for another 10 miles, a wide road finally emerged ahead. The road was much smoother than the mountain paths, with visible tracks of carts and horse droppings. Occasionally, he encountered merchants with burdens or travelers on the road. Standing beside the official road, Zhong Lin gazed at this much wider and smoother path compared to the mountain road, feeling an inexplicable sense of admiration. Indeed, to become wealthy, one must first build the road. This is the way. With a sigh of admiration, Zhong Lin followed the flow of people along the road. The official road was indeed much easier to traverse. The surface was flat, wide enough for 2 carts to pass side by side, and the number of travelers gradually increased, including merchants with burdens, vendors with donkey carts, and groups of citizens, making Zhong Lin blend in without standing out. After walking for another hour, the outline of a city faintly appeared on the horizon. Anna County had arrived. Zhong Lin stopped and squinted into the distance. The city walls were a grayish blue, about 3 to 4 zhang high, reflecting a weathered sheen under the afternoon sun. The flow of people entering and exiting the city gate resembled a swarm of ants, and he could vaguely hear the bustling voices drifting over. As he approached the city gate, the houses on both sides of the road began to cluster, featuring tea stands, eateries, stalls selling sundries, and a few laborers squatting by the roadside looking for work. As Zhong Lin passed by them, he overheard some discussions. Have you heard? The Wang family's caravan from the east of the city returned yesterday, and they reportedly made quite a profit this trip. What does it matter to us how much they earn? I heard they encountered bandits on the road, and several people died. Tisk tisk, in these times it's not safe anywhere you go. Zhong Lin kept walking and soon reached the city gate. The gate was wide open, with a few officers in black clothes lazily leaning against the wall, basking in the sun, occasionally glancing at the crowds coming and going without questioning anyone. Zhong Lin smoothly entered the city along with the flow of people. Upon entering the city gate, a cacophony of sounds greeted him. The streets lined with shops were paved with bluestone, showcasing a variety of stores, including fabric shops, grain stores, blacksmiths, inns, and taverns, with numerous signs hanging everywhere. The street was bustling with people, including merchants dressed in silk, farmers carrying baskets, children playing and laughing, and women with baskets. The air was thick with various noisy scents, creating a vivid picture of a lively marketplace. Zhong Lin made his way to an outdoor noodle stall. How much for a bowl of noodles? He inquired. The noodle stall was run by an elderly couple. Upon seeing a customer, the elderly man quickly smiled and said 2 win for a bowl of noodle soup, 1 win for a pancake. They'll have a bowl of noodle soup and 2 pancakes. All right, little brother, just sit tight, it will be ready soon. Soon a bowl of noodle soup was served, simply boiled in plain water with just a sprinkle of salt, while the pancakes emitted a delightful aroma of toasted wheat, whetting one's appetite. After a hearty meal, Zhong Lin felt invigorated. After paying, he began to wander around the county, walking along the streets and scanning his surroundings. The vendors on both sides of the street were setting up stalls selling a variety of goods. Some sold fruit and tea, others sold fabric and made clothes on the spot, some sold buns and meat soup, others sold alcohol, and there were vendors with children's toys and candied fruits. A myriad of sights overwhelmed the senses. As evening approached, Zhong Lin searched for an inn to stay in. Upon entering, a young attendant greeted him with a beaming smile. Are you here for a meal or for lodging? For lodging, what are the prices? Zhong Lin asked. A deluxe room is 21 for a day, a standard room is 15 and a shared room is 5 for a night. Our prices are fair with no deception. The attendant looked Zhong Lin up and down. Zhong Lin frowned. He knew prices in the county would be high, but he didn't expect them to be this steep. His meager savings of a little over 2 taels wouldn't last long, even without meals. A standard room, just for one night. After considering, Zhong Lin chose a standard room. After a long day's journey, he wanted a good night's sleep, and the shared room was too crowded and inconvenient. All right, please follow me, guest. The attendant led Zhong Lin into the inn through the main hall to a side room in the back courtyard. The room was small with a wooden bed, a table, and a chair, but it was clean. Zhong Lin set down his pack and asked the attendant a few questions about martial arts schools. The attendant was quite enthusiastic and shared a lot of information. Martial arts schools, huh? There are several in the city. The two largest are the Weiwu Martial Arts School run by the Weiwu Escort and the Zhong Lin Martial Arts School run by the Sun family in the south of the city. However, the most renowned is the Shuying Martial Arts School in the north of the city. I've heard that the instructors there are legitimate martial artists and ordinary people can't just enter. Shuying Martial Arts School. Zhong Lin took note of this name. Yes, just go north from here past the drum tower and turn east. The largest house on that street is it. But guest, I must warn you, the threshold for that martial arts school is high. It's difficult for children from ordinary families to get in, the attendant said. Zhong Lin nodded and thanked him. Early the next morning, Zhong Lin followed the attendant's directions and headed north, asking around until he quickly arrived at that street. At the street entrance stood a large mansion made of green bricks and gray tiles with a tall gatehouse. The two red lacquer doors were tightly closed, and a plaque hung above inscribed with the words, Shuying Martial Arts School, in bold, vigorous strokes. 2 stone lions squatted at the entrance, and several young men were peeking inside. Zhong Lin raised an eyebrow and strode casually toward the group of young men, asking with feigned nonchalance, "Brothers, how does one enter this martial arts academy?" One lanky youth turned his head, glanced at him, and scoffed. "How to enter? By pounding silver through the door. They demand 10 taels as tuition and a guarantor. Can you produce 10 taels? 10 taels, just for tuition?" Zhong Lin's heart sank at the words. What else could it be? The lanky youth appraised Zhong Lin from head to toe, then curled his lip in disdain. "Judging by your attire, you're clearly from the countryside. I'd advise you to abandon this notion entirely. This place is not meant for us. I've been squatting here for 3 days and haven't even caught sight of a steward." A short, stout youth beside him sighed deeply. "My cousin works inside as a menial laborer. He says the disciples eat and use only the finest provisions. Daily medicinal broths nourish them. Families like ours couldn't afford such training even if we sold house and land. Is there no cheaper martial arts academy?" Zhong Lin pressed, unwilling to yield. "Cheaper? Of course, there's the Bashi training ground in the Western District. Pay 2 strings of cash and you may enter. But it teaches little more than flashy, empty forms. Mere tricks to dazzle outsiders. If you truly seek mastery, only a proper academy will suffice." The lanky youth added offhandedly, "My cousin says the instructors at Shuying Martial Arts Academy are genuine skin-refining masters, and the master himself has attained the revered level of sinew-transforming cultivation, a man of true accomplishment. Yet men like us cannot even cross its threshold." The stout youth gazed with wistful admiration. "Let's go, we've wasted another day." With a heavy sigh, the lanky youth waved dismissively and turned away. The others dispersed silently. Zhong Lin remained rooted where he stood, staring wordlessly at the pair of tightly shut vermilion gates for a long while, then stepped forward, knocked, and asked. The reply matched exactly what the 2 youths had said. 10 taels in tuition, and a guarantor required. He patted the small pouch of scattered silver coins tucked inside his robe, barely over 2 taels. That sum barely covered frugal lodging and meals in town. It fell woefully short of the tental threshold, not to mention the impossibility of securing a guarantor. Damn it! Why is learning martial arts so impossibly difficult? Zhong Lin cursed inwardly. With the black hole ability, the ultimate advantage, he was certain he would become a cultivator. Yet fate blocked him at the very first gate. After standing motionless for a moment, Zhong Lin turned and walked away, not back to the inn, but onward into the city, visiting the gates of both Weiwu and Zhong Lin martial arts academies. The situation proved nearly identical. Minimum tuition stood at 8 taels. Worse still, Weiwu was run by a courier agency. Apprentices were bound by contract to serve 5 years, life or death notwithstanding. Zhong Lin belonged to the Sun family, a local magnate. The academy existed solely to train guards and estate enforcers. Entry meant becoming a household slave. Only Shuying offered relative fairness. Payment alone sufficed. Yet Zhong Lin lacked precise. No wonder Master Zhang's guest at the banquet discouraged me from joining any academy. This is harder than studying for imperial examinations in my past life. Signing life and death contracts, selling oneself into bondage. Truly audacious. Zhong Lin had expected hardship, but never imagined such insurmountable barriers erected at the very outset, barring over 99% of humanity from even attempting the path. As the sun drifted westward, Zhong Lin sat dejectedly outside a tea house stall and ordered a bowl of chilled tea, sipping it slowly. "Young sir, may I share your shade?" A peddler bearing a shoulder pole settled beside him, ordered tea, and wiped sweat from his neck with a cloth. Zhong Lin shifted aside to make room. The peddler glanced at him, then at the oxhorn bough resting beside his feet, and his eyes lit up. "Fine bough you have, young sir. Made of Tumu wood. You have a keen eye, uncle." Zhong Lin replied casually. "Indeed. I travel these streets daily. I've seen every sort of artifact imaginable. Judging by your garb, and that bow, and arrows, you've come to town to sell game." The peddler chuckled. "Indeed. Then do you still have goods on hand? If you possess quality items, I can connect you with buyers, far better than waiting idly at the market. I know several longtime patrons in town who specialize in mountain produce, and they pay fair prices." Leaning closer, the peddler added. Zhong Lin's pulse quickened. He bowed slightly and asked, "May I ask your honored surname, uncle?" "Surnames matter little. I'm surnamed Zhong, known throughout town as Peddler Zhong. Call me Old Zhong. Rest assured, I've plied my trade in Anha County for over 20 years. My connections are wide. I guarantee top prices for any fine goods you bring me." Old Zhong thumped his chest proudly. Zhong Lin paused thoughtfully, then nodded. "Then many thanks, Uncle Zhong, but all my wares are sold out. I'll return next time." "No trouble at all. Whenever you have goods, find me at the Western Bazaar. My stall stands at the street entrance. Ask for Peddler Zhong, and everyone knows me." Old Zhong laughed heartily, drained his cup, and shouldered his pole before departing the tea house. Watching him go, Zhong Lin resettled himself and finished his tea, mind already turning over possibility. The academies are out of reach. 10 taels is astronomical for me, and that's merely the entry fee. Additional costs surely await, not to mention the need for a guarantor. Rather than waste time idling in town, I'll venture into the mountains. Hunt, sell pelts, save coin. At the very least, I must establish myself firmly in Anha County. Yet hunting isn't my only option. I might also visit the brokerage house to explore other work. Having resolved, Zhong Lin asked the tea house owner for directions and headed straight there. The brokerage house functioned as a mercantile intermediary, akin to modern agents or brokers, whose brokers facilitated transactions between buyers and sellers, earning commissions. Securing employment fell squarely within their purview. Incidentally, the ya in the old saying, "Carters, boatmen, innkeepers, porters, and brokers, though guiltless, deserve punishment," refers precisely to them. Located on West Street, the brokerage was easy to locate, but Zhong Lin entered swiftly and exited even faster, muttering curses under his breath. Young sir, should you change your mind, remember to seek me out." A plump woman chased him out the door, waving vigorously after his retreating figure. "Get lost. I'd starve before reconsidering." Zhong Lin spun around, spat the words, and quickened his pace. Damn it. She wanted me to become a male courtesan, and worse, to serve men. Does she think I sell my body? Zhong Lin fled West Street, as though pursued, not slowing until he'd turned down 2 alleys, and the woman's cries faded completely behind him. Only then did he pause, lean against an earthen wall, and gasp for breath. Damn. Wiping sweat from his brow, Zhong Lin still felt a deep, roiling nausea. That broker woman had scrutinized him like a slab of prime meat, especially when murmuring, "Such build, such features, he'll fetch a fine price," which nearly drew his blade. Enough. Better to rely on oneself than beg others. Beyond the revolting broker, Zhong Lin had gleaned the grim reality of local employment. Simply put, none existed. Even portering jobs were fiercely contested. Even night soil collection required bribes for eligibility. An absurd, suffocating competition. Unless he became a courtesan, no opportunity remained. He stood in the courtyard a while, letting the nausea subside, then drew a deep breath and returned to the inn, not rushing to his room, but pausing at the front desk to speak with the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, may I ask, what mountains nearby permit hunting?" The innkeeper, a thin, elderly man of 50-odd years, looked up from his abacus, his gaze lingering briefly on the oxhorn bough slung across Zhong Lin's back. "Are you a hunter, young master?" "Yes." Stroking his goatee, the innkeeper pondered. "Most mountains nearby are privately owned. Hunting forbidden, without permission, even firewood collection requiring fees. If you insist on hunting, travel farther north, 30 li to Tuafeng Mountain. Its forests run deep, teeming with game. Hunters venture there regularly. But heed my warning, the mountain is perilous. Last year a man encountered the Mountain Lord and nearly lost his life." "The Mountain Lord, a tiger?" Zhong Lin stiffened. "Indeed. Still fear not. Tigers rarely emerge. Stick to the periphery, hunt rabbits or pheasants, and you'll face no danger," the innkeeper assured him. Zhong Lin nodded silently, then inquired about Tuafeng Mountain's precise location and route before returning to his room. At dawn the next day, he settled his bill, purchased dried rations and salt, and departed northward through the city gate toward Tuafeng Mountain. Tuafeng Mountain lay 30 li due north of Anha County, its ridges undulating, its woods dense and thick, the favored hunting ground of local trackers. Zhong Lin reached its foothills after only half a day's walk. A small village nestled there, home to some dozens of families, mostly hunters. He did not enter the mountain immediately. Instead, he paid a few when to lodge overnight with a local family and learned details of the mountain's terrain and dangers. Only then at dawn did he shoulder his bow and step into the wilds. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the air, a roe deer grazing in the distance fell to the ground as the arrow precisely pierced its neck. Zhong Lin stood up from behind the bushes, grinning widely. This marked the 5th day of his journey into the 5 days ago, when he first entered Tuafeng Mountain, he had been extremely cautious as his previous hunting experience was limited to the small hills near Zhongjia village. Naturally, he needed to observe his unfamiliar surroundings carefully. However, as he became more familiar, he began to venture deeper into Tuafeng Mountain, hunting larger animals. He swiftly walked up to the roe deer, pulled out the arrow, and weighed it in his hand. Tisk, not bad, this must weigh at least 40 jin. Enough, it's time to head out. I've been living off dry rations for 5 days now, and I am almost tired of the taste of bird food. Moreover, Zhong Lin looked up at the sky, which was overcast with clouds hanging low, indicating that rain. Getting caught in the rain in the mountains is not a joke. Without antibiotics, a simple cold could be deadly. He needed to hurry down the mountain. Without lingering, he slung the prey over his back and quickly made his way down the mountain. After descending, the sky grew even darker and large raindrops began to fall. Zhong Lin jogged all the way to the village at the foot of the mountain, back to the same family where he had previously stayed. The host family, surnamed Lu, was an elderly hunter in his 50s. Seeing Zhong Lin returning drenched and carrying a roe deer, he hurriedly invited him inside. "Young man, how did it go? What did you catch?" "Uncle Lu, I got a roe deer and a few mountain chickens and wild rabbits. Luck was on my side." Zhong Lin set down his prey and shook off the rainwater from his head. The old hunter leaned closer to take a look, his eyes lighting up. "Good shooting. This roe deer was shot right through the throat, and the hide is mostly unblemished. You could sell it for a good price." "Uncle Lu, how much is this roe deer hide worth?" "That depends on what the fur buyer offers, but since your hide is intact, it should fetch at least 1 or 2 silver coins. With the meat and everything else, you could probably sell it for 2 taels. Young man, your skills are better than many of the old hunters in the village." The old hunter praised, smacking his lips. Zhong Lin also grinned without responding. That night, he stewed a wild chicken, and the next morning, when the rain stopped, he borrowed a shoulder pole from the old hunter and set off for the county town. The 3rd journey was quick, and he soon entered through the north gate. He didn't linger at the market, but directly made his way to the grocery street in the west of the city. The grocery street was located in the southwestern part of the city. It was more of a narrow alley lined with various stalls selling everything from farming tools to old clothes, sewing supplies, and kitchenware, all crammed together. As Zhong Lin walked down the street with the load on his shoulders, he glanced around and soon spotted the figure of the peddler Zhang at the street corner. "Uncle Zhang." Peddler Zhang was squatting in front of his stall, haggling with a buyer. Hearing the call, he looked up, and his face broke into a smile upon seeing Zhong Lin. "A little brother, you finally came. I was wondering if you had forgotten about me." After a few words to dismiss the buyer, he stood up and approached, his eyes glancing at the load Zhong Lin was carrying, immediately brightening. "Wow, a roe deer plus mountain chickens and wild rabbits. Well done, little brother, you've managed to get some good stuff in just a few days. Just lucky. Can you take a look and see how much it's worth?" Zhong Lin said with a smile. Peddler Zhang squatted down, inspecting each item, and his eyes grew brighter with each passing moment. "The roe deer is intact, the hide is undamaged, and the meat is fresh. The mountain chickens and wild rabbits are top quality. Little brother, your skills are impressive. Let me see. For the roe deer, including hide and meat, it'll give you 2 taels and 5 cash. For 3 mountain chickens, that's 30 when each totaling 91. For 4 wild rabbits, 25 when each totaling 101. In total, that's 2 taels, 7 cash, and 91. To make it a round number, it'll give you 2 taels and 8 cash. How does that sound?" Zhong Lin calculated in his mind. This price was slightly higher than the old hunter's estimate, and it also saved him the trouble of selling at the market. "All right, let's go with Uncle Zhang's price." Zhong Lin nodded. Peddler Zhang laughed heartily, pulling out a money pouch from his pocket and counting out 2 taels and 8 cash, handing it over. "Little brother, you are straightforward. If you have anything good in the future, just come find me. I have connections to sell for a good price, and I guarantee I won't cheat you." Zhong Lin took the silver weighted in his hand and stuffed it into his pocket, smiling on his face. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." "No need for thanks, it's a mutually beneficial deal." After bidding farewell to Peddler Zhang, Zhong Lin bought some dry rations and salt on the street, then headed to the blacksmith shop to pick up a few arrowheads. After resting for the night, he finally left through the north gate and continued towards Tuafeng Mountain. For the next 2 months, Zhong Lin traveled back and forth between the mountain and the county town. He hunted in the mountains during the day and stayed overnight at the old hunter Uncle Lu's house, gathering enough goods to take to the county town to sell to peddler Zhong. His archery skills were already superb, and combined with his body being enhanced by the black hole far beyond ordinary people, he had great strength, endurance, and keen eyesight. Although he did not practice martial arts, he was certainly not someone ordinary people could compare to. He dared to venture where common hunters would not and shot at prey that others would not dare to provoke. Wild boars rode deer, muntjac, mountain chickens, wild rabbits. Various game continually flowed from his hands to peddler Zhang's stall. Peddler Zhang was all smiles, beaming, as if he had seen the god of wealth every time he met Zhong Lin. The prices he offered were fair, and as time went by the two became quite familiar. Zhong Lin himself was also calculating his savings, which had accumulated to just over 8 taels. Not much, but not little either. While it might not be enough for a martial arts school, it was certainly sufficient for an ordinary family of 3 for a year. However, thinking ahead, it would likely become difficult. As the weather turned cooler, snow had begun to fall in the mountains. To hunt again, he would have to venture deeper into the woods, which also meant significantly increased danger, something Zhong Lin, who had just been given a second chance at life, could not allow. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before heavy snow began to seal off the mountains, making it impossible to enter. In the depths of winter, heavy snow blanketed the forest, turning the entire Tuo mountain into a vast white expanse devoid of bird and beast. The rising sun brought no warmth. The biting cold wind stripped the last remaining leaves from the trees in the forest. Zhong Lin walked through the snow, each step sinking deep enough for the snow to reach his knees, making movement extremely difficult. Looking up at the increasingly low-hanging leaden clouds, Zhong Lin frowned. It's going to snow again. After this time, I really can't go back up the mountain. Heavy snow not only made it hard to find game, but more importantly, it made it impossible to see the path. After all, he was in the forest, and no one knew what lay beneath their feet. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhong Lin felt his foot give way. Beneath the accumulated snow was a crack concealed by dry grass. Suddenly, he lost his balance and began to roll down the slope. In the dizzying tumble, he instinctively hugged his head, allowing his body to roll until he crashed into an old tree, finally coming to a stop. Cough, cough, cough. Zhong Lin lay in the snow, gasping for air, his heart racing. After a moment, he struggled to rise from the snowdrift. Looking up, he saw the steep slope he had just rolled down, at least 4 to 5 zhong high, covered in snow with hardly any foothold. Damn, I was careless. Zhong Lin was genuinely frightened this time. Fortunately, there were no loose stones beneath the snow as he rolled down, and an old tree helped to cushion his fall, though otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. After a while, Zhong Lin stood in the snow, finally regaining his composure. He looked up at the steep slope from which he had tumbled and realized that climbing back the way he came was nearly impossible. Rubbing his painfully sore shoulder, Zhong Lin glanced around. I need to go back. Oh, I can't continue hunting after this, he said, still feeling shaken. He had initially hoped to take advantage of the heavy snowfall for one last hunt, but having nearly met his end here, dashed his spirits completely. He no longer dared to continue hunting and only wanted to leave quickly. He picked up his fallen cowhorn bow and checked his quiver, confirming that he hadn't lost many arrows. Only then did he cautiously leave, stepping carefully along the steep slope. Returning the same way was impossible. He had to take a detour. The recent incident made Zhong Lin very cautious as he walked, fearing another misstep. Thus, he finally left the hunting grounds just as the sun was about to set. On a high slope, Zhong Lin looked at the distant and somewhat obscured hunter's village with a bit of a toothache. Where the hell has this path led me? After a winding route, he had safely exited the woods, but he had clearly veered far from the village where he had been. The sky grew increasingly dark with silvery gray clouds hanging low. The cold wind whipped small snowflakes against his face, making it impossible to hurry back. It seems I have no choice but to seek shelter at Fanyin Temple, Zhong Lin said, his face filled with frustration and reluctance. On Tuo Mountain, there was a temple called Fanyin Temple. During his hunts, Zhong Lin had encountered a few monks from the temple, one of which had been when he lost track of time while chasing a deer and ended up staying overnight at the temple. Staying at the temple wasn't a big deal, but the monks there were incredibly infuriating, demanding money. They charged him a whole silver coin for a night, which was even more expensive than the best rooms at the inns in the county town. For Zhong Lin, who was trying hard to save money, this felt like a severe loss. However, in this situation, he had no choice but to seek shelter in the temple. If he stayed out in the wilderness any longer, he would likely freeze to death, let alone stay overnight. Suppressing his frustration, Zhong Lin determined his direction and headed toward Fanyin Temple. Just as the last glimmer of light was about to disappear, an open space appeared ahead with a high wall and deep courtyard rising before him. The great gate was directly facing south. Upon exiting the gate, a bluestone path was laid down wide enough for a cart to pass through smoothly. The gate was a reddish copper color, very spacious, standing 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, with a tall stone lion on each side intricately carved looking lifelike and imposing. A plaque hung above the gate boldly inscribed with the 3 golden characters Fanning Temple written with great vigor. From a distance, one could see that the courtyard was filled with towering buildings, the tallest being a 6-story structure with lights shining from its windows. The first time Zhong Lin saw Fanning Temple, he was taken aback. He never expected such an ancient temple to exist in this remote mountain area. It is important to note that this was ancient times, not the modern society of his past life. It was unimaginable that such a luxurious temple could be constructed deep in the mountains. It must have required immense resources and effort. Instead of entering through the front gate, Zhong Lin chose to go directly around to the back wall of the temple and gently knocked on a small door. After a moment, someone opened the door. It was a middle-aged monk, his head shiny and bald, his waist thick and round with a face full of bulging flesh. At first glance, he looked unappealing, not resembling a compassionate monk at all. Zhong Lin stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "I pay my respects to Master Guanghui." Master Guanghui's eyes, which were squeezed into a slit by his fat, scanned Zhong Lin's body before settling on the few wild rabbits and mountain chickens he was carrying on his shoulder, forming a seemingly amiable smile on his face. "Ah, to Benefactor Zhong. Out in the mountains on such a cold day, be careful not to lose your life. Master, you jest. I encountered some mishap while hunting today and lost track of time. I hope you can grant me the favor of allowing me to stay overnight," Zhong Lin replied with a bitter smile. As he spoke, he took out the silver he had prepared in advance from his pocket and also retrieved a wild rabbit from his shoulder, presenting them together. Master Guanghui's gaze swept over the silver and the wild rabbit, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and shook his head, saying, "Benefactor Zhong, I'm afraid it won't be possible tonight. A distinguished guest has arrived at the temple, and we cannot accommodate outsiders." As he spoke, he was about to close the door. Zhong Lin hurriedly stepped forward to block the door, pleading, "Master, it is dark now. In this icy weather, where do you expect me to go? I only ask for a roof over my head and will not disturb your distinguished guest. I will leave at dawn." Cursing the greedy monk in his heart, thinking he was trying to take advantage of him, Zhong Lin pondered for a moment and took out another silver coin from his pocket along with the previous one and directly stuffed it into Master Guanghui's hand. This, Master Guanghui weighed it in his hand, glanced at the plump wild rabbit, and could no longer suppress the greed in his heart. He finally stepped aside and whispered, "Come in, but remember to keep to yourself and do not approach the distinguished guest. If you disturb him, no one can save you." "Thank you, Master." Zhong Lin quickly slipped inside, following Guanghui through a narrow passage until they reached a meditation room in the northwest corner of the temple. It was the same room he had stayed in last time, located in a secluded area, small but sufficient for a night. Zhong Lin let out a long breath and moved his somewhat frozen hands and feet. Although he felt a bit pained, at least he had a place to stay and didn't have to worry about freezing to death outside. He closed the door, removed his nearly soaked outer robe, and dove directly into the bedding, lying comfortably on the bed. A distinguished guest. What sort of distinguished guest would come to this old temple in the depths of winter? Zhong Lin muttered as he turned over and began to sleep. Having been on the move in the snow all day had already left him utterly exhausted. After yawning, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it had been, but Zhong Lin was suddenly awakened by a series of muffled sounds. Damn it, who has so little decency to disturb people's dreams at this hour? Zhong Lin couldn't help but curse, raising his head to look out the window. It was still dark, but he could vaguely see the snowflakes swirling outside thanks to the reflection of the snow. Just as he was about to get up to check the source of the noise, a strange expression crossed his face. As a loyal fan of the slightly heated anime from Tokyo, Zhong Lin could naturally discern the implications of the faint sound of impact and the muffled meows. His previously hazy mind suddenly cleared up significantly, leaving him with a bewildered expression. Goodness, this shabby temple really has all sorts of surprises. Though he was very curious, sleepiness overtook him, and he turned over, ignoring it and continuing to sleep. A moment later, Zhong Lin, feeling exasperated, threw off the bedding and sat up. He ultimately underestimated the physical constitution of youth. Many times a person's emotions are not controlled by thought, but guided by physiology. Scientifically speaking, it is hormones. This body was ultimately just that of a 15-year-old boy, strong and vigorous, so the faint cat-like sounds disturbed his peace of mind, causing his thoughts to spiral, and the figures of various teachers appeared one after another in his mind. If he were just a naive village boy, it wouldn't be a problem, but the key was that inside, he was a seasoned veteran. Zhong Lin tossed and turned in bed, the blanket lifted and dropped repeatedly, while a faint sound seemed to drill directly into his ears. Damn! He suddenly turned over and sat up, rubbing his face fiercely, forcing himself not to dwell on the chaotic thoughts. But this body was truly uncooperative. The vigorous youth, after months of black hole enhancement, had an abundance of blood and chi that far exceeded that of ordinary people, and at this moment that sound stirred him to the point of nearly igniting with rage. "Doesn't anyone let me sleep?" Zhong Lin threw off the blanket, got up and dressed, then pushed open the door. The cold wind wrapped in fine snow hit his face, making him shiver, and the heat within him diminished somewhat. Taking several deep breaths, the icy air filled his lungs, and he felt considerably more awake. That faint sound continued not far away, seeming to come from just a few walls away, adding an air of ambiguity. Zhong Lin merely stood there in the cold wind, dispelling his anger with no other actions, and certainly not foolish enough to sneak over to eavesdrop. Fan Yin Temple was a monastery. He had been there before, yet had never seen a woman. Although Guang Hui, that fat man, was unpleasant to look at, this was indeed a legitimate temple, not a brothel. Thus the only explanation was that the woman was the noble person mentioned by the monk Guang Hui, or one. A fleeting glimmer crossed Zhong Lin's eyes. His months in Anha County had made him increasingly aware of the strict hierarchy of this world, where status truly distinguished the rich from the poor. Whether monk or noble, it has nothing to do with me. Matters of high gates and grand courtyards are simply beyond the reach of a commoner like me, or I might easily end up dead. The cold wind with snowflakes hit his face. Zhong Lin stood at the door in the freezing wind for a while, and that annoying sound finally began to subside. Finally quieted down. Zhong Lin muttered as he was about to turn back inside, when he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps crunching in the snow above him. Looking up, he saw a group of people sprinting across the roof of the temple, all clad in white with their faces covered, wielding sharp blades, exuding an intimidating aura, certainly not good people. His heart jumped fiercely, and Zhong Lin quickly retreated into the room, gently closing the door, his heart racing to his throat, pressing himself against the door panel, barely breathing. The footsteps on the roof were dense, with at least a dozen people moving towards the inner courtyard of the temple. There are assassins. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhong Lin felt as if his luck had truly run out today. He had intended to spend the night here to avoid misfortune, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon such a life-threatening situation. Those white-clad figures were likely coming for the noble person mentioned by Guang Hui. Hiss. It seems I've been dragged into some trouble. Zhong Lin couldn't help but feel a pang of toothache. Thanks to the various movies and novels he had seen in his past life, he instantly concocted a dramatic scene in his mind based on what he saw. Snowy night, temple, noble person, assassins. Each of these conditions laid out was precisely the grand event that authors of martial arts novels adored. Zhong Lin quickly contemplated that the best course of action at this moment was to pretend to know nothing, go back to sleep, and then leave this place of calamity as soon as possible. But that thought was merely a fleeting notion that he dismissed mainly because his identity was too awkward. A mere innocent hunter who happened to seek shelter. Who would believe that? Regardless of whether the assassins or the noble person emerged victorious, Zhong Lin's presence could easily be seen as that of a spy or a traitor, and certainly not innocent. Of course, it was also possible that Zhong Lin was overthinking it, and no one would care about him. But what if? This was not the modern society of his past life with well-established laws. Even if they did not consider him a spy or a traitor, his life would be just as expendable if one side's anger erupted. As for innocence, had just a commoner killed is killed. Damn, what is this all about? Zhong Lin's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, extremely unpleasant. Thinking of this, Zhong Lin no longer hesitated, pushed the door open, took a deep breath, and shouted at the top of his lungs. There are assassins. In the silent night, such a loud shout was like a thunderclap instantly resonating across the wilderness. The assassins running on the roof were also startled by Zhong Lin's shout, the leader, looking furious, fixing his gaze on the Zen room, where Zhong Lin stood, a murderous intent evident. "Zhou Rui, kill this person, the rest follow me." Zhong Lin was well aware of the consequences of his shout, hence he dashed towards the inner courtyard, without hesitation, knowing that only by rushing towards the group of noble people in the inner courtyard could he have a chance to survive. Fortunately, Zhong Lin was relatively familiar with Fan Yin Temple. Despite his evasive maneuvers, he managed to avoid being caught. "Little beast, stop." A furious shout came from behind, followed by the sound of something slicing through the air. Zhong Lin instinctively dove to the ground, tumbling into the snow as a flying dagger grazed his ear, embedding itself in the column ahead with a thud. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Zhong Lin did not have time to feel relieved, quickly scrambling up and ducking into a nearby moon gate. Once inside, his vision suddenly opened up. It was a spacious courtyard with the main hall towering and brightly lit, but at this moment the courtyard had already descended into chaos as a dozen white-clad assassins were engaged in a fierce battle with a group of black-clad guards. Blades gleamed, blood splattered, and screams echoed. The snow was trampled into disarray, with bright red bloodstains contrasting sharply against the white snow. To be honest, the scene before him was no less shocking than the earlier flying dagger, as it was his first time experiencing such a hellish battlefield up close. Suppressing his inner fear, Zhong Lin scanned the courtyard, finally landing his gaze on a middle-aged man in brocade, standing at the entrance of the main hall. The middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face gloomy as he stared at the chaos within the courtyard, flanked by guards on all sides who did not engage in the fight, merely standing watch. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhong Lin crawled along the wall toward the middle-aged man. "Stop!" A guard on the steps shouted sharply, drawing his sword to block. "Let him come forward," the middle-aged man in brocade suddenly spoke. The guard complied and stepped aside. Zhong Lin hastily climbed the steps, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed onto the snow, gasping for breath, the cold, sweat-soaked inner garment becoming icy against the wind. "Was it you who shouted that there are assassins?" The voice of the middle-aged man in brocade sounded above him. Zhong Lin looked up to see the middle-aged man gazing down at him, his expression calm and unreadable, appearing to be around 40, with a dignified demeanor, wearing a dark brocade robe. In response to the noble person's question, "It was me who shouted," Zhong Lin panted, his voice "Oh, how did you discover there were assassins?" The middle-aged man in brocade continued to inquire. Zhong Lin took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and replied in a deep voice, "I went to the toilet in the middle of the night and happened to see a group of white-clad individuals running with swords on the roof, so I shouted out." Hearing that, the middle-aged man's gaze flickered slightly as he asked again, "Were you not afraid that those assassins would kill you after your shout?" Zhong Lin forced a smile and replied, "Afraid? Of course I was afraid. But I thought if I didn't shout once those assassins came in, and if you lost I would likely be silenced. If you won, it would be hard to explain my sneaky presence in this temple. Regardless, it would be death. So I might as well take a gamble, shout out, and run towards you. If you win, then my shout could be seen as a contribution, and perhaps I could earn a way out." The middle-aged man in brocade stared at Zhong Lin for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. It was not loud, but held a hint of unexpected amusement. "Interesting. What is your name? Where are you from?" In response to the noble person, "I am Zhong Lin from Zhongjia village in Luodian town," Zhong Lin replied. Between their questions and answers, the battle in the courtyard had reached its conclusion, with the white-clad assassins suffering heavy casualties and the remaining ones gradually being encircled. Seeing that things were no longer salvageable, the leader of the assassins let out a sharp cry, and the remaining assassins began to retreat, leaping onto the roof. "Want to leave?" Among the crowd, a man resembling a guard captain looked coldly at the many assassins attempting to escape, suddenly launching into action. With a single step, his toes gripped the ground, his thigh muscles tensed, and he immediately left a giant footprint, sending dirt splattering in all directions as his figure shot forth like lightning. Quick, quick, quick. His body surged forward like a fierce dragon, creating a torrent of air as he squeezed through, reaching the assassin leader in just one step. His fist raised high like a mountain, descending upon them. His hands, pale and delicate like those of a baby, caused the assassin leader's pupils to constrict, sensing the terrifying power contained within that punch. In that instant, the surrounding air was violently compressed and exploded, becoming as heavy as mercury, leaving no room to evade or escape. "Bone forging!" The assassin leader shouted in alarm, hastily raising the long knife in his hand to block his chest. Boom! The clash of fist and blade echoed. The horrific sound of their collision resonated like thunder as the fierce and violent air currents surged outward, lifting clouds of snow into the air. The assassin leader, about to leap onto the rooftop, was forcibly struck down, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth beneath him collapsed violently, cracking like a dried riverbed as his feet were driven deep into the ground. Faced with such a predicament, the assassin leader gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, suddenly exerting force. His feet, half buried in the hard ground, trembled violently, kicking a large chunk of broken earth towards the guard captain. His entire body sprang forth, the long knife raised, slashing down with the force of a mountain splitting the sky. Boom! The guard captain remained unfazed, pressing down with his fist, shattering the earth that had been kicked towards him. With unyielding force, he broke through the air currents, ignoring the descending blade, and struck heavily against the assassin leader's chest. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, the assassin leader's chest immediately caved and, crashing heavily against the nearby wall, rendered motionless. The entire process appeared slow, yet it lasted only a few breaths. Sitting limply on the steps, Zhong Lin witnessed the scene before him, his eyes filled with shock, quickly followed by endless excitement. Martial arts. This is the extraordinary power of martial arts. Although he had tried to overestimate the strength of martial artists, as described by the masses, witnessing it firsthand made him realize how limited his imagination truly was. A punch that shattered the air, nearly creating a sonic boom. Is this what human strength can achieve? That person just mentioned bone forging. Could this be what is referred to as the bone forging stage in external training? Bone forging, like steel, gradually strengthening the whole body, becoming capable of withstanding immense force, impervious to swords and axes. Hiss! So strong! Zhong Lin shouted internally. The guard captain stood with his fist withdrawn, his clothing not even stained with a drop of blood, casually shaking his hand, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. Turning back down the steps, he clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "My lord, there were 17 assassins in total, 13 were killed, and 4 were captured." The man in brocade nodded slightly, seemingly indifferent to the group of assassins. At this moment, the abbot of Fanning Temple, Master Xuankong, stumbled over from the alley, disheveled, with his robe hastily draped over him, snowflakes clinging to his bald head, his face filled with panic. Upon entering the courtyard, he dropped to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head. "Forgive me, County Lord, I am but a poor monk." Zhong Lin's heart stirred, and he instinctively glanced at the middle-aged man in brocade, shocked to discover that the person before him was none other than Wu Hong, the County Lord of Anha. No wonder Master Guanghui mentioned that a noble was residing in front. There truly was no one in Anha County more esteemed than this county lord. In his past life, he often heard people mention the 9-rank Sesame official in movies, leading one to believe that the county magistrate held a minor position. However, after a few months in Anha County, Zhong Lin had come to know that the county magistrate was a proper 7th-rank official known as the 100-mile Marquis, overseeing countless lives and deaths in a 100-mile radius. Truly a significant figure. Wu Hong's gaze swept over Master Xuankong, his expression darkening as he spoke icily. "Master Xuankong, while my visit to Fanning Temple to burn incense and pray is not a secret, it is certainly not known to just anyone. Yet someone has ambushed me here, which means there is a mole. Do you believe this traitor is lurking beside me or within Fanning Temple?" Master Zhangkong's face turned pale in an instant. His previously straightened body once again collapsed to the ground as he trembled, saying, "My lord, please see clearly. Fanning Temple is a place of Buddhist tranquility, and we would never associate with such assassins." Whether there is any association, I will investigate. Guards, gather all the monks in the temple to the front courtyard and interrogate them one by one. Wu Hong commanded coldly. "Yes." The guard clasped his fists in acceptance of the order. Master Zhangkong's face was ashen, yet he dared not speak further, merely kneeling in the snow, trembling before being dragged out of the courtyard. Wu Hong then turned his gaze towards Zhong Lin, stating seriously, "I have always been clear in my rewards and punishments. Tonight you called out in merit, so speak up. What reward do you wish for?" Zhong Lin's heart raced. "A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhong Lin lowered his head respectfully and said, "I dare not take credit. County Lord, good fortune will come to those who deserve it. They were merely assassins, and I only took advantage of the surprise attack. Moreover, the shout I just gave was simply for my own survival and not meant to assist you, so the reward I cannot accept." As his words fell, silence enveloped the courtyard. The guards on the steps looked at Zhong Lin with newfound interest. In such a situation, ordinary folk would at least ask for silver or food, yet this young man was quite interesting. The fierce guard captain also cast a deep glance at Zhong Lin. Not wanting anything was the greatest demand. This young man was not simple. Wu Hong narrowed his eyes, slightly scrutinizing the boy sitting on the ground. Not very old, around 15 or 16, his clothing clearly indicated a background of poverty, yet those eyes concealed a calmness not typical for his age. "Zhong Lin." Wu Hong pondered the name, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. "You are quite clever. You refuse the reward because you believe what you seek may not be something I am willing to give." Zhong Lin's heart skipped a beat, yet he felt no panic, knowing his little thoughts had been seen through. Of course he had done this intentionally. How could he draw the attention of such a prominent figure? Moreover, prominent figures possess their own sense of superiority, and Zhong Lin's somewhat flawed little thoughts allowed him to showcase that superiority. "My lord, please see clearly." Zhong Lin raised his head, his gaze clear. "I indeed have requests, but what I seek is not riches or wealth. Having witnessed your guard in action tonight, I now understand what martial arts truly is. I dare to request an opportunity to practice martial arts." Upon hearing this, the courtyard fell silent once more. The guard captain raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Zhong Lin filled with scrutiny. This young man had quite the audacity to openly ask for this. It is known that the transmission of martial arts has never been given lightly, especially within the government system, where martial arts teachings are strictly prohibited from spreading. Ordinary folk wishing to learn martial arts must either join a martial arts school, enlist in the military, or only learn some peasant techniques. "Ha ha ha, how amusing." Wu Hong suddenly laughed, turning his head toward the captain of the guards. "Zhou Hu, at your service." "Take him." "Yes, sir." Zhou Hu clasped his fists in salute. Zhong Lin, startled into awareness, suppressed an urge to burst into roaring laughter and hastily scrambled upright to bow deeply. "Many thanks, Your Honor. Many thanks, Your Honor." He had braced himself for refusal, had even imagined walking away empty-handed, gaining neither martial training nor even a single silver coin. Yet this county magistrate had consented without hesitation, leaving him breathless with elation. Wu Hong spared Zhong Lin no further glance, striding into the main hall as guards fell in behind him and closed the doors. The icy wind scattered much of the blood scent lingering in the courtyard. Zhou Hu approached Zhong Lin and stood over him, appraising him with quiet authority. Only now did Zhong Lin truly see the captain's face, a man of 30-odd years, broad-shouldered and imposing, with a square jaw, thick brows, and large clear eyes. Handsome and dignified, yet his gaze was piercing, as if it could pierce straight into the soul. Rise. Zhou Hu regarded Zhong Lin with a faint wry smile. You've got nerve, boy, bargaining with the county magistrate himself. In all my years serving on a county, I've never seen the likes of you. Zhong Lin scratched his head and replied earnestly, I'd never dare bargain. I only heard that when opportunity knocks, one must seize it tightly, miss it, and one remains a peasant all one's life. A glint of approval flickered in Zhou Hu's eyes. He nodded. Well said. Have you studied? I can read a few characters. Zhong Lin replied. Zhou Hu hummed softly, asked no more, and turned toward the guards cleaning the courtyard, calling over his shoulder, Follow me. Zhong Lin hurried to his feet and fell into step behind Zhou Hu. For the next half hour, he witnessed firsthand the seamless efficiency of official administration. The corpses of the white-robed assassins were carried one by one to the veranda and laid out in orderly rows. The 4 captives had their jaws dislocated, then searched thoroughly before being dragged like lifeless dogs to the side hall for interrogation. Every action swift, precise, utterly silent. All the temple monks were gathered together in the snow, trembling violently, too terrified to utter a sound. Among them Zhong Lin spotted monk Guanghui, his plump body quivering uncontrollably. Zhong Lin stood quietly beneath the eaves of the corridor, observing the scene before him. By then dawn had broken in the east. The rising sun bathed the land in golden light, and rosy clouds stained the upturned eaves of Fanyin Temple. From today onward, everything changes, Zhong Lin murmured to himself, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his lips. Time slipped by slowly, and he remained unobtrusively still, standing aside, as if born to the role. It was not until the hour of C, around 10 o'clock, that the matter was fully resolved, its intricate details far beyond Zhong Lin's reach. Zhou Hu stood in the courtyard issuing orders, then beckoned Zhong Lin forward. Let's go, back to the county seat. Zhong Lin hurried after him. Outside the temple gate, he saw the county magistrate's carriage already waiting, flanked by dozens of armed guards. Naturally, Zhong Lin had no right to approach the carriage. He dutifully fell in behind the procession, walking alongside the servants. Yet before he'd taken 2 steps, Zhou Hu called him back and handed him a horse outright. Staring at the tall, proud steed before him, Zhong Lin mimicked what he'd seen in films from his past life. He placed his foot in the stirrup and vaulted onto the saddle, but then froze, hands stiffly planted on the horse's back, rigid with uncertainty. Never ridden before? Zhou Hu asked, chuckling lightly. Zhong Lin nodded openly. No, never in this life, nor in the last. Haha. Chief, let me teach him. A younger guard stepped forward with an easy grin, seizing the reins in one hand while patting the horse's neck with the other. Relax. Don't clutch it like it's your bride. The horse feels your tension. He was in his early 20s, lean and wiry, with sharp, bright eyes full of quick-witted charm. I'm Zhang Tong. You can call me Brother Zhang. Zhong Lin quickly bowed his hands. Brother Zhang, greetings, and many thanks for your guidance. Zhang Tong waved dismissively, leading the horse forward as he began explaining the fundamentals of riding in a steady, chatty tone. Don't tense up. The horse is well-trained, ideal for beginners. Grip gently with your legs, not too tight, and sway your waist with the horse's gait. Yes, just like that. Ah, perfect. Zhong Lin was no fool. Coupled with fragmentary knowledge gleaned from short videos in his past life, he grasped the essentials swiftly. His stiff posture softened his body, gradually synchronizing with the horse's rhythm, movements growing ever more fluid and assured. Though still too timid to urge the horse into a gallop, he was no longer frozen like a wooden statue. The procession advanced southward along the imperial road bound for Anna County. Sunlight, brilliant after the snow, blazed across the pristine white expanse, casting dazzling reflections. Before long, the party reached the city gates and entered in orderly succession. His Honor the County Magistrate returns. Clear the way. An official led the procession, and pedestrians swiftly scattered to either side of the street, allowing the convoy to pass unimpeded. Moments later, they arrived at the county yamen. Wu Hong retired to rest, and the entourage dispersed. Zhou Hu dismissed the others and signaled Zhong Lin to follow. Come with me. Zhong Lin hurried after him, stepping into the county yamen beside Zhou Hu. This was his first time entering such a place. Previously, he'd only glimpsed it in period dramas. Now, standing within its walls, he felt an invisible weight of authority settle upon him. Before him stretched a narrow avenue paved with bluestone, flanked by towering courtyard walls that severed the outer world from the inner sanctum. At its end stood the ceremonial gate, its doors wide open, revealing the soaring eaves of the main hall beyond. Zhou, who did not enter the main hall, but instead guided Zhong Lin through a side gate to the left. Beyond the small door lay a modest courtyard. Ancient locust trees bent under heavy snow, their branches weighed down with white. A few low buildings lined the perimeter, and bailiffs in uniform moved in and out steadily. This is the Samban Fong, the station where the Zhao Zhuang and Kuai divisions await orders, Zhou Hu remarked casually as they walked. Zhong Lin nodded repeatedly, his eyes darting curiously about. Upon seeing Zhou Hu, the bailiffs bowed respectfully, addressing him as Master Zhou, their gazes lingering on Zhong Lin with open curiosity, wondering what manner of underdressed youth this could be. Zhou Hu paid them no mind, grabbing one bailiff to ask, "Is Chun Chao in the office?" "Master Zhou, the chief constable, is resting in the rear chamber," the man replied deferentially. Zhou Hu nodded and led Zhong Lin past the Samban Fong, following a winding covered corridor deeper into. They passed through another courtyard gate into a quieter, more secluded courtyard. 3 main rooms faced the yard, their doors tightly shut. Zhou Hu strode directly to the innermost chamber and entered without knocking. Inside, warmth enveloped them. A brazier burned brightly in the center, and a middle-aged man in his 40s sat behind a desk sipping wine beside a plate of dumplings. One bite, one sip, savoring each with evident delight. Dumplings with wine, what a perfect pairing. Damn it, who dares barge in like this? The sudden door swing let in a gust of frigid air, scattering ash from the brazier onto his dumplings, and instantly igniting his fury. But upon recognizing his visitor, the fleshy face slackened into weary resignation. "Brother Zhou, must you always storm in without knocking? How am I supposed to eat these fine mutton dumplings now?" Inside the room sat a man in his 40s with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a short beard beneath his chin. His eyes were not large, yet they held a sharp, restrained brilliance. He was none other than the chief constable Chun Chao, as mentioned by the bailiffs. Zhou Hu, however, paid no heed to Chun Chao's complaints. He boldly sat down by the brazier, reached for a wine jug on the table, tilted it back, and took a swig, smacking his lips. "Is this pear blossom white from Dingxiang Tower? Or do you have good wine here?" Chun Chao snatched the wine jug away, shaking it with a pained expression. "Save some for me. A pound costs 2 taels of silver." Zhou Hu was unfazed and pointed at the still-standing Zhong Lin at the door, saying, "I brought you someone." Only then did Chun Chao take a good look at Zhong Lin, sizing him up. His gaze lingered on Zhong Lin's shabby coarse cloth clothing for a moment before shifting to his youthful face, his brows furrowing slightly. "What's going on? Are you sending me an apprentice? I have no time to take care of kids. What if it was personally authorized by the county lord?" Zhou Hu added cryptically. Chun Chaos' hand, which was about to raise the wine to his mouth, froze midair, his eyes widening as he looked at Zhou Hu, the county lord. Zhou Hu did not hide anything and briefly recounted the events from last night at the Fanning Temple. After listening, Chun Chaos' casual demeanor faded slightly. He slammed the table, his voice rising with anger. "These lawless rebels truly deserve to die. Are there any tongues left among them? Do you need me to tell you?" Zhou Hu shot Chun Chao a sidelong glance. "Bring them to me, and within 3 days I guarantee you'll know the color of their mother's undergarments." Chun Chaos' eyes filled with a chilling light, a trace of a cold aura flickering across his expression. Zhou Hu did not refute. When it came to interrogation, their guards were indeed no match for the constables under Chun Chaos' command, as each had their area of expertise. Chun Chao snorted coldly, sat back down, and beckoned Zhong Lin over. "Come here." Zhong Lin complied, walking over. The charcoal in the brazier burned brightly, and the heat washed over him, driving away much of the chill. "How old are you?" Chun Chao inquired. "Reporting to the chief constable, I am 15 this year," Zhong Lin answered. "Have you read any books? I can recognize a few characters." Chun Chao raised an eyebrow, slightly somewhat surprised, for in these times it was rare for children from poor families. "You dared to shout in the middle of the night, and even ran to the county lord. The main thing is you dared to make demands. You have quite the courage. It's all thanks to the county lord's benevolence." Zhong Lin quickly replied. "Tisk tisk, clever and articulate." Chun Chao suddenly laughed, turning to Zhou Hu. "All right, I'll take him. First, let him register in the Zhuang class, run some errands, get familiar with the streets and alleys of the city, and recognize some people. As for how far he can go, that depends on him." Zhong Lin was overjoyed to hear this, and quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Chief Constable." Chun Chao waved his hand. "Don't rush to thank me. The Zhuang class is not a leisurely place. Sweeping streets, patrolling at night, guarding gates, running errands, all sorts of chores must be done. The monthly pay isn't high, just 1 tael of silver a month with food and lodging provided. If you can't handle this hardship, speak up early." "I'm not afraid of hardship as long as I can learn martial arts," Zhong Lin declared firmly. Chun Chao nodded, stood up, and called out, "Come here." Before long, a young bailiff ran over, bowing. "Chief Chun, bring Lu Yong over." "Yes." Moments later, a burly man in his 30s strode in. Upon entering, he clasped his fists. "Greetings, Lord Zhou, Chief Chun. You called for me." Chun Chao pointed at Zhong Lin. and said, "This is the newcomer named Zhong Lin. He'll be placed in your Zhuang class. Take him to register and teach him the rules." Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sweeping over Zhong Lin with surprise, secretly wondering about the young man's background. Understood. Chen Xiao then turned to Zhong Lin saying, "This is Lu Yong, the head of the Zhuang class. You'll follow him from now on, or if you have any questions, just ask him." Zhong Lin hurriedly bowed, "Greetings, head Lu." Lu Yong waved his hand, grinning widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "No need for such formalities. Come with me." Zhong Lin then bowed to Zhou Hu and Chen Xiao before following Lu Yong out. As they exited the courtyard, Lu Yong looked Zhong Lin over while walking, still guessing his identity. He attempted to test, "Brother Zhong, you're quite impressive." The Lord Zhou is at the door, and Chief Chen personally instructed, "This is the first time our Zhuang class has received someone of such stature." Zhong Lin naturally sensed Lu Yong's thoughts and smiled slightly, saying, "Just call me Xiao Zhong. I'm just an ordinary commoner, lucky to have caught the county lord's eye. In the future, I'll need your guidance, head Lu." It was one thing not to mention it, but upon hearing the words County Lord, Lu Yong was even more startled. Lord Zhou and Chief Chen were already enough pressure, and now involving the County Lord as well. What kind of background does this young man have? "Zhong, Brother Zhong you." Lu Yong's voice trembled slightly. "Just call me Xiao Zhong. Some matters cannot be disclosed, you understand." Zhong Lin blinked, a smile on his face. The officialdom was a place of connections. Zhong Lin didn't mind borrowing the County Lord's influence. After all, having such a powerful backing made things easier. Moreover, he wasn't lying. Being able to enter the county office indeed required the County Lord's nod, and the matter of the assassin from Fanning Temple was also instructed not to be disclosed, which meant it couldn't be said. I understand. Lu Yong hurriedly nodded, not daring to inquire further. As they spoke, the two passed through the courtyard and arrived in front of another row of houses. Lu Yong pushed open one of the doors, where a middle-aged clerk wearing a square cap sat hunched over a desk writing something. "Old Zhang, register this lad as a Zhuang class constable," Lu Yong said boldly as he walked in. The clerk raised his head to glance at Zhong Lin, but asked no further questions. He pulled out a thin book, opened it, and dipped his pen in ink. "Name: Zhong Lin. Age: 15. From where? Zhongjia Village, Luotian Town." The clerk noted everything down and then asked, "Is there anyone to vouch for you?" Zhong Lin paused for a moment, thought quickly, and said, "Captain Zhou Hu." Now it was the clerk's turn to be stunned. He cautiously asked, "Lord Zhou, stop with the questions. I'm vouching for him. Hurry up and register him." Lu Yong said from the side. The clerk nodded, added a note to the thin register, then took out a wooden plaque from a drawer, carved a few characters on it, and stamped it with red ink before handing it to Zhong Lin. "Here, this is your waste token. In the future, when entering or exiting the county office or undertaking any duties, this token will serve as proof." "Thank you." Zhong Lin accepted it with both hands. The wooden plaque was palm-sized, engraved with the words Anha County Zhuang class, and on the back was his name. "Zhong, Xiao Zhong, shall I show you around our Zhuang class?" Lu Yong's voice had a hint of flattery. "I appreciate it, head." Zhong Lin tucked the waste token away and nodded in agreement. Lu Yong then led Zhong Lin through an archway to a larger courtyard where several rows of flat-roofed houses surrounded a square yard. Some miscellaneous items were piled in the yard, and a few men dressed in coarse short jackets were squatting by the wall, basking in the sun. "Everyone come over here," Lu Yong called out. With Lu Yong's shout, several men by the wall lazily stood up and surrounded him, their gazes fixed on Zhong Lin. "This is the new guy named Zhong Lin. He'll be working with you from now on," Lu Yong introduced, pointing at Zhong Lin. Then, as if recalling something, he gave a warning. "You guys don't bully the newcomers." In Lu Yong's mind, this was meant to protect them, but the men actually thought he was supporting Zhong Lin, causing their initial wariness to diminish significantly. A young man in his 20s approached with a grin. "Boss, this little brother isn't someone you're hiding from your wife, is he?" Lu Yong shot the young man a glare and scolded, "Get lost, stop talking nonsense." The men burst into laughter, and the young man, unfazed, chuckled and stepped aside, his gaze still flickering towards Zhong Lin. At this moment, Zhong Lin stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said loudly, "Greetings, brothers. I am Zhong Lin, new here, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." His demeanor was humble, yet not cowardly. He understood the rules of the workplace, knowing that if he as a newcomer did not establish some boundaries, he would either be treated as a pushover or isolated like an invisible person. The men exchanged glances, and the young man spoke again. "Don't worry, our group may not be as imposing as the fast team, but we have our own freedom. In Malu, you can call me Lu Gu. This is Brother Fu Sheng, Uncle San Shui, and Brother Zhang." Lu Gu, Fu Sheng, Uncle San Shui, Brother Zhang, Zhong Lin readily acknowledged. Seeing the atmosphere was acceptable, Lu Yong waved his hand, saying, "All right, you all can go do what you need to do. Ma Lu, take Zhong Lin to get his official uniform and arrange a place for him to stay." "Sure thing." Ma Lu readily agreed. Lu Yong patted Zhong Lin's shoulder and lowered his voice, saying, "Get settled first. Oh, I'll have the kitchen prepare an extra dish for dinner tonight to welcome you." Zhong Lin understood that Lu Yong was doing him a favor and did not decline, smiling in gratitude. Ma Lu led Zhong Lin deeper into the courtyard while explaining, "Zhong Lin, even though our group does a variety of tasks like street cleaning, night patrols, and guarding the city gates, not to mention running errands and delivering messages, there are also benefits. We don't have to deal with the dangers that the fast team faces, nor do we have to endure scolding like the lackeys in the Zhao team. Our monthly pay might be less, but there are more opportunities for extra earnings." At this point, Ma Lu lowered his voice and glanced back at Zhong Lin. "Of course, since you just arrived, just listen for now, you'll understand in time." Zhong Lin nodded and did not ask further. The Yamen had 3 teams and 6 departments, with the 6 departments referring to the offices for personnel, finance, rituals, construction, punishment, and military, corresponding to the 6 ministries in the court, mainly composed of clerks. The 3 teams refer to the Zhao team, the Zhuang team, and the Fast team, with the main members being Yamen runners. The Zhao team mainly handled ceremonial duties and executions akin to the group shouting imposing when the county magistrate ascends the hall in a drama, essentially understood as internal affairs. The Fast team was responsible for arrests and investigations akin to what people understand as constables, essentially understood as police. The Zhuang team was responsible for tax collection, guarding, and duties like warehouse supervision, prison management, and escorting pay, which can be understood as security, albeit with a wider variety of tasks. Zhong Lin actually preferred the Fast team as it was more prestigious and offered better rewards, but being assigned to the Zhuang team was still good. One must know that the position of Yamen runner is typically passed down from father to son, and ordinary people cannot easily access it. For Zhong Lin, a farmer's son, to leap into the Zhuang team was a significant social ascent. Before long, the two arrived at a row of low cabins. Ma Lu opened the last room, saying, "This one will do. It was previously occupied by an old runner who passed away 6 months ago, so it's empty now. Don't mind the bad luck, other places are either full or cluttered with junk." The room was small, about 10 square meters, with a wooden bed, a table, and a long bench. In the corner, some clutter collected dust, and the window paper had torn in a couple of places, allowing the cold wind to rush in. "There's a broom behind the door. You can tidy up while I go to the storeroom to get your bedding and clothes." "Thank you, Lu Gu." Ma Lu waved his hand and left. Zhong Lin stood in the center of the room, looking around with a smile. "It may be simple, but it's better than outside. At least I have a place to settle down." During his time hunting on Camel Peak, he had only rented a simple firewood house to save money, and the conditions were much worse than this. Rolling up his sleeves, he began to clean up. By the time Ma Lu returned with bedding and a set of dark blue work clothes, the room was already neat, with even the window paper patched with old cloth. "Wow, you're quite efficient. Try on the clothes. If they don't fit, you can exchange them," Ma Lu said with a smile. Zhong Lin reached out to take the uniform, shaking it out. It was made of coarse fabric, but the stitches were tight. When he tried it on, the length was just right, but it was a bit wide at the shoulders. "It'll do. I'll be wearing a cotton jacket underneath anyway," Ma Lu said. Zhong Lin pondered for a moment and nodded. "Zhong Lin, let me ask you something. Where do you come from?" "The boss attitude doesn't seem like that towards an ordinary newcomer," Ma Lu inquired quietly. Zhong Lin smiled, aware that Ma Lu wanted to gauge him, and probably others were curious too, wanting to see. "Lord Zhou brought me into the Yamen." He didn't need to mention the county magistrate, which was too distant. Just mentioning Zhou, who was enough to earn them respect. On the way back to the county city from Fanning Temple, Zhong Lin learned of Zhou Hu's identity. He was not part of the Yamen, but was the captain of the guards for County Magistrate Wu Hong. Though he held no official title, no one dared to disrespect him. Most importantly, Zhou, who was a master at the bone refining stage, one of the top experts in Anna County. "Zhou." As soon as Zhong Lin finished speaking, Ma Liu's smile froze on his face, his eyes nearly popping out as he gasped and instinctively took a step back. "No wonder the boss treated you differently," Ma Lu murmured, then leaned in a bit closer, a flattering smile on his face. "Brother Zhong, what is your relationship with Lord Zhou?" He even changed how he addressed him. Zhong Lin's smile widened as he softly said, "Lord Zhou doesn't allow me to speak about it." Yes, I see how it is," Ma Lu said. Ma Lu lightly slapped himself, smiling flatteringly. "Brother Zhong, don't worry. In this territory of the Zhuang team, feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. I will never be vague with you." Zhong Lin folded the uniform neatly and placed it on the bed, casually asking, "Then I'll trouble you in the future, Lu Gu. By the way, what are the usual rules in our Zhuang team? What time do we report for duty, and what time do we finish?" Ma Lu noticed Zhong Lin changing the topic and wisely chose not to press further, nodding in response. "We report at the correct hour. However, in winter it's fine to come in a bit later. As for finishing up, it depends on the situation. If there are no tasks during the day, we can leave at the 3rd hour. If it's night patrol duty, we have to go out by the 8th hour and return around the midnight hour." Zhong Lin calculated the times around 6 or 7 in the morning for starting work, 5 in the evening for finishing, and for night shifts, it would be from 8 to midnight. How exactly does the night patrol rotation work? We of the strongman unit, yourself included, number 15 in total, divided into 3 teams. Each team rotates every 5 days. During patrols, 4 men form a squad, 2 cover the first half of the night, 2 the second. We walk the county's main thoroughfares guarding against fire and theft. On your patrol day, no other duties are assigned during daylight hours. Ma Lu explained. Zhong Lin nodded, thoughtfully committing the details to memory. Moreover, beyond night patrols, our daily tasks include gatekeeping, errand running, delivering messages, and escorting prisoners. Occasionally, we even clear the path when the county magistrate embarks on official inspections. The work is not grueling, but it is tedious. Be prepared for that. Don't worry, sixth brother. I can certainly bear such hardship. Zhong Lin thumped his chest confidently, then could no longer restrain himself. Sixth brother. May one learn martial arts within the county yamen? Of course. Why ever not? Each of the 3 units maintains its own training hall. The practice ground lies just behind that row of buildings, and we have dedicated instructors. After all, unlike the clerks of the 6 bureaus who wield only ink brushes, we must possess martial prowess to patrol streets or escort prisoners. How else could the swift unit apprehend thieves and bandits? Ma Lu replied offhandedly. Zhong Lin's face lit up with delight. He hurriedly pressed further. Then what arts do they teach? Oh, many. Barehand forms, leg techniques, weapon disciplines. Over a dozen altogether. Zhong you? Ma Lu asked. Yes, I do. Zhong Lin voiced his aspiration without hesitation, for had he not journeyed to Anha County precisely to cultivate martial skill? Agreed. Tomorrow at dawn, I'll take you to meet the instructors. For now, settle in. When mealtime comes, I'll call for you. Many thanks, sixth brother. Zhong Lin closed the door behind him and sat alone upon the slightly wobbling wooden bench. From a peasant boy of Zhongjia village to a constable of the county Yamen's strongman unit, in but a single night. Fate's turning points sometimes arrive with startling swiftness, yet at last the first step had been taken. He laid out his bedding, then unfolded his uniform robe and folded it neatly beside his pillow. As he finished, dusk deepened outside and footsteps approached the door. Zhonga, come. Dinner's served in the mess hall. Ma Lu's voice rang from beyond the threshold. Zhong Lin answered and stepped out. Ma Lu stood at the doorway, smiling warmly, flanked by 2 men, Chen Fuxing and Yang Sanshui, whom Zhong Lin had met earlier that afternoon. Their gazes held open curiosity and deference. Evidently, Ma Lu had already spread word of Zhong Lin's connection with Zhou Hu. Let's go. The squad leader ordered extra dishes tonight, to welcome you properly. Chen Fuxing, a sturdy man in his early 30s, spoke few words, but smiled with earnest warmth. Yang Sanshui, the eldest, at over 40, bore deep lines across his weathered face. He added courteously, Zhonga, though the strongman unit lacks the prestige of the swift unit, it offers steadiness and security. You've just arrived. Listen closely, observe carefully, speak sparingly. That way you'll never go astray. Thank you, Uncle Sanshui, for your guidance, Zhong Lin replied. The 4 chatted amiably as they crossed the courtyard toward the mess hall, a modest room housing 2 square tables already occupied by 7 or 8 sunbasking men from that morning. Lu Yong sat at the head of the table. Spotting Zhong Lin, he waved, Xiao Zhong, come sit here. Zhong Lin took the seat beside Lu Yong. Before them lay several plates of pickled vegetables, a pot of braised cabbage, and a generous bowl of red braised pork, glistening with oil rich with aroma. Come, Xiao Zhong, let me introduce you to everyone. Lu Yong pointed to each man at the table in turn. Zhong Lin rose respectfully, bowing deeply to each with clasped fists. Humble, sincere, utterly free of arrogance. Once introductions concluded, Lu Yong raised his wine cup. Let us toast, Xiao Zhong. From this day forward, we are brothers in spirit. All lifted their cups. Zhong Lin drained his in one bold draught. The wine was coarse, burning fiercely down his throat. Setting down his cup, he promptly refilled Lu Yong's and the others' bowls. The meal stretched over an hour. Gradually, the atmosphere warmed, conversation loosened, shifting toward tales of life within the yamen. Who caught a married woman sneaking off with her lover during patrol, who accepted gifts from merchants at the city gate, who tumbled headlong into the dust while escorting the magistrate. Naturally, these rough men seldom strayed far from earthy jests. Zhong Lin listened rapt and amused, occasionally interjecting with body anecdotes from his past life, drawing roars of laughter. In no time, he was fully embraced, brother to brother, comrade to comrade. When the feast ended at the hour of Su, Zhong Lin staggered back to his room and collapsed onto his bed, drunk and drowsy. At dawn, precisely the hour of Mao, he rose early, donned his dark indigo uniform, and cinched his waist with a cloth sash, appearing sharp and ready. In the front courtyard, 7 or 8 men already stood conversing in small clusters. Ma Lu spotted him instantly and waved cheerfully, Zhonga, over here. Zhong Lin joined them, exchanging greetings. Last night's banquet, and the implicit weight of Master Zhou's patronage, had seamlessly woven him into this tight-knit circle. Soon Lu Yong arrived and began assigning duties. Wang He, you'll stand guard at the south gate today. Watch all who enter or leave, especially peddlers with heavy loads. Several thefts have occurred recently. It may well be wandering criminals striking opportunistically. Old Wang, you'll accompany Lao Qian to the granary. A shipment arrives today. We need vigilant oversight to prevent fraud or embezzlement. Sun Hong, you'll assist at the jailhouse. With recent influxes of prisoners, manpower is strained. Lend your strength there for a few days. After dispatching each task, Lu Yong turned to Zhong Lin. Xiao Zhong, you won't be assigned external duties yet. Ma Lu will guide you through the city's streets, alleys, and gates. Begin field assignments in a few days. Yes, sir. Zhong Lin bowed his assent. As the others dispersed, Ma Lu led him toward a moon-shaped archway. Sixth brother, where are we headed? To the training ground. Didn't you say you wished to cultivate martial skill, eh? Zhong Lin's eyes blazed with sudden intensity, his heart quickened, and he followed without pause. They passed through a narrow corridor and soon emerged before an open courtyard. The ground was paved with bluestone. Racks along both sides held swords and spears as stone locks, and other rudimentary weights rested in the corners. 7 or 8 bare-chested men practiced fist forms, steam rising from their sweat-dampened bodies. This is it, Ma Lu announced. Zhong Lin halted, his gaze riveted upon the constables sparring, his breath quickening with awe and anticipation. At one side of the courtyard stood a thick-set, middle-aged man in his 40s, his face broad and stern, crisscrossed with coarse, prominent veins. Ma Lu, what mischief brings you here again? Last time I set you to horse stance, you fled before even one incense stick burned down. How dare you show your face? Ma Lu chuckled sheepishly. Master Wang, I'm not here to train. I've brought a newcomer. He nudged Zhong Lin forward and whispered, this is Master Wang Jin, the chief martial instructor for our yamen. Even the chief constable trained under him upon arrival. He's an expert in the sinew-tempering arts. Sinew tempering? Zhong Lin's pulse surged. Outside, the yamen masters who'd broken through this barrier could found their own schools. Every tendon in their bodies drawn taut as bowstring strikes delivered like loosed arrows, impact as devastating as a bolt piercing flesh. True masters, unquestionably. A newcomer. Which unit? Master Wang appraised Zhong Lin from head to toe. Strongman unit. Arrived yesterday. Honored to meet you, Master Wang. Zhong Lin said, bowing formally with clasped fists. Master Wang grunted, an acknowledgement, and swept his gaze once more over Zhong Lin's frame. Your posture is sound. Have you trained before? No. Then begin from the foundation. First, horse stance. Only when you can hold it for a full hour without trembling in your legs shall we discuss anything further. With that, Master Wang pointed toward an empty patch of ground nearby. Zhong Lin nodded without comment, stepping into the vacant space to take up the horse stance he had seen in a film from his past life. He half-squatted, feet planted, arms extended at shoulder height, utterly still, settling into a steady, immovable posture. Stop, stop. Who taught you to plant your feet like that? Instructor Wang's face darkened as he chastised Zhong Lin. Zhong Lin scratched his head and looked at Instructor Wang with puzzled eyes. Spread your feet twice wider, curl the toes inward, grip the ground with all 5 toes, let the knees flared outward, keep the toes vertical, round out the pelvic region, tuck the chest, and draw in the abdomen, lift the perineum, straighten the waist, and open the hips, sink the shoulders, and tuck the hips. Obeying Instructor Wang's instructions, Zhong Lin squatted again. He felt his legs bear an even heavier load in a short, while a light dizziness came over him and fine beads of sweat formed on his brow, trembling as they fell and struck the earth. Training martial arts begins with the base. The firmer the foundation, the swifter and deadlier the strike. Only then can one open the sinews and temper the body. Hold the horse stance for half an hour at least. If you cannot even plant the stance, you should go back where you came from. Instructor Wang uttered the words and turned away, no longer attending to him. Ma Lu edged closer, speaking cautiously. Brother Zhong will head off now. It's not that I want keep you company, I'm just afraid Instructor Wang will berate me next. Zhong Lin had no energy to argue with Ma Lu. Every ounce of his will was concentrated on his legs, fearful that the next moment he would collapse to the ground. Back in Zhongjia village, he had tried squatting to strengthen his body, later favoring deep squats, but now he realized it had been poor posture. The proof came within the brief span of half an incense. A stream of qi flowed from the black void in his chest. Wherever that current passed, his body felt like it was soaked in a warm spring, and the legs that had been trembling a moment before instantly stilled. Oh! Instructor Wang, who was guiding others in the distance, felt a small stir, but said nothing. His expression, however, softened noticeably. Thus a full half hour passed. Each time Zhong Lin could not hold, he would feel a breath of qi pour from the black void in his chest to warm his muscles, and after every such warming his legs grew incrementally firmer. All right. Instructor Wang waved his hand, indicating Zhong Lin could stop. Zhong Lin, reluctant to end, stamped his foot. He could feel his legs grown more solid and powerful. Come here, let me feel your bones. Feel my bones. Zhong Lin's eyes brightened. Perhaps he might be a fabled martial prodigy. Instructor Wang read his thoughts and, slightly exasperated, said, "Impalpating your bones, not matchmaking. I want to see your skeletal structure to determine which style suits you best." He pinched Zhong Lin's shoulders, ran his hands down the arm to the wrist, then checked the hip bones and the spine. Zhong Lin felt that hand like an iron clamp. The pinching made his bones ache, but he endured without moving. Not bad, a classic tiger back and wasp waist. It's just that your early diet was poor, you haven't been nourished well. How old are you this year? 15, almost 16. That's all right, you can make it up. Eat more meat, go to the clinic, and have the healer prescribe some tonics. You'll still grow, at least to 6 chi in height, Instructor Wang remarked. Instructor Wang, which kung fu is suited to me? Zhong Lin asked. From Ma Lu, he already knew the county archives held 13 martial manuals, each capable of allowing a complete breakthrough of the Mopi Gate, though they emphasized different aspects. Martial manuals are not stronger simply because they are powerful, they must fit the individual. With your bone structure, Instructor Wang said, you're best suited to straightforward fist and kick arts. The Hanshan Fist Hanshan Quan is perfect for you. Instructor Wang explained, reciting a line of verse. Light as supporting willow, the body like the wind, old ape strides the sun and holds me high. He continued, this is a method of great weight and force emphasizing overwhelming power. One strike subdues 10 techniques. Can you read? I can read. Good. Go to the martial pavilion and borrow the Hanshan Fist manual. We'll learn the incantations by heart, but do not practice the forms yet. Ponder the subtleties and the methods of breath cultivation. As for the techniques, you are new here and your frame is not yet loosened. To rush into learning forms now risks damaging your foundation. Return each morning and hold the horse stance here. When you can sustain a full hour without your legs trembling, I will then teach you the forms. Although eager, Zhong Lin understood that haste defeats progress. He cupped his fist in salute and said, thank you for your guidance, Instructor Wang. I will remember your words. Instructor Wang hummed once, a faint, scarcely perceptible look of satisfaction crossing his eyes before he left. Zhong Lin went to the martial pavilion to borrow the Hanshan Fist manual, then forced himself to stifle his excitement as he returned to the barracks. Ma Lu was squatting against the wall, basking in the sun. When Zhong Lin returned, he sprang up to meet him. Brother Zhong, how did it go? Instructor Wang didn't scold you, did he? Zhong Lin smiled and said, no. He only told me to hold the horse stance first. Once I've held it for a full hour, he'll teach me the fist techniques. Ma Lu breathed easier and chuckled. That's good. Instructor Wang has a fierce temper, but he's not a bad man. If you are willing to work, he doesn't hoard his knowledge. It's a pity I can't stand the hardship of training myself. Zhong Lin cast him a glance and sighed inwardly. To see others suffer for what you crave but refuse yourself, it was maddening indeed. Yet it was understandable. Ma Lu served as a county yaya post that could be passed down through the family. Without ambition, generations at peace with the state, why bother with martial training? Come, I'll take you out and show you the roads. With that, he pulled Zhong Lin along out of the county offices, and they walked east along the Bluestone Street. After the snowfall, Anha County seemed especially quiet. Icicles dangled from the eaves like crystal blades, scattering tiny sparks of light when the sun struck them. Most of the shops by the street had opened. Clerks swept the snow from their thresholds. Occasionally, a porter shouldered a yoke and passed by his call, stretching long in the cold wind. Anha County is neither very large nor very small. There are 4 main streets, one in each cardinal direction. The rest are alleys, Ma Lu explained as they walked. East Street is where the silk shops, grain houses, and pawn shops cluster. The wealthy go there. West Street is the market. It holds fairs on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days, and on ordinary days vegetable vendors set up stalls. South Gate is full of inns and foot shops where traveling merchants lodge. As for North Street, North Street is the pleasure quarter, gambling dens and brothels lively at night. I have a lover there who is famed for a technique called Jiolong Kai Shui, her skill, astonishing. It'll take you some time, you'll go once and want to go again. Ma Lu made a leering, lascivious face, utterly sleazy in demeanor. Zhong Lin thanked him politely and declined such debauchery, though he did not crush Ma Lu's mood. He answered a few idle words while his eyes roved about, taking everything in. He had spent 2 months in this county before, but then his thoughts were fixed on hunting to earn silver. He had never properly toured the town or learned its streets. Do you see that sign up ahead? Ma Lu asked, pointing forward. Zhong Lin followed his finger and saw a wooden placard standing at the street corner, its surface emblazoned with several large characters. That's the Zhuangban's notice board, Ma Lu explained. Any wanted posters or missing person notices get plastered there. If you have nothing to do, you can stroll by and learn the faces. Look over there. Ma Lu then pointed in another direction. Zhong Lin turned to look and observed several men in short brown jackets squatting against the wall on the opposite side of the street basking in the sun. Those are idle hands, Ma Lu said. They have no steady trade, loitering about the streets running errands now and then sometimes dabbling in petty theft. Still, they are not useless. These drifters know everyone from the 3 teachings and 9 schools. Their ears are the keenest. Give them a few copper coins and a swallow of wine, and they become your ears and eyes. Which alley has a stranger which shop has taken in suspicious goods? They'll know before we do. Ma Lu chuckled. Zhong Lin nodded thoughtful. It all felt like a scene from the Hong Kong films of his previous life. Informants indeed. As they spoke, a short, thin man, monkey-like in his quickness, noticed the 2 of them and hurriedly sprang to his feet, trotting over. Master Lu, what brings you here? The thin man asked, bowing and scraping as he came close, his face split with an ingratiating smile. Monkey, this is Master Zhong, newly assigned to our Zhuangban. From now on, keep your sign, bright, Ma Lu said, tipping his chin. His tone carried the customary arrogance of a Yamen constable. Oh, Master Zhong, I'm Shueho. You can just call me Monkey. Greetings to you, Master Zhong. Shueho immediately turned to Zhong Lin and bowed even lower. Zhong Lin nodded without speaking, studying the man before him. He was true to his nickname, thin as a monkey, and his eyes darted with a sharp, streetwise cleverness. Enough chatter. Any fresh news on the streets? Tell us. Ma Lu waved his hand. Shueho's eyes flicked. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. Master Lu, there is one thing. Last night past midnight, a few unfamiliar faces came in near the south gate, carrying large bundles. They knocked on the door of Lao Dingto's inn. You know Lao Dingto's place. He normally only takes in itinerant merchants. Those men did not dress like ordinary travelers. Oh, what did they wear? Ma Lu raised an eyebrow. Short brown jackets, Shueho answered, but the material, though unassuming at first glance, was finely stitched and not the sort of cloth you see every day. Anything else? Ma Lu pressed. After those men entered the inn, Lao Dingtu personally brought them hot water and food, but when he came out his face looked ill. One of the brothers seemed to mutter something about goods, but I didn't catch the details. Ma Lu pondered for a moment, then produced a few copper coins from his sleeve and tossed them to Shueho. All right. If anything else comes up, tell me at once. Shueho accepted the coins, his face lighting up. Master Lu, rest assured. I'll keep my ears open. You 2 continue your stroll. I'll take my leave. He bowed once more, then turned back into the cluster of idlers and quickly blended in as if he had never left them. Let's go. Keep walking, Ma Lu said. Brother Lu, are there any gangs in Ana County? Zhong Lin asked suddenly. From years of reading novels, Zhong Lin knew gangs were often the protagonist's early obstacle or stepping stone. Yet in his 2 months in the county, he had seen none. When he hawked his wares, no one had come to collect protection money. Ma Lu sneered. Gangs. Our county magistrate detests factions. Who would dare form one here? They continued onward, winding through the market on West Street, encircling the shoe shops outside the South Gate. Ma Lu never stopped talking, naming the city's great families, local strongmen, gang leaders, and even which alleys sheltered the clandestine courtesans. Zhong Lin listened carefully, his mind racing to memorize it all. This knowledge was capital for establishing oneself within the yamen. By the time they returned, it was the Shun hour, the sun already leaning west. Ma Lu yawned. That's enough for today. You go rest. If there's nothing to do tomorrow, I'll introduce you around the Kwai Band crowd. You'll be seeing them often. Thanks, Brother Lu, Zhong Lin said, clasping his fists in thanks. Back in his small room, he hung his uniform on the wall, ate a sesame flatbread he'd bought on the street, and sat on the bed's edge to think. That day held a lot of information, and I need to digest it properly, he thought. Coach Wang made me hold the horse stance first, 1 full hour before he'll teach the forms. Fundamental training cannot be taken lightly. Still, I have a golden advantage. With some extra hours tonight, I should reach the standard soon. And within the yamen, the Zhuangban's dozen or so men seem outwardly harmonious, but between the lines, Ma Lu meant that the head Lu Yong was an easygoing man who didn't manage affairs tightly. The deputy Wang, he ran close to Kwai Ban's Wei Chongshan and harbored his own designs. A few veteran constables had been in the office for 20 years, slick and not to be provoked. Truly a small temple breeds fierce winds, petty places harbor many schemers. As for Anha County itself, east wealthy and west poor, south mixed and north looked down upon. People of all trades and ranks mingle here. As an outsider swaggering with ambiguous bravado won't secure a foothold. In the end, what matters is real capability. With that in mind, Zhong Lin took out the manual titled Hans Han Quan Earth-Shaking Fist. It was a thin volume with a blue cover, its corners worn from frequent handling. He turned it over carefully. Inside were small, neat handwritten characters and red ink annotations marking them. Hans Han Quan comprises 3 routines and 18 techniques, the manual read. Its blows are fierce, relying on brute strength. To practice this art, one must first secure a stable foundation, next develop the waist and horse stance, then open the arm power, and finally unify the entire body to reveal its true force. Zhong Lin studied each sentence. The manual did not merely illustrate the movements, it contained detailed breath work and circulation methods, both fighting techniques and training regimens, that could mobilize qi and blood and temper the body's tissues. So that was the secret of martial practice in this world, by using breath work to awaken the qi and blood, then harnessing the fists to channel it. The two combined to temper the body's membranes and push human limits. He cradled the manual like a treasure, savoring each line as if uncovering an inner truth. Night deepened outside, the cold wind made the window paper rustle, but Zhong Lin felt no chill. He was utterly absorbed in the realm of martial arts. After a while he closed the manual and rose to assume a stance in the cramped room. He did not practice the illustrated techniques nor attempt the breath work, yet, instead following Coach Wang's instruction, he started with the horse stance. He had heard advice before, follow the experts. As a complete novice, it was wiser to heed the teacher. The manual's annotations warned that if qi and blood were misdirected, one could easily cripple oneself. There was no margin for error. He planted his feet wide, toes turned inward, fingers clawing at the floor, knees pushed outward, chest slightly hollowed, abdomen drawn and perineum lifted and waist set. Time ticked by, and his legs began to ache and tremble uncontrollably. Then from the dark void at his chest a current of breath flowed, coursing down his meridians into his legs, warming and nourishing muscle and sinew. On the second day, at the hour of the rabbit, Zhong Lin appeared in the training ground after completing his morning ritual. Head coach Wang was already there, instructing several attendants in their punching practice. He merely cast a glance at Zhong Lin upon his entrance without uttering a word. Zhong Lin said nothing more, walking to the same spot as yesterday, assuming his stance and grounding himself. Compared to yesterday, he persisted for a full incense stick's time before his legs began to tremble. After half an hour, a flow of air emerged from the black hole in his chest, nourishing his legs. At the hour of the dragon, Zhong Lin took his leave. Zhong Lin established a routine at the county office, rising at dawn every day, practicing his stances in the martial arts training ground after the morning ritual, leaving at the hour of the dragon, then following Ma Lu to familiarize himself with the streets and alleys of the city. In the afternoon, if there were tasks, he would go out to work. If not, he would return to his room to study the martial arts manual and continue practicing his stances. Days passed, filled with purpose and routine. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. In the training ground, half an hour and a quarter longer than yesterday, by half an incense stick. It seems you have some talent in martial arts, kid. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in head coach Wang's eyes. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhong Lin smiled broadly. It's all thanks to your guidance, head coach Wang. Guidance was one aspect, but primarily Zhong Lin relied on the black hole in his chest, practicing his stances whenever he had the chance, which allowed him to fulfill head coach Wang's requirements in just 10 days. Head coach Wang nodded, stepping back to circle around Zhong Lin. Suddenly, he reached out and squeezed his shoulder, then pressed down on his waist. Your lower body has stabilized significantly, and your waist has loosened up a bit. You can learn the punches now. Hearing this, Zhong Lin's eyes brightened instantly. Thank you, head coach Wang. No need to thank me. You should have memorized the martial arts manual by now. Although you haven't practiced the techniques, you must have an impression. Now I'll demonstrate them for you personally. With that, head coach Wang stepped back 2 paces, slightly bending his legs, sinking his waist and hips. His entire demeanor suddenly changed. Previously a relaxed, middle-aged coach, he now resembled a volcano about to erupt, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Mountain shaking fist, first move, opening the mountain. With a low shout, head coach Wang slowly raised his right fist. The movement appeared slow, yet Zhong Lin felt as if the air around him was being drawn in by this punch. Boom. With a punch thrown, the air exploded with a loud crack. The wind from the punch howled, and even from 10 feet away, Zhong Lin felt his skin being scraped painfully. Second move, opening the earth. Head coach Wang pivoted, lifting his left fist from below his foot, stamping down fiercely, causing the stone floor to tremble slightly and shaking off the accumulated snow. Third move, supporting the beam. Fourth move, changing the pillar. Head coach Wang unleashed each punch and technique with vigor, every strike carrying the force to shatter stones, and the stone floor beneath him resounded with thuds. Zhong Lin watched, entranced, his heart pounding as he silently roared within. This was martial arts, the true essence of martial arts. After completing the 18 moves, head coach Wang stood still, his breath steady, as if he had merely stretched his... Did you see it clearly? Zhong Lin suppressed his excitement, nodding and shaking his head. I saw it clearly, but not entirely. Head coach Wang laughed heartily. You've memorized the manual, you know the techniques in your heart, but you're just lacking practice. Now demonstrate it yourself. Yes. Opening the mountain, opening the earth, supporting the beam, changing the pillar. The 18 moves of the mountain shaking fist were not difficult, and although Zhong Lin had not practiced them in the past 10 days, they had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. Thus, although his movements were somewhat clumsy, each punch and kick were executed without issue. Head coach Wang nodded and shook his head as he watched Zhong Lin complete the 18 moves. You remembered the stances, but they are all just empty forms. Do it again. Yes. Without hesitation, Zhong Lin resumed his stance, while head coach Wang inexplicably produced a thin bamboo stick. As soon as the stance was established, when executing the opening the mountain punch, your shoulder blades must open up. You do not hunch your chest like a timid little wife. How can you exert force? Crack. A crisp sound rang out, followed by a sharp pain in Zhong Lin's back as his muscles instinctively tightened in response to the stimulus. For the supporting the beam move, your waist must sink down. The power should rise from the ground, not just rely on swinging your arms. Your knees should not be wide apart, as that does not stabilize your lower body. If your lower body is unstable, no matter how good your upper body is, it will be a house of cards. The spine is also known as the Great Dragon. Power must come from the spine. How much force can you generate just with your fists? In just a short while, Zhong Lin's body was covered in red marks from the strikes, yet his face was filled with smiles. Head coach Wang's bamboo stick was not used randomly. Whenever his strength did not land in the right spot, the struck area felt like a needle prick stimulating his muscles, and suddenly his entire strength would come together. Thus it seemed tragic as he was struck, but in just a brief half-hour, Zhong Lin's understanding of the mountain-shaking fist deepened, and his movements flowed more smoothly. Continue. Head coach Wang uttered 2 words without expression. Zhong Lin thought little of it, continuing to practice each move. With every repetition, the black hole in his chest would quiver slightly, and a faint flow of energy circulated through his limbs, relieving the fatigue and soreness in his body, allowing him greater energy to immerse himself in the practice. Another hour passed. The sun rose higher, and the long mist sun hung high, bathing the entire training ground in sunlight. All right, stop. Head coach Wang waved his hand. Zhong Lin ceased his practice, standing still drenched in sweat, yet his spirit was unexpectedly full. That's enough for today. Focus on mastering the techniques first. In a few days, I'll teach you how to regulate your breath. Yes, thank you, head coach Wang. Zhong Lin bowed in respect. Head coach Wang acknowledged him, and then went on to guide. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhong Lin left the training ground. Just as he returned home and changed into a fresh outfit, Ma Lu rushed in, panting. Hurry, hurry, we have a task. With that, he grabbed Zhong Lin's arm and rushed forward. What's going on? What happened? Zhong Lin asked curiously. There's been a homicide over on West Street. The quick response team is shorthanded, so our strong team needs to assist. The team leader is waiting. Ma Lu's face showed a hint of excitement. Zhong Lin looked at Ma Lu, speechless. Why are you excited about a homicide? And this is over time. Our strong team deals with trivial matters every day. Oh, I'm practically growing lice on me. Ma Lu said matter-of-factly. By this time, the two had already arrived at the front yard, where 7 or 8 people were standing. Lu Yong was speaking with a dark-faced man. Seeing that most people had arrived, Lu Yong cleared his throat and said, All right, listen up. A homicide occurred in the Yinji Alley on West Street. The quick response team is shorthanded, so we need a few people from our strong team to help maintain order. Just you few. Wang Tao, I'll leave them to you. The dark-faced man clasped his fists and said, Thank you, team leader Lu. Zhong Lin, Ma Lu, and 2 other sturdy constables who also did not report for duty followed Wang Tao as they briskly walked out of the county office, heading west along the Bluestone Street. The streets were muddy after the snow, and each step in their boots made a squelching sound. Passers-by saw the hurried constables and quickly stepped aside, whispering to one another. Have you heard? Someone died in Yinji Alley. Isn't that so? Early this morning, officials went over, and now so many more have come. It must be a serious case. Yinji Alley, the one behind the closed doors. It can't be some little prostitute, right? Don't inquire too much. Zhong Lin's keen hearing caught these fragmented conversations. He knew the name, Yinji Alley. Ma Lu had taken him on a tour there. It was a narrow alley on West Street, inhabited by impoverished families with a few hidden prostitutes among them. In places like this, a death could only arise from jealousy or a money-related crime. It was never anything good. The group turned into West Street, then passed through 2 narrow alleys before the view suddenly opened up. Yinji Alley was not so much an alley, as it was a narrow path wedged between 2 rows of low houses, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. At that moment, the entrance was surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers, bustling and chattering. Make way, everyone step aside. Constables had already moved forward to clear a path, and the crowd quickly parted. Zhong Lin and the others squeezed in as well, immediately catching a faint whiff of blood mixed with the scent of low-quality cosmetics, an indescribably strange smell. At the end of the alley stood a few constables from the quick response team, guarding a body covered with a straw mat. One tall figure was squatting at the entrance, carefully examining something. Ma Lu leaned in and whispered to Zhong Lin. That's Wei Chongshan, the head of the quick response team. Like Captain Wang, he is a master of the Yijin Jing technique. Zhong Lin nodded upon hearing this, saying nothing more. "Had we have brought the person?" Wang Tao stepped forward and cupped his fists. Wei Chongshan looked up, his gaze sweeping over Zhong Lin and the others, and he nodded, saying, "Have them guard both ends of the alley, don't let anyone get too close. Also drive the onlookers further away." After assigning the tasks, Zhong Lin and Ma Lu walked toward the entrance of the alley. The crowd of onlookers was pushed back to about 10 meters away, yet they were reluctant to disperse, gathering in small groups across the street and craning their necks to look over. As the sun rose higher, the accumulated snow began to melt and icicles from the eaves dripped steadily. The crowd stood at the alley entrance, their shoe soles growing damp, their toes becoming numb from the cold. A constable from the quick response team hurried out of the alley, but he had barely taken 2 steps when Ma Lu blocked his path. "Wenge, what's going on inside?" Ma Lu inquired in a low voice. The man called Wenge glanced around and said quietly, "A prostitute died in her 30s. This morning the neighbor woman saw her door wide open, went in to check, and found her lying on the floor, blood everywhere." "Murder? What a silly question, otherwise how would Wei Tao come?" Wenge laughed and scolded, "Get out of the way, I'm going to meet old son." With that he pushed past Ma Lu and walked out. Soon after he returned with a thin old man carrying a wooden box, a white cloth hanging from the box swaying in the wind. Zhong Lin stared at the old man's back and suddenly asked, "Lu Gu, is that our coroner?" "Yes, his surname is Sun. Everyone calls him Old Sun. He's been in this line of work for over 20 years. He's a hard-luck person who deals with corpses all day. The smell on him never washes off, and he can't even find a wife," Ma Lu explained. After a little over half an hour, Wei Chongshan walked out of the alley with a grim expression, his brow furrowed enough to crush a fly. "Wang Tao," Wei Chongshan called out. "Here, take some men and ask around the neighborhood, especially the prostitutes. Ask everyone if they saw Lu Hong from yesterday to today and who she was in contact with. Be thorough." "Understood." Wang Tao left with 2 constables. Wei Chongshan's gaze swept over Zhong Lin and Ma Lu at the alley entrance, and he suddenly waved them over. "You two come here." Ma Lu, quick on the uptake, hurriedly led Zhong Lin over. "Wait how you commanded us." Wei Chongshan pointed to the earthen house behind him. "You two take out the body of Lu Hong and bring it to the county office." Ma Liu's smile stiffened and Zhong Lin's expression darkened as well. But neither dared to say more, and they could only clasp their fists and reply yes. Zhong Lin followed Ma Lu into the earthen house, where the smell of blood was even stronger, mixed with a musty odor and the scent of cosmetics, hitting him straight in the face. Holding back his difficulty in breathing, he scanned the interior of the room. The room was small, with a wooden bed, a rickety table, 2 broken boxes, and a large puddle of blood on the floor, frozen into a dark red ice. The corpse lay beside the pool of blood, covered by a straw mat. "Give me a hand," Ma Lu called out. Zhong Lin walked over and squatted down, lifting a corner of the straw mat. The deceased was a woman in her 30s with a thin face and relatively regular features. There was a gruesome wound on her neck, the blood already congealed into a dark brown color. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying before her death. "It was a familiar perpetrator," Zhong Lin blurted out instinctively. "Familiar? How do you know?" Ma Lu, who was unwilling to get closer, asked curiously upon hearing Zhong Lin's words. Zhong Lin shrugged and casually said, "The scene of the accident is too obvious." The door of the deceased's house was wide open, which clearly indicates a visit from someone she knew. She opened the door for guests without any defense, and there were no signs of struggle inside, suggesting that the killer struck suddenly when she was unprepared, slitting her throat in one swift motion. Such a case is either a crime of passion or a financial motive followed by a cover-up. In his past life, he had watched numerous crime investigation explanations and short videos where they would mention that a lack of pry marks on the door lock indicated a familiar perpetrator, or how the type of weapon could be inferred from the wound shape. At that time, he only listened to these as stories, never expecting them to be useful. Of course, he was just speaking off the cuff. If he were to truly investigate a case, he would be completely in the dark. Ma Lu was taken aback, sizing up Zhong Lin. "Wow, I didn't expect you to have such skills. It's a pity to keep you in our patrol team. You should join the quick response team." Zhong Lin waved his hand, saying, "It's not that exaggerated. Anyone could see it if they thought a little harder. Didn't you see Headway going to interview the nearby residents?" "Enough chatter, let's move the body." Even though Ma Lu was reluctant, he could only step forward. The two worked together to place the corpse on a dismantled door panel and then carried it out of the alley. The onlooking crowd immediately erupted into a buzz, with some covering their mouths in shock, some standing on tiptoes to peek, and a few women covering their children's eyes, frightened as they stepped back. What a tragedy. How could Lu Hong just die like this? "I said long ago that place wasn't clean. I told you so. Bashi deserved to die. She seduced my man." Amid the rising voices of discussion, Zhong Lin and Ma Lu expressionlessly carried the corpse through the crowd. After bringing the corpse back to the mortuary behind the county office, they placed it on a stone platform under Old Sun's direction. Then Ma Lu quickly pulled Zhong Lin away. What a bad omen, truly a damn bad omen. Let's find a place to drink a couple of cups and wash away the bad luck, Ma Lu said, retching a couple of times. Lu go, I won't be going. Captain Wang just taught me to practice boxing today, and I need to go back and practice a few more times. I don't want to forget it later. I'll treat you another time when I'm free. Returning to the room, Zhong Lin moved the table placed in the center and took out the hand-mounted fist, manual laying it open on the bed. Zhong Lin murmured to himself, setting up his fist stance in the room. This time he did not rush to perform the entire set of movements, but instead isolated the first move, opening the mountain. His right fist slowly rose the shoulder blades, opened the spine, slightly sank, power arose from the ground, gradually transmitted through the waist and hips, and finally converged at the fist. Whoosh! The fist wind swept through the air, producing a series of light sounds. No, this punch appears powerful, but in reality, it only has 3 parts of strength, while the remaining 7 parts dissipated midway, failing to truly converge at the fist. Let's try again. Retracting his fist, he recharged his energy and struck again. Once, twice, 3 times. After a while, just as Zhong Lin felt fatigued, the black sphere in his chest trembled slightly, and a faint stream of qi emerged again, flowing down the spine, passing through the waist and hips, and finally infusing into his legs, dispelling all fatigue along its path. Very good, let's do it again. Zhong Lin felt invigorated and continued to throw punches. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had quietly passed. Zhong Lin stopped, exhaling deeply with a layer of fine sweat beading on his forehead. Though I practiced just one move after repeating it thousands of times, this opening the mountain has become much smoother than before, and the wind generated by my punch has gradually solidified, no longer as scattered as before. It seems this method is quite effective. At this rate, in no more than 10 days to half a month, I should be able to grasp the basic power application of these. With the help of the black hole, I need not worry about physical fatigue. Oh, I can practice endlessly. If once is not enough, then twice. If twice is not enough, then 10 times, or even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times. Reading a text 100 times reveals its meaning, and practicing a punch 10,000 times unveils the profound truth. Zhong Lin was unsure if he possessed the martial talent or comprehension that Wang Jiao spoke of, but having this black hole was enough. After resting for a moment, Zhong Lin began to practice punches again. This time he focused on the second move, opening the earth. He spent the entire morning locked in his room, continuously practicing. In the afternoon, he was assigned tasks. Guarding the city gate. Zhong Lin changed into the official uniform and strapped on a waist knife, following Ma Lu out of the office. The south gate was not far from the county office. Walking straight south along the main street and passing through 2 cross streets would get him there. The city gate was not high enough for a mule cart to pass through, with dry vines crawling over the blue stone arch and long benches on either side, where 2 city guards were dozing against the wall. These useless fellows. Ma Lu scoffed, ignoring them as he led Zhong Lin into the guardhouse on the inner side of the city wall. Zhong Lin glanced at them. The so-called white duty could be understood as temporary workers, a form of corvée labor composed of ordinary citizens who were not only unpaid, but also did not receive food or accommodation. Zhong Lin learned about the existence of these white duties later. In Ma Liu's words, the entire third class had so few people that managing a county couldn't be done without hiring some temporary workers. As for why not expand the third class, that was even less likely, as the third class was made up of formally registered workers passed down from father to son. The guardhouse was small, with a table and 2 chairs, several notices posted on the wall, and a charcoal brazier in the corner that had gone out, with a little smoke still rising. The Southgate duty is managed by our strong class, with 2 people rotating daily. Although it is called guarding the city gate, it is really just sitting here watching the people coming and going, questioning anyone who appears suspicious. Don't underestimate this guard duty, it actually has its benefits. The vegetable vendors, the porters, and those craftsmen wandering the streets will pass through if you just keep your eyes half open. If you take it seriously, you can find faults with anyone, so anyone with sense will slip a few copper coins your way. Zhong Lin sat on the other chair, listening to Ma Lu impart these insights. When he was a hunter, he would also pay an entry fee every time he entered or exited, so he understood this. He did not have a sudden outbreak of cleanliness to criticize what was right or wrong. He had found it quite annoying before, but now it was different. Zhongir, you keep an eye on things here. I'll take a turn outside. If anything happens, call me. He'll come back to switch with you in an hour. Ma Lu stood up, stretched lazily, and wandered out of the guardhouse, not knowing where he had gone to slack off. Zhong Lin did not mind moving a chair to sit at the door of the guardhouse, basking in the weak sunlight and observing the passers-by. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that his buttocks were not resting on the chair, but suspended an inch above his entire body, adopting a horse stance. The south gate gradually became lively in the afternoon with villagers from nearby coming into the city, some carrying firewood, some with baskets, and others herding pigs and sheep. Those leaving the city were small merchants pushing handcarts piled high with cloth, porcelain, and miscellaneous goods, the wheels creaking on the blue stone pavement. After watching for a while, Zhong Lin turned back into the guardhouse, directly closed the door, and began practicing punches. He aimed to thoroughly grasp the power application of the opening the earth move from the hand-mount fist today. The opening the earth move, the power arises from the ground with the waist as the axis, the hips as the wheel, sinking shoulders and dropping elbows, the fist rising from below like a dragon turning over in the earth, mountains collapsing. Zhong Lin's mind conjured the mantra of the opening the earth move recorded in the manual. Unlike the straightforward nature of the opening the mountain, the opening the earth is a move that rises from below with a more complex power application akin to lifting a boulder from the ground, needing the rotation of the waist and hips to transmit the strength from the lower body to the upper body. The opening the mountain focuses on smashing, while the opening the earth focuses on lifting, Zhong Lin murmured to himself. His legs slightly bent with his center of gravity lowered, the right fist retracted to his waist, and the left fist slowly dropped to the outside of his knee. In the next moment, his waist and hips twisted sharply, and the left fist rose from below. Whoosh! The wind from the punch swept past, but Zhong Lin could feel that the strength of this punch had broken off at the waist with only the power of the arm reaching the fist. The force from his squatting had not been transmitted upwards at all. No, that's not right. Zhong Lin retracted his fist, resetting his stance. This time, he deliberately slowed down his movements to carefully experience the path of power transmission. The soles of the feet gripped the ground, the calf muscles tense, power transmitted to the knees, the thighs exerting force, the waist and hips rotating the spine, twisting the shoulder blades, opening the arms, swinging out. Zhong Lin felt as if he were a gear meshing together, each link connected. If any link had a problem, the power would break. He threw dozens of punches in place, but each time he got stuck at some point, causing his punches to have some power, but far from reaching the level of like a dragon turning over in the earth. Instead of continuing to practice punches, Zhong Lin stopped, closed his eyes, and repeatedly simulated the path of power transmission in his mind. What if I break this process down? Zhong Lin abandoned the pursuit of mastering the complete pi D form and instead deconstructed it into several discrete movements, resolving to master each component step by step. Let us begin with the lower body. As he pondered, he settled once more into a horse stance, feet gripping the earth, knees outwardly extended, and commenced repetitive practice of waist and hip rotation. Left turn, right turn, left turn, right turn. And with each rotation, he distinctly perceived the precise origin of lumbar power and the amplitude of hip articulation. The martial manual states the waist is the axis, the hips are the wheel. If so, the axis remains fixed while the wheel rotates. Thus, the waist and hips are both interconnected and functionally distinct. The waist must remain stable, the hips supple and agile. Yes, exactly so. Zhong Lin's eyes gleamed. Amid repeated rotations, he finally grasped the sensation as his waist and hips turned, his thigh muscles engaged naturally, transmitting force upward from the soles, flowing smoothly through the knees without obstruction, arriving unimpeded at the waist. Excellent. Next comes coordination of the upper body. Confident he had uncovered the method, Zhong Lin drew a deep breath and began synchronizing his upper torso with the ongoing waist and hip rotation. After dozens of attempts during one seamless rotation, he felt as though an invisible current had pierced through his entire spine, a great dragon coiling and twisting vertebra by vertebra from lumbar to thoracic, transmitting force in successive waves until it surged abruptly into his shoulders. This sensation was profoundly subtle. This is it. A surge of elation rose within Zhong Lin, but he swiftly reined in his mind, seizing the momentum to consolidate the insight. After hundreds more repetitions, the sensation of spinal conduction grew ever sharper, ever more instinctive. And finally came the scapulae and arms. This proved the most formidable stage. In earlier attempts, Zhong Lin had repeatedly stalled here, able only to engage either arm strength or leg strength, never both, in unified harmony. The manual instructs: sink the shoulders, drop the elbows. To sink the shoulders means settling the shoulder joints downward into firm stability. To drop the elbows means maintaining a gentle flexion at the elbow joint, thereby forming a resilient anchored lever arm. Zhong Lin repeatedly adjusted his shoulder posture, until on one decisive punch he felt power surge from his shoulders into his arms, filling the entire limb with a dense grounded fullness, as if inflated, yet profoundly substantial. Open, and he launched a rising punch. Whoosh! And the wind of his strike grew markedly heavier. Though not yet matching Instructor Wang's thunderous, air-shattering intensity, it now carried unmistakable weight and composure. Ha ha! This is precisely it. In laughing aloud, Zhong Lin struck again, seamlessly integrating all four components. The lower stance, waist and hip rotation, spinal torsion, and shoulder arm extension into one uninterrupted kinetic chain. Soles gripping earth. Calves driving power. Knees transmitting force. Waist and dips rotating. Spine coiling like a dragon. Scapulae flaring open. Arms whipping forth. In whoosh. In the wind of his strike deepened further. Again, in riding the wave of sensation, Zhong Lin pressed onward. Knots. Twice. 3 times. With each punch, he meticulously traced the path of force, then refined his motion for the next. Meanwhile, the black vortex upon his chest stirred into action. A warm, soothing current flowed outward, gliding gently along the waist and dips, spine and shoulders, regions strained by intense exertion. Zhong Lin grinned and plunged into even more fervent practice. 50 repetitions, 100, 200. The pi D form's power generation grew ever smoother, its striking wind ever denser and more profound. Unaware of time's passage, the guardhouse door suddenly swung open, and Ma Lu peered inside. Brother Zhong, look what delicious treats I brought you. Huh, good heavens, you're taking this far too seriously. Practicing martial arts. Ma Lu strode, encircling Zhong Lin with appreciative astonishment. Zhong Lin lowered his fists, stood upright, and wiped sweat from his brow. Can't sit still, just a bit of training. As he spoke, Zhong Lin accepted the oiled paper parcel Ma Lu offered. Inside, 2 steaming slices of braised meat. Without hesitation, he seized one and took a hearty bite. In pity, I lack the innate talent for martial cultivation, and certainly can't endure its hardships. This life, I fear, is all I'll ever be. Ha, ha. Ma Lu chuckled, dragged over a chair, and sat with legs crossed, his gaze drifting idly toward the window. Suddenly his eyes lifted, delight flickered across his face. Silver's arrived. Let's go. He grabbed Zhong Lin's arm and pulled him out of the guardhouse. Make way. Make way, quick, move along. Don't block the path. At the city gate, several men clad in coarse hemp robes escorted a mule-drawn cart into town. Stacked atop, there were several large wooden crates lashed tightly with thick hemp rope and covered with oilcloth. The driver was a broad-shouldered man with a swarthy, heavily lined face, cracking his whip and cursing pedestrians aside. Well, if it isn't Brothers Wong from Wong's Goods Depot. Stocking up again. Ma Lu approached with a cheerful grin. Upon recognizing him, the swarthy driver's grimace softened into a smile. Brother Lu. Didn't expect to find you on duty today. Shall we share a drink tonight? Ma Lu sidled, slightly glancing askance at the mule cart, then teased. Are you certain you'll be free tonight? My wits have fled me. The driver slapped his forehead, chuckling ruefully. No, I doubt I'll be free tonight. Tomorrow then. Let's feast at Hui Feng Lu. These past days on the road have left my mouth tasting of dust and ash. Ha 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 ha. Your words, not mine. I haven't dined at Hui Feng Lu in ages. Ma Lu arched an eye. Come now, Brother Lu. What's Hui Feng Lu but a meal? I may not afford it daily, but one feast won't bankrupt me, your brother. As he spoke, his gaze drifted curiously toward Zhong Lin. Brother Lu, who's this? A new recruit to the strongman squad. Zhong Lin, Ma Lu replied. Ah, Brother Zhong. You radiate youth and promise, far surpassing us idle fellows. I'm Wang Fu, a clerk at Wong's Goods Depot. Let us grow close in days to come. Wang Fu hastily clasped his fists in greeting. Zhong Lin returned the gesture with equal courtesy. Elder Brother Wang, your humility honors me. Wang Fu stepped forward, reached into his robe, and pressed several silver shards into Ma Lu's palm. Brother Lu, a token for the lad's tea. These crates hold urgent goods. Pray grant us smooth passage. Ma Lu weighed the silver in his hand, his smile deepening. Of course. What trouble could Master Wang's cargo possibly cause? Hurry in, don't delay your business. Wang Fu bowed once more, then signaled his men to guide the cart through the gate. Watching it recede, Zhong Lin asked curiously, Brother Lu, what trade does Wong's Goods Depot conduct? Silks, porcelain, tea, grain, anything profitable. Its proprietor is Wang Fei, a notable figure in Ana County. More crucially, his daughter is concubine to the county magistrate. Now do you see? Still, Wang Fei is refreshingly pragmatic. He never fails in seasonal tributes, so we needn't be overly strict. Turning a blind eye suffices. Ma Lu weighed the silver again, then split it, evenly pressing half into Zhong Lin's hand. Zhong Lin weighed the silver in his palm, 2 taels no less, and slipped it wordlessly into his robe. He now fully grasped what Ma Lu meant by plentiful profits. Indeed, they overflowed. Back in the guardhouse, Ma Lu settled beside the brazier, tending the flames. Zhong Lin retreated to the corner, resuming his forms, alternating Kai Shan and Pai Di, refining his power transmission with unwavering repetition. An hour later, dusk deepened, and the city gates prepared to close. Ma Lu rose, stretching languidly. Let's go. Time to head home. They tidied the kitchen, locked the door, and walked together toward the county yamen. As the night deepened, the cold wind howled outside the window. Zhong Lin stood in the cramped room practicing the Tuoliang style of the mountain-shaking fist with precision and grace. The Tuoliang style differs from the Kaishan and Pai Di styles. This move utilizes an upward force with the fist facing upwards, as if supporting a massive beam channeling power from the ground with each motion. Following the methods he summarized from practicing the Kaishan and Pai Di styles, Zhong Lin meticulously deconstructed the Tuoliang style, refining each step, starting from his stance. He practiced this way until the early hours of the morning, finally grasping the essence of the technique's execution. The next day at the hour of the rabbit, Zhong Lin went to the signing room to mark his attendance before heading straight to the training ground. Instructor Wang was already there, leisurely sipping tea next to a stone lock at the edge of the training area. He merely cast a casual glance at Zhong Lin as he arrived. "You're here. Good morning, Instructor Wang." Zhong Lin clasped his fists in greeting, said little more, and took his usual position, preparing to settle into a horse stance. Instructor Wang did not interrupt, sipping his tea intermittently, while occasionally glancing at Zhong Lin's legs. Half an hour later, Zhong Lin withdrew his energy and stood still, his legs unwavering, his expression calm. Instructor Wang nodded and said, "Not bad, your stance seems stable. Let's start practicing the punches to show me the 18 moves I taught you yesterday." "Understood." Zhong Lin took a deep breath, spread his legs, sank his waist, and initiated the Kaishan style. With a whoosh, he threw a punch, the wind from his fist barely stirring. Instructor Wang's hand holding the tea paused slightly, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Pai Di style, Tuoliang style, Huanzhu style, Qing Tian style, Jiahai style. Zhong Lin executed each move with vigor, particularly the first three styles, which already bore hints of effortless flow. After finishing the 18 moves, Zhong Lin stood still, slightly out of breath. Instructor Wang also set down his tea bowl, stood up, and walked around Zhong Lin, scrutinizing his shoulders, waist, and spine before suddenly speaking. "Is the mountain-shaking fist what I taught you yesterday?" Hearing this, Zhong Lin's mouth curled slightly as he nodded, saying yes. "I truly misjudged you. I thought you were merely diligent, but it seems you have some talent." Instructor Wang couldn't help but praise him. "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Instructor Wang," Zhong Lin replied respectfully. Though he lacked talent, he had connections, still it didn't hinder his desire to impress. "And you're quite the flatterer. Come, let's practice." Instructor Wang pulled out a bamboo stick from who knows where, tapping it in his palm, while looking at Zhong Lin with a playful expression. "So you have talent, huh? Today you'll see just how talented you are." Zhong Lin sensed Instructor Wang's malicious intent, took a deep breath, and began practicing the fourth move of the mountain-shaking fist. An hour later, Zhong Lin left the training ground, gritting his teeth against the pain that coursed through his body. "No wonder one needs a good master to learn martial arts. In just an hour, I managed to master the Huanzhu style and the Qing Tian style. At this pace, I could master the mountain-shaking fist in 2 or 3 days. Then I can begin learning the breathing technique." Zhong Lin couldn't help but feel joy. The breathing technique was fundamental to advancing in this extraordinary martial art, and although he had memorized its contents thoroughly, he obediently refrained from trying it out. Listening to advice, one eats well, and there's no need to rush. After all, he had already waded through more than 20 chapters. Waiting for 2 more was no trouble at all. Today's duty was to patrol the streets. Zhong Lin returned to his room to change into his official uniform, hanging his waist knife at his side before heading towards the front yard. A few people were already standing in the front yard, with Ma Lu leaning against a pillar, yawning lazily and waving at Zhong Lin as he approached. "Zhongir, we're patrolling East Street today." "All right," Zhong Lin replied, following Ma Lu out of the yamen. The early morning streets were already bustling with breakfast stalls, filling the air with delicious aromas. Several vendors carrying burdens paused at the roadside, quickly getting up to make way for the 2 officers. Ma Lu strolled leisurely down the street, occasionally exchanging greetings with the vendors, stopping now and then to inspect the wares of the traveling merchants, casually picking a couple of fruits to pop into his mouth. The stall owners greeted him with smiles, not daring to show any displeasure. "Did you see that? The old woman at that tea stall is surnamed Sun. Oh, she's the most gossipy around here. If anything happens on the street, she is definitely the first to know. But you must take her words with a grain of salt. 3 out of 10 may be exaggerated. However, she is still a well-known matchmaker in the area, so if you have ideas, finding her is definitely the right choice." Ma Lu pointed towards a tea stall on the street. Zhong Lin followed his gaze and saw a round-faced old woman busily working by the stove, her hands moving swiftly. "The shopkeeper Lu selling cloth over there is a cousin of one of our officers, but he's quite stingy, so it's best not to bother him unless necessary." As Ma Lu continued to point things out, Zhong Lin listened attentively, occasionally asking a question or two, which made Ma Lu even more animated, his words flying. The 2 reached the end of East Street and turned into a narrow alley lined with low earthen houses. At the end stood a large locust tree, its trunk so thick that it required 2 people to wrap their arms around it with bare branches drooping down. This alley is called Da Huai Alley, mainly inhabited by impoverished families. There are also a few hidden doors. The second house on the left has a young woman who is quite lovely and reasonably priced. Should we go in and have some fun? Ma Lu urged. Sixth brother, aren't we supposed to be patrolling? Besides, it's still early, Zhong Lin replied helplessly. What's wrong with being early? Didn't you hear that the yang energy is strongest in the morning? Come on. Are there 2 young ladies inside? No, just one. I don't like hot pot. What hot pot? Just like that, you know what I mean. Ma Lu said with a lewd grin. Zhong Lin. In the end, Zhong Lin still did not agree to Ma Lu's suggestion. It was just awkward. Exiting Da Huai Alley, Zhong Lin bought a few buns from a nearby shop, eating while waiting. Before he had finished the second bun, he saw Ma Lu striding out looking refreshed. So fast, Zhong Lin instinctively remarked. Ma Lu's smile froze abruptly, and he said in frustration, What do you know? I'm just looking after her business. It's not like I'm here to compete in martial arts. Zhong Lin suppressed a laugh and handed over one of the buns he held, saying, Sixth brother is right. Ma Lu took the bun and bit into it, mumbling indistinctly. You have no filter on your mouth. If it were anyone else, they would be furious with you. I'm just too good-natured. The 2 crossed a narrow alley and walked towards another main street. The sun gradually rose higher, and the number of pedestrians on the street increased. Sixth brother, any leads on the Yinji Alley case from yesterday? Zhong Lin suddenly asked. Ma Lu shook his head and said, Not so soon. Captain Wei is still investigating. Just wait. And don't mention her. A look over there. Following his gaze, Zhong Lin saw a few middle-aged men in decent clothing gathered at the entrance of a tea house across the street, chatting and sipping tea. The one Ma Lu pointed at was the plump man on the left with a rosy complexion. That's Wang Fei, the owner of Wang's goods warehouse. The goods we saw yesterday at the south gate belong to him. Wang Fei seemed to have noticed Zhong Lin and Ma Lu nodding and cupping his hands in greeting. Ma Lu also smiled and nodded in return, the 2 exchanging a tacit understanding. Though Wang Fei appears friendly, he's quite shrewd. His daughter is a concubine for the county magistrate, and he is sworn brothers with the county deputy's steward. He has connections in both the black and white worlds and on a county. So does that mean he will give us money? Zhong Lin asked, puzzled. He can act friendly, but we shouldn't take it for granted. He shows us face because of the Yaman's reputation. Ma Lu surprisingly spoke a truth. 3 days later, at the training ground during the Hour of the Rabbit. Not bad, you have mastered the 18 boxing techniques. Your strength has reached about 70 to 80%, but it is still too rigid. However, you can now learn the breathing techniques that accompany the mountain-shaking fist. Wang Jiaodo rarely showed a hint of a smile. Zhong Lin withdrew his fists and stood at attention, hearing this with a delighted expression, his voice rising a few degrees. Really? Wang Jiaodo nodded. Thank you, Wang Jiaodo. Zhong Lin clasped his fists in gratitude. By the way, you haven't started practicing the breathing techniques, have you? No, you didn't teach me, so I didn't dare to practice randomly, Zhong Lin quickly replied. Wang Jiaodo showed a satisfied expression. Good, having this composure is essential. Impatience is the greatest taboo in martial arts. It's all thanks to your teachings, Wang Jiaodo. Don't flatter me. Wang Jiaodo chided with a laugh, then his tone became serious. Do you know why some people practice boxing for a lifetime and remain mere decorations while others can refine their skin, strengthen their muscles, and step into the realm of martial arts? Zhong Lin pondered and replied, the breathing techniques. Exactly. Wang Jiaodo nodded. The boxing techniques are just an external framework, like a knife without an edge. No matter how good the blade is, it cannot cut. The breathing techniques are what sharpen this knife, and the essence lies in the qi and blood. Humans possess both yin and yang. Thus, blood equals qi, with yang being the master of qi. So when qi is abundant, the spirit thrives. Yin is the master of blood. Hence, when blood is plentiful, the form grows strong. This is what sustains life and nothing else. Zhong Lin listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. He understood the last sentence, which was the preface of the mountain-shaking fist manual, but he didn't fully grasp it. Wang Jiaodo pondered for a moment and explained, you can understand that every person has qi and blood. However, an ordinary person's qi and blood merely sustain life and circulate within the body. A martial artist, on the other hand, employs specific breathing methods combined with boxing techniques to stimulate qi and blood, guiding them along specified pathways to cleanse the meridians and refine the skin, muscles, and bones. Over time, the body breaks through the limits of an ordinary person, gaining strength, speed, and reflexes far beyond the norm. As Wang Jiaodo's words fell, Zhong Lin's heartbeat quickened. Shall we start now? Zhong Lin asked eagerly. Wang Jiaodo noticed Zhong Lin's impatience and laughed heartily. All right, let's practice boxing. My. What do you mean, Didn't you hear what I just said? The breathing techniques must be coordinated with the boxing techniques, stimulating the qi and blood throughout the body with the breathing method. and then activated through the mountain-shaking fist for effective results. Understood. Zhong Lin did not dare to be negligent, assuming the starting stance and once again entering the boxing posture. Focus on the dantian, guard the Xianguan. Inhale slowly, exhale gently. Guide the qi with intent, urge strength with qi, let the qi flow with the punch, and let the punch release with the qi. Wang Jiaoda's voice resonated steady and unhurried. Zhong Lin focused intently, having read these phrases countless times in the manual, memorizing them thoroughly. Yet hearing them from Wang Jiaoda's lips seemed to imbue them with a different resonance. With a shift in his mind, he instinctively began to breathe according to the phrases. In the next moment, Zhong Lin's face suddenly flushed and his chest felt tight, as if something was lodged there, neither rising nor falling. His breathing grew erratic and his chest felt like it was stuffed with cotton. The more he tried to follow the rhythm of the phrases, the more awkward it became. Even the previously stable boxing stance was interrupted, and he came to a halt, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Jiaodo. It's fine. The breathing techniques inherently contradict our normal breathing. Just get used to it and continue. Wang Jiaodo glanced over. Understood. Zhong Lin nodded, taking a deep breath to calm the turmoil in his chest before resuming his stance. In the following time, Zhong Lin learned what it meant to be anti-human. The breathing methods of the mountain-shaking fist completely broke the norm of inhaling and exhaling. Sometimes inhaling deeply or suddenly breathing rapidly and forcefully. When needing to inhale deeply, it required a long duration, yet he couldn't help but breathe rapidly. When exhaling briefly, the breath seemed stuck in his chest, unable to escape. There were even patterns of 9 shallow and 1 deep breath, or 9 deep and 1 shallow breath. It was all extremely bizarre. Within his chest, it felt as if there was a fire burning, causing the force of his punches to become disordered. Stop, you're too impatient. The breathing techniques emphasize a natural flow. The more you deliberately pursue a rhythm, the more counterproductive it becomes. It's like walking. Do you consciously think about which leg to step forward with when you walk? Wang Jiaodo said calmly. Zhong Lin was taken aback, standing still in contemplation. Try again, but this time don't think about perfectly coordinating the breathing with the boxing techniques right away. First, adjust your breathing, practice the boxing slowly, and find that smooth feeling. Understood. Zhong Lin took a deep breath and resumed his stance. This time, he slowed down, gradually executing the starting stance while coordinating his breathing. Inhale, retract the fist. Exhale, extend the fist. The movements were slow, resembling Tai Chi, but this time the tightness in his chest indeed eased significantly. Once, twice, 3 times. Zhong Lin gradually immersed himself, practicing each move and discovering that the profound barrier between breathing and boxing seemed to be melting away bit by bit. Although his breathing still felt somewhat awkward, he was slowly beginning to adapt. Just as Zhong Lin was filled with joy, he suddenly felt a wave of heat coursing through his body, with sweat pouring down. In no time, his clothes were completely drenched, and above his head, white mist began to rise. At the same time, another sensation flooded his entire body. Itchy. A prickly itch that seemed to seep from the cracks in his bones, as if millions of ants were crawling beneath his skin, making him unable to resist the urge to scratch. Don't stop, the qi and blood are beginning to cleanse the skin. This is a good sign. Oh, keep practicing the punches and endure it. Wang Jiaoda's voice rang out at the right moment. Zhong Lin gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure this maddening itch, continuing to practice each move. After another quarter, just as Zhong Lin was about to give in, Wang Jiaoda's voice came again. All right, stop. Zhong Lin withdrew his fists and stood at attention. The itch that had seeped from his bones gradually faded with the cessation of his movements, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort, as if every pore in his body had opened, greedily inhaling the cool morning air. Looking down at himself, he saw that his clothes had long been soaked with sweat clinging to his body, making him look as if he had just been pulled from a steamer. How do you feel? Wang Jiaodo asked leisurely. Very tired, but I feel very comfortable now, as if my whole body has relaxed a lot. Zhong Lin answered honestly. He hadn't felt such profound fatigue in a long time. Merely a quarter hour of practice had exhausted him more than an hour's worth of training in the past, feeling as though most of his strength had been drained. Wang Jiaodo nodded. Look at your arms. Zhong Lin obediently rolled up his sleeves, only to see his entire arm flushed with an unnatural red hue, the pores slightly open, as if something had stretched them. Most importantly, his skin felt somewhat more refined than before, possessing a tight resilience, unlike the previous flabbiness. Is this the skin refinement? Zhong Lin asked somewhat incredulously. This is just the beginning. Wang Jiaodo scoffed. It's merely the initial activation of qi and blood. You're still far from true skin refinement. Your current skin is like tofu. Any practiced fighter could easily punch through it. However, achieving this level upon your first activation of qi and blood is indeed impressive. Some people train for 10 days or half a month and still can't touch the threshold. You managed to let the qi and blood cleanse your skin on your first attempt, indicating that your body is better than average. Alright, that's enough for today. Practice again when you return, but don't be greedy. Practicing for an hour each day is sufficient. Overdoing it will only harm your body. Wang Jiao said gravely. Zhong Lin furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, an hour? Is it because of insufficient vitality? Wang Jiao looked at Zhong Lin with a hint of surprise in his eyes, seemingly not expecting Zhong Lin to grasp the key point so quickly. Indeed, martial arts training is in essence about consuming one's own vitality to temper the body. Practicing punches stimulates the qi to cleanse the skin, and this process itself is a form of expenditure. If the vitality is abundant and you train for a long time, you will exhaust it. Pushing through can actually harm your foundations. One must understand that a loss of vitality shortens one's lifespan. Strongly forging the muscles leaves hidden injuries, much like burning firewood in a stove. Once it's burned too fiercely, there won't be any left. Zhong Lin nodded thoughtfully and asked, then how do I replenish my vitality? Through diet, through medicine. Large quantities of meat, ginseng, deer, antler, whatever can replenish vitality. That's why the children of noble families progress faster in martial arts. They've been eating ginseng and deer antler from a young age, and their foundations are solid. Wang Jiao patted Zhong Lin on the shoulder and said, don't overthink it. Focus on solidifying your skills. With time and effort, you'll eventually succeed in your path to becoming a martial artist. Zhong Lin understood that Wang Jiao was comforting him and didn't say much more, only clasping his fists and replying, understood. All right, go rest, and remember not to be greedy. Zhong Lin acknowledged and turned to leave the training ground. Upon returning to his residence, he closed the door tightly and did not rest as Wang Jiao suggested. Instead, he set up his punching stance again. Next, it all depends on you. Don't let me down. He silently muttered, then slowly began the opening stance. With previous experience, Zhong Lin quickly got into the rhythm. His complexion, initially normal, soon flushed red. Within a few breaths, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead as the vitality surged within him like a river breaching its banks, his skin taking on an unusual crimson hue. Enduring the heat and itchiness coursing through his body, Zhong Lin continued to punch. As time passed, the heat intensified, sweat soaking through his still unreplaced clothes, and white mist began to rise from his head. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhong Lin, while punching, suddenly felt his legs weaken as if all strength had been drained from him. His stance collapsed, and he nearly stumbled to the ground. He leaned against the table, breathing heavily. Is this what Wang Jiao meant by a depletion of vitality? Zhong Lin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly astonished, feeling as if his body had been emptied. His limbs felt weak, and even lifting his arms was a struggle. He was familiar with this feeling. In his past life, he once donated 400 milliliters of blood and felt the same weakness and dizziness when he got out of the car. No wonder Wang Jiao warned against being greedy. If I were to push through, I might truly encounter a problem. While he pondered, the black hole in his chest trembled slightly, and a warm current surged forth, flowing through his meridians to his limbs. It's here. Zhong Lin felt a surge of joy as he carefully sensed the flow of energy. Unlike the faint currents he had felt before while standing or punching, this time, the energy surging from the black hole was noticeably more potent. If before it was a stream, now it was a river. Wherever the energy flowed, the sense of weakness and fatigue melted away like spring snow, and his complexion returned to a healthy glow. In just a few breaths, Zhong Lin felt his body restored to its prime, even more vigorous than before he started. Ha ha ha, wonderful. You've truly not let me down. My black hole is as reliable as ever, even replenishing the fundamental damage of depleted vitality. Doesn't this mean I can bypass dietary and medicinal supplements and practice endlessly? Zhong Lin was overjoyed. Others need to rest after an hour of practice, waiting for their vitality to recover naturally or relying on meat and ginseng to replenish. But I just need to wait for that current to surge from the black hole to fully revive and continue fighting. Since that's the case, let's go for it. Zhong Lin laughed uproariously, standing up again and setting up his punching stance. With the depletion of vitality no longer a concern, there was nothing to wait for. It was time to push forward. He initiated the opening stance, and the wind of his punches whistled through the air. This time Zhong Lin could clearly feel the speed of his vitality circulation had increased. Has it become more proficient? That's even better. As he continued with his punches, the coordination between his breathing and movements became smoother than before. The tingling sensation seeping from his bones remained strong, but it was no longer as unbearable as the first time. Perhaps his body was starting to adapt. Once, twice, thrice. Zhong Lin was completely immersed in the martial arts, oblivious to the passage of time. The vitality surged within him like a tide, and the tingling sensation beneath his skin came in waves, sweat soaking his clothes, and then being evaporated by his body heat in a cycle. After about half an hour, the feeling of weakness returned. His legs began to soften, breath became shallow, and his stance started to falter. Zhong Lin withdrew his fists and stood still, breathing heavily, but his eyes shone with excitement instead of fatigue. Sure enough, the black hole in his chest trembled slightly, and the warm current surged forth again. In just 3 to 5 breaths, Zhong Lin felt fully restored. All right, let's do this again. Zhong Lin felt as if he had returned to the frenzied training sessions in Zhongjia village, and immersed in the near-crazed rhythm of cultivation, his martial arts grew increasingly proficient, with breathing and movements becoming more harmonious. From the initial clumsiness to seamless execution and now to a flowing grace, he could sense subtle progress with each cycle. Zhong Lin did not know exactly how long had passed. He only knew this was the 10th recovery after a depletion of vitality. He stood with his fists withdrawn, keenly sensing something different. As he rolled up his sleeves, he saw that his entire arm was a bright red like a boiled lobster, and he could even see fine cracks on his skin resembling a spider's web. Peeling. Seeing this scene, Zhong Lin was pleasantly surprised. The shedding of skin like a snake is a sign that a martial artist is entering the realm of skin tempering. Once the skin all sheds, that means one has truly stepped into the realm of skin tempering. Quickly shedding all his clothing, he could clearly see that not just his arms, but his entire skin had changed in this way. When he brushed his hand over it, fine flakes of skin fell off. With a thought, he quickly walked to the copper basin and scooped water to wipe himself. As the damp cloth passed over the cracked lines, peeled away, revealing the new skin underneath. It was even more delicate and exuded a tight resilience, as if high-quality leather had been kneaded repeatedly. Is this the beginning of skin tempering? Yesterday was a day of rest, and Zhong Lin spent the entire day in his room practicing. Stepping outside once more, it was a brand new day. Zhonggear, you look quite well today. A young errand boy named Sun Li greeted Zhong Lin with a smile. Zhong Lin smiled in response, thinking to himself, early sleep. Not at all. I practiced for 10.5 hours, and if it weren't for the fear of sudden death, I would have continued for 3 more hours. The results were indeed remarkable. After exhausting his vital energy dozens of times, Zhong Lin had undergone a transformation. Along the way, several colleagues remarked on his improved complexion, with 2 of them even taking a moment to recognize him, not due to anything else, but because the changes in Zhong Lin overnight were too striking. His skin was noticeably fairer and more delicate, giving him the appearance of having been washed clean, radiating an aura of vitality. Zhong Lin responded casually, but internally he understood. The training at the skin refinement stage would rejuvenate one's skin. Compressing years of cultivation into a single day had naturally led to significant changes. Upon arriving at the office, he signed in and thus began his day of duty. Zhonggear, let's go. Today we're patrolling North Street, Ma Lu shouted. Coming. Zhong Lin grabbed his waist knife and headed out. Ma Lu was in good spirits today, walking ahead with his hands behind his back, humming an unknown tune. Zhong Lin was also in a good mood, as he calculated that within a month or 2, he could complete the training of the skin refinement stage and become a true skin refinement warrior. Yes, a skin refinement warrior. North Street in Anha County is also known as the Flower and Willow Lane, where the casinos and brothels are located. Zhonggear, what are you thinking about? Ma Lu glanced back at Zhong Lin, his tone teasing. Could it be that you dreamed of a young lady last night? Zhong Lin snapped back to reality and retorted with a smile, Luga, don't tease me. I was just thinking about work. Oh, come on, what is there to think about in our line of work? Ma Lu scoffed. Zhong Lin did not argue, quickening his pace to walk alongside him. The 2 patrolled North Street, where the Flower and Willow Lane was still steeped in the atmosphere of a hangover from the night before. The doors of the taverns and brothels were tightly shut, with a few elderly people sweeping the streets. This place is a ghost town during the day. Only at night does it become a den of vice. Ma Lu pointed at the Zhong building and said, do you know how much silver is spent here in a night? At least 3 digits. The 3 digits Ma Lu mentioned could not be in copper coins, so it meant 3 or 2 silvers. Zhong Lin was not surprised. Whether in his past life or this one, the wealthy were always lost in extravagance, while ordinary people lived like livestock. In this world, the rich indulge in their dreams, while the poor toil relentlessly. For people like us, it's just about scraping together a meal, marrying a wife, having a few kids, and when old age comes, and we can no longer wield a knife, we simply wait to die at home. Ma Lu sighed. Zhong Lin stopped, looked Ma Lu up and down, and said, Lu Ge, did you just come from the secret door of Dahua Lane? What do you mean? Ma Lu asked, somewhat confused. Lu Ge, your mouth is full of sage-like lamentations. You clearly just spent all your monthly wages. Zhong Lin teased. Ma Lu's face turned red, and he spat, go away, what do you know? The 2 laughed and continued walking down North Street. After passing through the first half of the Flower and Willow Lane, the surrounding noise suddenly became chaotic as they reached the gambling den. Unlike the brothels that operated at all hours, the gambling den did not care if those gamblers who had lost all night with bloodshot eyes refused to leave the table, as if the next round would win back all they had lost. The winners were boisterously calling their friends to find pretty girls in the next alley. Zhong Lin followed Ma Lu past several gambling dens filled with smoke and noise, the sounds of dice, playing cards, and curses mixed together, giving one a headache. This place will definitely have trouble sooner or later. Zhong Lin shook his head. Ma Lu scoffed. Trouble? When has there not been trouble? People who lose money cause trouble. Those who win get cheated. Drunkards smash the place up. This happens every few days. But as long as no one dies, we don't bother with it. Let them fight among themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud commotion suddenly erupted ahead. Zhong Lin and Ma Lu exchanged glances and quickened their pace. They saw a crowd gathered in front of the Hongyun gambling house, where the dull sounds of fists hitting flesh and the cries of agony echoed from within. Clear the way, officers are handling a case. Ma Lu shouted, pushing through the crowd. Zhong Lin followed closely behind, quickly scanning the scene. 3 burly men were surrounding a frail young man, punching and kicking him. The young man curled up on the ground, hands clutching his head, blood covering his body. Stop! Ma Lu shouted sternly. The 3 strong men paused, looking back. The leader, a muscular man with a face full of meat, was clearly a hired thug from the gambling house. Oh, it's Master Ma. My apologies, I didn't see you there. The man hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his hands upon seeing Ma Lu. Wang Biao, do you have any consideration in your actions? You're going to beat this man to death, and you won't be able to bear the consequences, Ma Lu scolded, clearly recognizing the man. Wang Biao chuckled dismissively. Master Ma, don't worry. I know my limits, he won't die. This kid owes the gambling house 30 taels of silver. If he dies, not just you, but the owner will never let me off. Oh really, 30 taels? Did this kid roll over on a donkey? Ma Lu raised an eyebrow. Yes. Signed and sealed. Wang Biao pulled out a crumpled loan note from his pocket. Black and white, can't deny it. Ma Lu took a glance at the loan note, then looked at the young man curled up on the ground and scoffed. 20 taels principal, and just half a month later, it's up to 30 taels. You guys sharpen your knives way too fast. Master Ma, that sounds a bit rude. Wang Biao chuckled. In business, one must eat right. Besides, he willingly signed. Oh, no one held a knife to his throat. Zhong Lin stood by, his gaze fixed on the young man, who appeared to be just over 20 years old, wearing a somewhat worn-out green shirt. The material was decent, but it was now covered in dust and blood, with his face bruised and swollen, almost unrecognizable. Help! Help me! The young man struggled to lift his head, his voice hoarse like a broken wind instrument. You can collect debts, but you can't kill or maim people. If this escalates to the county office, it won't look good for anyone. Ma Lu slammed the loan note back into Wang Biao's hand and said in a deep voice, rest assured, Master Ma, we're just teaching him a lesson. We won't cause any fatalities. Saying this, Ma Lu signaled to the 2 thugs, who then dragged the young man back to the gambling den. All right, disperse, there's nothing to see here. Ma Lu waved his hand to disperse the onlookers and said to Zhong Lin beside him, Zhong Gear, let's go. 6th brother, will that kid die? Zhong Lin cast a glance at the youth being hauled back to the gambling stall and asked, relax, he won't die. Debts to a gambling den never kill a man until they've squeezed him dry. What, feeling sorry for him? Ma Lu answered offhand. Zhong Lin replied, not at all. Gamblers are not worth pitying. I'm only curious. Exactly. A gambler isn't worthy of pity. Better to toss your coins to the brothel madam than into a gambling house. At least she'll give you some pleasure. Don't you agree? 6th brother is right. Zhong Lin propped his thumb up toward Ma Lu. Setting everything else aside, Ma Lu's reasoning was sound. As the saying went, trust public security and trust the party. Gambling and drugs lead nowhere good. They continued along North Street. The patrol unfolded without incident, nothing more than petty quarrels that Ma Lu dispatched with a few curt words. The sun climbed higher, and the thoroughfare grew busier. All right, that ought to do it. Let's find somewhere to eat. Ma Lu stretched and pointed to a noodle shop ahead. Old Zhao's noodles are fine, and the portions are generous. Come on, I'll treat. They sat at the stall. Ma Lu called out in a loud voice, Old Zhao, 2 bowls of plain noodles, extra minced meat. Master Ma is here. Please wait a moment. The shopkeeper replied and set to work with deft hands. The bowls arrived steaming. The broth was clear and pale, the noodles soft and springy, crowned with a layer of savory, minced pork whose aroma arose invitingly. Zhong Lin did not hold back. He lifted a mouthful. The noodles were resilient, the broth rich, and the salted meat dissolved into a burst of flavor on his tongue. Delicious, isn't it? Old Zhao has run this place 7 or 8 years. All the neighbors know his taste. Ma Lu slurped and spoke between bites. It's truly good. Zhong Lin nodded and bowed his head to eat. When they finished, Ma Lu paid, patted his belly, and said, let's keep patrolling. This life is nothing if not busy. Hearing that, Zhong Lin's mouth twitched. Ma Lu spoke with feigned disdain, yet his swagger during the patrol betrayed no pretense. Having finished North Street, they turned east and headed for East Street. The raucous clatter of dice faded behind them, replaced by a delicate hint of cosmetics and perfume. Shops lining the avenue changed from smoky gambling dens to boutiques selling rouge powders and silks. Their facades were trim and respectable. Even the signboards bore gilt lettering. This lane is called Huasher Alley. Any woman in Anha County who has 2 copper coins in her pocket dreams of slipping down here. Ma Lu pointed to a storefront. See that Yunxianggu, the county's finest cosmetics shop. I hear a single box of their lip balm can fetch 2 taels of silver, enough to cover our monthly pay for 2 months. Zhong Lin followed his finger. The shop was modest in size, but exquisitely appointed red lacquer pillars, carved lattice windows, and a few pots of wintersweet in vivid bloom by the door. Sixth brother knows much, Zhong Lin teased with a half smile. Ma Lu cleared his throat and turned away. Come off it. Patrolling so often one picks up things by ear and eye. You understand what I mean? I understand, of course I do. Zhong Lin nodded, emphatically feigning agreement, though a smile refused to be surprised. As they spoke, the curtain at Yunxianggu was lifted and a girl of 17 or so stepped out. Her hair was gathered into twin buns. She wore a pale green fitted jacket that hugged a figure of gentle curves, her bosom so full it almost concealed the brocade box she cradled in her arms. The box seemed heavy enough that she bore it with effort. Oh, is that not Miss Chunxing? Ma Lu's eyes brightened, and he put on a beaming smile. I wondered why there were magpies calling this morning. Turns out they were announcing you. Chunxing glanced up at Ma Lu, her brow knitting slightly. Her tone was cool. Oh, it's Ma Lu. What brings you out so leisurely today? Patrolling. Ma Lu rubbed his hands. Where are you off to, Miss Chunxing? Need a hand? No need, I still have. Chunxing waved with some impatience. Her gaze flicked and fell on Zhong Lin approaching. She paused mid-sentence. And this is Zhong Lin, a new colleague. Ma Lu stepped aside, a hint of sourness in his voice as he sensed Chunxing's interest in Zhong Lin. Brother Zhong, this is Miss Chunxing from the county lord's household, the lady's personal maid. Zhong Lin clasped his hands and bowed with measured courtesy. It's an honor, Miss Chunxing. Zhong Lin. That name rings a bell. Or have I heard it? You're the little hunter from Fanning Temple. Chunxing widened her eyes, disbelief plain upon her face. Chunxing had accompanied the county procession to Fanning Temple that day. She knew of the small hunter who uncovered the assassin's trail and later boldly petitioned the county lord for a post. She had simply never seen him up close. She had expected a rustic farm boy, but Zhong Lin's bearing confounded that image. He wore the black official uniform issued by the Yamen, coarse in fabric and plainly cut, yet it sat on him with an odd grace. Tall and lithe, broad of shoulder and narrow at the waist, the uniform cinched to reveal a clean, purposeful line. His stride was firm, not loose like an ordinary constable's. Above all, his face was striking. Sword-shaped brows and starlit eyes, a straight nose, and a defined jaw. The grit of yesterday's training had scraped away, leaving skin unusually clear and fair. The vigor of youth lent him a refreshing brightness. He looked nothing like a peasant. Rather, he might have been a well-read scion of a prosperous household. So you were at Fanning Temple that day as well. You must forgive me if I appeared rough. Zhong Lin said. Fanning Temple. What happened there? Brother Zhong, do you know Miss Chunxing? Ma Lu interjected. Chunxing ignored Ma Lu and instead extended the brocade box. Since we've met, would you two be so kind as to help me carry this back to the household? I'll take it. Ma Lu reached first, but the weight surprised him, and he nearly failed to steady it. What's in here? So heavy. Cosmetic ingredients: Yunying stone pearl powder, red orchid petals, all pressed so solidly. Ma Lu, you ought to strengthen yourself. Chunxing cast him a glance, and the corner of her mouth lifted. Ma Lu's face flushed scarlet, and he bristled, unwilling to show weakness. Zhong Lin stepped forward, scooped the box from beneath with one hand, and lifted it, as if it weighed nothing. The box rested steady in his palm, not a tremor to disturb it. A flicker of surprise crossed Chunxing's eyes as she studied him a moment longer. The three of them walked east through Huasher Alley. Ma Lu tried several times to needle Chunxing into conversation, only to be deftly rebuffed each time. What bothered him most was that Chunxing seemed intent on talking to Zhong Lin, asking after his recent affairs, and she did so of her own volition. The county lord's residence stood at the end of East Street. A pair of stone lions flanked the vermilion gate. Above the lintel hung a plaque inscribed with the characters Wu Fu in vigorous strokes. We've arrived. Thank you both. Chunxing produced a small piece of broken silver from her sleeve and pressed it toward them. Take it for tea. Zhong Lin politely declined. Miss Chunxing, you are too kind. It was our duty, we cannot accept reward. Chunxing's smile deepened. Very well then. I will invite you for tea another day. She reached for the brocade box as Zhong Lin presented it with both hands. At the moment of transfer, Zhong Lin felt a warm, mischievous brush in his palm, a sensation that made him glance down in faint surprise. At the stroke of the hour in the training grounds, Coach Wang circled around Zhong Lin, scrutinizing him closely, while occasionally pressing and kneading various parts of his body. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. How did you manage to do this? Zhong Lin scratched his head, revealing a puzzled expression as he replied, I don't really know. I just feel that after each practice my vitality recovers very quickly, so I practiced a bit longer each time. Quickly? How quickly? Coach Wong's voice carried a hint of scrutiny, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, seemingly wanting to discern something from Zhong Lin's face. Zhong Lin maintained his composure, pondering for a moment before saying, "About half an hour for recovery, or even faster. It feels as if I had just taken a nap." "Half an hour?" Coach Wong frowned, stroking his short beard. "Show me a set of your punches." "Yes." Zhong Lin complied, stepping back 2 paces and adopting the opening stance. The fist techniques unfolded seamlessly, combined with breath control, as the 18 mountain-shaking fists flowed like water from his hands, the wind from his punches howling as his clothes billowed dramatically. Coach Wong's expression shifted from initial scrutiny to growing seriousness, and when he observed Zhong Lin exhaust his energy only to recover completely in mere moments, his astonishment was evident and uncontainable. Zhong Lin stood still after finishing his punches, slightly panting, but with a rosy complexion, showing no signs of energy depletion. After a long silence, Coach Wong finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Do you know how long it typically takes for an ordinary person to reach your current level?" "I don't know. At least 3 months, at most half a year." Coach Wong raised 3 fingers. "And that's under conditions of ample resources. Otherwise, it could take years. The vigor you've shown in your practice, the uniformity of your energy fluctuations clearly indicates you've touched the threshold of skin conditioning." 3 days. Merely 3 days. His voice trembled slightly by the end. Zhong Lin lowered his head, feigning a look of fear and trepidation. "Coach Wong, did I do something wrong?" "Wrong? If you were doing it wrong, then no one in this world is practicing correctly." Coach Wong fixed his gaze directly into Zhong Lin's eyes, speaking solemnly. "A person's energy is finite. It is impossible for you to exhibit such abnormalities unless you are of hunter lineage. And did you eat anything peculiar while hunting in the mountains as a child?" Zhong Lin's heart stirred, a look of contemplation appearing on his face. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Now that you mention it, I used to hunt in the mountains with my father. Once, while chasing an injured roe deer, I found myself at the edge of a cliff. The deer fell, and as I leaned over to look down, I saw a red fruit growing on the cliff. It looked quite tempting, so I took the risk and climbed down to pick it and ate it. Afterward, I felt a surge of heat and sweated profusely, and when I got home, I slept for 3 whole days. If it weren't for my breathing, my family would have thought I was dead." He had seen too many web novels in his previous life, and this kind of tale about rare treasures came naturally to him. He initially planned to lead Coach Wong in this direction, but unexpectedly Coach Wong came to the conclusion himself. His extraordinary speed in martial arts cultivation was somewhat shocking, and he needed a reason to cover it up, otherwise it would easily draw unwanted attention. "What did the fruit look like?" Coach Wong's voice grew more urgent. "About the size of a fist, entirely bright red as if coated in lacquer. I just remember it tasted very good." Zhong Lin recalled. Coach Wong, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh vigorously. "It must be the Qizhu fruit, no doubt about it." Zhong Lin appeared confused. "Qizhu fruit? What is that?" "A rare spiritual fruit. I've only heard my master mention it before." Coach Wong paced back and forth, his tone tinged with excitement. "Qizhu fruit grows on sheer cliffs, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, maturing only after a century. When consumed by mortals, it can purify their veins and prolong life, and for martial artists, it can solidify their foundation and enhance their vitality. The astonishing recovery power you possess is undoubtedly due to the medicinal properties of that Qizhu fruit hidden within you, now brought forth by your practice." Zhong Lin's face showed an expression of sudden understanding, but inside, he was secretly amused. Coach Wong was quite imaginative. He merely mentioned a red fruit, and Coach Wong had constructed an entire narrative around it. After all, fruits typically only come in 3 colors: red, yellow, and green. No wonder your recovery is so swift. You've truly stumbled upon tremendous luck. Such rare treasures are sought after by aristocratic families who would go bankrupt for a single one, yet you, just chasing a roe deer, managed to eat one." Coach Wong grew increasingly excited, and his gaze towards Zhong Lin changed. Zhong Lin, however, did not reply, only scratching his head with a silly smile. Coach Wong sighed. "Zhong Lin. Lin, there are opportunities in the forest, truly a twist of fate." Zhong Lin's heart stirred at this, and he asked, "Coach Wong, does this mean I can practice a bit longer?" "Practice a bit longer? That's not advisable." "Why not?" "Although the medicinal power of the Qizhu fruit is abundant, it is ultimately limited. You can practice an additional hour each day, but do not be greedy lest you harm yourself. Moreover, the medicinal power of the Qizhu fruit is meant for building a foundation, not for you to squander. The thicker your foundation, the greater your achievements in the future. If you seek short-term gains and exhaust the medicinal properties in skin conditioning, when it comes time for muscle transformation and bone forging needing substantial energy, support, the medicinal power will be depleted. Wouldn't that be a loss?" Coach Wong explained. Thank you for your guidance, Coach Wang. I'll remember this, Zhong Lin replied with cupped fists. Though he said this, he was secretly contemplating the energy expelled by the black hole was not something that the so-called Qizhu fruit could compare with. This inquiry was merely to set the stage for his future cultivation speed. Additionally, starting tomorrow before you come to the training grounds, each day go to the kitchen and collect 2 pounds of beef and 1 pound of rice. Eat well before coming, consider it my treat. Coach Wang added. This. Zhong Lin was taken aback and instinctively wanted to decline. Setting aside the rice, beef was exorbitantly priced. Although there were high-ranking martial artists in this world, the lower class lived much like ancient China. Cattle were considered important tools of production. While there wasn't a clear law against slaughtering working cattle, the price was simply beyond what an ordinary person could bear. In short, Zhong Lin couldn't afford it. Coach Wang waved his hand dismissively, not allowing for refusal. It's on loan from you. Once you succeed in skin conditioning, I'll introduce you to a job, and you can pay me back then. Zhong Lin felt warmth in his heart and bowed deeply, saying, Thank you, Coach Wang. All right, enough of this formality. Go rest now. Remember, 2 hours, do not overdo it. Yes, 2 hours. That was not an option. Upon returning to his room, Zhong Lin did not rush to practice again, but sat on the edge of his bed staring at his own hands. His palms tinged slightly red, despite the cold indoors, he felt a surging heat within him, as if he were a furnace, which was a sure sign of abundant vitality. Qizhu fruit. Zhong Lin smirked slightly. Coach Wang believed him, or rather he was willing to believe. How could there be so many rare treasures in the world? Even if there were, how could a mere hunter stumble upon one while chasing a roe deer? Yet Coach Wang needed an explanation, and Zhong Lin needed one as well. With this Qizhu fruit as a foundation, his future cultivation speed could increase even further, and others would not be overly suspicious, at most expressing, this kid has really good fortune. As for whether others would feel envious, once your strength increases, everyone around you will be good people. 3 days later at midnight. In the cramped room, the wind from the punch howled as Zhong Lin, bare-chested, had skin flushed red, enveloped in a cloud of white mist resembling a lobster just pulled from boiling water. The room was unlit, and moonlight squeezed through the gaps in the window frame, casting shadows that elongated and shortened. 3 days prior, Zhong Lin had taken leave from Lu Yong, the head of his class, and then hid in this room, fervently practicing from the hour of the rat to the hour of the pig. Besides eating and a meager 2 hours of sleep, he spent almost all his time on the mountain, shaking fist. Depleting his vital energy, a black hole surged with airflow, restoring him to continue. Exhaustion, recovery, continue. This cycle repeated no less than 20 times a day. If an ordinary martial artist practiced like this, they would have long since exhausted their life force and perished. However, with the help of the black hole, Zhong Lin felt like a never-ending spring. Every time his vital energy was depleted, that gentle airflow would arrive just in time, replenishing him fully, even mending the subtle injuries of his skin and muscles from the practice. This sensation felt like cheating. Today, Zhong Lin could distinctly feel that his skin had reached a critical point. The tingling sensation was more intense than any previous time, not the deep itch seeping from the bones, but rather a surface itch, as if something were trying to burst forth from his pores. Continue. Zhong Lin gritted his teeth, enduring the sensation, not daring to let his stance falter. The martial arts are merely a guide. Breathing techniques are the key. Without them, one cannot draw upon their own vital energy, and naturally, there would be no way to refine the body with martial arts techniques. Vital energy like fire, martial arts like a hammer, and the skin is like iron. Refining the skin is akin to forging iron, tempering impurities with countless strikes to produce fine steel. Finally, in an unknown number of repetitions of the retraction of his fist, the itchiness suddenly peaked. Zhong Lin felt a tearing pain all over his skin, as if something was being forcibly stripped from his body. Immediately after, a faint rustling sound echoed in the silent room. Zhong Lin abruptly halted his movements and looked down, only to see the skin on his arm cracking at a visible speed, with fissures spreading like a spider's web from his shoulder to his wrist, tiny flakes of skin peeling up from the cracks. This was not a tearing that bled, but rather like a snake shedding its skin. The outer layer was completely separated from the newly formed tissue under the impact of his vital energy, becoming a thin, translucent layer of dead skin. Is this done? Zhong Lin looked at his body in disbelief, raising his hand to swipe at his arm, causing the gray-white dead skin to peel away, revealing the new skin beneath. It was delicate, firm, and incredibly elastic. When pinched, he could feel an unprecedented rebound from beneath the skin, like a layer of cowhide, solid enough to provide reassurance. Is the skin like a drum? Although Zhong Lin had anticipated this, he was still inexplicably overjoyed. Taking a deep breath, he vigorously rubbed his hands over his body. The dead skin fell like snowflakes, accumulating a thin layer beneath his feet. As the old skin shed, the new skin, gradually exposed to the air, felt indescribably refreshing in the night's coolness. At this moment his entire body appeared an even jade white, so delicate that almost no pores were visible. Oh, it felt smooth and tight, to the touch akin to the finest satin. With his fingers together, Zhong Lin immediately felt a solid sense of power emanating from his palm, as if he could punch a hole through the entire sky. With the strength of an ox one could pull 1,000 pounds. He muttered softly before unleashing a punch. The wind from the punch howled, and a faint dull explosion echoed in the air. Hiss! If this punch landed on an ordinary person, it could probably kill them instantly. Zhong Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Though he knew that breaking through the skin refinement stage would significantly enhance his strength, otherwise he wouldn't be called a martial master, he never expected such a transformation. With a thought, he stepped forward to take the waist knife hanging on the wall, gripped it in his hand, and drew it across his arm. The blade left only a white mark on the skin. Zhong Lin tightened his grip on the waist knife, applying more force until he finally cut through the skin, and during the motion, he felt as if the blade was cutting through cowhide, extremely resilient. The skin is like a drum, resilient as cowhide. The martial way is indeed miraculous. Zhong Lin was full of excitement. The next morning, he went to the duty office as usual, and then headed straight to the training ground. Instructor Wang was already present in the training area, standing with his hands behind his back. Upon seeing Zhong Lin arrive, his eyes squinted. "Come here," Instructor Wang beckoned. Zhong Lin hurriedly stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. "Instructor Wang." Instructor Wang said nothing and directly placed his hand on Zhong Lin's shoulder, pressing down with his thumb. "The skin is like a drum, incredibly elastic. Have you refined your skin?" Instructor Wang released his grip, appraising Zhong Lin with a hint of disbelief in his tone. Zhong Lin nodded, grinning as he replied, "Last night, I fortuitously broke through." Instructor Wang fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a somewhat dry voice. "For others, skin refinement takes at least 3 to 5 years, and for some even decades. Even those direct descendants of noble families who are soaked in powerful medicine from a young age and guided by renowned masters still require years of effort. You did it in half a month." Zhong Lin scratched his head, feigning innocence. "Isn't that thanks to the medicinal power of the Qizhu fruit?" "Qizhu fruit." Instructor Wang repeated, his expression becoming extremely complicated. "Show me a set of punches." "Yes." Zhong Lin stepped back 2 paces, assuming the opening mountain stance. Without even moving his stance, his vital energy surged within him like a tide, and beneath his skin it felt as if a layer of energy was swelling. As he got into the rhythm, Zhong Lin let out a low shout, and his right foot stomped down hard. Bang! The ground, paved with blue bricks, cracked beneath his foot, spiderweb-like fissures spreading and debris flying. Vital energy, abundant foundation, solid, not a hint of superficiality. This kick has at least 800 pounds of force. For an ordinary martial artist entering this realm, 500 pounds would be considered impressive, yet you directly jumped to 800 pounds. Instructor Wang sighed. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Instructor Wang." Zhong Lin scratched his head. "Stop with that. Tell me, how many times did your vital energy deplete during last night's breakthrough?" "5 or 6 times, I suppose." "5 or 6 times. Are you sure?" "Yes." "Sure." Zhong Lin turned his face away. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" On the street, Ma Lu waved his hand in front of Zhong Lin, his tone laced with a hint of mischief. "Are you perhaps thinking about some lovely lady? Ahead is North Street. Although the ladies are resting now, as long as there's money, they can arrange everything for you in your dreams." Zhong Lin came back to his senses and chuckled, saying, "Brother Lu, you jest. I was thinking about my duties." "Enough already. You've been distracted all the way. I don't think I can't see through you." Ma Lu smirked. Zhong Lin didn't argue, just smiled. After returning from the training ground, he indeed felt a bit absent-minded, but it wasn't about the lovely lady Ma Lu mentioned. It was the words of Coach Wang that weighed heavily on his heart, even overshadowing the joy of breaking through the skin refinement stage. The county's martial arts hall does not offer any advanced martial arts. This means that even if he achieves perfection in skin refinement, there are no further techniques available for him to practice. According to Coach Wang, the martial arts provided by the government only reach the skin refinement stage. The techniques beyond, such as muscle and bone refinement, are secrets possessed by powerful families. The court and sects and common folk don't even have the right to glimpse them. Coach Wang, Chief Constable Chen Chao, and Zhou Hu gained access to higher-level martial arts only through their contributions and the rewards from County Lord Wu Hong. Damn it, why is learning martial arts so difficult? Zhong Lin cursed inwardly. Shaking his head, he dispelled the excess emotions and continued walking, following Ma Lu on their patrol. Where there's a will, there's a way. Slowly does it, no need to rush, I'm still young. The two patrolled North Street. Going through the same routine, gambling dens reeked of smoke. Brothels had their doors tightly shut, and occasionally a few gamblers with bloodshot eyes shouted loudly. As the sun rose higher, they turned towards East Street. "Should we go to Old Zhao's for a bowl of noodles?" Malu, just as Zhong Lin was about to respond, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure flashing by at the flower market. It's Miss Chuanxing. That figure was indeed Chuanxing, who today wore a light yellow jacket, and around her slender neck was a moon-white handkerchief. She still held a brocade box, though it was much smaller than before, making it seem lighter, yet it accentuated its size. Zhong Lin. Chuanxing also noticed Zhong Lin, her eyes brightening as her smile was as sweet as frosted sugar melting in spring. She quickly walked up to him, her gaze roaming over Zhong Lin, lingering on his face, as if unable to look away. You look different today. You were already handsome before, but today you seem even more so. Her words were straightforward, causing even Ma Lu beside them to be momentarily stunned. Zhong Lin knew this was due to his breakthrough in the skin refinement stage yesterday. With the old skin shed, his new skin was naturally more delicate and fair, and even his facial features appeared sharper, as if he had been meticulously carved anew. Zhong Lin humbly clasped his fists and said, Miss Chuanxing, you flatter me. I merely had a good rest last night, and my complexion improved a bit. Is that so? Well, your method of resting is quite effective. Do teach me someday. Chuanxing smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Ma Lu listened beside them, feeling a pang of discouragement, secretly lamenting how the lady was all flirty with Zhong Lin, while ignoring him completely. Clearing his throat, he tried to assert his presence. Miss Chuanxing, are you out buying again today? Chuanxing finally glanced at Ma Lu, her tone losing some warmth. The young lady needs to make some scented balm, so I came to fetch the materials. Would you help me take this back to the manor, Zhong Lin? She turned back to Zhong Lin, her tone visibly warmer as she extended the brocade box towards him, her eyes sparkling. It's just a small task. Zhong Lin smiled brightly, reaching out to take the brocade box. Ma Lu, if you have nothing else to do, why not join us? Chuanxing said. Ma Liu's mouth twitched at her words. This "join us" sounded more like an afterthought, and her tone suggested she didn't really want him with them. He cast Zhong Lin a resentful glance and replied, no need, I have some matters to attend to. Just let Zhong Gear go by himself. All right, you go ahead and be busy. Chuanxing's smile grew brighter as she turned and walked ahead. The two of them walked towards the Wu Manor, leaving Ma Lu alone behind. Zhong Lin, how old are you this year? 16. Who else is in your family? No one, just me. Chuanxing's steps paused slightly as she turned her head to glance at him, her gaze softening. That is indeed quite pitiable, but now that you work at the government office, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Thank you for your kind words, miss. Don't call me miss, it sounds distant. Just call me Chuanxing. Chuanxing, elder sister. I thought you were a bit of a blockhead, but you are quite sweet-tongued. You're only 16 younger than me by a few years, so calling me sister is fine. Chuanxing smiled, biting her lip. As they spoke, she pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve. Don't move, you're sweating. Oh, let me wipe it for you. Sweating? Zhong Lin's expression was strange. If he could sweat after just 2 steps, then his daily training would be in vain. Nevertheless, he obediently stood still. Chuanxing stood on her tiptoes, the handkerchief gently brushing across Zhong Lin's forehead, her movements exceedingly delicate. Zhong Lin stood motionless, his nose catching a faint scent of powder, but his eyes were drawn to her unexpectedly ample bosom. So big. This must be. Chuanxing noticed Zhong Lin's gaze and did not get angry. Instead, she revealed a hint of smugness. All right. Chuanxing put the handkerchief away and continued walking ahead. Zhong Lin followed behind, holding the brocade box, his steps steady. The gate of Wu Manor remained imposing, the vermilion pillars glimmering darkly under the sunlight, and 2 stone lions sat on either side, glaring at passers-by. Chuanxing did not enter directly, but led Zhong Lin around the main gate, entering through the side door into the outer courtyard. Just help me deliver this to the back courtyard. Zhong Lin raised an eyebrow, said nothing more, and followed Chuanxing as they stepped inside. The outer courtyard of Wu Manor was much more spacious than he imagined, paved with green bricks and filled with flowers and plants, though sadly most were withered under the winter sun, leaving only bare branches reaching towards the sky. Chuanxing walked ahead and Zhong Lin closely followed. He couldn't tell if it was just an illusion, but he felt Chuanxing's movements were a bit more exaggerated than when they were on the street. Chuanxing's narrow jacket wrapped her figure in alluring curves, her waist extremely slim, and her movements were graceful. Though he couldn't see her from the front, her rounded hips bounced enticingly with each step. Like a grinding wheel. It must feel very pleasant to touch. Overcome by his thoughts, Zhong Lin suddenly raised a hand and slapped forward. Chuanxing's body stiffened abruptly, halting her steps. She turned around, glaring at Zhong Lin, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. What? What are you doing? Zhong Lin remained unfazed, slowly retracting his right hand, calmly saying, Sister Chuanxing, there was a bug just now. I helped you swat it away. Bug, eh? Chuanxing glanced at the corner where the snow had not yet completely melted, wearing an expression that seemed to say, do I look like a fool? It has already flown away. Zhong Lin nodded, his expression calm, his gaze sincere. Chuanxing let out a light snort and turned to continue walking forward. Zhong Lin followed behind, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile. This time, however, his hand reached out again, but it was not just to grab and let go. Chuanqing did not turn back this time. Her footsteps did not falter, as if nothing had happened, only her ears felt a bit hot. She did not rush to take action. Sister Chuanqing, this brocade box is too heavy. It's a bit tiring for me to hold it with one hand. I need to lean against you for support. Zhong Lin leaned closer, whispering softly in Chuanqing's ear, then further crossed the line by blowing a breath of warm air. You are talking nonsense. Chuanqing bit her lip, her voice as delicate as a mosquito's buzz. Is that so? Chuanqing almost couldn't hold back a sound. She bit her lower lip tightly, almost staggering, as she unconsciously leaned back. This leaning brought them even closer together. Sister, this garment is quite nice. It feels so smooth to the touch. Zhong Lin lowered his head, his lips nearly brushing against Chuanqing's ear tip, the warm breath condensing into white mist in the cold winter air. That is shoe brocade. Chuanqing's voice now held a hint of softness, like noodles softened in hot water, making it hard for her to stand firm. Zhong Lin let out a low chuckle, and his hand finally moved. Chuanqing's breathing became quick and shallow, her chest rising and falling violently. Zhong Lin, let go. This is the residence. There will be people. Chuanqing said to let go, but her body became softer, her back almost completely pressed against Zhong Lin's chest. What are you saying, sister? I'm just helping you carry the brocade box. Who told me it was too heavy? I should thank you for your support, Zhong Lin replied leisurely. Chuanqing finally couldn't hold back and let out a very soft sound from her throat. If sister feels uncomfortable, I will let go. Zhong Lin said this, yet showed no intention of loosening his grip. Enough. Chuanqing inhaled sharply, instinctively grabbing Zhong Lin's wrist. Zhong Lin looked down at the hand grasping his wrist, not struggling, only smiling gently, his voice warm. All right. After saying this, he truly retracted his hand, stepping back half a step, his left hand holding the brocade box, his right hand hanging by his side, looking like a gentleman. Chuanqing turned her head back, the flush on her face still not faded, and her eyes even glistened with moisture. She glared fiercely at Zhong Lin, wanting to say something harsh, but facing his countenance, the words were swallowed back. Just now. Chuanqing opened her mouth, her voice a bit dry. What happened just now? Zhong Lin tilted his head slightly, displaying a perfectly timed expression of confusion. Chuanqing was infuriated by his innocent appearance, yet she couldn't articulate her thoughts, thinking, how could she say, you just touched my bottom? Chuanqing bit her teeth, turning to continue walking. This time her pace quickened significantly, her waist no longer twisting, moving hurriedly and steadily, as if trying to evade something. Zhong Lin followed behind, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, his pace unhurried. They passed through a narrow path and around a moon gate, arriving at the back room between the outer and inner courtyards. We've arrived, it's this room. Zhong Lin stopped in front of a door and reached out to push it open. The room was not large, but it was quite tidy. Against the wall was a rosewood table on which were several rows of drawers with red paper labels inscribed with words like mica powder, pearl powder, and purple jasmine. A mixed fragrance wafted through the air, sweet, yet not cloying. Zhong Lin placed the brocade box on the table, glanced over the bottles and jars, and casually said, Sister, are you going to make rouge? It's for Miss. Chuanqing opened the brocade box. Inside were neatly arranged several packets of medicinal powders and mineral powders. Zhong Lin nodded, his gaze falling on Chuanqing's profile. Her features were not exquisite, but her skin was fair, her nose neither high nor low, her lips full, and her jawline gentle. Most notably, her figure was quite extravagant. Have you seen enough? Chuanqing asked without turning her head. Not enough, Zhong Lin replied candidly. Chuanqing paused, turning back, saying playfully, I thought you were honest, but it turns out you are quite the little rascal. Sister taught well. Chuanqing was momentarily speechless, her mouth opening and closing, unsure of what to say, knowing his thoughts were impure. All right, the items have been delivered, you can go back now. Chuanqing began to shoo him away, but her tone was soft, lacking any intimidation. Then sister, rest well, I will take my leave first. Zhong Lin clasped his fists in respect, turned, and walked out without any lingering feelings. At this moment, it was not the time to rush. One should understand to bait the big fish with a long line. Being overly eager could easily backfire. On the contrary, the more serious he appeared, the more it gave her a sense of loss, as if nothing had happened. On the 7th day of the month, I will go collect materials. If you have nothing to do, you can come help. Chuanqing's voice came from behind. Zhong Lin paused, turning back to respond, all right. He walked briskly out of the side door of Wu's residence, retracing his steps along Flower Market Alley. He looked down at his right hand, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The tactile sensation is quite nice. He looked up at the sky. The sun was already setting, just past the hour of shun. Winter days are short, and in less than an hour darkness would fall. Without lingering too long, he quickened his pace towards the county office. The street patrol duty was not over. Ma Lu was still waiting for him. Upon returning to the county office, he indeed saw Ma Lu squatting on the stone steps at the entrance holding a grass stick and picking his teeth, looking utterly bored. Back already? Ma Lu glanced at Zhong Lin sideways, speaking with a hint of jealousy. Did Miss Chuanxing not invite you to stay for a meal? Zhong Lin looked at Ma Lu's envious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. You should treat me to tea tomorrow. Ma Lu stood up, dusting off the dirt from his trousers, and sighed. In this world, being good-looking is an advantage. Back when I was in the countryside, I was also well known as a handsome young man. Why didn't I have such treatment? Zhong Lin examined him from head to toe and replied earnestly, Sixth brother, what you say isn't entirely unbelievable. If you were the only young man in 10 miles, wouldn't that make you the famed handsome young man? Ma Lu was taken aback for a moment, then raised his leg to kick, saying, Daring to mock your sixth brother, you asked for it. Zhong Lin dodged with a laugh. The two continued down the street as the sun gradually set, leaving only a trace of twilight in the sky. The pedestrians on the street became sparse, and the shops began to close, the day's clamor slowly settling down. Just as the two were preparing to return to the county office, a sudden sound of rapid hooves came from the intersection ahead. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! A rider in black galloped by carrying a bloodied, mangled person on his horse. The pedestrians quickly moved aside, gasping in shock. The horse rushed past them, and Zhong Lin saw the injured person's arm hanging limply from the horse's back, the sleeve soaked in blood, swinging back and forth with the horse's movements, leaving a trail of blood droplets. This is serious. Zhong Lin and Ma Lu exchanged glances, the same thought flashing through their minds. Let's go back to the county office. Not daring to delay, the two hurried towards the county office. By the time they arrived, the entire office was in an uproar. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Quick, call a doctor. Go fetch the head constable, hurry. The chaotic sounds of footsteps, exclamations, and shouts mingled together. Zhong Lin squeezed into the crowd and saw a circle of officers surrounding two people lying on the ground in the courtyard. One was the rider from the horse who had already fainted and was being carried down to be placed on a board. The other person was in even worse shape, covered in blood, with a gruesome knife wound across his chest, slashing from his left shoulder to his right ribs. The flesh rolled back, revealing the white bone beneath. This is Commander Ning. Upon recognizing the person's face, Ma Lu couldn't help but exclaim. Zhong Lin also recognized the identity of the injured man at the mention of Commander Ning Xian, the commander of the Anha County military camp. The so-called military camp is the military force of a county controlled by the county lieutenant, responsible for military and public safety within the county, with two major commanders under its command who are 9th-rank military officials. The one lying on the ground was Commander Ning Xian. To see a 9th-rank military official so severely injured was truly a serious matter. Zhong Lin stood outside the crowd, his gaze falling on Ning Xian's pale face. He had seen this military camp commander twice. With a tiger-like back and a booming voice, he walked with a commanding presence, clearly a martial expert. Yet at this moment, he looked like a fish stripped of its bones, barely breathing, almost imperceptible rise and fall of his chest. He's still alive, quickly bring the healing ointment. An old officer crouched beside Ning Xian, pressing down hard on the wound, blood gushing between his fingers. We don't have enough healing ointment, we need to use the intermittent balm, someone shouted. Just then the head constable Chun Chao rushed in, followed by Instructor Wang. Everyone step aside. Chun Chao pushed through the crowd, crouching down to examine Ning Xian's injuries, pressing around the wound and looking at his eyelids, his expression darkening. What a severe injury. Commander Ning is a martial artist of the Yi Jin realm. Who could injure him like this? The doctor arrived quickly, carrying a medicine box dragged in by two officers. Make way, make way. The old doctor gasped as he squeezed into the crowd, crouching down to check Ning Xian's injuries. As soon as his fingers touched the edge of the wound, he inhaled sharply. The knife wound penetrated to the bone, excessive blood loss. The pulse is faint like floating cotton. I can only do my best. As he spoke, he opened the medicine box, taking out silver needles, healing ointment, and intermittent balm, instructing someone to boil water and cut gauze, frantically beginning to administer aid. Chen Chao stood up, stepped back 2 paces to give the doctor enough space to work, then turned to Instructor Wang and whispered, Commander Ning is a martial artist of the Yi Jin realm. His skin and bones far surpass ordinary people. To injure him like this, the opponent's strength must be at least equal to his. When did such a master come to Anha County? Not just equal, but stronger. Look at the trajectory of that knife wound. Instructor Wang replied with a serious expression. Chen Chao followed Instructor Wang's gaze, looking again at Ning Xian's wound, which slashed cleanly from the left shoulder to the right ribs, the cut deep enough to see bone, but the motion was extremely clean, without any trace of hesitation. Only one slash. Chen Chaos pupils contracted slightly. Yes, only one slash, Instructor Wang repeated gravely. You know Commander Ning's strength. To have his collarbone severed with one slash, splitting his sternum, nearly cutting him in half, the one wielding the knife must be at least a martial artist of the bone refining realm, or even. He didn't finish, but Chun Chao already understood his implication. It could even be a being of a higher realm. In a place like Anha County, being a skin refining martial artist could already be called a martial master, while Yi-Jin realm martial artists could be considered strong. As for bone refining realm experts, they are as rare as phoenix feathers. As for those who can condense true qi, they would be figures capable of establishing their own sect within a county. In the back hall of the county office, the lights were bright. Wu Hong stood with his hands behind his back in the corridor, his expression as dark as water. At this moment, the absolute ruler of Anha County resembled an enraged tiger with a hint of murderous intent between his brows. What exactly happened? His voice was not loud, yet it imposed a heavy pressure on everyone present. Head Constable Chun Chao stepped forward and cupped his fist, saying, "My lord, I have already inquired with the guards who escorted Commander Ning back. They were ambushed while transporting Chiu Yin to the capital at Qingfeng Ridge, and aside from Commander Ning, only 2 others survived. 21 have perished." At this statement, everyone present gasped in shock. Out of a team of 23, only 2 returned, and that 2 under the command of a Yi-Jin realm martial artist like Commander Ning. "Where is Chiu Yin?" Wu Hong's voice was as cold as a knife in winter. According to the guards, when they reached the middle section of Qingfeng Ridge, countless arrows suddenly shot out from the forests on both sides. Before they could react, more than half of them were down. Commander Ning drew his sword to fight against a masked man in black, but in just one exchange he was knocked off his horse, and Chiu Yin was abducted, Chun Chao said in a deep voice. Wu Hong's expression darkened like ink, and after a long pause he spoke. "Qingfeng Ridge is only about 40 miles from Anha County. How dare anyone rob Chiu Yin right under the nose of the court? What audacity! Chiu Yin is the silver ingots collected by Anha County for a year meant for transporting to the treasury. This batch of Chiu Yin is at least 3,000 taels. If lost, I as the county magistrate cannot escape blame. When did such a band of robbers appear within the county? Where are the military camp personnel? Where is the county lieutenant?" The last sentence was almost a roar. "Your Honor, this humble servant arrived late. Please forgive my tardiness." And he was Zhao Tieshan, the county military commandant of Anha County, tall and broad-shouldered with a ruddy solemn face and a thick bristling beard. Yet now his brow glistened with sweat. "Commandant Zhao, the commander of your martial preparedness camp, lies gravely wounded within the county walls. And yet you arrive with such swiftness." Wu Hong sneered coldly. Zhao Tieshan's expression shifted instantly. He hastily replied, "Your Honor sees clearly. Upon hearing the news, I immediately dispatched scouts to investigate Qingfeng Ridge and reinforced patrols at all 4 city gates." And before he could finish, Wu Hong let out another icy snort. "Investigate. By the time your report returns, the bandits will have long since vanished into thin air." And Zhao Tieshan's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not retort. Merely bowed low, fists clasped in submission. "This servant failed in duty. I beg your Honor's punishment." "Punishment can wait for another day." Wu Hong waved dismissively, his voice grave. "What matters now is recovering the autumn tax silver. The terrain around Qingfeng Ridge is treacherous and labyrinthine. If the bandits dared strike there, they must have planned it meticulously. Do you have any leads?" Zhao Taizhan paused in thought before replying. "North of Qingfeng Ridge lies Haifeng Mountain, a jagged, densely forested range notorious for its persistent banditry. I have led 2 military campaigns against them, yet both ended in failure due to the sheer inaccessibility of the terrain. Still, these mountain brigands prey only on merchants and travelers, never daring to provoke the county authorities." At these words, Wu Hong's temple muscles twitched faintly, his voice growing colder still. "They never provoke the authorities. Then how do you explain today's outrage? This incident bears no resemblance to ordinary banditry. The Qingfeng Ridge gang are little more than rabble, relying solely on terrain advantage. Their leader has barely reached the skin-refining realm. How could such a man dare assault Ningxian?" Zhao Taizhan said, and Wu Hong's brows knotted tightly. "You mean to suggest? And someone is wearing the bandit's mask. 3,000 taels of autumn tax silver, neither trivial nor insignificant. Common bandits would surely covet it, but hiring a bone-forging realm cultivator demands influence far beyond their reach. There is more beneath this than meets the eye." The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere in the rear hall grew heavy as lead, and Wu Hong's face darkened profoundly. After a long silence, he finally asked, "You believe someone is targeting me?" "This servant dares not presume, but Qingfeng Ridge lies barely 40 li from the county seat. To strike so boldly within our jurisdiction suggests either reckless audacity or powerful backing. Either possibility warrants utmost vigilance," Zhao Taizhan murmured, head still lowered. "Your Honor." And Zhou, who stepped forward, fist pressed to palm. Do you recall the assassination attempt at Fanning Temple? Wu Hong's pupils contracted sharply. His gaze locked onto Zhou, who voiced low and taut. You suspect a connection between the two incidents. This servant makes no baseless conjecture, only observes the uncanny timing. Barely 1 month after the Fanning Temple affair, the autumn tax silver is seized within our own county, and among the assailants stands a bone-forging realm warrior. Such power is exceedingly rare in Anna County. Were these truly unrelated events, that would be stranger still. Zhou Hu explained. Wu Hong paced slowly along the corridor, his boots striking the blue bricks with muffled, deliberate thuds. The others stood motionless, holding their breath, utterly silent. He halted, voice eerily calm, devoid of anger or emotion. If it is the same faction, then this grows intriguing indeed. First an ambush and assassination at Fanning Temple, failed. Then the seizure of the autumn tax silver. They seek to sever my very roots. Losing 3,000 taels of tax silver would inevitably draw a reprimand from his superiors. Failure to recover it could mean salary deductions, or worse, damage to his official appraisal. With promotion imminent, such an incident could hardly be coincidence. Not even a ghost would believe otherwise. Qin Chao. And this servant stands ready. The chief constable stepped forward. And take your men to Qingfeng Ridge at once. Examine the scene thoroughly. I demand your findings before dawn. Yes, sir. Qin Chao acknowledged sharply and strode away without delay. Commandant Zhao, this servant awaits your command. Muster your troops immediately. Seal every entrance and exit of Qingfeng Ridge. No person, no horse shall pass through. Zhao Taizhan hesitated, brows furrowed. Your Honor, Qingfeng Ridge spans dozens of li, its peaks towering and forests impenetrable. Wu Hong shot him a glacial glance. Offer me no excuses. I care not how you accomplish it. No bird shall fly out of Qingfeng Ridge. A shiver ran down Zhao Tieshan's spine. He bowed deeply. This servant obeys. Nanli Zhou Hu and a few personal attendants remained in the rear hall. Wu Hong rubbed his temples, a flicker of exhaustion crossing his face, swiftly eclipsed by a chilling sharpness deep within his eyes. Zhou Hu, have you examined Ning Xian's wounds? I have. Zhou Hu nodded. The blade pierced bone, his internal organs were displaced. Had he not possessed extraordinary constitution, he would not have survived the journey back to the city. Can he be saved? His life may be spared, but his martial prowess is largely ruined, Zhou Hu sighed. Wu Hong closed his eyes and drew a slow, deep breath. A cultivator's worth lies chiefly in his strength. Ning Xian had already attained the tendon-transforming realm. His incapacitation would be a grievous loss to Anna County. The seizure of the autumn tax silver held no bearing on Zhong Lin, a mere constable of the Brawny Patrol. The next morning he appeared punctually at the training ground to practice his boxing forms. He had barely completed 1 round when a constable hurried over. Zhong Lin. The chief constable requests your presence. Zhong Lin blinked in mild surprise, but nodded and followed the man to the eastern side courtyard where the chief constable's office was located. Straightening his robe, he pushed open the door. Qin Chao sat behind the desk, a large topographic map spread before him, several locations circled in vermilion ink. Master Wang, the martial instructor, lounged in a chair beside the wall sipping tea. Qin Chao glanced up at Zhong Lin, mildly astonished. Robust chi, serene spirit, light, drawn inward, skin radiant and clear. You've truly achieved skin refining. In merely 1 month, he had risen from an ordinary hunter to a skin-refining realm cultivator. Even granting Master Wang's mention of the cinnabar red fruit, his innate fortitude and unwavering resolve were undeniable. Master Wang smiled. You once doubted his capability. How do you judge him now? Master Wang has delivered me quite the surprise. Qin Chao nodded, then fixed Zhong Lin with a sober gaze. Zhong Lin, you are aware of yesterday's incident. Commander Ning led the martial preparedness camp in transporting the autumn tax silver and was ambushed. He now lies severely wounded. All 21 escort guards perished. The county magistrate is furious. Zhong Lin stood upright, hands clasped respectfully, voice low and steady. Chief Constable, upon returning from my street patrol yesterday, I witnessed Commander Ning being carried back to the yamen at the city gate. I also heard of the silver seizure and of the 21 brothers who gave their lives. My heart remains heavy with sorrow and grief. Zhong Lin still could not fathom why Qin Chao had summoned him, but in such a moment his demeanor needed to reflect unwavering loyalty and solemnity. Qin Chao was visibly satisfied with Zhong Lin's response. He tapped the map on the desk. Commandant Zhao has already deployed troops to seal all mountain passes, but Qingfeng Ridge's inner reaches are steep, dense, and riddled with caves. Should the bandits vanish into its depths, large forces cannot maneuver effectively. A reckless advance would only repeat Commander Ning's fate. We require a single silent operative, someone who can infiltrate Qingfeng Ridge undetected, locate the bandits' lair, ascertain their numbers, and even uncover the identity and cultivation level of the suspected bone-forging realm expert, thereby enabling a decisive encirclement. Master Wang recommended you a former hunter skilled in tracking stealth and terrain navigation, far more attuned to wilderness than city-bred constables. What are your thoughts? What thoughts can I have? Is it possible not to go? Of course, this was something Zhong Lin could not voice. The chief constable personally selected him, and with Wang Jiao recommending him from the side, as a mere minor enforcer, he had no right to refuse. He also understood in his heart that Chun Chaos' intention was to make him a spy. He silently cursed. He had just broken through the skin-refining stage, while that person from Qingfeng Ridge had severely injured Commander Ning of the Yijin Pass, with a single strike leaving his life in uncertainty. Sending him as a spy to investigate was akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, seeking death. Zhong Lin stood before the map, his gaze falling on the several circles marked in red, and he pondered his words. Chief Constable, I'm just a novice in the enforcement team. Such an important task is quite beyond my capabilities. If I were to delay the important matters of the county lord, I fear I would be unable to bear the consequences. Chen Xiao looked up at Zhong Lin upon hearing this, chuckling lightly. You are quite cautious. It's good to be cautious, very good indeed. Rest assured, it's not about risking your life. Oh, it's about ascertaining the situation, understanding the details. Do you understand? Find the lair, take note of the paths, observe how many people there are, and then return. The matter of action will be handled by Zhao County Lieutenant's troops. At this moment, Wang Jiao also set down his teacup and spoke up. Zhong Lin, if this reconnaissance yields results, the chief constable can report to the county lord to seek the Yijin martial arts for you. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lin, who had been somewhat reluctant, suddenly raised his head and declared earnestly, at the chief constable's behest, I would risk my life without hesitation. Zhong Lin's voice was resolute and firm, completely devoid of any reluctance, replaced instead by a fervent willingness to undertake the task. Chun Chaos' mouth twitched slightly as he cast a smirk at Wang Jiao, clearly indicating that this fellow changed his demeanor quite quickly. Wang Jiao also lightly coughed, lifting his teacup to hide the smile on his face. All right. Chen Xiao waved his hand somewhat speechlessly. Since you are willing to take on this task regardless of success or failure, I will speak on your behalf to the county lord regarding the Yijin martial arts. Thank you, Chief Constable. Zhong Lin cupped his fists in gratitude. It was understandable for Zhong Lin to change his stance so quickly. It was the result of weighing his options rapidly. Though this reconnaissance was perilous, it was also an opportunity. Come here. Chen Xiao beckoned Zhong Lin, pointing at the map. Qingfeng Ridge is 40 miles from the county town. The terrain here is not particularly dangerous, but it is continuous and full of numerous paths. Commander Ning and his team were ambushed here. Zhong Lin followed Chun Chaos' finger and looked at a spot marked with a red cross on the map, which indicated a terrain flanked by 2 mountains and a valley in between. Indeed, it was a good place for an ambush. Zhao County Lieutenant's men have sealed off the main entrances around Qingfeng Ridge, but they cannot enter deep into the mountain. You will approach from the south, follow this stream northward. The bandits, if they are hiding, will likely choose to camp near a water source. Your task is to ascertain the situation. Chen Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. Now that you have refined your skin, ordinary mountain bandits are no match for you. However, if you encounter the master who injured Commander Ning, it would mean certain death. Do you understand? Understood. When should I set off? Zhong Lin inquired. The sooner the better. The county lord can no longer wait, Chen Xiao replied in a low voice. Yes, I will return to prepare immediately and set off at once, Zhong Lin said. Chen Chaos' expression showed greater appreciation. Very well. Wang Jiao, please explain the terrain of Qingfeng Ridge to him. I will go meet the county lord. With that, he rose from the table and strode out of the duty room. Wang Jiao set down his teacup, walked to the map, and his expression grew serious. Once more, Zhong Lin, do you know why I recommended you to the chief constable? Because I am suitable and I need this opportunity, Zhong Lin replied softly. Exactly. You have no foundation or connections in the yamen. If you want to climb up, you must stake your life on it. This reconnaissance is risky, but it also serves as a stepping stone. If you succeed, the county lord will remember your name, and the chief constable will owe you a favor, ensuring your chances with the Yijin martial arts. Thank you for the recommendation, Wang Jiao. Zhong Lin will remember it well. Zhong Lin cupped his fists and Wang Jiao waved his hand. As long as you bear no resentment towards me, it's fine. The robbery of the autumn silver is likely not simple. Commander Ning is a martial artist of the Yijin Pass. Being severely injured with a single strike shows that the bandit leader is at least a strong practitioner of the bone refining stage. Such individuals can be counted on one hand in Ana County. If you find things amiss after entering the mountain, do not be reckless. Preserving your life is paramount. Zhong Lin felt warmth in his heart and replied, rest assured, Wang Jiao, I will be cautious. Wang Jiao said, enough of these gloomy words. Come, let me tell you about the terrain of Qingfeng Ridge and the possible hiding spots of the bandits. Wang Jiaodo patted Zhong Lin on the shoulder. Returning to his dwelling, Zhong Lin quickly tidied up his belongings, which were simply the hunting attire he wore back in Zhongjia village. He equipped his hunting knife, slung his hunting bow over his back, and directly exited through the southern gate of the county town. Exiting the southern gate revealed an official road flanked by bare farmland with distant mountains undulating on the horizon. Zhong Lin quickened his pace, making swift progress. The breakthrough of the skin refining stage had greatly enhanced his physical abilities. His speed was more than doubled, and he need not worry about fatigue. Thus, in just a short half-hour, he had reached the vicinity of Qingfeng Ridge. Zhong Lin stood at the foot of the mountain looking up. He saw withered vines and old trees intertwining with dense underbrush. Even in winter, though the branches were bare, the countless twigs still formed a gray-brown net that completely concealed the mountainside. The terrain of Qingfeng Ridge was continuous with overlapping peaks. Although it lacked the reputation for danger, it possessed a profound reality. It truly is a good hiding place. Zhong Lin thought to himself, slinging the hunting bow diagonally across his back and hanging the hunting knife at his waist. He took a deep breath and stepped into the forest. There were no paths in the mountain, or rather everywhere was a path. Zhong Lin walked slowly, stopping every few steps to observe his surroundings, listening for any sounds. The experiences from his previous life revealed themselves at this moment. Broken branches, trampled leaves, and scraped bark. These seemingly meaningless traces to an ordinary person were a clear path to him. After about half an hour of walking, Zhong Lin stopped in front of an old pine tree. There was a fresh scratch on the tree about waist-high, as if it had been scraped by some hard object. A scabbard. Zhong Lin gestured to indicate the position and height of the mark, resembling the trace left by the scabbard of someone carrying a waist knife as they passed by the tree. At least 2 people have walked north from here. Finally found it. Zhong Lin thought joyfully, continuing to venture deeper in the direction of the marks. The further he walked, the more rugged the terrain became. The mountain walls on both sides gradually closed in, forming a narrow valley. Zhong Lin slowed his footsteps even further, cautiously moving forward beside the shrubs against the mountain wall, stepping lightly with every advance. His gaze swept over the mountain ridges on both sides. Any hint of movement would cause him to stop immediately. After nearly a stick of incense worth of time, the valley ahead gradually opened up and the sound of flowing water reached his ears. The valley suddenly opened up, revealing a relatively flat clearing ahead. In the clearing there were ashes from a campfire, scattered bones, and trampled dry grass. Zhong Lin did not approach immediately. Instead, he crouched quietly in the bushes, observing for a long time before confirming that no one was around, and then stealthily made his way forward. The campfire has completely cooled down, with not a trace of warmth left in the ashes. It seems they have been gone for quite a while. This must have been a temporary resting place. Zhong Lin squatted down, poking at the ashes with his fingers, and a plan immediately formed in his mind. His gaze scanned the area and finally settled on several chaotic footprints. The footprints were large and significantly deeper than the others, indicating not just weight, but that they were carrying heavy loads. Jiuyin. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhong Lin's eyes, and he immediately had a guess in his heart. Without lingering, he continued northward, the terrain gradually rising. After rounding a ridge, a stream about 10 feet wide lay before him, unfrozen, its clear water. Zhong Lin walked along the stream, and beside a pool of water, he discovered several fresh footprints, as well as flattened patches of grass. From this morning, Zhong Lin reached down to touch the soil at the edge of the footprints, noting that it was still damp and had not been completely dried by the sun. Following the footprints, his heart began to race. The footprints became increasingly dense, clearly indicating a significant number of people, and they were heading straight toward the depths of Qingfeng Ridge. After crossing another ridge, Zhong Lin suddenly stopped. In the hollow ahead, several wisps of smoke could be seen rising faintly, standing out against the grayish mountain backdrop. Found them. Zhong Lin's heart raced, and he crouched down, using the cover of bushes and rocks to cautiously move toward the direction of the smoke. Upon getting closer, he realized it was a natural cave, the entrance about 20 feet wide and 10 feet high, partially covered by a makeshift shelter of wood and straw. Outside the cave stood 2 men holding crude blades, one leaning against the rock wall, dozing, while the other idly poked at the dirt with a stick. Inside the cave, the sounds of chatter and the aroma of meat and wine wafted out. Zhong Lin crouched behind a rock 50 feet away, holding his breath as he scanned the layout of the cave entrance. Soon he spotted a third figure in a crevice above the cave entrance. 2 visible sentries, one hidden, arranged in a triangular formation. Oh, definitely them. A wave of joy surged in Zhong Lin's heart. Finding the position meant he had already completed half of the mission, and the next step was to ascertain their numbers. Without lingering, Zhong Lin silently retreated several dozen feet, found a rock crevice sheltered from the wind, pulled out 2 pieces of dried food from his bag, and swallowed them along with some cool water from his canteen. Though his mouth was busy, his eyes remained fixed on the cave. Naturally, Zhong Lin could not enter the cave with multiple people. He could only use a simple method to guard outside and identify individuals by their faces. After all, the cave was not large. They couldn't possibly eat, drink, and relieve themselves all inside, so there would be moments when they came out, and that would be Zhong Lin's opportunity. Time passed slowly, and the sentry positions at the entrance had already changed twice, rotating approximately every hour. The chief said we would leave in a couple of days. The county office must be in an uproar, blocking the mountain paths. How do we get out? The chief has his methods. Why do you worry? Who was that one with the knife? He took down that commander in one blow. What skill? Shut up, don't ask what you shouldn't. The snippets of conversation drifted in the wind, causing Zhong Lin's once still heart to flutter. 1, 2, 3. Including the visible and hidden sentries, a total of 28 people. There should still be some who haven't come out, but even if there are, it won't be many. Zhong Lin silently noted the number, waited another half an hour, and after confirming that no one else entered or exited, he quietly slipped out from the rock crevice and retraced his steps. Once he had retreated to a sufficiently safe distance, Zhong Lin straightened up and exhaled a long breath of white mist. 28 people plus that expert who took down Commander Ning with one blow, at least 29 individuals. As Zhong Lin walked, he mentally calculated, but dared not hasten his steps, fearing he might make too much noise. Suddenly his steps halted sharply and his pupils constricted as he noticed a figure had appeared 100 meters in front of him without him realizing it. The figure leaned against an old pine tree, arms crossed, gazing at Zhong Lin with a smirk. Kid, your patience is impressive. You've managed to stay crouched for 2 hours. Most others would have cracked and rushed into the cave. Did you figure out their numbers? The voice was filled with mockery and playful malice, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. His words sent a chill down Zhong Lin's spine, making him realize that from the very beginning he had been under their watch, treated like a monkey in a cage. The figure was a man in his 30s, lean, with high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and a pair of slanted eyes that narrowed slightly, exuding a sinister aura. Zhong Lin took a deep breath, quickly scanning his surroundings to confirm there were no others before quietly relaxing. One person. Since you discovered me long ago, why not make a move? Zhong Lin asked. It's quite dull in the mountains. It's rare to have someone with such bravery. The slanted-eyed man shouted, not expecting Zhong Lin to strike first. His arms shot out like arrows, accompanied by a whooshing sound. The two arms clashed heavily, producing a muffled sound, and they both staggered back a few steps. Zhong Lin's arm went numb and his palm ached, but he had gauged the opponent's strength. Both were martial artists at the same level with negligible difference in strength. It was manageable. Martial refinement. I misjudged. You're a talent. Unfortunately, what I hate most are talents. The slanted-eyed man flicked his wrist, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Zhong Lin did not respond, adjusting his footing, sinking his center of gravity, and slowly adopting the stance of the mountain-shaking fist. With a forceful step, the grayish-blue rock cracked underfoot, and he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the slanted-eyed man. Coach Wang had once said, strike first to gain the upper hand. Those who strike later suffer misfortune. The slanted-eyed man also sprang into action, his fingers claw-like, aiming straight for Zhong Lin's throat, moving so fast that it created a piercing sound as he sliced through the air. Zhong Lin's pupils constricted. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, sidestepping the claw, while his right fist suddenly shot out from his waist, aiming directly at the opponent's ribs. The sixth style of the mountain-shaking fist, shattering stones. This punch was delivered with full force. The wind whistled around it, carrying with it a faint, thunderous sound. The slanted-eyed man, however, let out a cold grunt, transforming his claws into a palm, slapping down horizontally. Bang! As their fists and palms met, Zhong Lin felt a tremendous force hit him, sending him staggering back 3 steps, his right arm aching. The slanted-eyed man also staggered, nearly losing his balance by half a step. What tremendous strength, but it's merely brute force. Die for me. The slanted-eyed man shouted, suddenly accelerating, his claws slicing through the air with a shrill cry, lunging straight at Zhong Lin's face. At that moment, Zhong Lin swiftly reached for the cloth pouch at his waist and scattered its contents. In an instant, a cloud of white mist enveloped the slanted-eyed man. Quicklime. The triangular-eyed man let out a cry of agony, his eyes stinging, and his vision became a blur. However, being a warrior from the Mopi Pass, he reacted swiftly, raising his hands to guard his face and pushing off the ground, retreating quickly in an attempt to create distance. You little beast, you seek death. The triangular-eyed man roared repeatedly, his eyelids tightly shut, tears streaming down his face, yet he relied on his memory and hearing to locate Zhong Lin. But at this moment, Zhong Lin would not give him a chance to breathe. He launched a rapid attack, without leaving any retreat, sliding low to the ground as he approached, simultaneously bending his body to execute a move that all men dread. Monkey steals peach. This move was both fast and fierce, lacking any hint of flamboyance. Although the triangular-eyed man's eyes were burned by lime, his warrior instincts remained intact. Sensing a powerful wind coming towards his lower body, he felt a surge of fear and quickly brought his legs together, slapping down with both hands. Bang! His palm struck heavily against Zhong Lin's left arm, knocking it down. Ignoring the numbness in his arm, Zhong Lin used the momentum to push off the ground, charging upward like a cannonball, his right fist coiled and ready to strike. He never intended to actually steal the peach, as every man instinctively protects their lower regions. Muscle memory doesn't adapt that quickly. Thus, the left hand's monkey steals peach was merely a feint, with the true killing move concentrated in his right fist. The 12th style of the mountain-shaking fist, the opening stone hand. He had practiced this punch no less than 1,000 times, and at this moment he unleashed it with all his might, the wind from his fist howling as it shot straight for the triangular-eyed man's chest. The triangular-eyed man realized he had fallen into a trap, forcing himself to change tactics mid-attack, raising his right arm to block his chest. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing was clearly audible. The triangular-eyed man screamed in agony as his right arm bent at a strange angle, the exposed bone piercing through flesh, blood gushing forth. You? Zhong Lin pressed the advantage rapidly, closing the distance. Opening stone hand. Boom. This punch struck unopposed against the triangular-eyed man's chest. The triangular-eyed man's eyes instantly filled with blood vessels bulging out as his chest caved in while his back arched high. His whole body flew back like a ragged sack, crashing heavily against the old pine tree he had just leaned against. You do not abide by the rules of martial arts. The triangular-eyed man's body slid down the tree trunk, his chest caved in, blood continually oozing from the corners of his mouth, mixed with shattered internal organs. His eyes, burned by quicklime, turned a deep red, tears mingling with blood as they streamed down his cheeks, creating a scene of utter misery. Yet at this moment, he glared at Zhong Lin with rage, his eyes wide open, filled with blood vessels that reflected his unwillingness and fury. Zhong Lin stood in place, breathing heavily, his arms trembling slightly, the skin of his palms cracked with several cuts, blood dripping through his fingers. This was his first life-and-death struggle. Previously, when hunting in Zhongjia village and Tuofeng Mountain, he faced only beasts. Though dangerous, wild animals are ultimately just that, beasts lacking the cunning and ruthlessness of humans. In that fight, a moment's carelessness could have meant lying on the ground himself, not abiding by martial ethics. Zhong Lin looked down at the triangular-eyed man's lifeless face, sneering. I stand while you lie down, that is martial ethics. Suppressing his nausea, he quickly searched the triangular-eyed man. Aside from a few broken silver coins, there were no other items. Damn, a poor wretch. Stuffing the silver into his pocket, Zhong Lin turned to glance at the thief's lair behind him, his expression sudden. I can't return to the county office now. This triangular-eyed man was killed by me. It won't be long before the century-changing shifts discovers this. Returning to the county office now is too far. By the time I come back, it will be too late to catch the criminals. Zhong Lin gritted his teeth, drew the hunting knife from his waist, and suppressing his disgust, severed the triangular-eyed man's head, tying it to his waist. Taking a deep breath, he oriented himself and ran wildly toward the mountain exit. The body forged in Mopi Pass revealed its full prowess at this moment. Zhong Lin leaped through the mountains and forests with agility, the dry branches and stones cracking under his feet, but at this point, he could not care less about hiding his tracks. Quickly, he had to be quick. The way down was several times faster than the way up. In just a quarter of an hour, Zhong Lin rushed to Qingfeng Ridge, arriving on the southern official road. At the end of the official road, soldiers could be vaguely seen. It was the blockade set up by the county lieutenant, Zhao Xianwei. Zhong Lin gathered his remaining strength and sprinted towards the soldiers. Halt! Who goes there? The guarding soldiers, hearing the commotion, raised their long spears, and the archers drew their bows, aiming in Zhong Lin's direction. Do not attack. I am Zhong Lin, a constable from the county office sent by Chief Investigator to investigate Qingfeng Mountain. I have located the bandit's lair. Here is my badge, and this is the head of the bandit. Please report promptly to the county lieutenant. Zhong Lin slowed his pace, holding up his badge in one hand and the triangular-eyed man's head in the other, shouting loudly. The badge itself was nothing, but the sight of the lifeless head shocked everyone, causing them to exchange glances, unsure of how to proceed. This was also one of the reasons Zhong Lin severed the triangular-eyed man's head. Otherwise, rushing in without proper proof, even with the badge, would lack credibility. What are you waiting for? Go summon the county lieutenant. One of the squad leaders reacted, first shouting at the young soldiers behind him, then turned back to watch Zhong Lin warily. You say you are a constable from the county office? Indeed, Zhong Lin replied, directly tossing the badge over. The squad leader took the badge and scrutinized it several times before looking Zhong Lin up and down. The youth before him was no more than 15 or 16 years old, dressed in tattered hunter's clothes covered in blood, holding a gruesome-looking head, he looked nothing like a proper constable. Yet the badge was indeed genuine. As the squad leader hesitated, a rapid sound of hooves approached from the end of the official road. "Stand aside." Zhao Taizhan rode in, followed by over 10 personal guards. "County Lieutenant." The squad leader quickly cupped his fists in salute, handing over the badge. Zhao Taizhan pulled on the reins, dismounted, and strode toward Zhong Lin, scanning him from head to toe. "Constable Zhong Lin from the county office, greetings to the county lieutenant." Zhong Lin cupped his fists in salute. Zhao Taizhan did not respond, but snatched the head from Zhong Lin's hands, examining it closely. The head was half covered in blood and grime, but the features were faintly recognizable, especially the resentful look in those lifeless eyes. "Quicklime." Zhao Taizhan looked up at Zhong Lin with a raised brow. "Replying to your honor, this man was a lookout for the bandit lair at Qingfeng Ridge. With the cultivation of Mopi Pass, I was discovered while investigating and had no choice but to engage. My martial skills are lacking, and I could only resort to this desperate measure," Zhong Lin said without changing his expression. "Good, a desperate measure indeed. A winning move is a good move regardless of whether it is a top or bottom strategy." Zhao Taizhan laughed heartily. "You flatter me, County Lieutenant." Zhong Lin replied. "Come, bring the horses here." Zhao Taizhan shouted back, then said to Zhong Lin, "You mount up, come back to the camp with me, and we will discuss this further." "Yes." Zhong Lin mounted the horse, following Zhao Taizhan as they sped along and soon arrived at a temporary encampment. Zhao Taizhan led Zhong Lin into the military tent, pointing at the map on the table, firing questions like a machine gun. "Where is the bandit lair? How many people? What is the terrain like?" Zhong Lin approached the map, his finger pointing to a specific location on it. "Reporting to the county magistrate, the bandit lair is located here, Wenyo Valley." Zhao Taizhan glanced at the spot Zhong Lin had indicated, his brow furrowing instantly. "Continue." Zhong Lin did not dare to delay and quickly explained, "There is a natural cave here facing south with a stream in front and a cliff behind. I have been hiding for 2 hours. Although I did not see all the bandits with my own eyes, I confirmed through shifts, comings and goings, and food deliveries that there are at least 29 of them, including 2 visible sentries and 1 hidden sentry. However, I have not entered deeper into the cave, so I cannot ascertain if there are others inside." Zhao Taizhan pondered for a moment before asking again, "Is the martial artist who injured Commander Ning inside the cave?" Zhong Lin shook his head and replied, "I have not seen that person, but I overheard the bandits discussing a person who uses a knife. They spoke of him with great caution, so he should be in the cave." There was a moment of silence in the tent as Zhao Taizhan looked up at Zhong Lin and said, "Good Zhong Lin, right? After this mission, I will certainly commend you to the county lord." Zhong Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly replied, "Thank you, sir. I do not seek personal glory. I only hope to relieve your worries. Also, the matter of me killing the bandits will likely be known soon, so to prevent their escape, I ask you to prepare in advance." As the two conversed, a series of urgent hoofbeats sounded from outside the tent, growing closer and stopping abruptly at the camp entrance. A messenger burst in, cupping his fists and saying, "County Magistrate Chief Chen Chao and Instructor Wang have arrived." Zhao Taizhan cast a glance at Zhong Lin and said with a smile, "They are quick to arrive. Come, let us go greet them." Zhong Lin understood that Zhao Taizhan still had doubts about him and did not linger, quickly following behind. At the camp entrance, Chief Chen Chao dismounted, followed closely by Instructor Wang. "Greetings, County Magistrate." Chen Chao cupped his fists, his voice steady. Zhao Taizhan laughed heartily and stepped forward, saying, "Chief Chen, you arrived just in time. This young brother of yours has given me quite a surprise." Zhong Lin cupped his fists and saluted, saying, "Greetings, Chief Chen and Instructor Wang." Chen Chaos gaze passed over Zhao Taizhan and landed on Zhong Lin, noticing he was covered in blood, his clothes tattered, and a grotesque head hanging from his waist. "Zhong Lin, are you injured?" Replying to Chief, "It's just superficial wounds. It's nothing serious," Zhong Lin replied. "Let's speak inside the tent." Zhao Taizhan waved his hand and turned to enter. The three re-entered the tent, with Zhong Lin following last. Zhao Taizhan pointed at the map and recounted Zhong Lin's earlier words, then looked at Chen Chao and said, "Chief Chen, your men, you can ask them." Chen Chao did not speak immediately, but approached Zhong Lin, placing a hand on his shoulder and arm. "Your chi and blood are stable, your pulse is strong. You are indeed not seriously injured. The things Instructor Wang taught you were not in vain." Zhong Lin scratched his head and smiled, portraying the image of a simple-minded youth. Instructor Wang also spoke up, saying, "You mentioned that the one you killed was a martial artist from Mo Pai Guan. How did you kill him?" Zhong Lin did not conceal anything and recounted the battle in detail, from throwing lime to the final punch that killed him, every detail laid bare. After listening, the three of them had varied expressions. Zhao Taizhan laughed heartily, saying, "In warfare, deception is key. Winning is a skill." Chen Chaos' expression remained unchanged, but his eyes were filled with a strange look as he regarded Zhong Lin, increasingly convinced that the boy's simplicity was just an act. Instructor Wang, on the other hand, was somewhat familiar with Zhong Lin and did not find it surprising. Zhong Lin, are you certain that the knife-wielding expert is in the cave? I have not seen him with my own eyes, but I overheard the bandits discussing him with trepidation, mentioning how formidable the knife-wielding one is. From my judgment, he should be in the cave, just not yet revealed himself. Zhong Lin spoke cautiously. Chen Xiao and Zhao Taizhan exchanged glances, each seeing the weight in the other's eyes. Chief Chen, I asked for your assistance. Zhao Taizhan looked up at Chen Xiao. All right. Chen Xiao did not hold back and nodded in agreement. Instructor Wang also cupped his fists, saying, I am willing to accompany both of you. Zhao Taizhan slapped the table and declared loudly, then it settled. I will gather the soldiers immediately and set off at once. Saying this, he stood up and strode out of the tent, leaving Chen Xiao and the other two behind. Chen Xiao stepped forward and patted Zhong Lin's shoulder, satisfied, saying, Well done, you have accomplished a great feat today. You may return directly to the county office and rest well. Zhong Lin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, as he was worried he would have to lead the way again. As a mere martial artist from Mo Pai Guan, it would be too dangerous. Who knows if he might be casually killed by a single blow. This was for the best. Yes, Chief. Zhong Lin cupped his fists in response. Instructor Wang also said, It's your first kill, don't just rest right away when you return. Practice your punches until you are exhausted. Zhong Lin's heart warmed knowing that Instructor Wang was imparting wisdom to him. In his past life, he had heard similar sentiments. It was essentially a form of distraction. However, at that moment, Zhong Lin did not feel the tension or panic he had imagined. Instead, he felt a hint of excitement. Thank you, Instructor Wang. Zhong Lin expressed his gratitude. Outside the tent, urgent commands and the sound of soldiers gathering echoed as Zhao Taizhan assembled 300 troops. Chen Xiao and Instructor Wang accompanied him as they quietly left the camp, heading into the depths of Qingfeng Ridge. Zhong Lin stood at the camp entrance watching the team disappear before he let out a long sigh of relief. He mounted the horse he had ridden earlier and slowly made his way along the official road toward the county town, using this opportunity to sort out his thoughts. I killed someone today. This thought surfaced in his mind, yet it did not stir much of a ripple. Zhong Lin himself felt somewhat surprised. In his previous life, he had never even killed a chicken, yet now he could calmly sever an enemy's head after a life-and-death struggle, even carrying the head around with him. Perhaps it's because I watched too many movies in my previous life, or maybe I had been prepared since arriving in this world. However, I did run a bit short on lime powder. Next time I could mix in some chili powder for better effect. Yes, let's do just that, and it would be best to add some poisonous powder or something. Zhong Lin's thoughts quickly drifted, continually devising the strategy of the lime martial saint in his mind. As for the so-called martial ethics, Zhong Lin scoffed, thinking why not utilize a gun? There's no need for any grandstanding, being able to stand and speak is the rule. By the time he returned to the county town, the sky had completely darkened. The city gate was brightly lit with 3 times the usual number of guards and much stricter inspections. Even the usually idle clerks had all come out. In the guardhouse at the city gate, Lu Yong saw Zhong Lin enter covered in blood and nearly dropped his teacup. Xiao Zhong, what happened to you? It's nothing new, I was on duty. Zhong Lin waved his hand and smiled broadly. Lu Yong knew Zhong Lin had been assigned a task by the chief, but did not know the specifics, so he stepped forward to check, saying, You're not hurt, are you? Just superficial wounds, nothing serious. Lu Ban too, I will head back to rest now and come back for roll call tomorrow. Go ahead, I rest well, and you don't need to get up early tomorrow, you take a day off. Thank you, Lu Ban too. Zhong Lin acknowledged, turning to leave the guardhouse and heading directly to the county office. Upon returning to his residence, he removed his outer clothing and washed off the blood before not rushing to rest. Instead, he began practicing the mountain-shaking fist in the room, as Instructor Wang had advised. As he unleashed his fist techniques, his qi and blood surged. The tension he had been holding throughout the day gradually relaxed with each punch and kick, and the dark void in his chest trembled slightly, releasing a warm flow that coursed through his meridians, reaching all his limbs. Refreshing. The next day at the hour of the rabbit, Zhong Lin awoke from his slumber, stretching lazily while the joints in his body cracked, feeling invigorated. Yesterday he had practiced his fists until late into the night. Perhaps due to the immense terror of life and death, his martial arts had advanced and his skills had reached perfection. Next, I just need to wait for the Yijin martial arts. I wonder when the captain will be back. Stepping outside, the cold morning air rushed towards him, carrying the unique crispness of winter. Zhong Lin took a deep breath, feeling the icy air filling his chest, invigorating him even more. He instinctively wanted to head to the front yard to check in, but after taking just 2 steps, he couldn't help but chuckle. I almost forgot Chief Lu granted me a day off today. Oh, I don't have to go to work. Let me count the days. Today is the 7th. Zhong Lin calculated with his fingers and suddenly brightened up. Returning to his room, he changed clothes then strode out of the county office. I need to find a place to live. It's not convenient to stay at the county office every day. Zhong Lin watched the flow of people coming and going near the county office, stroking his chin. His training was getting louder, disturbing others' rest, and most importantly, he felt a lack of privacy. Unhurriedly walking to the tofu pudding stall in Flower Market Alley, he sat down and ordered 3 bowls, 1 sweet, 1 savory, and 1 spicy, then leisurely enjoyed them. As the sun gradually rose higher, the familiar figure of Chun Xing finally appeared. Today she wore a silvered short coat with a stone blue cotton skirt, her hair styled in double buns adorned with a silk flower at her temples. She looked neat and tidy, standing in the morning light like a freshly bloomed camellia. Chun Xing spotted Zhong Lin sitting at the stall, her eyes lighting up, but she didn't approach to greet him. Instead, she turned and walked into the Yunxiang Pavilion store. A quarter of an hour later, she emerged holding a brocade box and gently said to Zhong Lin, "Zhongir, could you help me take this back home? It's no trouble at all." Zhong Lin tossed a few copper coins onto the table, stood up, and took the brocade box from Chun Xing's hands, his fingertips accidentally brushing against her hand. Chun Xing shot him a glare, but there was no anger in her eyes. Instead, they sparkled with a hint of mischief. "Let's go." Chun Xing turned and led Zhong Lin inside through the side door, just like last time. Upon entering the side courtyard, the originally graceful Chun Xing began to sway her waist more pronouncedly, even more than last time. Zhong Lin merely glanced without any reaction, maintaining a gentlemanly composure. After walking a few dozen steps, Chun Xing stopped and turned to glance at Zhong Lin, her teeth grinding in annoyance. This scoundrel had been so bold last time, yet today he was putting on the airs of a gentleman. Deliberately slowing her pace, Chun Xing twisted her waist like a willow in the wind, her silvered short coat wrapping around her curvaceous figure, creating a breathtaking silhouette. Meanwhile, the man behind her seemed oblivious, walking steadily with even breaths, his gaze firmly fixed ahead on the cobblestone path. Chun Xing bit her lip, feeling both angry and annoyed, and unconsciously quickened her pace. She passed through the narrow passage and rounded the moon gate. The back house was just ahead. Chun Xing pushed the door open and Zhong Lin followed suit. Then, in response to Chun Xing's surprised gaze, he slammed the door shut with a bang and secured the latch. "You." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhong Lin stepped forward, pulling her into an embrace, and lowered his head to kiss her directly. Chun Xing stiffened at first, instinctively struggling a couple of times, but soon melted like snow, leaning against Zhong Lin's chest, her toes barely touching the ground. "Good sister." After a long while, Zhong Lin pulled his lips away, whispering softly in her ear, "Does anyone come here often?" "No." Chun Xing instinctively replied, her voice trembling. "That's good." Zhong Lin tossed the brocade box onto the table, then bent down and lifted Chun Xing in his arms, striding towards the bed. What are you going to do?" "Of course." 3,000 words omitted here, as the review process is too. Zhong Lin dressed and got up feeling refreshed, while Chun Xing slumped on the bed, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, a few damp strands sticking to her neck, highlighting the whiteness of her skin. At that moment, she felt a bit dazed. Initially, she thought she would only let Zhong Lin take advantage of her a little, but she never expected to be completely consumed. "You scoundrel." Chun Xing shot Zhong Lin a fierce glare, but it lacked any intimidation, more like a... Zhong Lin fastened his belt, leaned down, and lightly pecked Chun Xing's forehead, smiling, "Good sister, I'll be leaving now. I'll come to find you another day." After laughing heartily, he turned, unlatched the door, looked around to confirm no one was in the courtyard, and Chun Xing watched Zhong Lin's departing figure, licking her lips, smiling dreamily. Not bad, the young lady should like it. Indeed, the saying, "women are the medicine for men," is utterly true. The last trace of unease from yesterday's killing dissipated entirely under the comforting embrace of Sister Chun Xing. Zhong Lin walked down the street with light steps, his complexion rosy, feeling as if he had been washed by water, exuding an indescribable sense of comfort. Originally, he had planned to be ambiguous with Chun Xing for a while longer, but last night's battle had shifted his mindset. Ambiguity. A real man should be direct and use real weapons. By the time he returned to the county office, the sun was already high in the sky. He practiced his punches for a while in the training ground, then quickly returned to his own room. He closed the door, took off his outer garment, lay down on the bed, hands tucked behind his head, staring blankly at the mottled beams above. Having been in this world for almost half a year, Zhong Lin had gradually adapted to life here. Though there were no smartphones, no internet, and no food delivery, there were martial arts power and beautiful young ladies. Next up is the Yi martial arts. The captain promised me he would speak to the county magistrate, so it should be no problem. Zhong Lin turned over, staring at the sunlight streaming through the window, calculating in his heart, "With brother Gu assisting me, the Yi should be no problem for me. The key is the subsequent bone forging. I'm sure I'll need some bone forging martial arts. Damn, what a hassle." Zhong Lin cursed inwardly. Although he had the black hole to assist him and did not worry about finding resources for training, he lacked the methods. It felt like a starving man guarding a granary. He could see it, but couldn't eat. Zhong Lin waited in his room for 3 days. On the morning of the third day, Captain Chun Chao finally. The news quickly spread through the county office. In the battle at Qingfeng Ridge, Zhao County Lieutenant led 300 soldiers in a night raid, killing 26 bandits, capturing 4, and retrieving the autumn silver in full. The only regret was that one seriously injured master of the bone forging realm, Commander Ning, had according to the captives, that person claimed to be Mr. Shui. He only appeared at Qingfeng Ridge 2 months ago and was highly skilled. The bandit leader obeyed his commands, and the plan to rob the autumn silver was devised by him. It was also he who struck down Commander Ning with a single blow. I pay my respects to the chief constable and Coach Wang. Zhong Lin cupped his fists and greeted, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. Compared to their last meeting, Chen Xiao looked slightly pale, his left shoulder wrapped in bandages with faint traces of blood seeping through. Although Coach Wang's breath was steady, a faint smell of blood emanated from him. Chief Constable Coach Wang, you are injured. It's nothing, just superficial wounds. Chen Xiao waved his hand and smiled, saying, Zhong Lin, you did very well this time. If it weren't for your daring exploration to determine the location of the bandit hideout and bringing back that severed head to convince Officer Zhao, the bandits would have likely escaped long ago. The chief constable overpraises me. I merely performed my duty, Zhong Lin said, lowering his head. Tsk tisk, I wonder who you learned this from. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, you speak with such maturity. Chen Xiao chuckled lightly. Zhong Lin scratched his head, not responding. Chen Xiao took out a thin booklet from his sleeve, placed it on the table, and gently pushed it forward, sliding it to Zhong Lin. I have fulfilled my promise to you. This is a reward from the county magistrate. Zhong Lin looked down and saw 3 robust characters on the cover of the booklet: Xian Snake Technique. This is the Yi Jin martial art. Zhong Lin's heart raced, his voice tinged with excitement. Thank you, Chief Constable. Thank you, County Magistrate. Chen Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, don't be in such a hurry to thank me. It's true that this technique is a reward from the County Magistrate, but whether you can cultivate anything from it depends on your own fortune. Remember, it must not be shared with outsiders. Yes. Zhong Lin nodded heavily, carefully tucking the booklet into his embrace, as if he were carrying a priceless treasure. To him, it was indeed a rare treasure, a stepping stone to ascend and a source of power. Coach Wang timely interjected, go back and read it a few times. First, memorize the incantations and breathing methods before practicing. Yi Jin is different from skin refining. It involves the tendons and meridians, and a slight mistake could injure yourself. If you have any questions, come and ask me. Yes, thank you, Coach Wang. Zhong Lin replied respectfully. Chen Xiao picked up his teacup and took a sip, casually saying, all right, don't linger here. Go back and rest. Zhong Lin acknowledged and turned to leave the guard room, his steps light, as if he were walking on clouds. Upon returning to his quarters, he closed the door and took out the thin booklet again, taking a deep breath as he opened the first page. The length of Xian Snake Technique was not extensive, it was a form of boxing. The first half contained various techniques and incantations, the middle part detailed the breathing methods, and the last part provided the formula for the muscle-nourishing ointment. Zhong Lin sat cross-legged on the bed, reading it carefully from beginning to end, and then rereading it again. Only after finishing the third read did he gain a certain understanding of this martial art. Skin refining concerns the outer membrane, providing the body with a layer of tough shell, while Yi Jin focuses on refining the tendons all over the body, making them like bowstrings. When pulled tight, they can shoot far and unleash great power. Xian Snake Technique draws its meaning from the coiling of the Xian snake, gathering energy before unleashing. The technique states that the human bodus meridians are spread throughout like the strings of a piano. For ordinary people, their meridians are thin and loose, possessing brute strength, yet able to exert only 20 to 30%. The cultivation of Yi Jin involves specific breathing techniques and body movements to channel qi and blood to cleanse the meridians, supplemented with the ointment for daily refinement, thus continuously strengthening and toughening one's tendons, making them as powerful as a tiger or leopard. Skin refining is like forging armor. Yi Jin is like drawing a bow. The thicker the tendons, the better they can coordinate and stabilize the joints and bones. Through contraction, they generate immense kinetic energy, allowing one's tremendous strength to be fully unleashed, striking as if shooting an arrow. Zhong Lin's eyes were filled with fervor as he struggled to suppress his eagerness to start practicing, immediately slowly closing the boxing manual. As for the final preparation of the black jade ointment, he paid it no heed. The purpose of this ointment was to aid cultivators in nourishing their tendons, reducing damage during cultivation, and speeding up recovery. With the black hole by his side, each time his qi and blood were exhausted, the warm airflow that surged forth not only replenished the deficit, but also repaired the subtle damages to his skin and bones. This ointment was akin to a chicken rib for him. Don't rush, don't rush. According to the boxing manual, hygiene is different from skin refining. Skin refining merely quenches the outer membrane. Even if practiced poorly, it only results in superficial wounds that can be healed with rest. But hygiene involves the major tendons throughout the body. A single misstep could lead to twisted meridians or lifelong disability. Moreover, this room is too small. The cultivation of mountain shaking fist only requires a small space to practice fully, but many techniques of Xian snake technique require stretching the tendons and twisting the body with a range of motion more than double that of mountain shaking fist. This cramped room simply cannot accommodate such movements. I need to find a courtyard quickly. Zhong Lin took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to try it out immediately. He sat back down on the bed, opened the booklet, and began to memorize the incantations, pondering every detail of the accompanying breathing methods for Xian snake technique. The incantations were not particularly obscure, as they were merely breathing methods. Zhong Lin focused more on studying the corresponding boxing techniques during the breathing exercises. He didn't rush, carefully digesting it line by line. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he paused to ponder repeatedly, even using his fingers to trace on his body, trying to find the tendon described in the illustrations. After 2 whole hours, Zhong Lin finally tucked the boxing manual close and pushed the door open, heading straight to the training ground. By now it was already afternoon, and the training ground was deserted. The warm winter sun slanted down onto the blue brick ground, casting long shadows. Zhong Lin moved his hands and feet a bit before he began to attempt the boxing techniques recorded in the manual. Xian snake technique consists of 36 moves, more than double that of mountain shaking fist, with each move being extremely complex, particularly the twisting and coiling actions, which demand high flexibility and coordination from the body. Xian snake coiling. This is the starting pose of the Xian snake technique. Stand with feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, spine sinking slowly like a snake, while both arms are lifted gently from the sides, palms facing inward, fingers aligned, as if cradling an invisible round ball. The movement is not difficult. The challenge lies in coordinating with breath and intent. Unlike mountain shaking fist, which first practices the movements, then learns the breathing, and finally combines, both Xian snake technique requires integration from the very start. One must refine the major tendons bit by bit with qi and blood, otherwise some of the later, almost inhumane moves would be impossible to execute. According to the incantations, this move requires inhaling while contracting the abdomen, guiding qi and blood down along the spine. During exhalation, one should relax, allowing qi and blood to flow back along the sides. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. A sharp, sore sensation exploded from both sides of his spine, as if someone were scraping his tendons with a dull knife, causing him to gasp in pain, and his movements immediately became distorted. Hiss! Zhong Lin gritted his teeth and released his stance, rubbing his back with his hand. Damn, that hurt. He knew that practicing hygiene would be painful, but he never expected it to be this painful. The soreness shot straight to his head, making it impossible to concentrate. Continue. Zhong Lin gritted his teeth and set the Xian snake coiling starting pose once more. Wu manner. In the side courtyard in the back room, Zhong Lin lay diagonally on the bed, bare-chested, embracing the voluptuous Chun Xing. A trace of regret flashed in Zhong Lin's eyes. Chun Xing lazily lifted her eyelids and poked Zhong Lin's chest. Cigarettes. What cigarettes? Nothing, just a casual remark. Zhong Lin came back to his senses, gently stroking her smooth shoulder with his fingers. Sister, do you know where I can rent a courtyard around here? It would be best if it were secluded. Well, I need a spacious place to practice. Chun Xing raised her head, resting her chin on his chest, her eyes shimmering. Why? Are you tired of living in the county office's quarters? It's too small. Oh, I can't stretch out, and every time I want to find you I have to come to this outer courtyard where there are too many people, and it's inconvenient, which also limits your performance. Zhong Lin said with a smile. Chun Xing rolled her eyes at him, knowing he was teasing her about just biting the pillow. You have a bit of conscience. If you want to find a courtyard, you can ask Malu. He strolls around the street every day and knows all the latest news. However, I do know of a place at the end of Flower Market Alley. There is a house that used to belong to a silk merchant. He went back home after failing in business last year, and the house has been vacant, continuously rented out by a pawn shop. I've seen that courtyard. It's a 3-entry courtyard, but the rent isn't cheap. It costs 2 taels of silver per month. Zhong Lin frowned slightly. To be honest, a 3-entry courtyard costing 2 taels isn't actually expensive, and if it's truly 3 entries, it would perfectly meet the requirements, even exceeding expectations. However, for him, 2 taels of silver is not a small amount. He currently works at the county office and earns only 1 tael a month. Without food or drink, it wouldn't be enough. You don't need to worry about the money. Chun Xing noticed Zhong Lin's dilemma, pouted slightly, and smiled. If you need it, I'll rent it for you. Zhong Lin chuckled and gave Chun Xing a deep look. Sister, are you going to support me? Why? Isn't that okay? Chun Xing pretended to be angry and glared at him. Now you're mine. I can't let you not even have a place to practice. Mine. Zhong Lin raised an eyebrow, pulling her back into his arms and rolling over. Then shouldn't you let me prove again who belongs to whom? Chun Xing exclaimed. Don't. Again. You scoundrel. Just now. Before she could finish, Zhong Lin covered. Half an hour later, Chun Xing lay limp, like mud, too lazy to even move her fingers. Zhong Lin, full of energy, dressed and got up laughing heartily as he stepped out of the back room, leaving Wu Manor's side courtyard. Walking on the street, watching the passing pedestrians, a smile crept onto Zhong Lin's lips as he suddenly felt that crossing over to this world was really quite nice. Before the transition, he was just an ordinary office worker without even a girlfriend. After crossing over, not only did he gain a job position, but there were also women willing to support him. So surreal, but quite good. Zhong Lin whistled as he returned to the county office. Before he even entered, he saw Ma Lu squatting on the steps holding a grass stick with a resentful look fixed on him. Brother Lu, were you waiting for me? Zhong Lin smiled as he walked over. Ma Lu looked Zhong Lin up and down, his nose twitching. That fragrance on you. Is it from Chun Xing? Zhong Lin lowered his head and sniffed. There was indeed a faint scent of powder. Brother Lu, your nose is truly keen. You really shouldn't be surnamed Ma. Zhong Lin didn't deny it and teased him directly. Get lost. You should be the one surnamed dog. Ma Liu's expression became even more resentful, sourly saying, I'm here, working hard, patrolling the streets, and you're enjoying yourself with a beauty. Is there any justice in this world? What are you talking about, Brother Lu? I'm here doing serious business. Zhong Lin said seriously. Serious business? You mean doing serious business in bed? Ma Lu chuckled. How could that be? I went to inquire about renting a house. Zhong Lin firmly denied it and casually sat down on the steps, briefly explaining the search for a courtyard. After listening, Ma Lu didn't continue teasing, but thought seriously, I know that house at the end of Flower Market Alley. It has indeed been vacant for over half a year. 2 taels for rent is not cheap, but given the location and layout, it's worth the price. So are you really thinking of renting it? Zhong Lin nodded. I'm interested, but it's too expensive. Okay, leave this matter to me. Ma Lu patted his chest. Tomorrow I'll ask the pawn shop and see if I can negotiate a lower price. Those guys at the pawn shop, if you don't whip them, they won't move. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Lu. Zhong Lin expressed his gratitude. Stop with the formalities, let's go. It's time to patrol the streets. Ma Lu stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. Zhong Lin quickly returned to the county office, changed into his official uniform, and followed closely behind. As they patrolled the streets, the two made a special trip to check out the house in Flower Market Alley. It was indeed a nice courtyard. Aside from the high rent, there were no issues. The sun gradually set in the west, and the two returned to the office. Zhong Lin didn't rush back to his room, but went to the training ground to continue practicing the Xian snake technique. The soreness along his spine was much better than the previous day, but the sharp pain still made him grit his teeth. However, each time after the blood and qi flowed through him, Zhong Lin could distinctly feel that his tendons were becoming more resilient. Returning to his room at midnight, he washed up, briefly lay on the bed, and took out the booklet of the Xian snake technique, reading it again by the light of the oil lamp. Confucius said to review and learn anew. An old saying goes, a book read 100 times reveals its meaning. Whenever he had free time, Zhong Lin would take it out and ponder. Reaching the last page, Zhong Lin's gaze fell on the formula for the black feather ointment. The recipe listed over a dozen medicinal ingredients, including ginseng, deer antler, saffron, and penetrating bone grass, among others. Each one was not cheap. Gathering a full set would cost at least 5 to 6 taels of silver. Damn! Zhong Lin cursed softly and closed the booklet. Practicing martial arts is indeed an expensive endeavor. Thankfully, I have Brother Gua, otherwise I'd be eating dirt. I need to find a way to get some silver. Zhong Lin closed his eyes, his mind starting to calculate ways to earn money. In those novels about crossing over, the protagonists either do business or invent things, and the less fortunate become bodyguards. Unfortunately, I have no capital for business, no skills for invention, and as for being a bodyguard, I'm now a formal officer of the government. Who would dare to let me guard their home? Zhong Lin opened his eyes, feeling a toothache, and after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a good way to make money. Old Wang said he would help me refine my skills and introduce me to a job. What job? This thought circled in his mind, and Zhong Lin decided to ask Old Wang tomorrow. The next morning, Zhong Lin first went to report for duty at the county office, and then headed straight to the training ground. Old Wang was practicing punches in the field. The martial art style was unfamiliar, and his punches appeared soft, lacking any force. Zhong Lin didn't disturb him, and stood quietly by, watching until Old Wang finished his punches, and stood still before stepping forward to salute. Old Wang. You're here. Old Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead, and casually asked, how is your practice of the Xian snake technique going? I'm still exploring, and have barely managed to complete the first 3 forms. Zhong Lin replied honestly. Old Wang's hand, which was still wiping sweat, froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Show me what you've practiced. The mysterious serpent coils. The first 3 moves of the mystic serpent technique are not difficult, yet even so, after completing them, beads of sweat had already formed on Zhong Lin's forehead, and the muscles along his spine bulged slightly, as if they were the taut strings of a bow. Wang Jiaodou remained silent for a while before speaking. I originally didn't want to praise you, fearing it might make you too complacent, but it seems you indeed possess remarkable talent in martial arts. These 3 moves others would take at least 10 days to half a month to master, yet you, in just 2 days, have achieved both form and spirit with your vital energy flowing smoothly. Though the assistance of the Qi Zhu fruit's medicinal power is undeniable, it cannot overshadow your innate talent. Zhong Lin scratched his head, not responding. He couldn't possibly say that each time he practiced until his muscles ached, a warm flow of energy would surge from the black hole in his chest, washing away the discomfort, while also enhancing the resilience of his muscles. Wang Jiaodou, I would like to ask you something. Zhong Lin changed the topic. Go ahead. You mentioned before about helping me find a job after I successfully completed my training. What kind of job is it? Wang Jiaodou looked at Zhong Lin with a half-smile and said leisurely, what are you short on money? Zhong Lin did not hide anything and replied candidly. It's inconvenient to stay at the county office. I want to rent a courtyard, and I also need to buy medicinal materials for muscle refinement. I'm indeed a bit tight on funds. I see. Wang Jiaodou laughed heartily. I thought you hadn't come to ask me for a long time because you didn't need it. Yes. Without asking further, Zhong Lin followed Wang Jiaodou out of the county office, traversing most of the street, finally stopping in front of an imposing facade. Looking at the familiar mansion before him, especially the 4 large characters, Shi Martial Hall, on the plaque, Zhong Lin raised an eyebrow. Have you been here before? Wang Jiaodou noticed the change in Zhong Lin's expression and curiously asked. Yes, when I first arrived in the county, I thought about joining the Shi Martial Hall to learn martial arts, but I was deterred by the tuition of 10 taels of silver. Wang Jiaodou, why are we here? Zhong Lin explained. Wang Jiaodou's face displayed an expression of as expected, and said with a smile, so the tuition of 10 taels scared you off. It makes sense, you, a country boy from a hunting background, wouldn't have that much silver. But now it's different. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Saying this, he lifted his foot and walked towards the entrance of the Shi Martial Hall. Zhong Lin followed closely behind Wang Jiaodou, walking inside as well. Unlike the first time he visited, the doorman not only did not obstruct them, but instead ran ahead to lead the way, his attitude as courteous as if he were a different person. Passing through the front screen, they entered a spacious training ground. The ground, paved with bluestone, was polished to a remarkable smoothness, with weapon racks lined on both sides featuring swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, encompassing all 18 kinds of weapons. In the center of the area stood several thick wooden posts, their surfaces marked with varying depths of fist and palm prints, unmistakably the marks left by years of repeated strikes. On the training ground, dozens of young disciples were practicing martial arts with shouts and cheers rising. Some punched with fierce force, every strike powerful, others veins bulging, lifted heavy stones weighing 100 pounds to build strength, and some were in horse stance, clearly enduring the training. Wang Jiaoxi is here. Someone shouted, causing the disciples in the field to stop their movements and bow in unison. Greetings, Wang Jiaoxi. The voice was loud, clearly indicating Wang Jiaodou's high prestige here. Wang Jiaodou casually nodded and strode across the training ground, heading straight for the back hall. Zhong Lin followed behind, unable to help but ask, Wang Jiaodou, you aren't still teaching here at the marsh? What's wrong with that? Wang Jiaodou replied without looking back. Uncle Wang, you're here. A young man in his 20s hurriedly approached upon seeing Wang Jiaodou. Where's your father? Wang Jiaodou nodded. In the back courtyard, I'll go call him. No need, I'll go myself. Wang Jiaodou waved his hand and led Zhong Lin through the front courtyard and around a screen to the back courtyard. The back courtyard was much smaller than the front, but it was arranged more intricately, with several blooming wintersweet trees filling the air with a faint floral fragrance. The door to the main hall was open, and a man in his 50s was sitting in a grandmaster chair sipping tea. He was tall and robust, his hair peppered with gray, yet he looked vigorous. His chin bore a short beard, and his hands holding the tea were calloused, indicating his mastery in martial arts. Ha ha, good Master Zhong, shall we begin tomorrow? Shi Xingzhou exclaimed loudly. No problem. Shi Xingzhou waved his hand and said, just come to the martial arts hall after your morning roll call. Teach for 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon, and you can practice on your own during the rest of the time. It won't interfere. Thank you, Master. You can familiarize yourself with the environment first, and tomorrow we will officially start the classes. Sure, and come in. Shi Xingzhou called out towards the door. The young man who had just welcomed him in the front yard hurried in and said, Dad, this is Zhong Lin, the new teacher of the 3rd rank. Take him to get acquainted with the place, collect his teacher's badge and monthly salary, and arrange for a room so that he has a place to stay when he comes to the martial arts hall. Understood. Shiren replied, smiling at Zhong Lin. Teacher Zhong, please come with me. Thank you for your trouble, brother. Zhong Lin cupped his fists in salute and bowed to Coach Wang and Shi Xingzhou before following Shiren out of the back hall. Once the two had walked far, Shi Xingzhou's smile faded slightly as he turned to Coach Wang and asked old Wang what is the background of this kid. He's about 15 or 16 years old and has achieved a perfect skin refinement starting to practice muscle transformation. Such talent is rare in Ana County. Coach Wang replied, while holding a teacup briefly explaining Zhong Lin's background and the matter of the Qizhu fruit. Shi Xingzhou upon hearing this felt a twinge of envy. Qizhu fruit. No wonder. However, just having a spiritual herb is not enough. To unleash the potency to such an extent, this kid's willpower must be extraordinary. It seems, old Wang, that you've taken a liking to this talent. On the other side, Zhong Lin followed Shiren through the corridor and arrived in front of a row of rooms on the east side. Teacher Zhong, this room is yours. You can change clothes and rest here. Shiren opened a wooden door revealing a simple interior with a bed, a chair, and a table, and against the wall stood a wooden rack holding several clean gray short robes, which were the uniforms for the martial arts hall teachers. Thank you for your trouble, brother Shi. Zhong Lin expressed his gratitude. Shiren then pulled out a copper badge from his pocket and handed it over, which was engraved with the character Bing, and the back bore the emblem of the Shi Martial Arts Hall. This is your teacher's badge. At the end of each month, you can use it to collect your salary from the accounting office. By the way, Teacher Zhong, when are you free usually? I need to arrange the classes. Zhong Lin thought for a moment and replied, I can arrive around the beginning of the Chun hour after the roll call, teach for 1 hour in the morning and then 1 hour again in the afternoon during the Shin hour. How does that sound? That works. I will schedule your classes from the beginning of the Chun hour to the beginning of the Si hour and from the Zheng hour to the Yu hour. Shi and readily agreed. Thank you, brother Shi. No need for thanks, we are family now. Shiren waved his hand, saying there are 6 teachers in our martial arts hall. I will introduce them to you one by one tomorrow. Shiren then led Zhong Lin on a tour of the martial arts hall, showing him the locations of the restroom, kitchen, and storeroom before taking his leave. After a short while, Zhong Lin walked out of the Shi martial arts hall with Coach Wang. How do you feel? Coach Wang teased. Zhong Lin turned to glance at the large plaque behind him and sighed. The last time I came, I was here to seek martial arts, but was dissuaded by the 10 taels of silver entrance fee and couldn't even step inside, and now I return as a teacher here with a monthly salary of 5 taels of silver. Life's twists and turns are indeed marvelous. Coach Wang laughed heartily, saying that's how the world is. If you have strength, the door will open for you. Let's go back and prepare. You have to come back to teach tomorrow. The two walked side by side, and the street became busier with the shouts of vendors ringing out. Coach Wang, what kind of students are there at the martial arts hall? Zhong Lin inquired. There are all kinds of people, from wealthy young masters to farmers' children, even the children of officials who want to learn a few skills either for self-defense or to secure a future. The Shi Martial Arts Hall has been established in Ana County for over 20 years with a good reputation. There are at least 100 students. Coach Wang explained. Can farmers' children afford the entrance fee? Zhong Lin asked in surprise. He hadn't forgotten the 10 taels of silver that had barred him from entry, and he knew that practicing martial arts required even more silver, which was simply beyond the means of farmers' children. Coach Wang glanced at him and scoffed. Farmers' children naturally cannot afford the 10 taels of entrance fee, but they can pay 2 taels for tea money. Tea money, Zhong Lin said, taken aback. Do you think those doing chores, boiling water, and sweeping the floors in the martial arts hall are hired help? They are poor children from families who can't afford the full entrance fee, doing odd jobs at the hall to settle their debts. Of course, there are also some talented individuals chosen by the hall from various places with outstanding potential who receive free martial arts training and even accommodation and medicinal herbs. These are the foundation of the hall. Coach Wang explained. Zhong Lin finally understood. I see, with only 6 teachers can they manage. Most of the teaching is done by older students mentoring the new ones. The teachers only guide them on key points and correct their mistakes. They can't teach each one hand in hand. You don't need to be too nervous. The third-ranked teachers teach the basics. Just make sure to teach the Huanshan fist well. Coach Wang waved his hand. Zhong Lin nodded, feeling reassured. Returning to the official residence, Coach Wang busied himself with his own matters while Zhong Lin changed into his official attire. Today's duty: guarding the city gate. Ma Lu knew Zhong Lin would be practicing in the duty room, so after giving a brief instruction, he disappeared to slack off. Zhong Lin didn't mind. He closed the doors and windows and began practicing the 4th move of the Xian Shi technique, the spirit snake tail sweep. This move was extremely intricate, requiring the waist to serve as the axis to twist the spine, while alternating side kicks with both legs, coordinating with breathing to drive the qi and blood to surge through the major tendons on both sides of the thighs. Taking a deep breath and assuming the stance, he began to practice according to the incantation. With a sudden twist of the waist, his right leg swept out like a whip. Hiss! A sharp tearing sensation shot through the inner thigh, causing Zhong Lin to gasp in pain as he fell directly to the ground. Damn, that feels intense. Zhong Lin grimaced as he climbed up from the ground, reaching down to rub the root of his thigh, where a major tendon felt taut, as if it were a bowstring slightly warm. Continue. Clenching his teeth, he resumed the stance. Pain was irrelevant, he wouldn't die from it. Today he had witnessed the benefits of great strength, which further fueled his motivation to practice martial arts. Once, twice, 3 times. Zhong Lin could clearly feel that with each surge of qi and blood, that major tendon became a little tougher, and the tearing sensation lessened a bit. After a short while, Zhong Lin collapsed on the ground, his legs twitching uncontrollably, the major tendon feeling like a rubber band being repeatedly pulled and released, with a soreness spreading from the root of his thigh all the way to his knee. A slight tremor passed through the black hole in his chest, and the warm flow of qi arrived, as expected, washing away the soreness like a tide, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. Refreshing. Zhong Lin sprang up, moving his legs, feeling even stronger than before. At this rate, in 3 months. No, 2 months, I will complete the muscle transformation. Zhong Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes filled with fervor. The next day at dawn, Zhong Lin appeared punctually at the entrance of the Shiring Martial Arts Hall, donning a gray short jacket of an instructor with a bronze badge hanging at his waist, looking spirited. Shirin had been waiting at the door, smiling as he welcomed Zhong Lin. Instructor Zhong, this way please. Today I have arranged for you to teach a group of 12 new disciples. They have just started their training, so their foundations vary greatly. Please take care of them. Zhong Lin nodded, following Shirin as they crossed the training ground, arriving at a smaller practice area. Although the space was small, it was filled with green bricks, weapon racks, and wooden dummies. In the corners, several stone locks were placed, ranging from 30 to 100 pounds. 12 youths were already lined up, their ages ranging from 12 to 17. They stood unevenly, whispering to each other. Upon seeing Zhong Lin arrive, their eyes were filled with curiosity and skepticism. Zhong Lin did not feel intimidated, although he appeared as a 16-year-old boy inside, he was an adult. An hour later, Zhong Lin leisurely left the Shiring Martial Arts Hall. How should I put it? Teaching was much easier than he had imagined. He only had to instruct some basic stances and punching techniques, as no one dared to practice as recklessly as he did. Throughout the process, no one provoked him due to his youthful appearance, and had already informed them of Zhong Lin's strength, leaving no one daring to act out. It was quite easy, though a bit tedious, Zhong Lin reflected. Returning to the county office, he changed into form. Today's duty was still guarding the city gate. Ma Lu had long been waiting in the duty room, holding a bowl of tea, lounging comfortably. Brother Lu, you seem to be living more comfortably than the county magistrate, Zhong Lin teased. Ma Lu rolled his eyes. Comfortable, my foot dim, just finding joy in hardship. By the way, I have news about the house you asked me to inquire about. Really? Zhong Lin perked up, sitting down beside him. What did you find out? The pawn shop was adamant at 2 taels of silver. After much negotiation, I managed to get it down to 1 tael, and 8 can't go lower than that. That house has 3 courtyards with 10 rooms in total, and in other places it would cost at least 2 taels and 5. In the Huasher Street area, 1 tael, and 8 is already a fair price. Zhong Lin calculated for a moment and decided, all right, let's rent it. Quick decision, Ma Lu stood up and patted his backside. Since we have time, let's go to the pawn shop and sign the contract. The sooner we move, the better. The two exited the main building and headed straight for the pawn shop. The person in charge of leasing the house was a lean man in his 40s named Qian. Thankfully, he was not the same pawn shop lady they encountered last time, otherwise Zhong Lin worried he might punch her. Master Zhong, you finally came. This house is quite sought after. Just the other day someone asked about it. Qian said, rummaging through the cabinet and laying out a contract on the table. Zhong Lin took the contract and read it carefully. Confirming there were no hidden traps, he signed his name, pressed his handprint, and then handed over half a year's rent. After receiving the keys, the two headed straight to the house at the end of Huasher Lane. Upon opening the door, a musty smell from long disuse hit them. Zhong Lin stood inside the door, his gaze sweeping over the front yard. Opposite the main door was a shadow wall carved with patterns of pine and cranes representing longevity. The paint had chipped away somewhat, but one could still see the craftsmanship of the past. Beyond the shadow wall was the front yard. No need to elaborate further. This is a nice place. If it's cleaned up, living here would be very comfortable, Ma Lu remarked, surveying the courtyard in awe. Zhong Lin was also quite satisfied, especially with the backyard, which was perfect for practicing. It was secluded and spacious enough to comfortably perform the 9 heavens mystic art. Brother Lu helped me find a few skillful brothers from the office to help tidy up. I'll treat you to a meal, Zhong Lin said with a smile. Sure, I'll take care of it, Ma Lu promised, thumping his chest. The two took another look around, then locked up and returned to the county office to continue working. In the following days, Zhong Lin lived a regular and fulfilling life. Every day, he would rise at dawn, then go to the martial arts hall to teach for an hour, return to work, and in the afternoon go back to the martial arts hall for another hour of teaching before returning to the county office at night to continue practicing the Nine Heavens mystic art. The house was also tidied up very quickly, and by the third day he moved in. To make things easier, Zhong Lin hired an elderly couple from the pawn shop. One would do the laundry and cooking while the other would clean the courtyard. It wasn't that he was seeking comfort, it was simply that practicing took up the majority of his time, leaving no room for daily chores. The moonlight like water spilled onto the green brick floor of the backyard. Zhong Lin stood bare-chested in the center of the courtyard, feet apart, spine slowly sinking, his entire being resembling a taut bow. The mystical snake coiled. Snake-like deceptive hands. The coiling snake emerges from the hole. The spiritual snake swings its tail. Each move flowed seamlessly. Unlike the awkwardness of his initial practice, each of Zhong Lin's movements now carried an unusual flexibility, as if he had truly transformed into a snake weaving gracefully under the moonlight. The spiritual snake flicks its tongue, Zhong Lin whispered, suddenly stomping his right foot into the ground. His entire body sprang up like a spring, and his right fist struck out from his waist with such speed that it left only a shadow in the moonlight. Boom! The punch struck the air, producing a deep, thunderous sound that was quite impressive. But in the next moment, Zhong Lin fell from the air like a dead fish, landing on the greenstone bricks with a splat. Curled up on the ground, his body spasmed, and under the moonlight the veins beneath his skin twisted and writhed like small snakes. He involuntarily emitted a low groan of pain. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans rolled down his forehead, forming a small puddle on the ground in no time. Buzz! A dark vortex in his chest quivered slightly, and a surge of even more overwhelming airflow erupted from within. After a while, Zhong Lin's rigid body finally relaxed, lying flat on the ground in a star shape, gasping for air, his eyes blankly gazing at the night sky. Damn! I almost practiced myself to death, Zhong Lin muttered to himself, his voice hoarse, as if he had swallowed sand. He had been greedy with that last punch. The 18th move of the Nine Heavens mystic art, the spiritual snake flicks, its tongue emphasizes accumulating energy before striking, akin to a snake pouncing on its prey. Each strike must be accurate. However, during the accumulation, one's chi and blood must nourish the veins gradually until they are as taut as a bowstring before the punch can be unleashed. Relying on the dark vortex at the core, Zhong Lin forcefully halved the time needed for accumulation, a torrent of chi and blood surging into the veins of his right arm. The power was indeed astounding, causing the punch to explode with sound, but the cost was also high. The veins could not withstand such a violent impact, and instantly went into spasm, causing his body to twitch like a dead fish. Head instructor Wang was right. Transforming the muscles is different from refining the skin. It cannot be rushed. However, this saying is for others. For me. Zhong Lin slowly got up from the ground and moved his right arm. The cramping sensation had vanished, and the veins had become even tougher than before. Stretching out his arm, he surprisingly managed to bypass his waist, reaching his belly with an inverted posture. His thigh trembled and his entire joint twisted, with his toes pointing back and his heels forward. His entire body twisted with an extraordinary and somewhat eerie flexibility, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Hiss, that's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Zhong Lin looked down at his bizarre flexibility, unable to help but gasp. Gradually restoring his body to its normal posture, he stood under the moonlight, moving his limbs and feeling an unprecedented sense of smoothness within. He had already mastered more than half of the 36 forms of the Xian snake technique. Although the process was somewhat rough, the results were indeed tangible. Not continuing to practice his punches, he got up and walked to the well, pouring the water he had prepared over himself. Although assisted by the black hole, the mental fatigue was unavoidable, especially after the painful experience of lying on the ground like a dead fish. He did not wish to endure it a second time that night. Water flowed down his body, showcasing his bulging pectorals, broad shoulders, and muscular arms, all of which displayed his physical prowess. In the frigid cold, the water was icy and biting, but for the already toughened Zhong Lin it felt like nothing. His skin was tightly wrapped, and the pores on his body were almost imperceptible, unable to be chilled even by the biting wind. He casually wiped off the droplets of water with a towel, then strode towards the room. In contrast to the icy courtyard, the bedroom was exceedingly warm, filled with a fragrant warmth mingling charcoal smoke and powder. On the disheveled bed, a curvaceous figure lay in deep slumber with a satisfied smile on her face. Her long dark hair sprawled across the pillow with two delicate arms, and a single fair leg exposed, combined with the fullness that rose and fell with her breathing, filled the entire bedroom with a touch of spring. Zhong Lin's gaze fell upon the sleeping face, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He extinguished the oil lamp and crawled under the covers. Chun Xing, in a dazed state, turned over and slipped into his embrace, like a slippery fish, mumbling something indistinct before falling back into a deep sleep. Just as Zhong Lin intended to rest directly, a sudden surge of desire ignited within him, and he quickly flipped over to mount. Before long, enticing sounds echoed throughout the room, harmonizing with the howling wind outside. Half an hour later, Zhong Lin let out a long sigh and slowly drifted into sleep. The night passed without a word. The next morning, he awoke to the powerful pull of his biological clock. Chun Xing was no longer beside him, and a faint scent of powder lingered on the pillow. After all, as a maid in the Wu residence, sneaking out to spend the night was already bold enough. How could she dare to sleep in? After a casual wash, he headed to the government office for roll call, then made his way directly to the Shuriying martial arts school. The essentials of the horse stance are virtual spirit sinking shoulders, dropping elbows, chest in and back out, cheese sinking to the dantian. I have repeated these many times, but today I want to talk about breathing. Zhong Lin looked at the 12 youths squatting in the horse stance, slowly articulating his words. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear. The breathing in the horse stance emphasizes depth, length, subtlety, and uniformity. When inhaling, let your intention guide the breath down along the spine. When exhaling, it should rise along the Ren meridian, cycling continuously, never ceasing. Listen to my guidance. Breathe in. Breathe out. Zhong Lin walked to one disciple, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. Relax your shoulders, do not hunch, keep your chest out and back straight, do not curve your back, and maintain a straight waist. He then moved to the second disciple and nudged his foot. Your feet should be shoulder width apart, not too wide or too narrow, and your knees should not exceed your toes. An hour passed quickly. The 12 youths, though dripping with sweat, exhibited a noticeably better horse stance than before. All right, that's it for today. Practice more on your own afterwards. I'll check in the afternoon. Yes, Teacher Zhong. The 12 youths, as if pardoned from a great sentence, collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Zhong Lin smiled and turned to leave the training ground, returning to his designated quarters to change into his official uniform. Today's duty was still patrolling the streets, and Ma Lu had been waiting outside. Brother Lu, which street are we patrolling today? North Street. The two walked side by side along the street heading north. North Street remained as it always had, with a smoky atmosphere and the gambling dens and brothels tightly shut. Occasionally, a few gamblers with red eyes were thrown out of the gambling dens, landing on the ground and cursing. Zhong Lin's gaze swept over the street and suddenly paused at the entrance of a gambling den. A skinny young man was being dragged out by two burly men from within. The youth, dressed in tattered clothes, had bruises all over his face and blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he clung tightly to the doorway, refusing to let go. Please just lend me 5 taels, just 5 taels, I can definitely win it back. Get lost. One of the burly men kicked him in the stomach, causing the youth to let out a cry and curl up like a shrimp. Brother Lu, what is that person's name? Zhong Lin casually inquired. Lu glanced over, pursed his lips, and said, it seems to be the surname Zhou, but I forgot the rest. He was originally a scholar with dozens of acres of land at home, but got caught up in gambling. In less than half a year, his family fortune crumbled, his wife ran away, and his mother died of anger. Now he wanders around like a stray dog, being thrown out of gambling dens every now and then. They both paid little attention to it, finishing their walk along North Street before turning onto West Street. West Street was much livelier than usual, with more people buying New Year's goods as the year-end approached. The stalls on both sides of the street were lined up, selling New Year paintings, firecrackers, dried fruits, and sweet preserves, with shouts filling the air. Indeed, in this other world, there was also a spring festival, and in a few days it would be New Year. Zhonggear, have you prepared the New Year goods? Ma Lu asked as they walked. What New Year goods would I prepare, being all alone? I'll just buy a few pounds of meat and make a good meal. Zhong Lin replied casually. Look at what you're saying. This is the only time of the year, and you're not going to prepare well. If not after the New Year, I'll have Granny's son find you a wife. Once you settle down, you can enjoy life and maybe have a bouncing baby next year. Ma Lu chuckled. Zhong Lin merely smiled without responding. He truly had no intention of settling down at the moment. After all, as an ordinary officer, what kind of beautiful girl could he marry? In his mind, after breaking through the Yijin barrier, he would find a way to make a name for himself in front of County Magistrate Wu Hong, hoping to secure a minor official position. With such a social standing, not only would he elevate his status, but it would also allow him to gain access to bone-forging martial arts. The two made their way around West Street, then stopped at a noodle stall at the corner to have a bowl of noodles before heading back to the government office as the sun began to set. Zhong Lin changed his clothes and, not hurrying home, went to the Shuriying martial arts school instead. There was still an hour of classes in the afternoon. The martial arts school was much livelier than in the morning, with more than a dozen disciples practicing with each other, exchanging punches and kicks and shouts echoing continuously. Zhong Lin glanced around before heading to the training ground on the west side. The 12 youths had already lined up and were standing in the horse stance. Zhong Lin did not waste words and began directly. This morning we discussed the breathing in the horse stance. This afternoon, we will practice the first 3 forms of the Huan Mountain Fist: opening mountain, pushing mountain, and breaking mountain. These 3 forms are the foundation of the Huan Mountain Fist. Practicing them well will enable you to exert power in the subsequent techniques. Zhao Heng, the instructor, said the master invited you to the New Year's Eve dinner at the martial arts school tonight. The speaker was a man in his 40s named Zhao Heng, a practitioner at the skin refining level ranked similarly to Zhong Lin as a crank instructor. New Year's Eve dinner. Zhong Lin was taken aback. With 2 days left until the New Year's Eve, the martial arts school was having its dinner early. It's the custom of the school to invite us instructors to a feast during festivals, he explained. Zhao Heng smiled as he explained, there will be plenty to drink. The master has kept a special wine for over 20 years which he usually wouldn't bring out. I see the master is thoughtful. Please wait a moment, Instructor Zhao. Zhong Lin replied with a fist salute and turned to change his clothes before both made their way to the back hall. In the hall, a large round table was already set, covered with a red tablecloth and filled with bowls, chopsticks, and cups. Shi Xingzhou sat at the head of the table, flanked by 2 middle-aged men and a beautiful woman who appeared to be the other 3 instructors of the martial arts school. Instructor Wang was also present, sitting to Shi Xingzhou's left, holding a bowl of tea and conversing with others. Instructor Zhong has arrived. Please take a seat. Shi Xingzhou smiled as he welcomed Zhong Lin. Zhong Lin returned the gesture with a fist salute, then sat down next to Instructor Wang. This is the new instructor Zhong, truly impressive for his age. A man sitting opposite Zhong Lin took a look at him and greeted with a smile. Instructor Zhong, let me introduce you. Shiren stood up and pointed to the man, saying, this is Instructor Sun Li, a Brank instructor who teaches the iron body technique. He then pointed to the beautiful woman. This is Instructor Xueqing, a Brank instructor who teaches weaponry. There was another man who was not introduced, but Zhong Lin recognized him as Li Rui, a crank instructor. The entire Shi martial arts school had a simple structure, with the master Shi Xingzhou overseeing everything, while Shi and the master's son handled all the miscellaneous affairs. There were 6 instructors in total: 1 a rank instructor Wang, 2 Brank instructor Sun Li and instructor Xueqing, and 3 crank Zhong Lin, Zhao Heng, and Li Rui. Among the 6 instructors, except for instructor Wang, the other 5 were all practitioners at the skin refining level with similar strengths. It was merely their practice techniques that differed. Zhong Lin greeted each of them respectfully, showing a humble attitude. Sun Li and Xueqing did not dare to act presumptuously. They stood up to return the greeting, showing no contempt despite their age, but rather a great deal of admiration. A martial artist who had reached the skin refining level at just 15 or 16 years of age, and who was rumored to have begun the muscle transformation technique, was among the few with such talent in Anna County who would dare to underestimate him. Therefore, after Zhong Lin arrived at the martial arts school, he did not encounter the typical scenarios depicted in novels where he would be looked down upon, mocked, and then retaliated against. Not to mention that Zhong Lin's own strength was not inferior to theirs. Everyone came to the martial arts school to work and earn a living. Who would want to offend a colleague for no reason? There were no grudges. After some casual conversation, the kitchen brought out wine and dishes featuring chicken, duck, fish, and meat, steaming hot and fragrant. After several rounds of toasts and tastes of dishes, the atmosphere gradually became more lively. Shi Xingzhou raised his glass and declared loudly, everyone, another year has passed. Our Shi martial arts school has come this far thanks to your strong support. Here's to all of you. Everyone raised their glasses and drank in one go. Master Shi, you are too polite. This is what we should do, Xueqing said cheerfully, her voice exceptionally pleasant. Indeed. Master Shi treats us well, so we naturally do our utmost, Sun Li echoed. Everyone chatted and laughed, finishing the meal that took nearly an hour. When Zhong Lin left the martial arts school, the sky was already pitch black, and there were no passers-by on the road. The cold wind howled, causing the barren trees along the roadside to rustle, with flakes of snow drifting from the sky. It's snowing again. Zhong Lin looked up at the sky and quickly walked towards Huasher Alley. Pushing open the large door and rounding the shadow wall, the front yard was dark, with only a glimmer of light coming from the main hall. The master has returned. Oh, I'll go get some water for you. Old servant Lu Bo, hearing the noise, walked out from the doorroom. Lu Bo, you should rest early. No need to serve me. Zhong Lin waved his hand and passed through the front yard to the back. He pushed open the bedroom door, and a fragrant breeze greeted him. Chun Xing had indeed come again, sitting on the edge of the bed with a hot water bottle in hand. When she saw Zhong Lin enter, she stood up to greet him. Why are you back so late? We had the New Year's Eve dinner at the martial arts school, which delayed me. Zhong Lin took off his outer garment, and Chun Xing intuitively took it, hanging it on the rack, before turning to pour him a cup of hot tea. Drink some tea to warm yourself up. Zhong Lin accepted the teacup, taking a sip as his gaze fell upon. Today she wore a light pink jacket with a pomegranate skirt below and a green sweat towel tied around her waist, accentuating her slender waist and making her bosom appear even fuller. You look really beautiful today, sister, Zhong Lin said with a smile. Chun Xing shot him a glance and playfully scolded, "Stop being flirty, go wash up quickly, the water is already boiled." Zhong Lin laughed heartily and turned to go to the washing room. By the time he returned, Chun Xing had already burrowed into the quilt, revealing only her flushed face. Zhong Lin blew out the oil lamp and climbed into bed. As usual, Chun Xing slipped into his embrace like a slippery fish. "Good brother, I might not be able to come for a while." Chun Xing's voice was muffled, carrying a hint of reluctance. "In a couple of days it will be the end of the year, and the household will get busy. I can't go out freely, at least not until after the Lantern Festival." Chun Xing pouted, her tone filled with affection. "Half a month? What a pity. Then sister, you must stay with me well tonight, otherwise if I can't see you for half a month I fear I won't be able to sleep from missing you." Zhong Lin feigned regret. "Pa, who wants to stay with you?" Chun Xing retorted. Zhong Lin chuckled softly, rolling over to pin her down. "Sister, you say you don't want to, but your body is quite honest. You? A night without words passed. The next morning, Chun Xing got up early from the bed reluctantly, leaving Zhong Lin's warm embrace. "Good brother, I have to go now. Next time I come, I'll bring you a surprise," she said, quickly pecking Zhong Lin on the forehead before turning to leave. At that moment, Zhong Lin had also woken up, pondering Chun Xing's meaningful glance earlier, feeling something was amiss. Surprise? What surprise? After pondering for a long time, without understanding, he decided to stop thinking about it and got out of bed. Unlike usual, he didn't go to the yamen for the morning roll call. The day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve. The yamen is closed, and even the Shi martial arts school will be off until the 8th day of the new year. Wearing only a pair of shorts, Zhong Lin pushed open the door. The snow was still falling. The world had turned a blanket of white, truly reflecting the saying. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze came overnight, thousands of trees blossomed like pear flowers. Bare-chested, facing the biting cold wind, Zhong Lin stepped into the courtyard and began practicing the Xian snake technique, one move after another. "I won't be going out. I want to train hard." Zhong Lin stood bare-chested in the snow, his skin firm and well-defined, not resembling the physique of a typical 16-year-old boy. Snowflakes landed on his shoulders, and before they could melt, they were expelled by his surging blood energy, transforming into delicate white mist. The mystic snake coils. His spine sank slowly like a snake, as if an invisible hand pressed down from above, causing his bones to emit subtle cracking sounds. The snake-shaped cunning hand. His arms extended slowly from his sides, fingers curling slightly, like a snake's tongue, tracing two strange arcs in the air. The coiled snake emerges from the hole. The 36 movements of the mystic snake technique began with Zhong Lin starting from the first move, each action performed steadily and unhurriedly. Unlike the rigidness of his initial practice, each movement now exuded an unusual sense of fluidity, as if he had truly transformed into a giant snake, coiling and sliding across the snow. The spine represented the main body of the great snake, while the limbs acted as the protruding heads of the snake. Every twist, in turn, activated the powerful tendons in his body, stretching like a bowstring. The spiritual snake flicks its tongue. Zhong Lin let out a low shout, and with a forceful stomp of his right foot, a boom echoed. The accumulated snow was shaken into the air, and the blue brick ground cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. He was like a spring compressed to its limit, his right fist exploding from his waist with speed that left a remnant shadow in the air. After one strike, Zhong Lin again fell from the air, but this time it was comparatively better. He didn't collapse like a dead fish, but instead knelt on one knee, his right arm propped on the ground, trembling continuously. "Hiss. It still hurts quite a bit, but it's much better than yesterday. The resilience and strength of my right arm's tendons have increased by at least 20%. Zhong Lin smiled broadly. This was his advantage. While others had to rest after injuring their tendons, halting their progress, he could fix his injuries and even make further advancements. "Let's do it again." Zhong Lin took a deep breath and slowly stood up from the snow, the tremors in his right arm gradually calming. He didn't rush to continue practicing. The spiritual snake flicks its tongue, but instead turned to adopt the starting stance of the mystic snake coils, beginning again from the first move. This was a method he had discovered himself. After each forced breakthrough, he would start from the beginning and practice the entire sequence, allowing the blood energy to evenly wash over every major tendon, consolidating his recent gains while preventing any one tendon from becoming overly strong, thus maintaining physical balance. After a brief moment, the spiritual snake flicks its tongue. This time there was no fall. Zhong Lin stood still, his right arm's major tendon humming faintly under the wash of blood energy, like a plucked string, the cramping sensation smoothing out within a breath by the gentle flow emerging from the black hole. "I did it." Zhong Lin laughed heartily, exhaling a long breath of white vapor. He opened and closed his fingers again, feeling the strength radiating from his fingertips to his shoulders. The major tendons felt like steel wires that had been repeatedly forged, both resilient and elastic. Each contraction could convey power without reservation. The spiritual snake flicks its tongue has been perfected. Next is the 19th move. The python coils around. Zhong Lin didn't rush to continue, but returned indoors to pour himself a cup of hot tea, sitting on the threshold and allowing the snowflakes to fall on his shoulders. He opened the booklet on the mystic snake technique, his gaze falling on the diagram of the 19th move. However, upon seeing the distorted, almost inhuman posture depicted, his mouth twitched involuntarily. Is this something a human can achieve? The person in the diagram twisted like a snake, coiling into a bizarre ring, the upper body rotating a full 720 degrees. In his past life, Zhong Lin had seen yoga, but this was far more intense, treating the human body like a twisted piece of dough. The key difference was that yoga was a static movement, while this was merely a martial arts move, dynamic in nature, making the difficulty exponentially greater. Should I give it a try? Downing the tea in one gulp, Zhong Lin stood up, stretching his shoulders and neck, then began according to the instructions in the martial arts manual. Damn, it's broken. Broken. He cried out in despair, releasing his stance and collapsing to the ground like a twisted piece of rope, a sharp pain shooting through his left shoulder joint. Damn it really is twisted. Zhong Lin lay on the ground, gritting his teeth, his left arm hanging at an odd angle, subtle clicking sounds emanating from his shoulder joint. Enduring the pain, Zhong Lin extended his right hand and twisted his left arm back into place. In the next moment, the black hole in his chest trembled slightly, releasing a gentle flow of energy that quickly enveloped the injured shoulder joint. Thank goodness for Brother Gua, otherwise this would have taken at least 10 to 15 days to recuperate, Zhong Lin thought with lingering fear. After resting for a while, he tried again. In the following 2 days, Zhong Lin locked himself in the courtyard, devoting nearly all his time to practicing the mystic snake technique, except for meals and sleep. The snow fell and stopped, then fell again. The snow in the courtyard trampled into disarray by him, with more cracks appearing on the blue brick surface. Chun Xing did not come again. On New Year's Eve, Zhong Lin unusually did not practice martial arts, but instead had Lu Bo and his wife prepare a lavish meal, opening a jar of fine wine and enjoying a solitary meal in the main hall. Outside, the sounds of firecrackers rang out in succession, and occasionally fireworks burst in the night sky, casting flickering shadows on the window paper. Zhong Lin held his wine cup, leaning back in his chair, gazing out the window, lost in thought. It's been over half a year since I came to this world. Zhong Lin murmured softly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Not bad. To be honest, it was indeed quite good. In his past life, he was merely a cog in society, a middle-aged wage slave, but here, he had a stable position, women, and power. By all accounts, he was ahead. On the first day of the new year, Zhong Lin was awakened by the sound of firecrackers. Outside, the noise echoed, chaotically mixed with the laughter of children and the barks of dogs. He got up to wash up, changing into a newly tailored green long robe, and checked himself in the bronze mirror. The reflection showed a youth with sharp brows and bright eyes, a face as flawless as jade, skin so fine that pores were nearly invisible, exuding an air of heroism. Tisk, if this face were in my past life, it would definitely be a top-tier handsome guy. Zhong Lin narcissistically stroked his chin and turned to leave the room. Lu Bo and his wife had already prepared breakfast, the aroma wafting enticingly. Master, Happy New Year, Lu Bo said with a cupped fist. Happy New Year to you too. Zhong Lin replied with a smile, pulling out 2 red envelopes from his sleeve and handing them over. Lu Bo quickly declined. Master, we can't accept this. We have food and lodging here plus a monthly stipend. How can we accept red envelopes? Take it, it's not a large amount. Zhong Lin insisted, stuffing the red envelopes into Lu Bo's hands. The two of them had no choice but to accept it with gratitude. After breakfast, Zhong Lin stepped out, heading north along the flower market alley. The number of pedestrians on the street was much fewer than usual, but the festive atmosphere was stronger, with red lanterns hanging in front of every household and thick layers of firecracker debris on the ground. Zhong Lin first visited the county office, then headed to the Shuriying Martial Arts School to greet some familiar faces. By the time he returned from the martial arts school, it was already the hour of the snake. He didn't rush home, but strolled leisurely along the street. On the 7th day of the first lunar month, Zhong Lin stood in the courtyard bare-chested, allowing the cold wind to whip the fine snowflakes against his skin. From New Year's Eve to the 7th day, Zhong Lin had confined himself to this small courtyard for a full 7 days, spending almost all of his time practicing the Xian snake technique, except for eating and sleeping. He had already practiced 35 forms of the 36 forms of boxing. With the help of the black hole, he could always pull himself back from the brink of collapse at crucial moments, allowing him not only to heal his injuries, but also to make his meridians even tougher than before. Today, he was going to challenge the final form. The 36th form, the Xian snake, transforms into... Zhong Lin took a deep breath, roared out loud, and stomped the ground, his whole body shooting up like a cannonball, spinning rapidly in the air. With the first twist, his vital energy surged from his spine to his limbs. With the second twist, the large tendons tightened like bowstrings. With the third twist under the skin, distinct lines began to appear, as if snakes were slithering beneath the surface. With the completion of the seventh twist, Zhong Lin felt a tremendous roar within him, as if something had been shattered. All 360 major tendons trembled simultaneously, producing a dull humming sound that carried an echo reminiscent of a dragon's roar. The 7 twists of the Xian snake signify transformation into a dragon. The vital energy surged like a tidal wave, flowing through the major tendons to every part of his body, making each tendon feel like tempered steel, resilient and elastic. Zhong Lin fell from the air, kneeling on one knee, his hands propped on the shattered bluestone bricks, gasped. At this moment, although he felt exhausted, he experienced a sense of clarity, not a hollow emptiness, but a lightness that came from a complete transformation. The black hole in his chest trembled violently, and an unprecedented surge of powerful energy gushed forth like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly filling every void, even more abundant than before. Zhong Lin slowly stood up, looking down at his hands. His 5 fingers opened and clenched again, each movement activating the major tendons, stretching and relaxing like bowstrings, with strength radiating from his fingertips to his shoulders, from his shoulders to his spine, and then flowing through to his legs. "This is the I Jing Guan," Zhong Lin murmured. He raised his right arm and struck out with a powerful punch. No build-up, no technique, just a simple straight punch. Bang! The punch struck the air, producing a dull, explosive sound that was at least 3 times louder than during the Mo Pai Guan. What was even more astonishing was that at the moment his fist struck out, Zhong Lin could clearly feel the entire force line from his feet, waist, spine, shoulders, all the way to the fist, like a taut bowstring, transmitting all of his strength without reservation. Striking is like drawing a bow, and a heavy punch is like shooting an arrow. Zhong Lin softly recited this, saying, finally understanding its meaning. During the Mo Pai Guan, while the body had the strength of an ox, that power was scattered and relied solely on brute force. However, the I Jing Guan was different. The major tendons were like bowstrings, linking all the bones of the body into a whole. The strength originated from the feet and ultimately erupted at the fist. Its power increased manifold. With his eyes slightly closed, he carefully felt his body, sensing the major tendons in various parts, like winding little snakes, clearly visible beneath the skin, with the flowing vital energy, bringing an unprecedented sense of smoothness. The major tendon in the spine was the thickest, extending from the tailbone to the back of the head, like a great dragon coiled up, trembling slightly with each breath, causing all the body's meridians to move in rhythm. The major tendons in the limbs were next, equally resilient and powerful, especially in the arms, where the tendons were as tight as bowstrings, ready to unleash their strength at any moment. Mo Pai is like forging armor. I Jing is like drawing a bow. What an excellent I Jing Guan. Zhong Lin slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, after the break, Zhong Lin walked into the yamen brimming with energy, exuding a vibrant spirit that made him seem to walk with the wind. It was still early. The morning mist had not yet dispersed. The clerks for the morning roll call gathered in 2s and 3s in the corridor, squatting or standing, chewing on dry rations, idly chatting. "Little Zhong, have you grown taller again?" When the head clerk Lu Yong saw Zhong Lin during the roll call, he paused for a moment. "It seems I've grown a bit taller." Zhong Lin smiled and scratched his head. The training of the I Jing Guan stretched the tendons and bones naturally, causing changes in height, a phenomenon known in martial arts as pulling tendons and lengthening bones. Not only that, but his demeanor had also changed somewhat. He was like a freshly sharpened blade, radiating a sharpness that was hard to ignore. It should be noted that a practitioner of the I Jing Guan possesses the strength of a galloping horse, agility like a monkey, and claws like a tiger or leopard, able to mobilize all the muscles in an instant, channeling 3,000 pounds of force into a single punch, which could be described as a human-shaped weapon. The saying, possessing a sharp weapon leads to murderous intent, refers to this. Zhong Lin looked around, but did not see Ma Lu, knowing that he always came in late and did not mind. Sure enough, after another quarter of an hour, Ma Lu yawned and staggered into the yamen, with sleep still in his eyes, clearly having drunk heavily the night before. "Sixth brother, Happy New Year." Zhong Lin greeted him with a smile. Ma Lu rubbed his eyes, looked at Zhong Lin, rubbed his eyes again, and stood there in shock. "Zhong Gear, what kind of elixir have you taken? How have you grown half a head taller in just a few days?" Ma Lu circled Zhong Lin, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Zhong Lin patted him on the shoulder. The force was light, yet it caused Ma Lu to stagger. "Sixth brother, let's go patrol the streets." Today's task was to patrol the streets. The two of them stepped out of the county office, walking north along the main street. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, the festive atmosphere still lingered. The shops along the street gradually opened, the sound of firecrackers echoed, and several children chased and played at the alley entrance, holding candied hawthorn and paper windmills, their laughter ringing clear. Ma Lu walked ahead, hands tucked in his sleeves, shrinking his neck, and muttering in this cold weather, why are we patrolling? The county magistrate isn't even at the office, we should be resting. Zhong Lin followed behind, scanning the street, and said, Sixth brother, I want to ask you something. Speak. What does the county plan to do about the vacancy for the commander of the military camp? Ma Lu paused his steps, turned to look at Zhong Lin, his expression somewhat strange. What? Are you still thinking about that? Zhong Lin smiled, neither denying nor confirming. The military camp had 2 commanders, and Zhong Lin was referring to Ning Xian's position. Regarding the incident with Qiu Yin, Ning Xian had suffered severe injuries. Although he survived, much of his martial prowess was lost, making it impossible for him to retain his position as commander. Rumors had circulated before the new year that Zhao County Lieutenant intended to select a new commander. The commander of the military camp was a 9th-rank martial officer supported by imperial rations, a legitimate court official. Naturally, Zhong Lin had ambitions, especially after breaking through the Yi Jingguan. Not to mention that the commander of the military camp was a real official, not a mere group of officers. Moreover, if he were to become an official, he would have better access to more profound martial arts. Ma Lu clicked his tongue twice, teasingly saying, Brother Zhong, I know you are now a skin-refining martial artist working as an instructor at the martial arts school and considered a notable figure in the government, but the commander of the armament camp is a 9th-grade martial officer. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? It means you have a rank now. Ma Lu held up 2 fingers, saying, in a place like Anha County, a 9th-grade martial officer is either from a martial arts examination background promoted through military achievements or has someone backing them. Which one do you fall into? Zhong Lin was silent for a moment, replying, I fall into the category of youth. Ma Lu was momentarily taken aback by Zhong Lin's response, rolling his eyes after a while. Being young doesn't mean much. Let me tell you, the officialdom in this county is like a carrot in a hole. The holes have long been dug, and the carrots have long been planted. There's no room for us mud-legged folk like you and me. He continued, counting on his fingers. The armament camp has 2 commanders. The other one is Commander Wei Chuan. You know the Wei family, right? In the county, there are only a few prominent families. The old man was once a deputy in the capital. The eldest son holds an official position in the state, and the second son manages the grain business in the county. This Commander Wei is the 3rd son of the Wei family, and Commander Ning Xian has marital ties with Zhao County's constable. Zhong Lin frowned, not responding. Ma Lu continued, Brother Zhong, this isn't me pouring cold water on you. Since some rumors started circulating last year, many have set their sights on that position. The martial artists in the armament camp are all skin-refining experts. It's not just them. Even Instructor Wang, the chief constable, and even Lord Zhou from the county magistrate's office have similar ambitions. My. Zhong Lin was visibly taken aback, curious as he asked, how do you know? It's not rare. They competed 10 years ago. Otherwise, why do you think Instructor Wang, a muscle-refining martial artist, is merely an instructor in the government? Ma Lu curled his lip, saying, even if your strength is sufficient, what about your experience? What about your connections? Your background? If no one speaks for you, no matter how strong you are, you won't sit in that position. In this world, it's not just about fists, it's also about relationships. Zhong Lin remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Sixth brother is right. I was just thinking randomly. Just think about it, don't take it seriously. You're now working as an instructor at the martial arts school, earning an extra 5 taels of silver per month. That's already a huge stroke of luck. Ma Lu patted Zhong Lin on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Zhong Lin nodded, saying nothing more. It wasn't because he felt discouraged, but because what Ma Lu said was the truth. The position of commander of the armament camp, a 9th-grade martial officer, was indeed not something he, a newcomer in the county for just a few months, could covet, especially since he was an outsider without roots, background, or connections. To climb higher relying solely on strength is not enough. Connections are also needed. Of course, if one is strong enough to not need beef, that's another story. Let's go, don't think so much. Old Zhao's noodle shop is open. I'll treat you to noodles. It's the first bowl of the new year, a good omen. With that, he pulled Zhong Lin toward the nearby noodle shop. As they lifted the cotton curtain, the warmth and aroma of the noodles enveloped them. Master Ma has arrived, and so has young Master Zhong. Happy New Year. Old Zhao's head popped out from behind the stove, beaming with joy. Old Zhao, 2 bowls of noodles with extra toppings. For the first meal of the year, make sure to serve generously, Ma Lu shouted while slapping the table. Got it, rest assured, sir. After finishing the noodles, the 2 continued their patrol. On the 10th day of the first month, the Shuying Martial Arts School opened its doors and Zhong Lin began his teaching career once more. In the following days, Zhong Lin continued to live a structured and fulfilling life. Every day, he rose at dawn, then went to the martial arts school to teach for an hour, returned to his duties, went back to teach another hour in the afternoon, and at night returned to his residence in Huasher Lane to continue practicing. He had mastered the 36 forms of the Shin Snake technique, yet Zhong Lin did not stop. He practiced it from beginning to end at least 10 times daily, ensuring that his blood and qi washed over his muscles repeatedly to make them more resilient. Of course, this was also because he had no subsequent bone-forging techniques. Days passed, and soon it was the Lantern Festival. On the 15th of the first month, the Lantern Festival arrived. The county was adorned with lights and decorations, bustling with excitement, and Zhong Lin also took the rare chance to relax wandering around the streets. Lanterns, sugar figurines, acrobatics, riddles. Zhong Lin solved a couple of riddles, winning a rabbit lantern which he swayed in his hand as he returned home. Pushing open the courtyard door and bypassing the shadow wall, the front yard was quiet. Uncle Lu and his wife had already gone to rest. Zhong Lin halted in his tracks, having heard an extra breath coming from the bedroom. The breath was short and shallow, slightly hurried, clearly belonging to a woman. A smile crept onto his lips as he pushed the door open. In the next moment, a familiar scent of perfume enveloped him, followed by a soft, warm figure landing in his arms. "Good brother, did you miss your sister?" The person was none other than Chun Xing, who dove into Zhong Lin's embrace as soon as she entered like a lazy cat. "I missed you, of course," Zhong Lin replied, wrapping his arms around her waist, his hands mischievously wandering downward. Smack! Chun Xing slapped away Zhong Lin's wandering hand, pouting slightly with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Is that all you think about me?" Zhong Lin wasn't angry. He tossed the rabbit lantern aside and bent down to lift Chun Xing up by the waist, striding toward the bed, while teasingly saying, "So does my sister like it?" At that moment, Zhong Lin was also quite agitated, almost bursting with pent-up energy. Chun Xing had arrived just in time. "Good brother, don't rush." Chun Xing suddenly pressed her hand against Zhong Lin's chest, struggling to free herself from his embrace. She tidied her disheveled clothing, her face slightly flushed, saying, "I came today with something important to tell you." Zhong Lin raised an eyebrow, sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at Chun Xing with curiosity. Chun Xing, not bothering to be reserved, directly said, "Good brother, do you trust me?" "Of course I trust you," Zhong Lin replied without hesitation. It goes without saying at such a moment any promise a man would dare make, let alone a simple question of trust. Chun Xing's lips curled into a sweet smile as she stepped forward, taking Zhong Lin's hand, saying, "Then come with me. I'll take you to meet someone." "Now," Zhong Lin glanced at the night sky outside. "Yes, hurry up," she said, not giving Zhong Lin a chance to speak, pulling him out. The two exited the courtyard and walked along Huasher Lane. Outside, the festivities were still in full swing, with lanterns illuminating the night and crowds bustling about. Chun Xing walked ahead with a lively step, occasionally glancing back at Zhong Lin, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Zhong Lin followed behind, scanning the surroundings, secretly on guard. It wasn't a lack of trust in Chun Xing, it was just that he had always preferred to keep his safety in his own hands. The two crossed the long street and turned into a secluded alley, soon arriving at a tall courtyard wall. Chun Xing stopped, turned back to wave at Zhong Lin, then directly pushed open the large vermilion door. Zhong Lin furrowed his brow slightly, took a deep breath to suppress his doubts, and followed closely behind. The courtyard was not large, but was exquisitely arranged, with a few winter-sweet plants blooming vibrantly in one corner, red and white intermingling, sending forth a faint fragrance. The two passed through a winding corridor and arrived at a flower hall. "Good brother, you can go in now. You'll understand once you step inside. Be sure to seize this opportunity wisely," Chun Xing whispered with a radiant smile into Zhong Lin's ear. He then gently pushed him into the floral pavilion. Inside the floral pavilion, misty vapor curled through the air. Candlelight flickered warmly against crimson shadows. Directly ahead stood a massive screen, its presence commanding the center of the chamber. Zhong Lin halted mid-step. His gaze pierced the semi-transparent screen, and there, faintly visible, reclined a woman in a steaming bathtub. Her raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her bare shoulders gleamed porcelain pale under the candlelight, shimmering with a soft, luminous sheen. Zhong Lin's expression shifted instantly. He instinctively turned to retreat. "Stop!" A voice emerged from behind the screen, languid, yet imperious, unmistakably that of one accustomed to command. "How is it? You dared petition Lord Wu for martial instruction before the entire congregation at Fanyin Temple. You ventured alone into the bandits' den at Qingfeng Ridge. Yet now you hesitate to enter a single pavilion." Her voice came again, laced with quiet mockery. From those words, Zhong Lin deduced her identity: Lady Wu Xian, daughter of County Magistrate Wu Hong. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Lin stilled the tumult within his chest and bowed deeply with clasped fists. "Constable Zhong Lin, at your service, my lady. Unaware of your summons, I have intruded uninvited. Pray forgive my transgression." Within the bath, Wu Xian's lips curved in quiet triumph. A ripple of water followed as she rose with effortless grace. Droplets traced elegant paths down her curves, casting a hazy silhouette upon the screen. Zhong Lin glanced only once. then lowered his head, immediately fixing his gaze on the bluish-gray bricks beneath his feet, eyes resolutely averted. To him, Wu Xian was nobility incarnate, a noblewoman far beyond the reach of a lowly constable. Even a single glance could be perilous. A rustle of silk preceded her emergence from behind the screen. "Raise your head," Wu Xian commanded, her tone calm and measured. Zhong Lin obeyed, meeting her gaze for an instant, before bowing his head even lower. Wu Xian was exquisitely beautiful, features finely chiseled, yet imbued with regal poise. High-bridged nose, full lips, though she stood modest in height, scarcely surpassing 5 feet 3 inches. He looked away because she wore nothing but a gossamer thin veil, barely concealing her form, yet amplifying allure through delicate suggestion. Yet in that fleeting glance, Zhong Lin had already absorbed every detail: slender waist, yet voluptuous. Her frame possessed the lithe grace of youth, yet carried the lush, mature curves of womanhood, an exquisite young matron. With each step she swayed like willows in the breeze, elegant, supple, radiating boundless charm. Wu Xian, too, studied Zhong Lin. Before her stood a youth of striking stature, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted. His indigo robe clinging to a form as taut and formidable as a drawn sword, radiating unyielding sharpness. Most arresting was his face: bold, sword-like eyebrows, star-bright eyes, a straight, noble nose, skin so smooth and flawless no pore was visible. Even a woman might envy such perfection. Truly a face of rare distinction. No wonder little Chun Xing has been utterly besotted. Wu Xian murmured, a faint, satisfied smile playing upon her lips. She stepped forward twice, closing the distance between them, then lifted a slender finger to gently lift his chin, guiding his gaze upward with deliberate intent. "Why do you dare not look at me? Or is it that you find me unworthy of your regard?" Zhong Lin raised his eyes just slightly, meeting hers with quiet gravity. "My lady possesses celestial beauty. I dare not presume." "Dare not presume." Wu Xian laughed softly, her fingertip gliding downward along his chest until it came to rest there. "Then how dare you covet my maid? Your audacity knows no bounds." Zhong Lin's mind raced, bewildered by the magistrate's daughter's logic. What precisely did she intend? To provoke him? Yet something in her demeanor suggested otherwise. And what exactly had Chun Xing meant by "seize this opportunity"? As Zhong Lin pondered, Wu Xian suddenly launched herself into his arms, warm, fragrant, and yielding as she collided softly against his chest. He froze, limbs suspended midair, torn between pushing her away or holding her close. One thought consumed him: she wants to embrace me. Wu Xian wound her arms around his waist, tilted her face upward, eyes shimmering like still water, voice honeyed and low. "Chun Xing says you're extraordinary, but I wonder, is it true?" "My lady, Shu." Before he could utter another word, her slender fingers pressed lightly against his lips, a silent, seductive invitation. "I am the magistrate's daughter, the most esteemed woman in Ana County. Tell me, would you dare conquer me?" Damn it! Any lingering hesitation vanished in an instant, as if a spark had ignited volatile oil. Zhong Lin bent sharply, swept her up at the waist, and strode purposefully toward the nearby bed. "I've always been the one who teases women, not the other way around." Amid Wu Xian's startled gasp, he tossed her onto the mattress and mounted without pause. "Conquer. Very well, I'll let you conquer. Let you conquer. Let you conquer." Half an hour later, fully dressed, Zhong Lin cast a brief glance at Wu Xian, slumbering soundlessly on the bed. He gave a wry twist of his lips and walked out of the floral pavilion. Night wind rushed against his face, scattering the last traces of lingering warmth. Chun Xing leaned idly against a corridor pillar, twirling a branch of winter plum blossoms in her fingers. She looked up as his footsteps approached. "Dear younger brother, how did you find sister's little surprise?" A knowing, half-smiling curve played upon her lips. Zhong Lin paused, his expression unreadable, voice cool and level. "You certainly assigned me quite the task. Of course it's a fine assignment. It's a golden opportunity. Think once you become hers, your rise through the county yamen will be swift and certain." "I fear more being beheaded by the magistrate himself," Zhong Lin replied with a cold, mirthless laugh. Chun Xing, chastened, offered no rebuttal, only drew closer, slipping her arm through his and pressing her ample bosom gently against his shoulder, pleading softly, "Dearest brother, don't stay angry. Look." She gestured toward a lacquered box resting nearby. Zhong Lin followed her gaze, then arched a brow, glancing sidelong at her. Was this payment? Rest assured, Lady Wu never fails to reward those loyal to her. Wait until you return home to open it. You'll love what's inside. This was no easy favor. I fought hard to secure it for you. She leaned in, whispering the words directly into his ear. Beyond the courtyard gate, the street had grown hushed. Lanterns dimmed one by one, and only a few drunken stragglers staggered crookedly down alley mouths. Zhong Lin cradled the lacquered box, his steps light, as he retraced his path along the empty thoroughfare. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he found the residence dark. Old Lu had long since retired. Back in his room, he poured himself a cup of chilled tea. The magistrate's daughter. He murmured softly. The night had delivered more than its share of shocks. Intoxicating, yes, but dreamlike, unreal. His gaze drifted to the box beside him. Small, carved from rich zeton wood, its corners reinforced with burnished copper, its lid adorned with an exquisitely rendered orchid. Elegant, precise, unmistakably aristocratic. Payment. He muttered, a faint twitch tugging at the corner of his mouth. In his past life, after exhausting work, he'd occasionally visit the third floor, but he'd always been the one paying. To receive payment. That was unprecedented. The brocade box opened, revealing a layer of bright yellow satin inside, upon which lay a thin booklet accompanied by a piece of paper. Zhong Lin picked up the piece of paper, which was precisely a property deed. Upon examining the location indicated on the deed, a strange expression appeared on his face. Am I being kept? Have I become a concubine? The location marked on the deed was exactly the 3-entry courtyard where Zhong Lin currently resided, stamped with the bright red seal of a pawnshop and the original owner's signature. Having these items meant that the courtyard no longer needed to be rented, but had directly become Zhong Lin's own property. He placed the deed on the table, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. A 3-entry courtyard is worth at least several hundred taels of silver. This young lady is indeed quite generous, but something feels off. Yet, Zhong Lin's smile did not fade. Although being kept sounds unpleasant, it also proves that I am indeed charming. He. Zhong Lin chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to the booklet. The cover had no words, only an illustration of a long sword entwined with a vividly depicted dragon. Zhong Lin opened the booklet to the first page, and his expression changed dramatically as he stood up abruptly. In disbelief, he quickly flipped through the following pages, and after a while joy appeared on his face. The bone forging technique. This is the bone forging technique. Zhong Lin murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Just a moment ago, he was worried about not having any advanced techniques, and now a technique had been presented to him. Damn, no wonder so many people want to be kept. It turns out being kept is so appealing. Zhong Lin couldn't help. Everyone told him that to obtain martial arts techniques, one had to achieve merit and then receive rewards. Both the mountain shaking fist and mystic serpent technique were like this. Who would have thought that losing a little ancestral genetic material would actually exchange for the bone forging technique? Zhong Lin could hardly believe it. Damn, it's truly insane. Zhong Lin took a deep breath, calmly sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and then opened the booklet. The 9 Transformations of the Dragon. This was the name of the bone forging martial art, much thicker than the mystic serpent technique, containing over 100 pages richly illustrated. The human body has 206 bones tied by the tendons, nourished by the blood. The bone forger uses qi and blood to temper the bones, removing the dross and preserving the essence like refined steel. Strong bones mean a solid body. Resilient bones allow for great strength. The 9 Transformations of the Dragon. Each transformation a new heaven. Upon completing the 9 transformations, the foundation is like a dragon capable of lifting great weights. Zhong Lin flipped through the pages one by one, becoming increasingly astonished. One could only say that it truly lived up to the reputation of the bone forging technique, being far more complex than the mystic serpent technique, involving not only the order of bone tempering and the circulation path of qi and blood, but also specialized breathing techniques. At the end of the booklet was a prescription for a medicine called dragon bone soup. Zhong Lin examined it carefully. There were more than 30 types of medicinal materials listed, including valuable items like ginseng, deer antler, tiger bone, and turtle shell. A single prescription would cost at least several dozen taels of silver. Damn. Zhong Lin felt a pang in his teeth, leaning back against the chair, unable to help but sigh. The path of martial arts is simply paved with silver. Captain Wang said that skin tempering, muscle forging, and bone tempering are collectively known as the body refinement realm, but it is merely the foundation of martial arts. I can't imagine how much silver would be needed for the subsequent realms. Right now, my total monthly salary is only 6 taels of silver, which is already considered a high income in the entire Ana County, but it's still just a drop in the bucket to support the training for bone tempering. Reaching to touch his chest, Zhong Lin thought to himself, fortunately, I have my brother hanging around. Suppressing his excess thoughts, he continued studying the 9 transformations of the dragon. He read until the first light of dawn. The sound of roosters crowing came from outside. Zhong Lin rubbed his somewhat sore eyes, tucked the booklet close to his body, and got up to push open the door. Standing in the courtyard, Zhong Lin stretched his muscles and bones, not rushing to practice the 9 transformations of the dragon, but instead performed mystic serpent technique twice to let the qi and blood wash through his muscles. After breakfast, changing into his official attire, Zhong Lin leisurely headed to the yamen for roll call. Although he hadn't slept all night, it didn't greatly affect him as he had successfully tempered his muscles. The work at the yamen was uneventful as usual, and Zhong Lin continued his patrols, then went to the Shuriying martial arts hall. By the time he returned home, night had fallen. After casually eating some food, Zhong Lin began to attempt the training of the 9 transformations of the dragon, as he had been holding back for a day. The 9 transformations of the dragon differs from mountain-shaking fist and mystic serpent technique. It is not a dynamic technique, but rather a static one. To be precise, it is a stance practice. Stance practice seeks movement within stillness, the motion of stillness endlessly being created. Zhong Lin softly recited the mantra, slowly spreading his legs shoulder-width apart with his toes slightly turned inward, as if standing in the Taiji Wuji stance. It felt somewhat like standing in a horse stance, but completely different. During the stance practice, one needed to coordinate with the breathing technique to guide the qi and blood throughout the body, starting from the Yongquan point in the soles of the feet along the tibia past the knees, entering the femur, then climbing up the spine, reaching the crown of the head. This means using qi and blood to nourish and temper each of the 206 bones in the body one by one. Zhong Lin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing according to the mantra. As he inhaled, the intention rose from his feet, and the qi and blood surged upward like a tide along the bones. When exhaling, the qi and blood did not recede, but remained within the bones, gradually soaking in. Repeating this back and forth, his breathing grew longer, and the movement of qi and blood within the bones became clearer. After an hour, Zhong Lin completed his stance, standing still, and a sound like sizzling beans echoed from his muscles and bones. It doesn't hurt at all. Zhong Lin's expression was somewhat dazed. The itching of skin tempering and the soreness of muscle forging had caused Zhong Lin great distress. He had prepared himself for an equally torturous experience during the bone tempering training, ready to grit his teeth and endure. Who would have thought that the training of the 9 transformations of the dragon would be completely painless and, moreover, quite comfortable? What an odd occurrence. Zhong Lin scratched his head. Yet this thought was quickly suppressed. It was best if it didn't hurt, and he had no inclination towards masochism. Looking down at his sinewy muscles, he could feel the marvelous changes occurring beneath the skin, the most evident being the increase in density. So this is the 9 transformations of the dragon. Zhong Lin slowly closed, and then opened his 5 fingers, feeling the surging power within him. He could sense that his weight had increased significantly, yet his physique had not changed noticeably. I see now the practitioners of bone tempering turn their bones into steel, gradually reinforcing their entire skeletal structure, gaining immense piercing power, and at full completion, they can withstand tremendous force, impervious to blades and axes. The training of the 9 transformations of the dragon is about continuously reinforcing one's bones, thus allowing for a full eruption of the physical limits reached during skin tempering and muscle forging, not only gaining immense piercing power, but also greatly enhancing defensive capabilities as long as the bones are not harmed. Other injuries are merely minor. Zhongir, why are you so happy today? Did you find some silver? Ma Lu turned to look at Zhong Lin, who had a smile on his face since he came out of the yamen, unable to hold back his curiosity. How did you know? Zhong Lin took out a piece of broken silver from his pocket, tossing it in his hand, and said proudly, I picked up a couple of silvers just as I stepped out. Aren't I happy? You really found some silver. Ma Lu was taken aback, instinctively reaching out to grab it for a closer look. However, before his hand could reach it, Zhong Lin twirled the piece of silver on his fingertip and then tucked it back into his sleeve. What are you doing? I found it. Ma Lu rolled his eyes and said sourly, I know you found it. It's just a couple of silvers. If you're capable, why not find 10 more? Sigh. Zhong Lin looked up at the sky and said, I was thinking of using this couple of silvers to drink, but it seems like nobody wants to drink with me. Forget it, I'll just go by myself. Don't. Zhongir. Ma Liu's eyes lit up, and he quickly leaned in, flattering him. Drinking alone is so lonely. You need 2 people to enjoy the drink together. Zhong Lin laughed heartily, putting his arm around Ma Liu's shoulder, and said, All right, tonight, we'll go to the Meng family restaurant at the bridge. It's on me. That sounds great. I haven't had their braised pork knuckle in a while. And a jar of aged wine. That flavor. Ma Lu was practically drooling. Stop dreaming, let's go. Time to patrol the streets. Coming. Ma Lu followed with a smile, even walking a little lighter. After their patrol, Zhong Lin indeed honored his promise, and took Ma Lu to the Meng family restaurant by the bridge. The restaurant was small, hidden behind an old locust tree at the bridge. Its facade was unremarkable, but the business was thriving. As the two entered, the main hall was already filled with 7 or 8 tables of guests, the noise mingling with the aroma of food and wine. Master Zhong has arrived. Please, this way to the private room. The shopkeeper greeted them warmly upon seeing Zhong Lin and Ma Lu. For people from the government, even a mere constable was not someone an ordinary merchant could offend. They were always treated with utmost respect. The two arrived at the so-called private room, which was actually just a small enclosed space. Ma Lu made himself comfortable, plopping down and shouting, 1 braised pork knuckle, 1 roast chicken, a sweet and sour carp, and a plate of peanuts, along with 2 jars of aged wine. Zhong Lin's expression darkened. Lu Gu, are you planning to eat like a wealthy man? Since you're treating, I can't just have a little. Besides, I have to spend the silver I found quickly, or it will leak away. I'm helping you, you know. Ma Lu said with righteous indignation. The dishes came quickly. The braised pork knuckle was bright red rich, but not greasy. The carp was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The roast chicken was flavorful with tender bones. Paired with a plate of peanuts to drink, the two indulged their mouths greasy with food. After a few rounds of drinks, Ma Lu began to open up. Zhong, you're 16 this year, right? Yes. I was born in the 12th lunar month, so I've just turned 16 after the new year. Do you have a girl in mind? Zhong Lin glanced at him. What are you trying to say, Lu Gu? Nothing, just thinking you should get yourself a wife soon. Hee, I know a matchmaker who's quite eloquent. Should I introduce her to you? No need. What? Still thinking about Chun Xing. Let me tell you, Chun Xing is a maid from the county lord's house. She's of servant status. If you manage to get her, that's fine, but don't get involved in anything deeper. Ma Lu advised. Zhong Lin lifted the wine jug and poured a cup for Ma Lu, smiling as he said, Thanks for the reminder, Lu Gu. Don't worry, I'll be cautious. He certainly couldn't tell Ma Lu that he not only had Chun Xing on his mind, but also the county lord's daughter. Forget it, you're still young, you don't know the ways of women. When you have time, I'll take you out to experience it, and then you'll be begging me to help you find a wife. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Zhong Gear, let me tell you something. There's a lead on the position of the commander of the armory camp. Do you know who it is? Zhong Lin paused with his chopsticks, curious. Who? It's Lord Zhou. Surprised, right? Zhong Lin immediately thought of the man who had killed the assassin leader with one punch at the Fanning Temple. Is the information reliable? Ma Lu popped a peanut into his mouth. It's about 80 to 90% accurate. They'll likely finalize it after the new year. The armory camp is under the jurisdiction of the county constable. Oh, I wonder what kind of price the county lord had to pay to get Lord Zhou in there. In a county, the county lord is naturally at the top, but he doesn't hold absolute power. The county magistrate and constable, although they are subordinate officials, also share the power. If both are strong, they can even overshadow the county lord. Zhou, who is a guard for the county lord, a trusted aide. If there wasn't a considerable price involved, how could he possibly take a position in the armory camp? Zhong Lin lifted his cup, took a sip, and didn't respond. His prior interest in the commander's position was merely for the sake of obtaining more profound martial arts knowledge. Now that he had acquired the bone refinement technique, he naturally lost interest. The two drank a few more cups, and Ma Liu's chatter grew more animated, moving from the commander of the armory camp to the county lord's promotion, then to the personnel changes in the capital. Zhong Lin felt drowsy listening to the rambling. Lu Gu, that's enough. Let's head back. Zhong Lin stood up, settled the bill, and helped the already swaying Ma Lu out of the restaurant. As the night breeze blew, Ma Lu shivered and became a bit more alert. He patted Zhong Lin's shoulder and said, Zhong Gear, you're quite capable. I have faith in you. Sooner or later, one day you'll make something of yourself. I appreciate Lu Gu's kind words. Zhong Lin smiled. The two parted ways at the intersection, and Zhong Lin returned alone to the courtyard in Huasher Alley. Did you drink? Chun Xing wrinkled her nose at the smell of alcohol on Zhong Lin, showing a hint of distaste as she fanned the air. Yet she dutifully took the outer robe he took off and hung it up, then turned around to pour a cup of hot tea and handed it to him. After drinking so much, aren't you going to report for duty tomorrow? Zhong Lin took the teacup, took a sip, and smiled as he wrapped his arms around her waist, saying, Don't worry, my body can handle a few jars of wine. I won't let you down later. You think you're so capable? Chun Xing rolled her eyes at him. Sister, moi. What kind of person? Chun Xing looked at Zhong Lin, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. What? Didn't you savor enough last night? No, but sister, you. Zhong Lin leaned in and whispered in her ear. Chun Xing's cheeks flushed at his words, and she pinched him at the waist, reproaching, You smooth talker. Shouldn't you thank your sister now? Of course, tonight, whatever position sister wants, I will satisfy you, Zhong Lin said seriously, picking Chun Xing up and striding toward the bed. Not to mention that Chun Xing let him sleep with the county lord's daughter. Even the bone refinement technique alone was enough for him to be extremely grateful. After a round of passion, Chun Xing lay in Zhong Lin's embrace, lazily saying, You're off tomorrow. Yes. The next morning, when he woke up, Chun Xing was no longer by his side, and the lingering scent of cosmetics remained on the pillow, with the warmth from last night's intimacy still present in the bedding. Zhong Lin turned over and sat up, stretching his limbs, and a faint cracking sound echoed from his bones, crisp like frying beans. After tempering my bones, the changes in my body have become increasingly obvious. Zhong Lin glanced at his hands. His fingers were long and strong, the skin delicate and tight, with faintly visible veins beneath rising like snakes. He got out of bed, dressed, and pushed the door open. Lu Bo was already sweeping the yard, and upon seeing him quickly bowed and said, Sir, breakfast is ready. Zhong Lin responded, practicing the shin snake technique in the yard twice to stretch his muscles before washing up and having a meal. He didn't rush to the Fanning Temple as it was early in the morning, and Wu Xian and the others probably hadn't gone yet. After closing the yard door, he stood in a stance for over an hour before changing into a brand new green robe. He looked into the bronze mirror. The young man in the reflection had a face as beautiful as jade, and the green shirt made him appear like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, especially his eyes, which brimmed with brilliance. Tisk, no wonder I ended up being raised in the outer residence. Zhong Lin chuckled and turned to leave the house. Unlike his usual frenzied runs to Tuafeng Mountain, Zhong Lin rode a horse this time, taking a leisurely pace, appreciating the scenery along the way, and he suddenly realized that the view of Tuafeng Mountain was indeed quite nice. Today is the second day after the Lantern Festival, and there were many pilgrims coming to the temple to pray for blessings with a continuous stream of carriages and horses at the mountain gate. Zhong Lin ascended the steps, and passing through the mountain gate, he entered a spacious courtyard. Zhong Lin scanned the area and quickly spotted Chun Xing. Dressed in a light yellow jacket, she stood on the steps of the Dashong Baodian tiptoeing and looking around. Upon seeing Zhong Lin, her eyes lit up and she waved at him. "Good brother, over here." Zhong Lin walked over and Chun Xing greeted him, linking her arm with a slightly dissatisfied as she said, "Why did you come so late?" "I was delayed on the road," Zhong Lin explained, patting Chun Xing's head. "Let's go, the young lady is waiting for you in the back courtyard's meditation room. Follow me." After saying this, she pulled Zhong Lin through the Dashong Baodian around a moon gate and arrived at a meditation room in the back courtyard. Just as she was about to knock, they heard a suppressed sound from the courtyard, faint and elusive like a cat's meow. Chun Xing's hand that was about to knock immediately stopped, and she looked at Zhong Lin awkwardly. Zhong Lin raised an eyebrow. That sound felt familiar. Suddenly Zhong Lin's heart skipped a beat, and he stepped back 2 paces, turning to look southwest. If he remembered correctly, that was the location of the meditation room, where he had stayed last time, just separated by a few walls. "Good brother, let's wait a bit. The young lady is discussing Buddhist teachings with Master Yuanju," Chun Xing said softly. "Discussing Buddhist teachings? Are you serious? Good grief." Zhong Lin finally understood why he felt that the sounds during his intimate encounter with Wu Xian the other day seemed somewhat familiar. Now he realized that the sounds he heard while staying at the Fanning Temple were hers. It was just that he hadn't recognized it due to the proximity. At the same time, another thunderclap exploded in his mind. "So I'm not just in the outer residence, I'm actually a kept man." Zhong Lin stood outside the meditation room, his expression as dark as a pot bottom. Earlier he had told Ma Lu that he didn't like the idea of being a kept man, and look at him now. He was becoming one with a monk. "Good brother, are you okay?" Chun Xing looked carefully at Zhong Lin's expression, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. "I'm fine." Zhong Lin smiled and wrapped his arm around Chun Xing's waist, whispering in her ear, "Sister found me a good job. I'm thrilled. Isn't it just being a kept man? Good girls don't let go and bad girls don't miss out. As long as there's an advantage, it's only a loss of some ancestral genes, nothing much. Are you really fine? To say there's not a single issue would be a lie. Good sister, you must help me get more benefits in the future, or I will be very sad," Zhong Lin said with a hint of melancholy. Okay, don't worry, brother. I will definitely help you. I enjoy practicing martial arts. Can you help me find some martial arts manuals?" "Sure." As they spoke, the sound from the meditation room ceased, and the door opened from the inside. A monk walked out with red lips and white teeth, a handsome face, dressed in a white monk robe, holding a string of prayer beads. His expression was calm, as if nothing had just happened. Seeing Zhong Lin and Chun Xing at the door, he slightly nodded and calmly said, "The female benefactor is still in the meditation room. Please come in, both of you." After speaking, he leisurely passed through the moon gate and disappeared around the corner of the courtyard wall. Zhong Lin looked at the monk, named Yuan Ju, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This master really had good self-restraint. "Let's go." Chun Xing pulled Zhong Lin's hand and pushed the door to enter the meditation room. Inside the meditation room, sandalwood incense was burning and the smoke swirled. Wu Xian was sitting on the couch, her face still holding a faint flush. "You're here." Wu Xian glanced up at Zhong Lin, her tone casual, as if speaking to a pet. Zhong Lin cupped his fists in greeting. "I've come to see the young lady." Wu Xian said to Chun Xing, "You guard outside, don't let anyone in." Chun Xing replied, and turned to exit the meditation room, casually closing the door. "Sit." Wu Xian pointed to the futon opposite her, her lips curling slightly, as she spoke lazily. "The other night you pleased me greatly, so I decided to keep you." Just as Zhong Lin sat down, his eyelids twitched. Good grief, this tone, this attitude was like picking out cabbage at the market. "What? Not willing?" Seeing Zhong Lin silent, Wu Xian frowned slightly. "You flatter me, I am quite surprised." Zhong Lin, surprised too. Wu Xian chuckled softly. "I see you are not surprised at all. That night you certainly didn't show any signs of surprise, quite bold, almost wore me out." Zhong Lin. There was no way to respond to that. Wu Xian stood up and walked in front of Zhong Lin, looking down at him. Then she leaned down, extending her finger to lift Zhong Lin's chin. I don't like beating around the bush. From now on, you are mine. I will provide you with silver, give you martial arts techniques, and everything you desire. Your only task is to make me happy. Zhong Lin suddenly stood up, pulled her into his embrace, and whispered in her ear, Don't worry, I will certainly perform well, young lady. Wu Xian was taken aback by Zhong Lin's sudden action, then laughed. You have some guts daring to get handsome with me. If I were timid, how could I win the young lady's favor? Zhong Lin gazed deeply into Wu Xian's eyes, his hand wandering inappropriately downward. All right, I'm tired. You can leave for now, and I'll call for you in a few days. Wu Xian pushed Zhong Lin away. Zhong Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Wu Xian would take an interest again, as he really didn't like being a kept man. Yes, I take my leave, young lady. Zhong Lin stepped back, cupping his fists in salute, then exited the meditation room. Why so soon? Chun Xing, who had been bored outside the meditation room, instinctively remarked upon hearing the sound. Zhong Lin reached out and pinched her waist, smiling. Sister, don't worry, my only skill is endurance, and you can surely attest to that. As he stepped away from the meditation room and passed by the Great Hero Hall, Zhong Lin glanced up at the statue of the Buddha enshrined within. The golden figure of the Buddha with lowered brows and kind eyes seemed to be gazing down upon all living beings. Amitba. Zhong Lin muttered softly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he turned and rode down the mountain after exiting the gate. When he returned to the county town, it was still early, and he did not rush home, instead veering towards the Shuriying Martial Arts School. Just after the Lantern Festival, the martial arts school had returned to its usual bustle. The sounds of shouts and cheers filled the training ground, where several disciples were practicing against each other, fists and feet flying in a heated exchange. Zhong Lin walked through the training ground towards the practice area where he taught. But just as he turned around the corridor, he heard a strange sound. It was not the sounds of martial training, but rather the dull thuds of flesh being struck, mixed with muffled groans of suppression. Zhong Lin paused his steps and looked in the direction of the sound. In the corner of the practice area, he saw several young men dressed in brocade, surrounding a circle, occasionally voicing their admiration. In the center of the circle, two boys were sparring. To be precise, one was attacking, while the other was taking. The attacker wore a brocade robe, landing heavy punches without mercy, while the one on the defense covered his head and face with his hands curling up like a frightened shrimp. Zhong Lin recognized both of them. The one striking was named Zhao, with the given name Jun, the young master of the Zhao family rice shop in the county, reportedly related to Zhao County's constable. The one taking the hits was also a student at the martial arts school, or rather a servant, named Zhang Man, who was tall, but quite thin, dressed in a faded gray short coat. Zhao Senior Brother's boxing technique is impressive. That punch had great force. Zhao Junior Brother's boxing has improved again. It won't be long before he masters the skin refining phase of training. The group of brocade-clad youths applauded and cheered, their faces lit with excitement as they watched the spectacle. Zhong Lin did not step forward, but instead stood in the shadows of the corridor, his gaze fixed on the boy who was being hit. His posture was peculiar. Although he was being hit, each time he was struck, his body would twist slightly, dissipating some of the force. Though he stumbled, he never lost his balance. Zhong Lin raised an eyebrow. This is the initiation of Iron Body Technique. The Iron Body Technique is another martial art taught at the Shuriying Martial Arts School. Unlike the mountain-shaking fist, this technique focuses on defense. Once mastered, the skin becomes as tough as iron, impervious to blades and spears, making it an excellent foundational technique for practitioners at the skin refining stage. However, this technique is extremely painful to practice, requiring constant external strikes to stimulate the flow of qi and blood. Most ordinary people simply cannot endure it. After a short while, Zhao Jun grew tired of hitting and stopped, pulling out a handful of copper coins from his pocket and tossing them to the ground. That's enough for today. This is your reward from me. With that, Zhao Jun turned away with his companions. Zhang Man also slowly lowered his hands that had been shielding his head and face. At 15 or 16 years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, high cheekbones, his face was bruised and battered, looking quite pitiful. Thank you for your generosity, Zhao Senior Brother. Zhang Man winced in pain, but still cheerfully squatted down to pick up the copper coins one by one. Zhao Jun scoffed and turned to the several brocade-clad youths beside him, saying, "Did you see? This is what a worthless bone looks like. Even after getting beaten, he still thanks me." What Zhao Senior Brother said is true. This kind of mud-legged fellow is destined to be beaten. If the martial arts school hadn't taken him in, he would have starved to death on the streets long ago. Being able to train at the same school as us is his good fortune. Exactly. The group of brocade-clad youths echoed their laughter, grating. Zhang Man did not mind, his attention entirely focused on the copper coins on the ground. Once they had walked far enough away, Zhong Lin stepped out and approached Zhang Man. Zhang Man, looking at the suddenly appearing foot in front of him, instinctively looked up quickly, standing up with a hint of nervousness, saying, I've seen you teach her Zhong. Zhong Lin glanced at the copper coins in his hand and asked, does it hurt? Zhong Man looked up, forcing a smile through his bruised face, and replied, it doesn't hurt, I'm used to it. Zhong Lin paused for a moment, then placed a hand on his shoulder and squeezed his arm. You're practicing the iron body technique quite well. Your skin has gained some resilience. Keep it up and you'll have a shot at skin refining. Upon hearing this, Zhong Man's eyes immediately brightened, his voice tinged with excitement. Teacher Zhong, are you serious? Why would I lie to you? But if you keep training like this, you'll wear yourself out sooner or later. Zhong Lin withdrew his hand, his gaze resting on the bruises on Zhong Man's face. Zhong Man was taken aback, somewhat confused. The iron body technique emphasizes stimulating the flow of qi and blood through external strikes, but the force, frequency, and points of impact are all important. It's not enough to just passively take hits like you are. Zhao Jun's punches have enough force, but they lack technique. Breaking your qi circulation before it can stabilize, leaving you with bruises, but little benefit. Zhong Man's expression shifted slightly, his lips moved as if wanting to say something, but couldn't find the words. Moreover, you're depleting your qi. After each beating, don't you feel especially hungry, like you could eat a whole cow? That's right, Zhong Lin said calmly. Isn't it true that your legs cramp at night, sometimes waking up in the middle of the night feeling cold all over? Zhong Man's expression changed completely, nodding rapidly. Teacher Zhong, how do you know this? Because that's a sign of qi depletion. You get beaten every day like a punching bag. Your skin is stimulated, but before your qi has a chance to circulate properly, it gets disrupted, wasting your energy. Over time, your qi will only become more depleted. Most importantly, are you getting enough to eat? Zhong Lin said. Zhong Man opened his mouth, his face turning pale. Don't be a punching bag anymore. If you continue like this, it won't be long before your body collapses. Zhong Lin finished speaking and turned to leave, not taking any further actions like offering aid. Merely giving a reminder was sufficient. He was not a kind-hearted person. He merely saw his own shadow in Zhong Man. Coming from a poor background with no connections or resources to climb up, one could only gamble with their life. Without the black hole, Zhong Man might have been his own reflection. Time passed slowly, and Zhong Lin lived a fulfilling and busy life. Compared to his previous work at the Yamen and teaching at the martial arts school, he now had an additional role as a kept man. He finally understood the flower language of steel wool, enduring silence, yet genuine wealth. In just half a year, Zhong Lin had acquired quite a few good items from Wu Xian. First came the silver, which added up to more than 200 taels, heavy and tangible, allowing him to truly appreciate the weight of living off another. Next were the medicinal herbs. Wu Xian guided him that to cultivate the 9 transformations of the flood dragon bone soup was needed as assistance, thus rewarding him with many precious herbs, which roughly calculated to be worth over 100 taels of silver. Lastly, there was a sword technique called 13 Swords of the Gentle Breeze. Zhong Lin actually preferred to learn either knife techniques or spear techniques. The former was imposing and satisfying for cutting, while the latter had advantages in hand-to-hand combat. However, such matters were not up to him, but a sword technique was fine as well. It was stylish enough to practice. Dingxiang Building. Zhao Tieshan, dressed in casual clothes, raised his wine cup and exclaimed loudly to Xiao Tingfeng, who was sitting opposite him, Brother Xiao, it's been many years since we last met. Let me drink this cup first as a gesture of respect. With that, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go, the liquor rolling down his rugged throat, showcasing his bold spirit. Opposite him, Xiao Tingfeng in his 40s had a resolute face and a high crown with eagle-like eyes emitting a piercing light. You're being too polite, Brother Xiao. Xiao Tingfeng also raised his wine cup and drank it down swiftly, his movements crisp and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Zhao Taizhan put down his cup, sizing up Xiao Tingfeng, and sighed. Brother Xiao, after not seeing you for 10 years, your aura has become even more formidable. You must have achieved a full circulation of your vitality and refined your true qi, haven't you, eh? Xiao Tingfeng, upon hearing this, slightly raised his eyes and replied calmly, I was lucky to break through. His tone held no hint of boastfulness, as if he were merely stating an ordinary fact. Upon hearing this, a hint of envy flashed in Zhao Taizhan's eyes. The true qi realm. Brother Xiao, you truly deserve to be known as a martial arts prodigy in our camp back in the day. I fear I may never reach that threshold in my lifetime. You're too humble, Brother Xiao. Being a county captain in Anha County, managing an entire county's military affairs, is no small feat either, Xiao Tingfeng said as he poured more wine for Zhao Taizhan. No small feat. Zhao Taizhan chuckled bitterly and shook his head. It's merely a means of earning a living. How can it compare to the freedom and vengeance you experience in the martial world, Brother Xiao? Xiao Tingfeng did not respond, taking another sip from his cup, his gaze drifting towards the street scene outside the window, revealing a deep and cold intensity in his eyes. Noticing this, Zhao Taizhan's smile faded a bit, and he lowered his voice, asking, Brother Xiao, you mentioned in your letter that you want to pursue the murderer of your brother in Ana County. What exactly is going on? Wasn't the case regarding Brother Xiao already closed back then? Xiao Tingfeng's expression suddenly darkened, his hand gripping the wine cup tightly, veins bulging as the liquid inside trembled slightly. Back then we thought it was just mountain bandits robbing the road. My brother fought to the death, but was ultimately killed. However, I have uncovered the truth. The one who killed my brother was not a mountain bandit, but a person, someone who once fought alongside my brother. Zhao Taizhan's pupils constricted sharply. You mean? Someone from the military? Exactly. Xiao Tingfeng raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. This person's name is Xue Lai. Back in the day, he served in the border army alongside my brother, but after he was exposed for embezzling military funds and was punished, he has harbored resentment and secretly followed my brother home, striking him down on the way. Xue Lai. Zhao Taizhan murmured the name, his brow furrowed. I have never heard this name during my years, and Xiao Tingfeng replied coldly. He has changed his name. I have been tracking him for 3 years, following clues from the north to the south. The trail leads to Ana County, where someone claimed to have seen a Mr. Xue matching his build and appearance. Mr. Xue. Zhao Taizhan suddenly stood up, his expression drastically changing. Xiao Tingfeng's gaze sharpened. Do you know this person, Brother Zhao? Zhao Taizhan sat down again, his face dark and uncertain, and after a moment of contemplation he said, Brother Xiao, you may not know, but at the end of last year there was a robbery case in Ana County. One of my captains was escorting Autumn Silver to the government city when he was severely injured by a man claiming to be Mr. Xue at Qingfeng Ridge. His martial arts were completely destroyed. This person must have at least the cultivation of the bone refining realm. Xiao Tingfeng's eyes gleamed with cold light. Bone refining realm. That's right. Xue Lai was already at the peak of the body refinement stage in the army back then. It's not unexpected that he has broken through to the bone refining realm after 10 years. What happened next? I led my troops to encircle and suppress them, eliminating 26 bandits and capturing 4. The Autumn Silver was recovered in full, but that Mr. Xue had already escaped and his whereabouts remain unknown. Zhao Taizhan replied solemnly. Xiao Tingfeng's expression grew darker. Brother Zhao, could you let me see the testimonies of those captives? Of course, Brother Xiao, rest assured. If you need anything during your time in Ana County, just let me know, and I will assist you with all my might. Zhao Taizhan nodded. Thank you, Brother Zhao, Xiao Tingfeng said, clasping his fists. Zhao Taizhan waved his hand. Brother Xiao, you are being too polite. Back in the army, Brother Xiao looked after me a lot. Now that he has died unjustly, if I do not help, what kind of brother would I be? With that, Zhao Taizhan called out towards the door. Come in. Officer Zhong Lin reporting to County Captain. Zhong Lin bowed and greeted, his gaze sweeping across the hall. Zhao Taizhan sat in the main seat with another unfamiliar middle-aged man beside him, whose resolute face and eagle-like eyes were coldly scrutinizing him. Zhong Lin, this is Mr. Xiao, an old friend of our county captain. Zhao Taizhan casually indicated the man beside him. Zhong Lin also bowed to Xiao Tingfeng, saying, I have met Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao has something to ask you, Zhao Taizhan said. Zhong Lin's heart stirred, and he clasped his fists, saying, I wonder what Mr. Xiao wants to ask. I will certainly answer truthfully. As soon as Zhong Lin finished speaking, he felt a sharp gaze land on him, as if he were being stared at by a fierce beast, causing a slight chill to run down his spine. A master. This thought arose in Zhong Lin's mind. He sensed that if this person were to strike, it would likely take just a single move to slay him. Xiao Tingfeng set down his teacup, his gaze fixated on Zhong Lin like a hawk, and said in a deep voice, I heard from Brother Zhao that during the Qingfeng Ridge incident, you single-handedly discovered the location of the bandits' lair and personally killed a lookout from the Mo Pai Pass. In response to Mr. Xiao, that is correct, Zhong Lin replied, hands lowered. Did you extract any information from that lookout? Xiao Tingfeng leaned slightly forward. Zhong Lin shook his head. At that time, I was in a life-and-death struggle with that person. There was no time to ask questions before I killed him. Did you see that, Mr. Xue? I did not see him, Zhong Lin replied again. As his words fell, the flower hall fell into a brief silence. After a long moment, Xiao Tingfeng spoke again. Are you skilled in tracking? Zhong Lin's heart sank. He had already guessed Xiao Tingfeng's intention, but he still answered honestly. I wouldn't say I'm skilled, but I come from a hunting background and have some understanding of tracking prey. Tomorrow morning you will take me into the mountains and retrace the route you tracked that day. Xiao Tingfeng set his tone, leaving no room for doubt. Zhong Lin looked at Zhao Tieshan, who slightly nodded. Zhong Lin, you will accompany Mr. Xiao for a trip, and when you return I will report your achievements to the county lord. Yes, I will obey the command, Zhong Lin answered with a fist clasp. He inwardly groaned, feeling it was yet another tough task. It was yet another hard task. However, seeing Zhao Taizhan's attitude towards Mr. Xiao, this person was likely not ordinary. If he could establish a good relationship with him, it would not be a loss. After a few more questions, Zhong Lin was finally let go. Exiting the flower hall and leaving the county captain's residence, Zhong Lin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The true Qi realm. The pressure Zhong Lin felt was palpable. Merely a glance had sent chills down his spine, and only a martial artist who had refined true Qi could achieve such a feat. The next day at the hour of the rabbit, Zhong Lin appeared punctually at the county constabulary's gate. The sky had yet to brighten fully, and there were few pedestrians on the street, only a few early-rising vendors setting up their stoves at the alleyway, with wisps of smoke curling up. The main gate of the constabulary was already open, and several soldiers on duty in the gatehouse were yawning. Zhong Lin reported his name and was quickly led into the front courtyard. The courtyard was already prepared with horses. Both were tall steeds fully equipped with saddles and bridle, clearly the kind of fine horses used in the military. I pay my respects to Master Xiao. Zhong Lin clasped his fists in greeting. Xiao Tingfeng stood under the corridor dressed in black, tight-fitting attire with a long knife hanging at his waist devoid of any embellishment, yet his imposing aura was even more pronounced than last night. His gaze fell upon Zhong Lin, and he said lightly, "Let's go." The two mounted their horses and galloped out through the southern gate of the county, heading towards the direction of Qingfeng Ridge. On the official road in the early morning there were few travelers, and the sound of hooves echoed across the open fields. It was already midsummer, and even in the morning the weather felt a bit sultry, the distant mountain silhouettes undulated shrouded in morning mist appearing hazy. "Your name is Zhong Lin," Xiao Tingfeng's voice came from beside. "Yes, Master Xiao, that is correct." "How old are you?" 16. "How long have you been practicing martial arts?" "I started learning in the winter of last year, so it has been almost a year now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tingfeng finally turned his head, his eagle-like eyes filled with astonishment. "A year?" "Yes. You are currently a strong man in the constabulary." "That's right," Zhong Lin nodded. Xiao Tingfeng raised an eyebrow. Anha County truly has a wealth of talent. A martial artist of the bone-forging realm can only serve as a small constabulary subordinate. Indeed, Zhong Lin was now a martial artist of the bone-forging realm. After half a year with the help of his elder brother, he could reach the peak of bone forging. If he failed, he would have to sit at the same table as Guangu Shinchi and resort to self-immolation. Zhong Lin was not surprised that Xiao Tingfeng could see through his cultivation. After all, a true Qi realm martial artist was a whole major realm above him, so it was not surprising. Zhong Lin clasped his fists and said, "Master Xiao, your insight is remarkable. My meager skills are insignificant before you." Xiao Tingfeng chuckled. "At 16, practicing martial arts for a year. If this is mere meager skill, then with my age still revolving in the true Qi realm, I must be a failure." Zhong Lin scratched his head, smiling innocently. "I'm just lucky. When I was young, I mistakenly consumed a Qizhu fruit and was also favored by the county magistrate with techniques, which led to my current state." Qizhu fruit. Xiao Tingfeng's eyes flashed with realization, but he quickly shook his head. Although the Qizhu fruit can wash the tendons and marrow, enhancing one's vitality to wield its medicinal power to such an extent is not something that can be achieved solely through luck. You need not be overly modest. On the path of martial arts, talent, temperament, and opportunity are all indispensable. You have all three to reach this point today. "You flatter me, Master Xiao." The two ceased their conversation and spurred their horses forward. After a short while, the mountain shadow of Qingfeng Ridge appeared before them. Xiao Tingfeng reined in his horse, dismounted, and scanned the undulating mountains, saying in a deep voice, "Lead the way." Zhong Lin responded, tied his horse to a tree by the roadside, and after identifying the direction, stepped into the forest. It was midsummer, and the vegetation in the mountains was several times denser than in winter, with branches and leaves blocking out the sky and the ground overgrown with wild grass. "I entered the mountain from here that day." Zhong Lin pointed to an old pine tree where the scratches from before had long since vanished after 6 months of wind and rain. Xiao Tingfeng said nothing, merely followed behind Zhong Lin, surveying the surroundings. The two continued along the ridge to the north, passed through a patch of mixed woods, and climbed over a mountain ridge where a stream about a zhang wide appeared ahead. Following this stream north leads to the bandit den in Woniyu Valley. Zhong Lin said, suddenly halting his steps, his gaze fixed on a rock to the west. The surface of the rock bore a shallow indentation that would be easy to miss if one were not paying close attention. "What is it?" Xiao Tingfeng inquired. Zhong Lin squatted down, ran his hand over the indentation, then leaned closer to sniff, frowning slightly. "Someone has made a fire here not long ago, at most 3 days. Strange, this place is rarely visited by humans. Aside from birds, there are few wild beasts, and hunters would not come here to hunt. How could someone come here?" Xiao Tingfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he quickly stepped forward to examine it. The indentation indeed appeared to be left by some sort of tool, especially the charred marks on the nearby rock were particularly conspicuous. "Can you tell which direction they went?" Xiao Tingfeng asked in a low voice. Zhong Lin did not answer immediately, but walked upstream and downstream along the stream, for a while, finally stopping beside a thicket on the opposite bank. Here, he pushed aside the shrubbery to reveal several broken branches. The wood at the break was still glistening slightly, clearly not broken long ago, and there were also traces of footprints nearby. They went north. Pursue them, Xiao Tingfeng said without hesitation. Zhong Lin nodded and began to track the direction of the traces with Xiao Tingfeng. The further north they went, the more rugged the terrain became, and the two left the location of Qingfeng Ridge, arriving at Heifeng Mountain. The terrain here was even more complex, with branches and leaves overhead blocking out the sunlight, making it almost impossible to see the sky. The path below became increasingly difficult, strewn with gravel and thorny bushes, and occasionally, they could see the scattered bones of wild beasts, the whole place exuding a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Zhong Lin walked slowly, stopping every few steps to observe his surroundings. Xiao Tingfeng followed behind him, his steps light, almost inaudible. Zhong Lin halted again, his gaze fixed on the ground not far ahead. Xiao Tingfeng's figure flickered, and he appeared beside Zhong Lin, following his gaze. Scattered on the ground ahead were several leftover bones, along with a pile of fire pit remnants covered in ashes. Someone has stayed here overnight, and not just once. Zhong Lin stepped closer, squatting by the fire pit, and reached out to sift through the ashes where some residual warmth still lingered. It's still warm. Xiao Tingfeng's eyes flashed with cold light, his right hand already gripping the hilt of his knife. At that moment, a faint sound of branches breaking came from behind a large rock ahead. Almost instantly, Xiao Tingfeng transformed into a shadow, darting towards the source of the sound. His long knife unsheathed, soaring skyward. Whum! At that moment, the air seemed to compress like mercury. The blade's light shone brightly in the dim environment, dazzling. Boom! With a muffled sound, the giant rock was cleaved in two, and a violent gust of wind surged out. At this moment, a figure emerged from behind the rock, also wielding a long knife, lunging directly at Xiao Tingfeng's head. The blade's light resembled a ribbon bursting forth in a brilliant display. Xiao Tingfeng horizontally blocked the strike, and at the moment the two knives collided, sparks flew, and the immense shockwave uprooted the surrounding bushes, sending gravel scattering like hidden weapons. Zhong Lin retreated several zhang at the moment the shockwave hit, positioning himself behind an old pine tree as thick as an embrace, peering intently at the battle. What is happening? Although Zhong Lin had guessed that there might be some special circumstances this time, when going up the mountain, he never expected it to be like this. However, no matter what, it had nothing to do with him. He was merely a guide. Shuelot, Xiao Tingfeng's voice thundered, each word laced with deep-seated hatred. It has been 10 years. I have searched for you for a full decade, and I have finally found you. The figure leaped from the rubble, landing on a massive stone 10 zhang away. Zhong Lin could finally see the appearance of the other person, a man in his 40s, gaunt in face, dressed in a somewhat shabby manner, exuding a faint sour odor. His narrow eyes were slightly squinted, revealing a menacing aura. Mr. Shui. Zhong Lin recognized at a glance that this was the person described in the case files of the Yamen, the one who had kidnapped Xiao Yin, injured Captain Ning, and then fled. Mr. Shui. What was unexpected was that this Mr. Shui had not left Anna County. Instead, he had been lurking in Heifeng Mountain. Xiao Tingfeng, you truly are a persistent ghost. Shui Lai's voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. The hatred for killing my brother is a... Xiao Tingfeng stepped forward, with each step his momentum rising. The rock fragments beneath his feet could not withstand his pressure, cracking underfoot. Shui Lai sneered. Your brother deserved to die, or if he hadn't died, it would have been me. Shut your damn mouth. Xiao Tingfeng shouted, explosively stamping his foot hard, his whole being transforming into a flash of black lightning, his long knife cutting down with the force of mountain splitting, aimed directly at Shui Lai's head. Shui Lai did not retreat, raising his knife to meet the attack. Boom. The two knives collided once more, this time with an even greater noise. The trees within a few zhang were severed at the waist, and the ground was gouged out by the shockwave. Zhong Lin's face changed dramatically. He turned and fled without hesitation. The clash of true Qi realms. Damn it, is it really just a difference in realm that makes such a difference? Zhong Lin was horrified. At the same time, cold sweat poured from his forehead as he realized that the Mr. Shui could clash with Xiao Tingfeng, which meant he too was in the true Qi realm. Does that mean that last time he had just wandered around the gates of hell, and it was the kind of repeated back and forth? The two men in the field had already entangled themselves, blades flashing as every clash erupted with thunderous roars. Xiao Tingfeng's swordsmanship was ferociously domineering, every strike imbued with an unstoppable momentum, as if he aimed to cleave the person before him in two. Shui Lai's swordplay was insidious and cunning, taking unconventional angles, each strike aimed directly at the vital points. However, from a distance, Zhong Lin could see that Shui Lai was clearly at a disadvantage, being pressured by Xiao Tingfeng. The fact he could last until now was merely due to the cunning nature of his swordplay. Shui Lai was evidently aware of the gap between them. A flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes. Having hidden in this desolate mountain for half a year, and finally breaking through to the true Qi realm, he was unwilling to perish here. With a sudden upward slice, he briefly forced Xiao Tingfeng back, and Shui Lai abruptly pulled something from his bosom, smashing it hard against the ground. A thick cloud of black smoke erupted instantly, enveloping an area of several zhang. It's poisonous. Xiao Tingfeng shouted, retreating as he waved his long knife, creating an impenetrable curtain of blades in front of him. Taking advantage of this moment, Shui Lai gathered his qi, turned his feet, and flipped backward, his body leaping away like a nimble cat, fleeing desperately. Whoosh! A sound of air ripping through was heard, followed by an arrow soaring towards Shui Lai's back. Although Shui Lai was fleeing, a true Qi realm warrior's perception was remarkably sharp. The instant he heard the sound of the arrow, he quickly sidestepped, simultaneously slashing back with his knife. Whoosh! 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 3 more arrows shot through the air fast as shooting stars arranged in a formation that directly blocked Shui Lai's escape route. You little beast, you're seeking death. Shui Lai cursed angrily, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Zhong Lin in the distance, who was drawing another arrow, wishing to slice him into 1,000 pieces. The long knife was raised again, and the arrows were broken once more. Among them, 1 arrow was split in 2 by the blade grazing his face and leaving a shallow wound. Although the 4 consecutive arrows did not cause any harm, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhong Lin's mouth. That's enough. Shui Lai. Xiao Tingfeng roared, his long knife descending with the force of splitting Mount Hua, causing a violent explosion in the air. Shui Lai stared in horror at the menacing blade light, the fierce gale whipping across his face, making it hard for him to keep his eyes open. Swish! Up! Shui Lai cried out in pain, his entire right arm severed at the shoulder along with his arm and long knife, flying through the air, blood gushing from the wound. Swish! Another light sound rang out as Shui Lai's left leg was also chopped off, blood pouring out violently, his screams echoing through the mountains and forests, startling countless birds. Xiao Tingfeng stood firm, the tip of his knife pointed directly at Shui Lai's throat. It has been 10 years. My brother has been waiting in the underworld for a full decade. His voice was soft as if he were talking to himself. Cough, cough, cough. Shui Lai, having lost a leg and an arm, crumpled to the ground like a broken puppet, staining the earth beneath him a dark red. He did not continue to wail, but stared intently with his bloodshot eyes at Xiao Tingfeng and at the slowly approaching. Ha ha ha, your brother. That hypocritical scoundrel. If it weren't for him, how could I have been expelled from the military camp? For 10 years I have wandered like a stray dog, all thanks to him. He deserves to die. Shut up. Xiao Tingfeng flicked his wrist, and Shui Lai's other arm was severed. Heh. Shui Lai not only did not shut up, but instead let out a chilling laugh, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, mingling with saliva as it dripped down. Xiao Tingfeng, do you think killing me will quench your hatred? When your brother died, he was 100 times more painful. He knelt on the ground, begging me to give him a quick death. Ha ha. I said shut up. Xiao Tingfeng stepped on Shui Lai's face, forcefully grinding his head into the dirt. The laughter abruptly ceased, leaving only vague whimpers. Zhong Lin stood in the distance, his hunting bow lowered, not advancing further. From the earlier conversation, he had already grasped part of the situation, quite dramatic. After a long while, Xiao Tingfeng slowly lifted his foot, looking down at the lifeless Shui Lai, his expression extremely complex. There was relief, fatigue, and a hint of an indescribable emptiness. Brother, I have finally avenged you. Xiao Tingfeng murmured, turning to look at Zhong Lin. Thank you for today's matter. Zhong Lin quickly returned the courtesy. Mr. Xiao is being too modest. I merely shot a few arrows, and it does not warrant thanks. Those arrows were well shot, otherwise I would not have been able to take my revenge. Today he might have escaped again if he had escaped once more. Xiao Tingfeng stroked the long knife in his hand. Even he himself had no confidence in catching up to Shui Lai again. Xiao Tingfeng crouched down beside Shui Lai's corpse and searched for a moment, eventually pulling out a thin book. He glanced at it and immediately tossed it to Zhong Lin. 9 Heavens Mystic Art. Skin polishing, muscle transformation, and bone forging, collectively known as the body refining realm, are the foundation of martial arts, and beyond the body refining realm lies the true Qi realm. True Qi realm warriors use their blood and Qi as a guide, refining essence into Qi and condensing true Qi within their bodies. Once one possesses true Qi, they can injure others from a distance. Petals and leaves can serve as weapons, making their strength vastly superior to that of the body refining realm. Just moments ago, Zhong Lin had witnessed the terrifying power of a true Qi realm warrior. The two were simply not of the same species, and now the booklet in his hand was the key to unlocking the true Qi realm, which made it impossible for him not to feel excited. Mr. Xiao, this. Zhong Lin looked up at Xiao Tingfeng, his voice slightly dry. Xiao Tingfeng waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for rejection. Take it. I, Xiao Tingfeng, never owe favors. Your arrows today are worth this price, and this item is of no use to me. Zhong Lin took a deep breath, tucked the booklet close, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Tingfeng swung his long knife, severing Shui Lai's head, and grabbing it. Let's go. Back to the city. The two walked back along the path. They came not saying a word. Xiao Tingfeng was still immersed in the joy of revenge, while Zhong Lin couldn't help but take out the Nine Heavens mystic art to examine it. As they reached the official road, the two mounted their horses. Young brother Zhong. Xiao Tingfeng suddenly spoke. Mr. Xiao, is there a question I should or shouldn't ask? Please go ahead. Xiao Tingfeng pondered for a moment and said, I have seen your records. You were originally a farmer and hunter, and it was because you caught the attention of the magistrate of Anha County that you entered the county office to learn martial arts. You were rewarded with the muscle transformation technique for your contributions in the autumn silver battle at Qingfeng Ridge. I wonder where you acquired this bone forging technique. Xiao is not prying into young brother's secrets out of malice, but merely out of curiosity. If it's inconvenient to say. Zhong Lin's heart stirred, suddenly recalling the relationship between Xiao Tingfeng and the county lieutenant Zhao. A sense of gambling inexplicably rose within him. Sometimes gambling is also a form of wisdom. Whether it was the deep voice at Fanning Temple or the repeated jumps at Yanwang Hall and Qingfeng Ridge, both had granted him sufficient benefits. Thinking of this, a slight smile of self-mockery appeared on Zhong Lin's lips. Mr. Xiao, your insight is sharp. This matter is indeed not hidden from you. He pulled on the reins, slowing his horse to walk alongside Xiao Tingfeng. To tell the truth, I'm rather ashamed. This bone-forging technique was not obtained through merit, but rather through looks. Xiao Tingfeng raised an eyebrow, turning to look at Zhong Lin, his gaze filled with curiosity. Through looks? As you can see, my appearance is still presentable. Zhong Lin pointed to his face, his tone flat, as if discussing something unrelated to himself. I used this face to win over a noble lady, becoming one of her favored men. Xiao Tingfeng remained silent for a while before suddenly bursting into laughter, his laughter echoing through the mountains and startling a few flying birds. Good, what a way to rely on looks. Xiao Tingfeng restrained his laughter, his gaze now on Zhong Lin filled with a hint of admiration. How many people in this world can openly say such things? Most would try to take credit for their benefits, fearing others would know the truth. Yet you boldly admitting it appear quite magnanimous. Zhong Lin shook his head and smiled. Mr. Xiao, you flatter me. I merely think being a favored man is not an insult to me. Rather, it is an honor, as many wish to do so, but cannot. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Tingfeng laughed heartily again, finding it increasingly amusing. He had seen too many young people. Those with talent were often arrogant, and those with means were often sullen. Yet someone like Zhong Lin, who had both talent and means and could face his identity as a favored man with such ease, was truly rare. Unable to resist, he asked again, how does the noble lady treat you? Zhong Lin shrugged and smiled. As you see, there are silver medicinal materials and martial arts techniques, and moreover, it's quite rewarding. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Tingfeng laughed heartily again. Moments later, he pulled on the reins to stop his horse, turning to Zhong Lin, his admiration deeper than before. Zhong Lin, you are 16 this year, with bone forging cultivation, and have practiced martial arts for only a year. You possess courage and skill, and with this forthright heart, I will not beat around the bush. I have utilized some camaraderie. After some time, I will be heading to Mushi County to take up the post of county lieutenant, and I lack a trustworthy aide by my side. If you are willing to accompany me to Mushi County and serve as my captain, how about it? Zhong Lin's heart raced, and he suddenly dismounted, kneeling on one knee, and said loudly, I am willing to serve you, my lord. Previously, he had some thoughts toward Ningxian, but those were extinguished by Ma Liu's words. Unexpectedly, after going round in circles, he had returned, and although it was in a different place, he finally gained an official title. A 9th-grade commander commanding soldiers, overseeing the common folk, a true person of high status. Indeed, gambling is a form of wisdom. Get up and speak. In the future, there's no need to kneel at every turn. I, Xiao Tingfeng, have no such rules. Xiao Tingfeng waved his hand. Yes, my lord. Zhong Lin quickly adjusted to his identity, addressing him as my lord, remounting his horse and riding alongside Xiao Tingfeng. My lord, may I bring 2 people with me? Rest assured, they are also not weak in strength. As you wish. Thank you, my lord. As the two conversed, the county town was already in sight. Xiao Tingfeng reined in his horse and turned to Zhong Lin. You go back to prepare first. I still have some personal matters to attend to. I will depart in half a month, and I will have someone notify you then. Understood. Zhong Lin answered, turning his horse towards the southern gate of the county town. Xiao Tingfeng watched Zhong Lin's departing figure, his gaze filled with contemplation. An interesting young man. I just wonder what kind of surprises he will bring me. When Zhong Lin returned to the county town, it was already afternoon. Instead of going back to the county office, he went directly to the house in Huasher Alley. Uncle Lu was tidying up the flower bed, while Zhang Man was cleaning in the front yard. Indeed, it was that Zhang Man who served as a human sandbag in the martial arts school. This kid is also a talent. Since the day Zhong Lin reminded him, he no longer went to do the work of getting beaten for money, but instead followed Zhong Lin every day running errands. Master, you have returned. Have you eaten? Uncle Lu hurriedly came forward. Zhang Man also ran over and said, Instructor, you're back. Not yet. Just make something to eat. Zhang Man, go to the martial arts school and ask for 2 days off for me. I have some matters to attend to. Zhong Lin casually instructed, then passed through the front yard and headed straight to the back courtyard bedroom. He closed the door, finally unable to contain his excitement, and took out the 9 Heavens mystic art from his chest, flipping through it page by page. The Hunyuan Qi technique states, when the primordial energy is undivided, chaos becomes one, the qi flows through, and all laws return to their origin. Zhong Lin sat cross-legged on the bed, carefully studying this book. So that's how it is, using blood and qi as fuel. The dantian, as the furnace refining essence into qi, is the way to true qi. In the body tempering stage, one cultivates the skin, tendons, and bones, essentially refining the physical vessel. In contrast, the true qi stage requires condensing qi within that vessel. The skin acts like a drum, able to hold blood and qi without leakage, the tendons like bowstrings capable of drawing the blood and qi like a tide, and the bones like fine steel able to withstand the wash of true qi without shattering. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Zhong Lin murmured to himself, his eyes filled with fervor. In martial arts cultivation, one externally trains the muscles, bones, and skin, while internally honing a breath. The first 3 levels still lie within the realm of ordinary people. It is merely a matter of greater strength and harder bones. However, once true qi is condensed, one begins to transcend the ordinary, as true qi circulating around can harm others from afar, allowing one to truly experience extraordinary martial arts. The Hunyuan Qi technique is merely a thin booklet of a dozen pages, unlike the previous combat techniques or stances. This manual details the overarching principles of qi cultivation, including the pathways and acupoints during cultivation, along with various taboos. According to what is written above, to condense the first strand of true qi, one must first ensure the blood and qi are full, then open the dantian, and finally guide this strand of true qi to circulate through the meridians, refining essence into qi. However, condensing true qi is just the foundation. There are also the need to open the meridians and acupoints. The true qi stage consists of 12 levels known as the 12 heavenly gates of gold and jade, corresponding to the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels in the human body. Each acupoint opened enlarges the true qi. Once the 12 primary meridians are connected and the 8 extraordinary vessels are fully open, the acupoints in the circulatory pathways will connect like stars, allowing true qi to flow endlessly, thus achieving great perfection. Zhong Lin gently traced his fingers over the pages of the book, but upon reaching the last page that depicted the meridian acupoint map alongside the taboos noted within the manual, his brow furrowed slightly. Acupoints are the barriers of the human body, formed in the prenatal stage and difficult to alter in the postnatal stage. Each acupoint is like a tightly closed iron door that must be struck with blood and qi as a hammer and true qi as a chisel to be breached day and night. However, the danger of breaking through acupoints is akin to dancing on the tip of a knife. A slight misstep could lead to the true qi going awry, resulting in minor acupoint destruction or severe meridian severing, leading to lifelong disabilities. Zhong Lin finished reading the last few pages, slowly closed the manual, and exhaled a long breath. Indeed, acquiring power is no easy task. I did not expect the cultivation of true qi to be so perilous. In simple terms, condensing true qi is just the first step. The second step is to circulate it through the meridians, refine essence into qi, and amplify the true qi. As for the third step, it involves opening the meridians and acupoints connecting the 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels to ensure that true qi flows continuously and all meridians are interconnected. Upon reaching this point, Zhong Lin finally unraveled the mystery he had pondered over in his past life. In his past life, while watching certain martial arts films, there were always plots about unblocking meridians which he had thought were mere fiction as a child. It was only after growing up and learning traditional Chinese medicine that he realized there indeed exists the concept of meridians. But if the meridians are inherently open, why must they be reopened? The so-called 12 primary meridians are the yin and yang channels of the hands and feet, namely the 3 yang meridians of the hands, the 3 yin meridians of the hands, the 3 yang meridians of the feet, and the 3 yin meridians of the feet. These 12 meridians pass through the connections of the yin and yang channels of the hands and feet, forming a cyclical and endless transmission system. Blood and qi flow through the meridians, allowing one to internally treat the organs and externally circulate the body. There are fundamentally no blockages. If even one meridian has an issue, it is likely that one would not survive or would become disabled. Now it is clear that true qi is different from blood and qi. To circulate true qi within the meridians, one must open the acupoints along the meridians to allow for the smooth flow of true qi. Shall I give it a try? Zhong Lin took a deep breath, calming the turbulence within, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes slightly, and focused his mind like a tranquil well. Sink the qi into the dantian, concentrate on the mysterious pass, inhale, gently exhale, slowly guide the qi with intention, and urge strength with qi. Zhong Lin adjusted his breathing according to the Hunyuan qi technique, meditating and feeling the flow. After a while he felt blood and qi surging within him like a tide gathering from his limbs and bones towards the dantian. The dantian, located 3 inches below the navel, is where the qi and blood converge, and it serves as the furnace for condensing true qi. Zhong Lin could clearly feel the blood and qi converging, compressing, and surging within the dantian like a pot of boiling water bubbling and exuding steam. Yet it still fell short. Although the blood and qi were abundant, the transformation from blood qi to true qi could not be completed, akin to water reaching 99 degrees, still lacking that final spark of fire. Indeed, condensing true qi is not that easy. Zhong Lin opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. As that breath of turbid air exited, it surprisingly carried a hint of white mist lingering in the air, without dissipating, lasting for 3 breaths before slowly dispersing. The blood and qi are still not complete. Zhong Lin looked down at his hands, noticing the bones emitting faint cracking sounds as his fingers pressed together. No rush, take it slow. He put the manual away and got up to open the door. In the yard, Zhang Man had already returned and was practicing horse stance. This kid's iron body technique has made some progress. His skin is much tougher than before. Though he has not yet reached the level of skin tempering, he is no longer the frail boy who could be used as a punching bag. Instructor. Upon seeing Zhong Lin come out, Zhang Man quickly stopped his practice and saluted. Zhang Man, in a few days I will be going to Mushui County. Would you like to come with me? Zhang Man was taken aback, but immediately responded without hesitation, I would. Don't ask what we are going for. No questions. Zhang Man shook his head and firmly said, whatever the instructor asks me to do, I will do. Zhong Lin smiled, but said nothing. This Zhang Man is simple-minded, grateful, and more importantly, his iron body technique has a solid foundation. If nurtured, well, he could become a valuable right-hand man. All right, continue your training. Uncle Lu also brought some food, and Zhong Lin ate a little before leaving the house. 6th brother. What is it? You've been in Anha County for so many years. Have you ever thought about leaving to see the world outside? Perhaps it would be better than now. Zhong Lin asked, looking at Ma Lu, who was idly picking his teeth in the cool corner. Ma Lu paused his action, spat out a piece of grass root, glanced up at Zhong Lin, and then shook his head. Forget it, I, Ma Lu, am just this way, lazy and aimless. It's good enough to muddle through life in Anha County. Besides, my mother is still here, I can't just leave her alone. Zhong Lin was silent for a moment before smiling and saying, indeed, it is quite good. The two then chatted aimlessly for a while before Zhong Lin finally got up to leave, heading to the training ground to find Coach Wang. Zhong Gear. Ma Lu suddenly called out to Zhong Lin. The outside world is not the same as home. If you get tired, come back. 6th brother will treat you to a drink. All right. In the lingering summer heat, the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. On the official road, 3 horses emerged from the city of Anha, steadily making their way forward. Riding atop his horse, Wang Jiaodo sat upright, his rough hands loosely gripping the reins, his gaze fixed on the distant figure of Zhong Lin, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Uncle Wang, are you still thinking about matters in Anha County? Zhang Man drew closer, inquiring. Wang Jiaodo came back to his senses, shaking his head and replying, it's nothing, I just never expected to leave Anha County in my lifetime. Zhang Man grinned. Uncle Wang, you jest. With your skills, you should have ventured out long ago. Venture? Wang Jiaodo mocked himself, saying, if I had that kind of mindset, I wouldn't have stayed at the county office for 20 years. I'm getting old, yet here I am being dragged out by that young rascal Zhong. Zhang Man scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Zhong Lin turned his head to glance at Wang Jiaodo, a slight smile playing on his lips. Uncle Wang, you're mistaken. I didn't drag you out, but rather I wanted to invite you to help me to change places and ways of living. Perhaps we can still rise further. Indeed, Wang Jiaodo was also dragged away by Zhong Lin, following him to Mushui County. Taking Wang Jiaodo along was Zhong Lin's calculated decision. First, Wang Jiaodo was a man of considerable strength, with the skills of Yijing Wang. If he were to learn the 9 transformations of the Flood Dragon, it wouldn't be long before he broke through the bone tempering stage. Moreover, with a cunning old man like him around for protection, Zhong Lin could act more recklessly, including in his martial training. Most importantly, Wang Jiaodo was willing to accompany Zhong Lin. For 20 years in Anha County, he had felt aimless, lacking connections, power, and status. The appearance of Zhong Lin was like a beacon of light. Although he did not know where this path would lead, at least it gave him hope. The 3 rode swiftly, not heading directly to Mushui County, but rather northward towards Yiren County, specifically to Shaojiao Fort within Yiren County, the hometown of Xiao Tingfeng. 3 days prior, Xiao Tingfeng had gone to Mushui County alone for his new position, while Zhong Lin was sent to Shaojiao Fort to escort his family. A few days later, a sprawling complex of buildings appeared in their view with blue bricks and gray tiles, tall walls, and deep courtyards, and faintly visible arrow towers standing at the corners. That must be Shaojiao Fort, Wang Jiaodo said as he reined in his horse, looking up at the structure. Zhong Lin squinted his eyes, admiring the architecture, exclaiming, "What an impressive estate." Indeed, in the world of martial arts, there were no poor families. Shaojiao Fort, bearing the surname Xiao, was associated with Xiao Tingfeng. The three followed the stone-paved path to the fort's entrance, where the characters Shaojiao Fort were boldly inscribed on the doorway, elegantly crafted. "Who goes there?" "This is Shaojiao Fort. Dismount quickly." 2 sturdy men wielding long spears approached, their eyes warily scanning Zhong Lin and his companions. Zhong Lin dismounted, retrieving a letter from his pocket and presenting it. "I am Zhong Lin, the commander of the armed forces, here on the orders of County Lieutenant to escort the lady to Mushui County." The guard took the letter, glanced at the seal, and instantly adopted a respectful demeanor. "So it's Master Zhong. Please wait a moment. I will report this immediately." With that, one of them hurried into the fort, while the other guided the 3 into the entrance to rest. Shortly, a middle-aged steward in his 40s emerged, slightly plump and with a friendly face, bowing in greeting. "Are you Commander Zhong?" "Indeed. I am Xiao Fu, the steward here. The lady has been waiting in the main hall. Please follow me." The 3 followed Xiao Fu through the front courtyard, around a shadow wall, and along the green brick path deeper. Shaojiao Fort was even more magnificent than it appeared from the outside, with dense courtyards, winding corridors, and decorated beams and painted rafters everywhere, exuding the essence of a well-established family cultivated over generations. Passing through 2 moon gate doors, the 3 arrived at the main hall. Inside, a woman in her 30s sat in the main seat, her appearance dignified and her demeanor gentle, holding a 3 or 4-year-old girl in her arms. Beside her stood a tall youth of around 12 or 13, with delicate features resembling Xiao Tingfeng, curiously observing the 3 newcomers. "Madam, Commander Zhong has arrived," Xiao Fu announced respectfully. Zhong Lin stepped forward and cupped his fists in salute. "I am Zhong Lin. Greetings, madam." Wang Jiaodo and Zhang Man followed closely, also cupping their fists in greeting. Madam Xiao rose to return the greeting, her voice gentle. "Commander, Zhong need not be overly formal. My husband mentioned you in his letter, saying you are a young hero. It is thanks to you that my husband can avenge himself. Your contributions are tremendous." "Madam, you flatter me. I merely did my modest part," Zhong Lin replied humbly. The young lady's gaze lingered on Zhong Lin for a moment before turning to the youth beside her. "This is my son Xiao Yuan, 12 years old, younger than Commander Zhong. When we reach Mushui County, I hope you can look after him, Commander Zhong." "Madam, you are too kind. I dare not accept such praise," Zhong Lin replied, turning to Xiao Yuan and offering a respectful salute. Xiao Yuan returned the gesture, displaying the poise of a well-educated young man. Madam Xiao ordered tea to be served and engaged in small talk. "My husband has just taken office. There are many matters to attend to. I must trouble you, Commander Zhong, to ensure a smooth journey. I will have arrangements made immediately. How about we set off in a couple of days?" "Whatever you say, madam," Zhong Lin replied earnestly. Madam Xiao nodded and instructed Xiao Fu to prepare guest rooms for the 3 to rest. The 3 followed Xiao Fu through the corridor, arriving at an independent courtyard on the east side. The yard was small but meticulously kept, featuring 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, a few clusters of bamboo in the courtyard, and a large vat in the corner containing several koi. "Commander Zhong, are you satisfied with this courtyard?" Xiao Fu inquired. "Thank you, Steward Xiao, it's very nice," Zhong Lin nodded. Xiao Fu arranged for a few servants to assist before taking his leave. Once settled, Wang Jiaodo began practicing the stances from 9 transformations of the flood dragon in the yard, having long been unable to contain himself after their journey. Zhang Man also started practicing mountain shaking fist in a corner, executing each move without the slightest slack. Zhong Lin paused for a moment before returning to his room. 2 days later at dawn, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The 3 had finished their preparations and were waiting at Xiao Fu led a team of guards, bringing out several horse-drawn carriages packed full of boxes and bundles, all crammed to the brim. Seeing this scene, Wang Jiaodo frowned, approaching Zhong Lin and whispering, "This is too conspicuous. We might attract bandit attacks on the road." Zhong Lin's heart sank as well. He had expected Madame Xiao to travel light and gradually shift the Xiao family's focus to Mushui County. He never anticipated such a large caravan. It was too tempting for thieves. Madame Xiao, holding the girl, climbed onto the carriage, while Xiao Yuan, initially wanting to ride a horse, was reprimanded and obediently joined her on the carriage. "Commander Zhong, I will trouble you on the road," Madame Xiao said, lifting the carriage curtain and speaking softly. "Rest assured, madam," Zhong Lin replied with a fist salute. A group of people left Xiao family fort following the official road southward. Over 20 guards from Xiao family armed with clubs and knives closely followed the horse-drawn cart, with Zhong Lin riding at the front and Wang Jiao bringing up the rear, while Zhang Man patrolled back and forth alongside the convoy. As the sun rose higher, the summer heat simmered along the unobstructed official road, with the fields gradually replaced by rolling hills on either side. Xiao Yuan poked his head out of the cart window, his 12-year-old face filled with boredom. Brother Zhong, how long until we reach Mushui County? At our current pace, it will take at least 7 or 8 days. Are you feeling bored, young master? Zhong Lin replied with a smile. A little, but I can read. Brother Zhong, will you teach me martial arts when we get to Mushui County? Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled. County Lieutenant's martial arts skills far exceed mine by 100-fold. Your martial training will be arranged by the County Lieutenant himself. Zhong Lin replied. Father is too busy to take care of me, Brother Zhong. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp voice from inside the cart interrupted him. Yuan, lower the curtain and don't disturb Captain Zhong on his journey. Xiao Yuan pouted and obediently withdrew. Zhong Lin also smiled slightly, urging his horse to pick up speed as his gaze scanned the bushes and slopes on both sides of the road, his whole being as taut as a drawn bowstring. As Wang Jiao had said, this convoy was too conspicuous and could easily attract unwanted attention, necessitating constant vigilance. The sun gradually tilted to the west, casting long shadows from the cart. Zhong Lin let out a slow breath. Today was uneventful. As the daylight waned, the convoy camped on a flat bank by the river. Xiao Fu directed the guards to unload the cart and set up the tents, sweating profusely, while Wang Jiao took several men to scout the terrain around them. Captain Zhong, is there something amiss? Madame Xiao's voice came from behind. Zhong Lin turned to see the young madam, holding a girl not far away, accompanied by 2 personal maids. Madam, you worry too much, it's just a matter of habit, Zhong Lin responded respectfully. Captain Zhong, you've worked hard. Madame Xiao didn't say more and turned to return to the cart. As night fell, several bonfires were lit in the camp, and the guards sat around the flames, eating dry rations and whispering. Zhong Lin leaned against an old tree, sitting cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, attempting to condense his true qi once again. After a while, Zhong Lin slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath of stale air. Still a bit off. I have completed the 3 stages of skin refinement, muscle transformation, and bone tempering, but I still lack a chance to condense true qi. Where exactly is the problem? Zhong Lin frowned slightly. The body tempering was complete, and his vital energy was full, yet he still couldn't condense that wisp of true qi, which left Zhong Lin extremely frustrated, unable to pinpoint the issue. No rush, take it slow. I refuse to believe this. Zhong Lin cursed inwardly. We are finally almost there, Mushui. Zhong Lin's gaze fell upon the stone marker not far away, inscribed with the words Mushui, and he couldn't help but exhale lightly. After several days of travel, even he felt a bit fatigued, covered in dust, let alone those guards. Looking back at the convoy, a long line of over 10 carts stretched out, with the guards showing signs of weariness, and even the horses lowered their heads, their hooves listlessly scraping the ground. Captain Zhong, are we almost there? Xiao Fu also spotted the stone marker, catching up from behind, wiping the sweat from his forehead. According to the map, after passing the marker and traveling another 30 miles, we will reach Mushui County. We should arrive before dark. Zhong Lin estimated the distance. Xiao Fu breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to shout to the convoy. Everyone cheer up, we're almost there. The guards perked up at his words, and the convoy's pace noticeably quickened. Zhong Lin, there's a situation. Wang Jiao rode over, pointing toward the distant thicket and speaking quickly in a low voice. Zhong Lin's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly raised his hand. Stop. At his command, the convoy came to a swift halt. Wang Jiao, what did you find? Zhong Lin asked in a hushed tone. No birds have entered the forest for a long time. Something is off. Wang Jiao's voice was low and urgent, pointing toward the dense forest in the distance. Zhong Lin followed his finger's direction and saw that the sun was now slanting westward. Typically birds would be returning to the forest, yet there was a large flock of birds circling above the thicket, lingering without settling. In that instant, alarm bells rang in Zhong Lin's mind. There were people in the forest, and not just a few, otherwise it wouldn't have stirred these birds. Xiao Guanjia, Zhong Lin commanded, send the order down to have the guards form a circle around the carts, weapons drawn, guarding the madam and the young master. No one is to move without my command. Xiao Fu, true to his role as the steward of Xiao family fort, though slightly flustered, accurately conveyed Zhong Lin's orders. Zhang Man, take 2 men to scout the front of the dense forest. Yes. Zhang Man responded, picking 2 agile guards, and the 3 crouched low, creeping toward the dense forest along the roadside bushes. Zhong Lin dismounted and approached the cart surrounded by the convoy, quickly saying, Madam, there may be a situation ahead. Please stay inside the cart with the young master, and no matter what sounds you hear, do not come out. The cart curtain was lifted slightly, and Madame Xiao's expression changed slightly, but quickly steadied as she nodded, saying, "Captain Zhong, be careful." Zhong Lin turned and walked to the front of the convoy, his gaze fixed intently on the dense forest. Wang Jiaodo also moved closer, standing side by side with him. "Wang Jiaodo, if they are indeed bandits, can you discern their route?" Zhong Lin inquired. Wang Jiaodo shook his head, his expression grave. "This official road connects 3 counties frequented by merchants, and there are many mountain bandits, but to dare to attack such a large convoy, they must either be reckless fools or have some backing." Backed. Zhong Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. As the two were speaking, Zhang Man and the 2 guards he had brought were running back in a panic, while behind them ambushers surged out from the forest, a dark mass, at least 50 or 60 people. "Damn, there really are ambushers. Everyone be on guard." Zhong Lin's expression turned grim as he shouted loudly, then with a swift step, he leaped onto his horse, standing tall and commanding. With his left hand gripping a longbow, and his right hand knocking an arrow, he drew the bowstring. The bowstring twanged like a thunderclap. The arrow, slicing through the air, struck the chest of the foremost bandit, piercing through and emerging from his back, spraying a mist of blood. The bandit felt a sudden warmth in his chest, instinctively lowering his head to look. He didn't even have time to scream before he staggered 2 steps and collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, his breath extinguished. With one arrow hitting its mark, Zhong Lin remained impassive, his right hand moving like lightning, swiftly drawing arrows, knocking, pulling the bow, and shooting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew in succession as fast as shooting stars, each arrow accurately striking a vital point of a bandit. Those hit, whether in the throat, face, or chest, all fell dead on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the first 4 or 5 assailants fell into a pool of blood. The charge of the mountain bandits was abruptly halted by the 4 arrows, and as the first few fell, those behind instinctively slowed their pace, with startled cries rising from the crowd. "Archers, they have archers. What are you afraid of? It's just 1-person charge." A burly man squeezed through the crowd, wielding a ghost-headed broadsword, his voice booming like thunder as he scolded the hesitant mountain bandits. "Who dares to retreat? They'll cleave him in 2. The mountain bandits were roused by this roar and charged forward again, howling. Zhong Lin's expression remained unchanged as he knocked another arrow. As the bowstring twanged, another mountain bandit fell, but this time they had learned their lesson, no longer charging in a straight line, but weaving like snakes, using the trees and bushes along the road as cover, encircling in a fan shape. "Wang, protect the carriage," Zhong Lin said in a deep voice. "Don't worry," Wang replied, holding a spear, retreating to the carriage formation and instructing the guards to tighten the formation. Zhong Lin drew 3 more arrows from his quiver, releasing them simultaneously in a triangular formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 screams followed as another 3 mountain bandits were shot down, but by now this group had finally reached the front of the convoy. He dismounted, leaving the longbow hanging on the saddle. Step, bow, explode. Zhong Lin's feet exploded with power, sending dust and stones flying as he charged forward with a thunderous sound, trailing a long cloud of dust behind him. He clenched his fist and struck directly at the mountain bandit, still bewildered by his sudden appearance. Without even a scream, blood-splattered innards were crushed, and with the sound of bones breaking, that mountain bandit flew back like a ragdoll, lifeless. Without pausing, he continued to charge, fists flying, each strike packed with tremendous force. Puff! The sounds of cracking bones, screams, and clashing weapons melded into one, and wherever Zhong Lin passed, the mountain bandits fell like wheat cut down, each simple punch or kick shattering bones and rupturing organs, causing them to cough up blood and die. Another straight punch was thrown, and the mountain bandit in front instinctively raised his blade to block. Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, the heavy iron broadsword was bent under the force, the back of the blade violently striking the bandit's own chest, the sound of ribs breaking clearly audible. "Monster, he's a monster. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Mom, help." In just a few breaths, over 10 mountain bandits had perished under Zhong Lin's fists and feet, and with the previous archer's kills, nearly half of them were already dead, instilling them with terror. The burly man with the ghost-headed broadsword also turned pale, unable to hold back any longer. He shouted and charged towards Zhong Lin. "Die, you bastard." The ghost-headed broadsword sliced through the air with a whistling sound, striking down towards Zhong Lin's head. Zhong Lin sidestepped, stretching his body, one hand on his waist, his arm raised high, fingers coiling, forming a fist seal. Spirit snake strikes. With blood and chi surging around him, his arm became crimson as it shot out, doubling in strength. Boom. The air surged apart like a rising tide, producing a violent howl accompanied by the sound of explosive gusts. The mountain bandit leader's pupils constricted. There was no time to change tactics, but he still displayed the prowess of a seasoned warrior, slapping down with his left hand to collide with Zhong Lin's fist. Bang! The fists met with a heavy thud. Zhong Lin felt a massive force transmit through his fist, causing his arm to tingle slightly, and he staggered back 3 steps before stabilizing. The bandit leader was equally affected, flying back, colliding into another mountain bandit who was directly killed upon impact. Bone refinement. The two spoke almost simultaneously, their glances meeting with a hint of seriousness. Zhong Lin could not fathom that a mountain bandit possessed the strength of a bone refinement martial artist, and his heart sank. The bandit leader got back on his feet, shaking his trembling wrist, the contempt on his face completely replaced. "Who are you? Why are you attacking our convoy?" Zhong Lin said coldly. The bandit leader licked his lips, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "I underestimated you, entering bone refinement at such a young age, but sadly you must die today." Without finishing his words, the bandit leader kicked off the ground, charging at Zhong Lin like an enraged brown bear accompanied by a cloud of dust. The ghost-headed broadsword drew a blinding arc in the air, the blade's edge not yet near, yet the fierce wind had already whipped Zhong Lin's robe. Zhong Lin retreated, sidestepping the blade, while launching his right fist from his waist, aiming for the bandit leader's ribs. This punch was both quick and fierce, with the wind howling. "You use this move again?" The bandit leader snorted coldly, twisting the long blade, striking downward accurately, hitting Zhong Lin's fist. Clang! Another clang of metal echoed, and Zhong Lin only felt a sharp pain in his fist, his bones vibrating slightly, but he was uninjured. The bones of a bone refinement martial artist had been tempered repeatedly with qi and blood, making them as tough as steel, nearly impervious to ordinary weapons. Changing his steps, he moved like a snake, sliding past the bandit leader's blade. With a snake-like grip, his fingers hooked as he aimed for the bandit leader's throat. The bandit leader, though startled, remained composed, his left arm blocked, while the ghost-headed blade swept upward, targeting Zhong Lin's lower body. This strike was vicious and sinister. If it landed, even a bone refinement martial artist would not withstand. At that moment, however, Zhong Lin revealed a smile, his legs bursting with power as he leapt into the air, narrowly evading the blade while sweeping his right leg like a whip. This kick channeled all his strength, the air cracking with a loud bang. The bandit leader had no time to change tactics, only able to raise his left arm to block. But how could the strength of an arm compare to a leg? Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clear. The bandit leader's left arm bent at an unnatural angle, and he was sent flying sideways, rolling 5 or 6 times before coming to a stop. "Ah!" The bandit leader screamed, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down his face. His left arm was completely ruined, the white bone shards piercing through flesh, blood gushing out. Zhong Lin landed, not giving him a moment to breathe, dashing forward in quick steps, his right fist coiled and ready. The bandit leader's eyes flashed with panic as he suppressed the pain in his left arm, gripping his blade and violently striking downward. Boom! Dust flew, stones scattered, obscuring Zhong Lin's vision. Taking this opportunity, he crouched down, channeling all his blood and qi, shouting as he swung the long blade towards Zhong Lin's waist. "Is that all?" Zhong Lin had expected the bandit leader to have other tricks up his sleeve, but was caught off guard by such a simple strike, as if he couldn't even throw a handful of lime. "Die!" Twisting his body, his spine curved like a snake, he almost glided past the blade. With fingers splayed, his right fist shot out from his waist, heading directly for the bandit leader's chest. Bang! This fist landed solidly on the bandit leader's chest. "Ah!" The bandit leader let out a scream as blood vessels burst in his eyes, his eyeballs bulging, a fist imprint caving into his chest while his back arched high. A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs erupted from his mouth, and he flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into a large tree, which broke with a loud crack. Truly a master of Duangu past, the bones are indeed hard. Zhong Lin shook his arms, feeling a wave of pain surge through them. His forearms trembled slightly and blood splattered across his fists, dripping through his fingers onto the ground. "Commander, are you all right?" Zhang Man's voice came from behind, tinged with urgency. Turning around, Zhong Lin saw Zhang Man covered in blood, holding a knife he had picked up from who knows where in his left hand, and dragging a mountain bandit who had been beaten beyond recognition with his right hand striding towards him. "I'm fine." Zhong Lin waved his hand, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The battle was nearing its end, with the villagers surrounding the remaining bandits under Wang Jiaoda's command, weapons at the ready amidst the thunderous shouts. The bandits, already demoralized, had no will to resist when surrounded, scrambling to flee for their lives. Zhong Lin paid them no mind and quickly approached the cart, calling out loudly, "Madam, please do not be alarmed." The curtain of the cart was lifted, revealing the young madam, her face a bit pale, but still composed. She held a young girl tightly in one hand, while keeping Xiao Yuan behind her with the other. "Commander Zhong, how is the situation outside?" Xiao Yuan's voice trembled slightly. "Madam, rest assured the thieves have been repelled, and their leader has been slain," Zhong Lin said in a deep voice. Madam Xiao nodded, her gaze falling on Zhong Lin's bloodstained clothes. "Commander, Zhong, you have worked hard. Once we reach Mushy County, I will ensure my husband rewards you handsomely. You flatter me, madam. It is my duty as a subordinate. Zhong Lin cupped his fists in respect, then turned to clean up the battlefield and assess the casualties. On the battlefield, the villagers were clearing the bodies, dragging the bandits' corpses to the roadside to pile them up, while the injured were taken aside to be bandaged by the accompanying doctor. After a brief pause to regroup, they continued on their journey, wary of any remaining thieves. Zhong Lin, things are not simple. There may be more to this, Wang Jiaodo said, riding alongside Zhong Lin and lowering his voice. Zhong Lin nodded and chuckled coldly. Bandits from Duangu Pass. They are likely after Shao County. What martial artist from Duangu Pass would turn to banditry? They would have no trouble establishing a small family. Why would they resort to such a thing? Have they lost their minds? There is no need to worry too much. Once we reach Mushy County, we will report everything to the county magistrate for him to decide. Zhong Lin replied. Wang Jiaodo said nothing further, or Zhong Lin understood well enough. The convoy continued on their way with everyone alert and vigilant, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Fortunately, the journey ahead was uneventful, and as the sun began to set, Mushy County finally came. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the city walls, turning the gray bricks into a layer of gold. At the city gate, people bustled about, merchants with their loads, drivers with their carts, and donkey herders coming and going, creating a lively scene. Commander Zhong, we have arrived. Xiao Fu rode up from behind, his face filled with joy. The fatigue from days of travel vanished in an instant. Zhong Lin also sighed in relief, glancing back at the convoy before looking towards the city gate. A few soldiers stood at the entrance, the foremost among them a captain, who quickly approached upon seeing the convoy. May I ask if you are Commander Zhong? The captain cupped his fists in greeting, his attitude respectful. Indeed I am. Zhong Lin dismounted. The county magistrate has ordered me to wait here for you. Please follow me. The captain said hurriedly. Zhong Lin nodded and turned to Xiao Fu, saying, Xiao, steward, bring the others along. The convoy passed through the city gate, proceeding north along the main street, arriving in front of an imposing residence. With gray bricks and tiles, a plaque hung above the door inscribed with the words Xiao Residence, its fresh paint indicating it was newly made. Commander Zhong, this is the residence prepared by the county magistrate. Please settle the madam first. The magistrate will return once he finishes his official duties. The captain explained. Zhong Lin acknowledged and entrusted this matter to Xiao Steward. Zhong Lin, I owe you much this time, Xiao Tingfeng said heavily, clapping Zhong Lin on the shoulder, gratitude evident on his face. He had already learned from the young steward about the bandit attack and was furious yet relieved that he had arranged for Zhong Lin to welcome the family, otherwise the outcome could have been dire. These are all duties I should perform, sir. I believe this matter may not be simple, Zhong Lin said, cupping his hands. Of course it is not simple. Xiao Tingfeng's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke in an icy voice. It's only been half a month since I took office, and yet someone can no longer contain themselves. Zhong Lin, do you know the situation in Mushy County? I do not know, sir. Zhong Lin shook his head. Xiao Tingfeng said solemnly, Mushy County has a population of 30,000 households and 1 million acres of arable land, plus it is near the Mu River, making it a vital area for commerce and trade. Every year, the autumn tax revenue exceeds 50,000, making it one of the wealthiest counties in the entire Jinghua Prefecture. However, the richer a place is, the murkier the waters. The county's magistrate, deputy magistrate, clerks, and inspectors all come from local powerful families with deep roots established over generations. To them, I am merely a pawn sent by the court, useful if obedient, but if not. Zhong Lin understood Xiao Tingfeng was an outsider with no foundation, and his position as county magistrate was just a hollow title. Sir suspects that those bandits were sent by people within Mushy County to assert their dominance. Zhong Lin asked. You need not doubt it is indeed them. Xiao Tingfeng's voice turned bone-chilling. On my first day in office, the county magistrate Zhou Yanlin and deputy magistrate Meng Chuan sent me a greeting card, courteous in words, yet the undertones were all threats. When I slightly showed my refusal, my family was attacked. They have gone too far. What do you plan to do, sir? Zhong Lin inquired. Xiao Tingfeng did not answer immediately, but instead turned the question back to Zhong Lin. What do you think I should do? Zhong Lin pondered for a moment, and then replied, Sir, asking what I should do. I dare to ask you a few questions. Xiao Tingfeng raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to speak. Go ahead. Did you come to Mushy County to be a statue of Buddha, or to be a swordsman wielding a blade? Zhong Lin fixed his gaze on Xiao Tingfeng. Upon hearing this, a flash of brilliance appeared in Xiao Tingfeng's eyes, yet he remained silent, only watching Zhong Lin quietly. Zhong Lin continued. A statue of Buddha sits high above, untouched by karma, taking all the salary due without doing a single extra task. If the county magistrate is courteous, that is fine. If not, it is merely a matter of being sidelined, enjoying a leisurely life. A swordsman wielding a blade must have the courage to offend. The local powerful figures of Mushy County are intertwined. If you want to take their meat, they will take yours. Today's attack on your wife and son is only the first blow. Shouting Foam was silent for a long time, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, then said coldly, I did not come to Mushy County to be a statue of Buddha. Zhong Lin bowed and cupped his fists. I understand, sir. You still haven't said how we should respond. If we are to break the old without establishing the new, since there is no seat for you at the table in Mushy County, then we shall overturn the table, leaving everyone with nothing to eat. Zhong Lin grinned. Halt. Who goes there? At the gate of the western suburb martial training camp, 2 sentries barred the path with leveled spears, their eyes scanning Zhong Lin and his 2 companions with suspicion. Zhong Lin reined in his horse and looked down upon the 2 soldiers from atop his mount. Zhang Man stepped forward, withdrew a token from his robe, and held it aloft, declaring loudly, Dare you show such insolence? This is Zhong Lin, the newly appointed commander of the Martial Guard Corps. Pay your respects at once. The sentry glanced at the token, then lifted his gaze to Zhong Lin, curling his lip with undisguised disdain. Commander Zhong. What Commander Zhong? Our martial training camp answers only to Commander 1. Another soldier scoffed bitterly. These days even stray dogs and alley cats get promoted to commander. Hasn't even grown a proper beard yet. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a black blur shot past. Crack! A thunderous slap struck the sentry's face. He spun halfway on the spot, his cheeks swelling grotesquely, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You! Clutching his burning cheek, the soldier stared in disbelief at Wang Jiao, the drill master standing beside Zhong Lin, his hand already gripping the hilt of his sword. That strike was to teach you discipline. Wang Jiao lowered his hand, his voice devoid of warmth or inflection. Insolence toward a superior violates military law. 20 lashes would be the penalty. As this is your first offense, I have merely administered a minor rebuke. Damn your grandmother. You dare strike me? I. Enraged, the soldier drew his waist blade and lunged forward. The other sentry hastily grabbed his arm and whispered urgently, Old Zhao, don't act rashly. Zhong Lin's eyes turned icy. He dismounted smoothly and strode forward, step by deliberate step, toward the soldier. Each footfall was unhurried, yet each landed like a hammer against the chest, radiating an invisible, suffocating pressure. Old Zhao instinctively recoiled half a step, then, ashamed of appearing weak, forced himself to stand firm. His grip trembled upon the hilt. The tip of his blade trembled as it pointed unsteadily at Zhong Lin. What do you think you're doing? This is the martial training camp, not some place where you may run wild. Zhong Lin halted before him and seized the blade barehanded, both palms gripping the cold steel. Snap! A blade forged from hardened iron crumpled under his grasp like soft clay, molded into a twisted mass. To crush iron as though it were mud. Such a feat made even Wang Jiao's heart lurch violently, while the 2 soldiers paled to ash, lips quivering, speechless. Zhang Man. Present. Record their names. They will be disciplined according to military law. Yes, sir. With that, Zhong Lin turned away and walked calmly toward the camp gate. The 2 sentries exchanged glances, hesitant to intervene yet too afraid to stop them, and could only watch helplessly as the 3 entered the camp. The martial training camp sprawled across vast grounds, drill fields, barracks, stables, granaries, all present and accounted for. Far from the decay rumored in whispers, the drill field stretched wide and level, its yellow earth densely packed. Evidence of frequent rigorous training. The barracks were rows of low single-story buildings constructed from blue bricks. Their roofs bore gray tiles, weathered with age yet meticulously maintained. Over 20 horses stood tethered in the stables, broad-shouldered, sleek-coated tails swishing lazily as they chewed their fodder. Not nearly as decrepit as the rumors claimed, murmured Wang Jiao, surveying the scene. Zhong Lin remained silent, his gaze sweeping slowly across the compound. It made sense. After all, the martial training camp constituted the county's core military force. In Moshui County, a bustling hub of commerce and people, order demanded strength. Magistrate Zhou Yanlin and his officials would never permit neglect, nor would they allow a commander's authority to go unchallenged. Zhang Man. Present. Sound the muster drum. Yes, sir. The drum roared skyward, deep, thunderous, shaking the very air above the camp. This was the general's muster drum. Any officer failing to appear before the 3rd beat faced execution under martial law. Zhong Lin stood motionless upon the command platform, his calm gaze sweeping over the empty drill field. At the 1st beat, only a handful of soldiers straggled through the gate, slouching indifferent, some half-dressed, others bare-chested, muttering curses under their breath. Who the hell's drumming? Ruining my daytime nap. Don't you know I was gambling all night? By the 2nd beat, barely 100 men stood scattered across the field, clustering in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, casting hostile glances toward Zhong Lin on the platform. When the third beat faded, no more than 180 men had gathered, far short of the full complement of 3. Zhong Lin scanned the field without expression, then stepped forward. His voice, though quiet, carried with crystalline clarity to every ear. I am Zhong Lin. By order of the county warden, I assume command of the left division of the martial training camp, effective today. Scarcely had he finished speaking when scornful laughter rippled through the ranks. Where's Commander One? We follow him. Exactly. What does some greenhorn know about commanding us? Go home and drink your mother's milk. Don't disgrace yourself here. Jeers erupted in waves, clearly orchestrated, deliberately inflamed. Zhong Lin did not flinch. His gaze settled instead upon a burly man standing at the front of the crowd, broad-shouldered, thick-necked, chest hair spilling from his open tunic, arms crossed, watching Zhong Lin with mocking amusement. What is your name? Zhong Lin pointed directly at the man. Name unchanged in action, surname unaltered in repose. I am Deng Qi, Deputy Commander of the Right Division. And what, pray tell, does the new commander wish to instruct me? Deng Qi tilted his chin upward, his voice a low guttural rumble. Deputy Commander Deng, Zhong Lin nodded. According to military ordinance, what is the penalty for those who fail to assemble before the third muster drum? Deng Qi blinked, taken aback by the question, then sneered, Commander Zhong, our brothers drilled until midnight last night. A little rest this morning is hardly unreasonable. Must you be so rigid? Unreasonable. Zhong Lin's tone dropped like winter frost. Military law admits no exceptions. No reason overrides it. Zhong Man, answer the question. Zhong Man snapped upright and bellowed, failure to answer, roll call, tardiness at assembly, absence without cause. These constitute contempt of orders. The penalty is death. Did you hear that? Zhong Lin fixed Deng Qi with a steady gaze. Kindly lead a detail to the barracks. Bring every absent soldier before me immediately. Deng Qi's face darkened, his eyes narrowed with venom. Commander Zhong, you mean to make an example of your own men? Let me repeat myself. Lead your men. Bring all who failed to assemble. Zhong Lin enunciated each word with the precision of a blade's edge, his gaze cutting like cold steel. Deng Qi stood frozen. Behind him, dozens of soldiers surged forward, encircling the command platform, tension coiling like a drawn bowstring. Wang Jiaodo tightened his grip on his spear, shifting subtly to shield Zhong Lin's flank. Zhong Man drew his saber in one fluid motion, eyes blazing. Commander Zhong. Heh. Deng Qi grinned, a cruel, toothy smirk. You're new here? Perhaps you don't know how things work in this camp. Take my advice, turn a blind eye, keep your peace, and we'll all live well together. And if I refuse, Zhong Lin countered, then don't blame us for withholding courtesy. With a sharp gesture, Deng Qi signaled his men. Dozens drew blades in unison, the chorus of steel ringing like a death knell. Zhong Lin surveyed the encircling host and suddenly smiled. It was a smile utterly devoid of warmth, so chilling that Deng Qi's pulse stuttered. Deputy Commander Deng, do you intend to stage a rebellion? His voice was soft, but fell upon every ear like ice water poured down the spine. Grumbling against superiors, inciting dissent, defying command. This is insubordination. The penalty is death. I did no such thing. Deng Qi recoiled half a step, then stiffened, jaw clenched. I merely speak for my brothers, to seek justice on their behalf. Deng Kai's expression changed, and with a gritted teeth, he drew a long knife from his waist, pointing the blade directly at Zhong Lin. Zhong, you are pushing too far, brothers, give me. Before he finished speaking, his vision blurred. Zhong Lin's figure appeared before him like a ghost. With one hand extended, Deng Qi had no time to react before 5 fingers clamped around his neck like iron pincers. Justice. Zhong Lin slowly descended from the command platform, gazing at Deng Qi, and declared loudly, in the armed forces camp, my word is justice. Crack. The sound of bones cracking was sharp and piercing. Deng Kai's head tilted at an unnatural angle, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. He could not believe that Zhong Lin would actually kill him. Bang. Zhong Lin released his grip, and Deng Kai's body fell to the ground breathless. All this happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that no one had time to react. The training ground fell silent. Those soldiers who had originally surrounded them stood frozen in place, their hands gripping their knives, trembling slightly, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Zhong Lin. Who else? Zhong Lin scanned the surroundings. No one answered. I ask again, who else? Zhong Lin raised his voice, resonating like a bell echoing across the training ground. Clang. Someone tossed their knife away first, and soon the sound of weapons clattering to the ground rang out. Very well. Zhong Lin nodded and turned back to the command platform. Zhong Man, take people to the barracks and drag out everyone who hasn't shown up. Leave not a single one behind. Understood. Zhong Man replied affirmatively, selecting a few seemingly obedient soldiers and striding towards the barracks. Before long, the barracks echoed with the sounds of wailing and the dull thuds of clubs striking flesh. One by one, disheveled soldiers were dragged from their beds, herded out to the training ground like ducks. Some were still rubbing their eyes, others cursing, but when they saw Deng Kai's lifeless body, neck broken, and eyes wide open before the command platform, all complaints were swallowed back. Is everyone here? Zhong Lin frowned. Reporting to the commander, everyone in the camp is present. Zhang Man clasped his fists. 213 people. Can anyone tell me where the remaining 87 are? Zhong Lin's voice was not loud, seeming like a routine inquiry, yet for some reason it sent a chill through everyone present. At that moment, a man in his 40s looking scholarly trembled as he stepped forward, fearfully bowing and addressing reporting. Reporting to Commander Zhong, the Armed Forces camp has a total of 219 soldiers, and 6 have taken leave not present in the camp. Oh, 219. Precisely. Who are you? Zhong Lin inquired. I am Si Wenyuan, a registrar in the Armed Forces camp. Si Wenyuan respectfully lowered his hands. Zhong Lin gestured, and Wang Jiaodo took a roster from his bosom and handed it over. This is the roster provided by the county lieutenant. The Armed Forces camp is fully staffed at 300 soldiers, yet you claim there are only 219. Where lies the issue? Zhong Lin's voice was calm, but coupled with the body at Si Wenyuan's feet, it carried an undeniable. Si Wenyuan's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his legs trembling slightly as he stammered, Reporting to Commander Zhong, the 300 people on this roster are the staffing mandated by the court, but the Armed Forces camp has long-standing vacancies, and some soldiers have died and not been replaced, so there are actually only 219 soldiers. Zhong Lin chuckled softly. Unfilled positions due to casualties. To put it plainly, it's just pocket. The Wu-Wei camp of Mushi County is nominally comprised of 300 soldiers, but in reality there are only 219, where the food rations for the extra 81 soldiers one is self-evident. Where is Commander Wen? Zhong Lin closed the roster, scanning the training ground. Commander Wen went to the county government this morning, saying he was summoned by the county lord and has yet to return. Si Wenyuan replied tremblingly. Interesting. Zhong Lin's lips curled slightly. The commander under the county lieutenant's command had not gone to the county lieutenant's manor for orders, but instead ran to the county government, which was self-explanatory. Si Wenyuan, at your command. Go fetch Commander Wen and say I am waiting for him here. Yes. Si Wenyuan dared not linger, hurriedly running towards the camp's exit, his steps faltering as if he might fall. Zhong Lin turned his gaze towards the soldiers on the training ground. Wherever his eyes passed, no one dared to meet his gaze. As for you all, everyone will run around the training ground. This commander will say when to stop and when to resume. Before long, dust rose on the training ground, and the sound of footsteps thundered. No one dared to utter a word. Zhang Man, hang that corpse up. Yes. Zhang Man moved swiftly, hanging Deng Kai's body in the center of the training ground, the breeze blowing, swaying like a pendulum, the pair of unblinking eyes sending chills down the spines of all the soldiers below. Wang Jiaodo stood behind Zhong Lin, watching his back with a complex expression. He had been worried that Zhong Lin, being young, would not be able to control the situation. He did not expect such decisiveness. This method did not resemble that of a novice, but rather an experienced veteran. Time passed minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. The sound of footsteps continued on the training ground. The soldiers ran around, dust swirling, sweat rolling down their faces, the blazing sun above making them dizzy, as if they might collapse at any moment. Yet no one dared to stop, no one dared to voice complaints. Deng Kai's body hung in midair, his unblinking eyes seemingly watching everyone, reminding them of the consequences of rebellion. At the camp entrance, the sound of horse hooves rang out, followed by a shadow appearing on the training ground. The newcomer in his 30s wore a blue robe with a square face and exuded a strong smell of alcohol. The right commander of the Armed Forces camp, Wen Buiyuan. Zhong Lin silently recited this name in his heart, maintaining an impassive expression. Wen Buiyuan immediately spotted the corpse hanging in the center of the training ground. His pupils constricted as he abruptly halted. He stared at the corpse for several breaths. His face shifted from white to green, then to red, finally turning a shade of iron blue. Zhong Lin. When Buiyuan's gaze shifted to Zhong Lin on the command platform, his voice laced with suppressed fury, like a beast on the verge of striking. Although Si Wenyuan had already informed him of the situation in the camp on the way, especially Deng Kai's death, he still found it hard to believe. He could not believe that a new commander would be so audacious. Today, Zhong Lin's arrival at the camp had indeed been arranged by him. He had thought it would be a means to humiliate him, yet he did not expect it to end up like this. Wen Buiyuan approached the command platform step by step, each step heavy, the blue bricks beneath him emitting a dull sound, chillingly stating, "Commander Zhong, such great authority. Upon your arrival, you kill my deputy commander of the Armed Forces camp. Who gave you the courage?" Zhong Lin slowly stood up, looking down calmly at Wen Buiyuan. and replied, Deng Qi gathered people to defy orders and committed an offense, so according to the law, he deserves to be executed. Commander Wen has been in the military for many years. You cannot possibly be unaware of this, can you? Shut your mouth. Wen Buiyuan shouted fiercely, Deng Qi is my man. You kill him without asking me first. As soon as the words fell, the soldiers who were originally running in the training ground stopped one after another, some hiding aside, others standing in place, unsure of what to do, but many more had flickering eyes. Zhong Lin ignored Wen Buiyuan's fury, mocking. Is Commander Wen seeking revenge for Deng Qi? Revenge? I want your life. Before the words ended, Wen Buiyuan kicked off the ground. The blue bricks shattered, and his whole body shot towards the platform like a cannonball, with his fists, wind howling, aiming directly for Zhong Lin's face. This punch was swift and fierce, producing a sharp scream in the air, clearly filled with murderous intent. Zhong Lin's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he advanced, throwing out a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided in the air, creating a deep, resounding noise. The shockwave surged, sending dust flying from the platform. Zhong Lin felt an overwhelming force transmit from the point of impact. His entire arm creaked under the pressure, and he was forced to step back 3 paces. Wen Buiyuan was not faring any better. His figure swayed as he took a step back, crushing the blue bricks beneath him. Bone refinement stage. Both of them felt a sudden clarity, instantly gauging each other's strength, but the shock in Wen Buiyuan's eyes was more pronounced. At 36 years old, after years of struggle in the military and guidance from a renowned teacher, he had just barely stepped into the bone refinement stage. Yet this young man barely passed his comingafage possessed such cultivation. No wonder you dared to kill Deng Qi. It turns out you have some skills. Wen Buiyuan shook his tingling arm, his rage gradually subsiding, replaced by a chilling, killing intent. But do you think this is enough? As soon as the words were spoken, Wen Buiyuan's aura suddenly changed. His originally sturdy frame appeared to swell, even larger. His robes stretched tight over his muscles, and the veins on his exposed arms bulged like twisted snakes. This time his steps were steadier, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly. Approaching, his right arm swept across like a steel whip, bringing a whistling wind that lashed at Zhong Lin's head. This move was swift and fierce, devoid of any flamboyance, purely a battle technique. If struck, it would likely smash his head like a watermelon. Good. Zhong Lin laughed heartily, suddenly stepping back half a pace, then lunging forward, closing the distance to Wen Buiyuan. His fingers curled into claws, making a sharp sound as they aimed for Wen Buiyuan's face, intending to tear it off with that strike. Seeking death. Wen Buiyuan roared in fury, his body swaying like a top, his feet firmly planted on the ground, waist coiled like a spring, and he spun halfway to narrowly evade Zhong Lin's attack. Simultaneously, his left fist came down towards the back of Zhong Lin's head. Good footwork. Zhong Lin seemed to have anticipated this, twisting his body to dodge the punch, while his left leg swept out like a whip, heading straight for Wen Buiyuan's knee. This kick was delivered at an awkward angle and with tremendous speed. Wen Buiyuan had no time to change his move and could only take it head-on. Bang! The kick struck solidly at his knee, causing Wen Buiyuan to feel his left leg weaken and his body involuntarily tilted to one side. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Lin unleashed a barrage of punches like twin dragons emerging from the sea, aiming directly for Wen Buiyuan's chest. Wen Buiyuan roared, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. Bang! The punch landed solidly on Wen Buiyuan's arms, sending him staggering back several steps, the blue bricks beneath him pulverized. Zhong Lin was relentless, closing in like a shadow, raining down punches like a torrential storm. Each punch was faster than the last, each one heavier than the one before. Wen Buiyuan could only keep retreating, his arms guarding in front of him, blocking the unyielding barrage of attacks. Bang! 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 The sounds of fists colliding were continuous, each impact sending waves of pain through Wen Buiyuan's arms. Titan strike. Zhong Lin's eyes sharpened, his body twisting violently, his spine coiling like a dragon, gathering all his strength into his right fist. With a rip, the fabric of Zhong Lin's arm flew off in pieces, revealing an arm as strong as a spear. Wen Buiyuan's expression changed drastically, but he had already been battered by Zhong Lin's rapid punches to the point of helplessness, watching wide-eyed as this heavy punch came crashing towards him once more. Boom! Crack! The sound of bone breaking was distinctly audible. Wen Buiyuan let out a scream, his forearms collapsing at a bizarre angle, bending and breaking under the force, and he was sent flying backward. With both arms rendered useless, he finally lost the ability to resist, veins popping on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. The training ground fell silent, everyone staring at this scene, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Commander, when a powerful figure of the bone refinement stage was defeated, and utterly so. Clop, clop, clop. Zhong Lin stepped forward, looking down at Wen Buiyuan, who struggled to rise from the ground, his right foot lifting to stomp on Wen Buiyuan's cheek, crushing him into the dirt like an ant. Commander, Wen, now tell me, Deng Qi gathered people to defy orders, and committed a crime against authority. Oh, what punishment should he face? When Buyuan pressed underfoot, had his face distorted, his teeth cutting into his lip, blood mixing with saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhong Lin. You dare. His voice was muffled, yet still carried a vicious edge like a wild dog pinned to the ground struggling to break free. Zhong Lin did not lift his foot, instead pressing down harder, causing half of Wen Buiwan's face to sink deep into the ground. Commander, when I'm asking you a question, oh, what punishment should he face for gathering people to defy orders? This time Zhong Lin's voice was soft, as if casually inquiring about the weather, but everyone in the training ground heard it clearly, each word piercing their ears like ice picks. Those soldiers who were still hesitating had completely fallen silent, each lowering their heads, wishing they could sink into the ground. He should be executed. When Buyuan finally couldn't hold on any longer, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with endless humiliation and unwillingness. Only then did Zhong Lin ease his foot, taking a step back, feigning confusion. Since Commander Wen knows this, why did you stand up for Deng Qi earlier? Could it be that Commander Wen thinks this military law is just for show? Wen Buiyan struggled to rise from the ground, his arms hanging at his sides, the excruciating pain from his broken bones, turning his face pale, sweat mingling with dirt on his forehead, his entire face a mess. He did not answer, merely glaring at Zhong Lin with a venomous gaze, cold and filled with resentment. Zhong Lin chuckled. If Commander Wen is unconvinced, we can fight again, but next time I want just break your... Wen Buiyan trembled all over, the resentment in his eyes finally replaced by a hint of fear. He had no doubt about the weight of Zhong Lin's words. This young man truly dared to kill him. Commander Zhong, your methods are impressive. Ooh, I have learned my lesson. Wen Buiyan took a deep breath, enduring the pain, bending slightly in a bow. This bow signified surrender and submission, but Zhong Lin knew that such a person would strike back harder the quicker they knelt. What a pity. I was hoping Commander Wen's knees would be a bit tougher, Zhong Lin said softly. Watching Wen Buiyan leave, Zhong Lin's eyes were filled with regret. Wen Buiyan, a 9th rank commander, could not be killed so casually. Oh, otherwise he was still planning to find a companion for the suspended Deng Qi. The soldiers in the training ground were silent as a grave, barely breathing, fearing they would attract Zhong Lin's attention. What are you all standing there for? Keep running. With Zhong Lin's command, dust immediately rose again in the training ground, but this time no one dared to stop. In the county office back hall, Wen Buiyan stood at the hall below, his arms wrapped in thick bandages, his face pale, and his eyes filled with resentment. Sitting in the hall was a man in his 40s with a pale face and no beard, dressed in a blue official robe, playing with a pair of jade balls. He was Zhou Yinlin, the respected official of Mushui County. Next to him sat the county deputy Meng Chuan, who was in his 50s with a gaunt face and sparkling narrow eyes. Commander, when you mentioned that the newly appointed Zhong Lin killed Deng Qi as soon as he took office and even broke your arms. Zhou Yanlin's voice was calm and steady, revealing no sign of emotion. Reporting to the respected official, that is indeed the case, Wen Buiyan replied bitterly. That Zhong Lin is arrogant and does not regard the respected official at all, he even said. What did he say? He also said that the matters of the armament camp do not require the county office to intervene. Zhou Yanlin's hand paused with the jade ball, narrowing his eyes. Meng Chuan sneered. What audacity! A 9th rank commander dares to be so arrogant. It seems Xiao Tingfeng has no intention of acting as a respected official anymore. Zhou Yinlin did not respond immediately, remaining silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Commander, when you should return to recuperate. I will take care of this matter myself. Wen Buiyan opened his mouth as if to say something, but upon seeing Zhou Yanlin's indifferent gaze, he lowered his head. Yes, respected official. Watching Wen Buiyan retreat, Meng Chuan said coldly, truly useless, unable to even deal with a mere brat. Zhou Yinlin stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the darkening sky outside. Xiao Tingfeng has made a move. Deputy Meng, how old is that Zhong Lin? From his appearance, he seems to be in his early 20s. To defeat Wen Buiyan at such a young age and break bones, he is indeed a genius warrior. Zhou Yanlin's voice was low. Meng Chuan caught the underlying tone and tentatively asked, is the respected official suggesting to recruit him? Why not? Zhou Yanlin's lips curled slightly. Young people are full of vigor. This is the time to achieve great deeds. What future does he have following that empty shell county lieutenant, Xiao Tingfeng? If he is smart, I can offer him a better future. Meng Chuan understood and stood up, cupping his hands. Your Excellency is wise. I will arrange it right away. Not so fast, to let him cool off for a few days. A young man who has just arrived will be brimming with enthusiasm. Trying to recruit him now will only lead to embarrassment. After he faces setbacks and understands the pain, it will not be too late to reach out. Zhou Yinlin raised his hand to stop him. Your Excellency is insightful, Meng Chuan flattered. Zhou Yinlin waved his hand. Send someone to keep an eye on the armament camp. I want to see what else this Zhong Lin can stir up. As the sun slowly dipped in the west, the air was no longer as hot as before. Zhong Lin stood up from the armchair and stretched. Zhong Man, how long has it been? Zhong Lin casually asked. Reporting to the commander, it has been 2 hours, Zhong Man replied. Zhong Lin looked up at the western sunset, then glanced at the soldiers in the training ground who were stumbling and pale. Rather than running, it was more like they were shuffling. Stop! Zhong Lin spoke. His voice was not loud, but as soon as his words fell, many in the training ground collapsed. Some slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Others bent over and vomited, while a few weaker ones fainted outright. From today onward, the armament camp is under my command. Those who comply must listen, and those who do not must also listen. If anyone has the ability, feel free to challenge me. If they win, I will give them this position. The training ground fell silent. But if you do not have that ability, then obey the military laws. Anyone who dares to disobey or gather to resist. Zhong Lin pointed at the suspended Deng Qi and did not finish, but everyone understood his meaning. See Wen Yuan. I am here. See Wen Yuan, who was shrinking at the edge of the crowd, trembled when his name was called and hurriedly jogged forward. From today onward, the armament camp will be re-registered. All soldiers must be documented. Name, age, place of origin, and time served. Clearly stated to be completed within 3 days. Zhong Lin instructed. Yes, I will obey, came the reply. Give me a list of those taking empty salaries. See Wen Yuan's expression changed. Suddenly beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his lips trembled as he wanted to say something. Zhong Lin's gaze lifted. What? Is there a problem? No. No problem, I will definitely take care of it. See Wen Yuan hurriedly reassured. Only then did Zhong Lin nod, ignoring him, and turning to say, Wang Jiaodo, from today onward you will be the left deputy commander of the armament camp responsible for training these soldiers. Yes. Wang Jiaodo cupped his fists in acceptance, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Finally, he had touched power. Zhong Man. Here. You will be the right deputy commander, assisting Wang Jiaodo in training the soldiers and enforcing military discipline. Zhong Man was taken aback, then quickly knelt on one knee, cupping his fists. I accept the order. Everyone disperse. Tomorrow at the rooster hour, gather in the training ground to begin training. Zhong Lin waved his hand. The soldiers, as if pardoned, quickly got up and rushed toward the barracks, fearing that if they moved slowly, they would be left behind. Zhong Lin watched them leave, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He knew that among these people were many of Wen Boiwan's trusted subordinates, and even people from the respected official and the deputy, but it did not matter. As long as they were in the armament camp, they had to lie low like tigers. He had time to deal with them one by one. In the county lieutenant's residence study, after Xiao Tingfeng listened to Zhong Lin's report, he fell silent for a long time before suddenly smiling. Well done, but the money and grain in the county are controlled by Zhou Yanlin and Meng Chuan. If we want to reorganize the armament camp, we must first solve the grain and pay issue. I have no authority to mobilize. What do you plan to do? Zhong Lin had already prepared and smiled as he replied, Mushui County has frequent trade, and there are many wealthy merchants. It should not be difficult to raise some funds. Huh? Xiao Tingfeng laughed heartily, patting Zhong Lin on the shoulder. I didn't expect that in a moment of inspiration I would recruit such talent. Your Excellency overpraises me. Zhong Lin is unworthy of such praise. All right, there are no outsiders here, so there is no need for such formalities. Go ahead and do it. I will support you. However, since you made such a big commotion in the armament camp today, Zhou Yanlin will not let it go easily. He is either watching or plotting something. Be cautious. Xiao Tingfeng said seriously. Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. Oh, I understand. Zhong Lin cupped his hands in gratitude. The two talked for a while longer before Zhong Lin exited the study, stepping out of the county lieutenant's residence and returning to the armament camp. All the patience stems from a lack of strength. The night deepened, and the martial camp fell into a profound silence. The training ground, usually bustling during the day, was now deserted, with only the body hanging in midair, swaying gently in the night breeze like a silent lantern. Zhong Lin sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes slightly closed, breathing long and evenly. In the earlier battle against Wen Boyuan, he had won decisively, but it was not without gain. The rebound force he felt during their exchange had subtly touched upon a certain barrier. At the bone-forging pass, his bones were tempered like steel, and his vitality surged like mercury. The warriors of the bone-forging pass could clearly sense the flow of their vitality, and at this moment Zhong Lin felt something different within his body. In the gaps of the surging vitality, a subtle airflow easily overlooked in daily life wandered about, so faint it was nearly non-existent. Qi represents the culmination of the Bodhi's vitality, and after the physical form is perfected, a more powerful force lies hidden deep within the body, born of the innate essence from the maternal source. Zhong Lin's eyes brightened significantly, suppressing his internal excitement as he began to guide that thread of breath. He focused on the dantian, calming his mind, concentrating all his attention on that faint, cool breath. Once, twice, 3 times. That thread of breath was like a startled fish, completely unresponsive, darting about chaotically. Zhong Lin remained calm and patient, attempting repeatedly. He lost track of how long had passed when that breath finally ceased its resistance, being drawn in by his intention. Success! Zhong Lin's heart leapt with joy, but he nearly lost his focus as the breath scattered once more. Quickly regaining his focus, he concentrated again. This time Zhong Lin was more cautious, no longer forcing it, but patiently guiding. One thread, another thread, yet another thread. That hidden cool breath, as if awakened, began to emerge, gathering and strengthening. Zhong Lin did not draw it into the dantian, but guided it into the Bodhis meridians. Perineum, tailbone, Mingmen, Jiaji, Dazhui, Yuzhen, Baihui. Zhong Lin forcefully guided this breath into the cycle of the Zhou Tian, growing stronger wherever it passed. After circulating through his entire body, it finally headed towards the dantian. Boom! It felt as if Pangu was opening the heavens, and Zhong Lin sensed an unprecedented power erupting from his dantian, illuminating the chaos. That cool breath coalesced, rotated, and compressed within the dantian, ultimately transforming into a gentle stream, suspended at the center of the dantian like a long river. I did it. Zhong Lin slowly opened his eyes, filled with ecstatic joy. The qi entering the dantian meant he had stepped into the realm of true qi, where the subtle and delicate true qi would no longer dissipate at will. Next, he needed to strengthen this qi, filling the entire dantian. Zhong Lin spread his palm, and with a thought, the true qi surged from his dantian through his arm's meridians towards his palm. A warm stream gathered at his palm, the skin slightly heated, a faint white mist visibly swirling around. Is this the true qi? Zhong Lin suppressed his excitement, following the previous path to guide the true qi in circulation again. This time it flowed much more smoothly, the true qi gliding like a docile snake, moving up through the perineum, tailbone, passing Mingmen, through Jiaji, reaching Yuzhen, finally returning to the dantian. Wherever it passed, his bones made crisp cracking sounds, as if they were rearranging and becoming denser and tougher. His muscles felt like they were being rewoven, each fiber brimming with explosive power. Most astonishing were the organs. When the true qi circulated through the organs, Zhong Lin could clearly sense his heart beating more strongly, his lungs breathing deeper, his liver detoxifying more efficiently, his spleen operating more smoothly, and his kidneys storing essence more abundantly. The qi from the organs was activated by the true qi, nourishing the entire body, forming a perfect cycle. This was the realm of true qi, refining the physical body from the surface to the deeper organs. After completing a cycle of Zhou Tian, the true qi returned to the dantian, noticeably thicker than before. If just now it was like a single hair, now it was a thicker strand. Pressing gently against the bed beneath him, a palm imprint appeared on the elm beam, the lines of the imprint astonishingly clear. This. Zhong Lin withdrew his hand, staring at the imprint for a long time without diverting his gaze. Elm wood is quite hard, and Zhong Lin certainly had the strength to shatter it with a punch, but he had only pressed lightly, just now, using almost no physical power. No wonder Xiao Tingfeng said that refining the skin and bones was merely a glimpse of the doorway. Only upon entering the realm of true qi can one be considered to have truly stepped into the hall of mastery. According to descriptions in novels from my past life, the skin and bones represent the bright strength, while condensing true qi steps into dark strength. Even a seemingly casual punch in combat can shatter an opponent's organs, and if one could break through to the first level of the true qi realm and open the three yang meridians, one could release true qi externally, injuring others from a distance. Zhong Lin couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. However, Zhong Lin soon realized that the thread of true qi he had just condensed was nearly exhausted, his expression stiffening slightly, as he couldn't help but mutter, "This is too short-lived." Yet he wasn't worried. With true qi residing in the dantian, the realm of true qi was established, and as long as that seed remained, he could recover at any time. He collected his thoughts again and began to circulate the true qi. At that moment, the black hole in his chest trembled slightly, and the warm stream surged out once more, while the true qi that had just been nearly depleted in the dantian instantly swelled like a flame doused with oil. It wasn't just recovery, it was even more abundant than before. That thread of true qi thickened from the size of a hair to that of a cotton thread, slowly rotating within the dantian, radiating a gentle glow. What the hell? Zhong Lin was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. He had initially thought the black hole only worked on the physical body. After all, during previous breakthroughs, whether it was refining the skin, changing the muscles, or forging the bones, the airflow from the black hole consistently filled the void and even pushed further. But he never expected that after stepping into the realm of true qi, the airflow emitted from the black hole would directly affect the true qi. Could it be? Zhong Lin took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement, and circulated the true qi in his palm, once more striking the beam of the bed. The palm imprint sank 3 inches into the wood, the edges smooth as a mirror, as if it had been meticulously carved rather than pressed by a hand. This strike's power surpassed his previous one by threefold. At this moment, Zhong Lin was oblivious to all else, his eyes tightly shut, his mind entirely immersed in the dantian. With this strike, the true qi within the dantian was once again nearly depleted. In the next moment, the airflow surged out from the black hole again, and the consumed true qi was restored in an instant, and it had grown even thicker. What is this? Unlimited power and unlimited resources. Zhong Lin flipped off the bed and looked down at his own hands. The skin of his palm faintly glimmered with a lustrous sheen, a sign of the abundant true qi. This is getting a bit out of hand. At a quarter past the hour of the rabbit, the sound of drums resounded throughout the training grounds. This time, before the third drumbeat had finished, all the soldiers in the armory had already lined up in perfect order before the general's platform, with not a single one late or absent. Even though they had run tirelessly the day before, causing their bodies to ache painfully, each step they took was slightly trembling. The corpse that had been hanging from the flagpole had been taken down, but the dark red bloodstain on the ground remained. Zhong Lin stood on the general's platform, merely casting a glance before turning to leave. Vice Commander Wang, it's up to you now. Previously, Zhong Lin had been interested in training these soldiers. Now he simply wished to return and refine his true qi. Unlike others who sat quietly to circulate their qi, Zhong Lin aimed to find a way to exhaust his true qi completely, using the airflow from the black hole to quickly recover and grow. Even the process of exhausting true qi was a means of expanding his meridians. After all, the more paths one traveled, the more solidly the ground could be trodden. 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhong Lin's method of consuming true qi was simple: have someone forge a wooden stake from iron wood, and then continuously attack it. Condensing true qi was difficult, but exhausting it was quite easy, akin to earning and spending money, and moreover, this process could better verify one's own strength. The ironwood stake stood independently in Zhong Lin's courtyard, about the thickness of a bowl, completely black, and its surface gleamed with oil. Zhong Lin took a deep breath, feeling the true qi surge in his dantian flooding through his arm's meridians. He struck down with his palm. Bang! The dull sound echoed like a drum. The ironwood stake remained motionless, but a noticeable dent appeared where he struck, the surrounding wood fibers crushed by the true qi falling away like dust. Not bad. Zhong Lin's lips curled slightly, having expended a third of his true qi. Bang! 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 Each palm strike followed the last, the dull sounds continuing in the courtyard as if someone was beating a drum. After 10 strikes, the imprints on the ironwood stake overlapped the indentation, deepening by 3 inches, with shavings flying everywhere. Zhong Lin stood still, and in the next moment the black hole in his chest trembled slightly. Warm airflow emerged, instantly replenishing his true qi, now even thicker than before. Ha ha ha, keep going. Zhong Lin laughed heartily and began striking again. After a short while, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the ironwood stake, spreading from the imprints like a spider's web. With another strike accompanied by a crack, the ironwood stake, as thick as a bowl, snapped in half, the upper portion crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhong Lin withdrew his hand, standing with steady breath, his expression calm, and his dantian filled with true qi, having grown more than twice its size compared to before. The speed of this cultivation. Zhong Lin glanced at his hands. The palms slightly reddened, a mark left by the repeated flow of true qi, yet the skin showed no damage, not even swelling. The muscles in the true qi realm were significantly stronger than those in the body refining realm, with qualitative leaps in the resilience of the skin, hardness of the bones, and strength of the tendons. If I were to face a martial artist like Wen Bo Yuan now, 1 punch would be enough. Zhong Lin was not being arrogant, but stating a fact. The difference between true qi and blood energy was akin to that between a knife and a wooden stick, entirely on different levels. Let's go again. Zhong Lin walked to another ironwood stake, took a deep breath, and continued striking. This time, rather than merely exhausting true qi, he attempted to control the output of his true qi at the moment of striking. With 1 strike, true qi surged like a tide, the force of the palm fierce and domineering, causing the stake to tremble. With another strike, the true qi concentrated, but did not release. The palm's power concealed and silent, yet the stake's interior emitted faint cracking sounds. Achieving this step before releasing true qi is already commendable. Zhong Lin nodded to himself. As recorded in the Hunyuan Yikigong, true qi could only be externalized after breaking through the 3 yang meridians of the hands. He had just condensed true qi, still some distance from breaking through the first meridian, but being able to attach true qi to his palm surface and directly affect internal targets through the skin was already considered an entry-level skill. Bang! 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 The dull sounds in the small courtyard continued throughout the morning, and when Zhong Lin finally stopped, all 5 ironwood stakes had been broken, wooden debris scattered everywhere in disarray. My lord, what is this? Zhang Man rushed over, staring wide-eyed at the scattered wooden fragments. Each of the 5 ironwood stakes was specifically crafted for training, and even an ordinary soldier's punch would leave no mark. Even a martial artist at the body refining stage would need to exert considerable effort to break one. Yet Zhong Lin had broken 5 in just one morning. Go get 10 more, Zhong Lin said, brushing off the wood shavings from his hands. What? None. There, I'll go right away. Zhang Man hurriedly turned and dashed off. Zhong Lin also got up and left the courtyard, glancing around the training grounds. The soldiers were still practicing. Instructor Wang walked back and forth on the training grounds with a wooden stick in hand, occasionally striking down hard and accurately, yet no one dared to speak. After watching for a while, Zhong Lin turned and returned to his quarters. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he slightly closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the dantian. Within the dantian, the true qi had already reached the thickness of a pinky finger, slowly rotating and emanating a warm glow. He did not know how long it would take an ordinary person to cultivate true qi to such a degree, but it could not possibly be achieved in just half a day. His thoughts flowed, guiding the true qi to circulate in the meridians. The true qi started from the dantian, passing through the hun, moving down the tailbone, ascending along the governing vessel, through the Mingmen, Jiajing, Dazui, and Yuzhen, reaching the Baihui, then descending along the Rin vessel, passing through the Yintang, and Shanzhong, finally returning to the dantian. After one full circulation, the increase in true qi was negligible, far less than the assistance from the hanging brother. Zhong Lin slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The turbid air, as it exited, coalesced and did not disperse. That swirled in the air for a moment before slowly dissipating, faintly carrying a hint of fragrance. This was a sign of the 5 viscera being activated, indicating that true qi had begun to nourish the internal organs. Refreshing. Zhong Lin laughed heartily. By the time the 10 ironwood stakes were set up again, the sun had already tilted to the west. Zhong Lin stood in the courtyard, flexing his wrist, his gaze scanning the new stakes, casually stating, Zhang Man, starting tomorrow, prepare 20 for me every day. 20. Zhang Man was taken aback, quickly saying, My lord, ironwood is not cheap. One costs 2 taels of silver. They'll figure out the silver issue, you just take care of it. Zhong Lin waved his hand. Understood. Zhang Man did not dare to say more and withdrew with a bow. At that moment, Instructor Wang stepped in respectfully, saying, My lord, this is the revised roster compiled by Si Wenyuan. Instructor Wang has also become so polite. Oh, just call me by my name, Zhong Lin said with a smile. Etiquette cannot be neglected. Instructor Wang shook his head and handed over the roster. Although Si Wenyuan is a fence-sitter, his accounts are clear. I took a quick glance, and the issues in the armory are far more severe than we thought. Zhong Lin took the roster and flipped through it briefly. There are 219 soldiers in the Wu Wei camp, among which 47 are old, weak, sick, or disabled, leaving only about 170 capable of fighting, along with some rations. Wang Jiao pondered for a moment and sighed, saying, There is less than 3 months' worth of food in the granary, and the fodder is barely enough for the horses. As for the wages, last month's wages have yet to be distributed. Zhong Lin closed the registry, showing no sign of surprise on his face. Wang Jiao took the registry, hesitating for a moment. Zhong Lin saw his thoughts and smiled, saying, Are you wondering how we will solve the issue of food and wages? Exactly. Wang Jiao did not hide his thoughts, saying, The money and grain of the county are all in the hands of the county magistrate. Although the county lieutenant is in charge, he has no authority to mobilize the treasury. We can't just rely on the northwest wind to train the soldiers, can we? Zhong Lin did not answer immediately, but said softly, I have heard that there are many gangs in Mushui County, even on every street, often fighting for territory. Wang Jiao was slightly taken aback, then understood what Zhong Lin was implying and whispered, Are you suggesting we follow the example of County Magistrate Wu from Anha County? County Magistrate Wu Hong from Anha County detests gangs. He once took action to eliminate them within the county, and Wang Jiao had personally witnessed this. Indeed. Zhong Lin nodded, saying, These gangs occupy the streets, monopolizing trade, extorting money from the common people both openly and secretly. The money that the hard-working citizens earn in a day is forcibly taken as so-called protection fees by the gangs. Merchants are required to pay a portion of their profits as safety fees before their goods even leave the docks. This money should be the imperial taxes, the livelihood of the people, yet it has fallen into private hands. As officials of the court, we have a duty to protect the territory and the people. How can we just sit idly by? Don't you agree, Deputy Commander Wang? Wang Jiao instinctively nodded at these words, but then hesitated and said, Isn't this action a bit too hasty? Moreover, those in the gangs are fierce and skilled fighters. Among them must be martial arts experts. If experts, how expert? Zhong Lin scoffed and casually struck down at a wooden post standing nearby. With a muffled thud, the thick wooden post did not budge, yet Wang Jiaoda's eyes widened, fixated on the deep palm print on its surface. Is this true Qi realm? Although Wang Jiaoda was merely a practitioner of the Yijin realm, his age and experience allowed him to understand that this strike was far beyond what a mere bone-forging practitioner could achieve. The power of the palm was condensed and undispersed, clearly indicative of the strength derived from true Qi. What a genius! This thought immediately sprang to Wang Jiaoda's mind. After all, it was he who had personally guided Zhong Lin in martial arts, and it was precisely for this reason that he could more intuitively feel Zhong Lin's terrifying martial talent. Indeed, I have condensed my true Qi, Zhong Lin said, withdrawing his palm, speaking in a calm tone. If there are martial artists at the true Qi realm among those gangs, I would indeed like to experience their skills. Wang Jiaoda took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within, and said loudly, "Please wait a moment, I will find Si Wenyuan. He should have some knowledge about the local gangs." After speaking, he turned to leave, and soon Si Wenyuan was brought over. "Subordinate pays respects to the commander," Si Wenyuan said nervously as he saluted. "There's no need to be nervous. I just have a few questions for you. Come and sit." Zhong Lin waved to Si Wenyuan and poured him a cup of tea. Surprised by the attention, Si Wenyuan took the cup and sat down quickly, saying, "Please ask, my lord. I will speak candidly and thoroughly. I have heard that there are many gangs in Mushui County. Is that true?" Zhong Lin inquired. Although Si Wenyuan was puzzled as to why Zhong Lin suddenly asked about the gangs, he quickly replied, "You are correct, my lord. Mushui County is rife with gangs, large and small, numbering at least dozens. Just within the county town, there are the Chow Gang, Salt Gang, Cart Gang, Dot Gang. These gangs occupy different territories, often clashing over land, resulting in violent skirmishes of dozens of people. Last month, 2 gangs fought in the southern street, resulting in 7 fatalities." Zhong Lin raised an eyebrow. While he knew gangs existed in Mushui County, he had not realized there were so many. Wang Jiaoda was also surprised and asked, "Does the government not intervene?" Si Wenyuan sighed. "How could they intervene? There are only about 30 officers in the county office, barely able to maintain daily order, and moreover, these gangs have backing either from wealthy families in the city or government officials. Some even have connections with county clerks and secretaries." Zhong Lin frowned slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Si Wenyuan continued, "The most powerful among them is undoubtedly the Chow Gang. The gang leader, surnamed Du and named Wei, was originally a boatman on the canal. Later, he gathered a group of brothers to monopolize the docks within Mushui County. Shipping and cargo transport all pass through him. Each year, the safety fees collected from passing merchant ships amount to a staggering sum. Moreover, Du Wei is quite shrewd, managing relationships skillfully with connections in both the black and white markets. When the county magistrate first took office, he even presented a letter of greeting and a generous gift. Although the magistrate did not formally accept it, he tacitly allowed the existence of the Chow Gang. After all, the government has little control over matters on the canal, and having a local power help maintain order is more convenient." Hearing this, Zhong Lin's lips curled into a slight playful smile. "Convenient." Si Wenyuan sensed something off in Zhong Lin's tone and quickly said, "My lord, I am merely stating the facts. Although the Chow Gang acts domineeringly, they have indeed not caused any major disturbances in recent years. Compared to the chaos of those smaller gangs, they seem more orderly. All right, you may leave now." Zhong Lin waved his hand. "Yes." Si Wenyuan stood up, bowed, and slowly exited the barracks. After watching Si Wenyuan leave, Wang Jiaoda finally spoke, full of sarcasm, "Orderly. Managing relationships, bribing officials, hiring thugs, expanding their power, becoming a country within a country in a single county, and that is called order." Zhong Lin, however, licked his lips, saying, "Wang Jiaoda, if we were to take control of the Chow Gang, would our armory still lack funds? What is your plan, my lord?" Wang Jiaoda's eyes grew fervent. Zhong Lin smiled and said, "Have someone clear out the cells in the camp, and tomorrow we will visit each gang one by one to eliminate the darkness and eradicate evil." Clearing out the cells in the camp was never meant to send them to the county office. "Oh, otherwise how would we collect the money?" "Yes, I will arrange this immediately," Wang Jiaoda replied, a smile appearing on his face as he turned to leave. Zhong Lin did not linger, either, riding towards the county lieutenant's residence. The operation for tomorrow was quite significant, and he needed to give Xiao Tingfeng a heads up. At the county lieutenant's residence, when Zhong Lin arrived, Xiao Tingfeng was practicing his sword in the backyard. The blade flashed like a silver thread, soaring and twisting within the courtyard, each slash accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the air, as the air was torn apart, producing a piercing whistle. Suddenly, Xiao Tingfeng leaped into the air, and the long sword in his hand emitted a white glow. Slash! With a thunderous shout, the long sword swung down in midair, unleashing a 3-foot arc of sword light. A piece of blue stone placed in the courtyard cracked in two with a loud sound, the blade edge smooth and even as if it had sliced through tofu. Xiao Tingfeng sheathed his sword and noticed Zhong Lin standing under the porch saying indifferently, "You're here. Stop flattering me." Xiao Tingfeng sheathed his long knife and picked up a cloth to wipe his hands. "Speak, what is it?" Zhong Lin unceremoniously walked straight to the stone bench in the courtyard and briefly explained his intentions. Xiao Tingfeng frowned slightly after listening, and after a moment of silence he spoke, "You intend to move against the Chaobang." "Not just the Chaobang, all the gangs in Mushi County must be purged," Zhong Lin replied. Xiao Tingfeng stared at him for a while, and suddenly asked, "Do you know who stands behind the Chaobang?" "Who?" "County Magistrate Meng Chuan." Xiao Tingfeng took a sip from his tea bowl. Meng Chuan is the head of the local Meng family, which has been established for several generations. The Chaobang pays him a considerable sum every year. He extended 3 fingers. 3,000 taels, that much. Zhong Lin exclaimed in surprise, knowing that the annual autumn silver of Anna County was only 5,000 taels. "What are you thinking?" "It's 30,000 taels, Xiao Tingfeng replied. Zhong Lin couldn't help but gasp, then excitedly whistled. "Are you afraid?" Xiao Tingfeng said with a half-smile. "My lord is joking. I was just thinking about how long 30,000 taels would sustain our military supplies camp." Zhong Lin shook his head. Xiao Tingfeng said seriously, "You're quite bold, but you must think it through. Meng Chuan's foundation in Mushi County is deep. Moving against the Chaobang will cut off his financial lifeline. He won't take it lying down. The pressure from the officials I will shield you from, but in the shadows." Xiao Tingfeng left the statement hanging, but it was self-evident. Zhong Lin chuckled, stood up, and circulated his qi, exuding an invisible pressure. Xiao Tingfeng's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Zhong Lin. "Is this the true qi realm?" "Thanks to your lordship's blessings, I just broke through last night," Zhong Lin said, suppressing his aura and faint. Xiao Tingfeng gasped. As someone who had been through it, he knew how difficult it was to transition from body refinement to true qi. It took him 5 whole years of fighting in the border army before he grasped the threshold between life and death. But how long had it been for Zhong Lin? 2 months. What a prodigy. Good. Xiao Tingfeng repeated, thrice, his eyes shining. "No wonder you dare to entertain such thoughts. Oh, a warrior of the true qi realm indeed has that kind of strength." "So what does my lord mean?" "I don't mean anything." Xiao Tingfeng set down his tea bowl. "The military supplies camp is responsible for capturing thieves and maintaining order. If you want to eradicate evil, that is part of your duty. I will naturally not stop you." Zhong Lin smiled. This was the answer he had been hoping for. "Thank you, my lord. I will not disappoint you." Xiao Tingfeng looked at Zhong Lin's eager demeanor and chuckled lightly. Indeed, he was young and impetuous, but that was also a good thing. Be careful, warriors of the true qi realm are not invincible. Wait a moment. Xiao Tingfeng then rose and returned to his room. Shortly after, he came out with a wooden box. Opening the box revealed several thin volumes lying quietly inside. The paper yellowed at the edges and slightly curled, clearly having been read numerous times. "These are several martial arts techniques of the true qi realm that I have collected over the years. Since you can cultivate true qi, you are qualified to practice them. Choose one," Xiao Tingfeng said. Zhong Lin scanned the few volumes in the wooden box and reached out to flip through them. Thousand-leaf palm, a palm technique that emphasizes using true qi to enhance palm strength, sealing off all paths with a single strike, leaving no escape. Dragon step, a lightness skill. It has unpredictable steps that allow one to walk on water and scale walls as if walking on level ground, which is no small feat, but it requires extremely precise control of true qi. Breaking army fist, a military technique. The fist techniques are fierce, each move more ferocious than the last, but they also consume true qi at an alarming rate. Swift wind blade technique, a technique for swift blades capable of cutting through the wind. Star shattering finger, a finger technique that breaks surfaces with points, condensing true qi at the fingertips, capable of penetrating metal and stone. It requires a high level of true qi refinement. If practiced improperly, it can easily damage the meridians. Xiao Tingfeng introduced these techniques one by one, pointing out their characteristics. "My lord, did you personally collect all these martial arts techniques?" Zhong Lin couldn't help but ask. Xiao Tingfeng nodded. "I accumulated some merits while serving in the border army and exchanged them for a few texts. Later, I collected a few more from some careless martial artists while wandering the rivers and lakes. After all that, this is what I have." His tone was casual, but Zhong Lin could hear the bloodshed behind it. He continued flipping through the volumes until he pulled out the one at the very bottom of the wooden box. The cover had no title, only a single sword marked straight and sharp, as if it could break through the paper at any moment. "What's this?" Zhong Lin asked curiously. Xiao Tingfeng glanced at it, his expression shifting slightly. "This volume was obtained from a wandering swordsman. That person claimed to be the Qingping swordsman. When I fought him, I discovered that he was merely a warrior of the second layer of true qi, yet that battle nearly cost me my life. This sword technique has no name, but it resembles the sword draw technique practiced by ordinary people. It has only one move. The sword flashes like lightning, its momentum, like a meteor chasing the moon, incredibly powerful. However, the price is that after one sword strike, the true chi is depleted. Either you die or I perish. Zhong Lin's gaze was fixated on the nameless volume. The phrase, after one sword strike, true chi is exhausted, echoing in his mind. This was practically a martial art tailored for him. For others, using this move meant depleting their true chi with a single strike, either killing the enemy or awaiting death. It was a desperate last resort. But he was different. He had gauge, and once his true chi was exhausted, he could refill it instantly, meaning that in his hands this sword technique was not just one strike, but 10 strikes, 100 strikes, 1,000 strikes, an endless barrage. My lord, I choose this one. Zhong Lin grabbed the nameless volume, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Xiao Tingfeng frowned. Are you sure? This sword technique, while incredibly powerful, is too extreme. It turns you into a useless person after one strike. Unless it's a life and death situation, you mustn't use it. You are just entering the true chi realm. Your foundation is still unstable. It would be better to choose breaking army fist or swift wind blade technique for a steady approach. What you say is true, but this sword technique suits me well. Zhong Lin didn't explain much, only tucked the volume into his bosom, his attitude resolute. Xiao Tingfeng looked at him and didn't insist further. Everyone has their own fate and choices. As you wish. Thank you, my lord. Zhong Lin stood up, cupped his fists in salute. The two discussed a few more details before leaving the county magistrate's office and riding back to the military supplies camp. After he left, Xiao Tingfeng sat alone in the courtyard playing with his tea bowl and murmuring, young and decisive. It seems Mushy County is about to change. The night was deep and the barracks were silent, with only the occasional sound of patrolling soldiers' footsteps from the distant drill ground. Zhong Lin sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the volume from his bosom, and studied it carefully under the light of the oil lamp. The volume was thin, only a few pages, and the sword mark on the cover reflected a sharp, cold light under the lamp, as if it could break through the paper at any moment. As he opened the first page, a line of fierce characters caught his eye. The sword is the blade of the heart. Once the sword is drawn, there is life or death. Zhong Lin whispered the line, feeling that the 8 characters were written with a murderous aura, as if he could see the determination of the one who wielded the brush. Continuing to flip through the volume did not dwell on theoretical exposition, but directly described the method of wielding this sword and the path for true chi circulation. This sword is nameless, yet with a single strike it breaks limits and forgets life and death. Henceforth let it be called breaking limits. Zhong Lin slowly closed the book and named this sword technique breaking limits. The essence of the breaking limits sword lies in the word limit, compressing, gathering, and exploding all true chi in an instant to achieve destructive power that surpasses one's own limits. In ordinary sword techniques, true chi flows like a gentle stream, continuous and unbroken, whereas the breaking limits sword exhausts all true chi in the dantian, in a single moment, akin to a flood breaching a dam, converging upon the sword's edge, striking with unstoppable force. But the cost is equally astonishing. The meridians bear immense strain under the violent rush of true chi, and more critically, after a single strike, the true chi is depleted, rendering one as helpless as a cripple, vulnerable to slaughter. This is why Xiao Tingfeng said it is a life-threatening technique. The morning light was faint, and over 200 soldiers stood in line on the training ground, silent as the grave. Zhong Lin stood on the command platform, scanning the faces below. Some showed fear, others obedience, and some hid a deep-seated unwillingness and curiosity in their eyes. Zhong Lin paid no mind to this. The human heart is never swayed by mere smiles. The sharp edge of a blade is far more effective. Today the armament camp has official business. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every ear. All personnel assemble and follow your commander into the city. No explanation was given as to what the business was, nor was it needed. The soldiers exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak up. Instructor Wang stood at the front of the line, holding a long spear, his gaze steady, a waist knife hanging from his side, standing tall and ready for action. Set off. Zhong Lin waved his hand, mounted his horse, and charged out of the camp first. Over 200 soldiers followed in formation, raising a trail of dust. Morning in Mushui City had just awakened, with few pedestrians on the streets, shops gradually unloading their shutters, and breakfast stalls steaming with warmth. When the armament camp's procession appeared on the main street, everyone was taken aback. The citizens of Mushui City were not unfamiliar with the armament camp. It was precisely because they were familiar that they felt astonished, not understanding why such a gathering had occurred. Is this the armament camp? What happened? Are they about to go to war? Quick, get out of the way, don't. It seems they're heading south towards the city. Are they going to the Mu River? The Mu River. That direction leads to the fishing guild. Oh no, something bad is about to happen. The citizens hurriedly stepped aside, whispers rising and falling, with some curious onlookers trailing the procession from a distance, eager to see what was happening. The procession passed through the main street and turned into a southern alley where a faint fishy smell began to waft through the air. The further south they traveled, the stronger the odor became, and the bluestone pavement underfoot grew slippery, with black sludge accumulating in the crevices. Zhong Lin slowed his horse, his gaze sweeping over the low houses on either side. The houses here were starkly different from those in the city center, mostly makeshift wooden shacks with roofs weighed down by thatch and tattered fishing nets, while various patched clothes hung on ropes in front. Several women were squatting on the doorsteps gutting fish. Upon seeing the large contingent of soldiers pass by, they hurriedly stood up, hastily wiping the blood on their aprons, their eyes filled with panic. "Military gentlemen, what is this? Step aside, don't block the way." A soldier at the front waved his hand impatiently to shoo them away. The women pulled their children back into their homes, the door creaking shut, leaving only a narrow crack through which pairs of eyes peered out. After walking for about half a tea's worth of time, the river appeared in view. The Mu River curved here, its surface wide, and the flow gentle, with various fishing boats and fish rafts docked along the banks. They had arrived at the fishing guild. The so-called fishing guild is a place for trading fish, but it is occupied by the fish gang, which employs over 100 thugs controlling all fish trade in Mushui City. Fishermen can only sell their catch to them, and if they dare to sell privately, they face boat smashing or worse, death. While called the fishing guild, it is actually a makeshift market built of logs and bamboo poles with wooden piers extending out towards the river for fishing boats to dock and unload, and a thatched roof made of reeds covering a patch of open ground. The air was a mix of fishy smells, river water, and human chatter. At this moment, the morning market was at its liveliest. A dozen fishing boats were queued up to dock. Fishermen barefoot were moving baskets of fish onto the dock, while the guild's workers, dressed in short coats, held wooden signs weighing and recording each catch, moving swiftly, yet exuding an air of casual arrogance. "Hurry up, what are you dawdling for?" A man wearing a straw hat stood on the dock, scolding an old fisherman who was a bit slow. "Today's fish price has dropped again, 1 copper coin per pound. Lidanto, it was 3 when last night, how come today it is?" The old fisherman straightened up, his sunburnt face lined with deep creases, his eyes pleading. "Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Market prices change daily, don't you understand?" The man called Li Dangtu shot the old fisherman a sidelong glance, coldly stating, "If you don't want to sell, then fine, there are others waiting in line behind you. No one is begging for you." The old fisherman opened his mouth, ultimately not daring to speak further, bending down to hoist the fish basket onto the dock, allowing the worker to weigh and record the catch. The scene before Zhong Lin's eyes made his gaze turn cold. Indeed, the eradication of crime was necessary. The members of the fish gang on the dock also noticed the disturbance. Turning around, they saw a dark wave of soldiers surging in, their faces abruptly changing color. "Quick, go summon the leader." Li Dangtu turned to one of his subordinates and instructed, then hurriedly approached, his once arrogant demeanor instantly transforming into obsequiousness, bowing lower than the old fisherman. "Ali San, greet you, my lord. I didn't know your esteemed self had come. For what purpose?" Zhong Lin looked down at Li San from atop his horse, then waved his hand. "Zhong man, present. Arrest all members of the fish gang and break 1 leg for each." Li San's obsequious expression froze instantly, as if he hadn't heard clearly, standing there in shock. "My lord, what did you say?" Zhong Lin on his horse couldn't be bothered to answer. Upon receiving the order, Zhong man waved his hand, and a dozen fierce soldiers charged forward, pinning Li San to the ground. "What are you doing?" "I am from the fish gang, our leader." Crack! A crisp sound rang out, cutting off Li San's words, replaced by a heart-wrenching scream. The once bustling morning market fell into dead silence in an instant. The fishermen stared blankly at the scene, their fish baskets dropping to the ground, fish and shrimp scattering everywhere, yet no one dared to pick them up. As for the other members of the fish gang witnessing this, their faces turned pale with fear. Some turned to flee, only to find their escape route had been completely sealed off by the soldiers of the armament camp. "Arrest them all, not a single one must escape." Zhong Lin's tone was calm. The soldiers surged in like wolves among sheep. The thugs of the fish gang, who usually bullied the fishermen, had no courage to resist against the formal soldiers, each being pinned to the ground, the sounds of cracking bones and screams echoing continuously. "See Wen Yuan, your subordinate, is here. Lead people to search for all the fish gang's account books and contracts, not a single one should be missed." "Yes, yes." Si Wen Yuan immediately led a squad of soldiers into the wooden houses behind the fishing guild. Before long, they brought out several wooden boxes. Zhong Lin casually opened one of the account books, his brow gradually furrowing. The fish gang extorted thousands of taels of silver from the fishermen annually, and these contracts were even more shocking. Many fishermen, having borrowed high-interest loans from the fish gang, had no choice but to sell their children, ultimately forced to work for the fish gang. Frenzied footsteps echoed outside the fish yard as a bald, burly man burst in, flanked by over 30 henchmen brandishing swords and cudgels. Your Excellency, this is Yang Yi, the leader of the fish gang, known far and wide as the river-crossing dragon, whispered Si Wenyuan. Who dares lay hands on my fish gang? Yang Yi's voice boomed like temple bells. His gaze swept across his groaning underlings, his jowls trembling violently. When his eyes fell upon Zhong Lin, a flicker of wariness crossed them, swiftly swallowed by fury. The martial supplies camp. Yang Yi ground his teeth. The fish gang and your camp have long observed mutual non-interference. What is the meaning of this intrusion? Zhong Lin looked down upon him with detached composure and spoke coolly. Yang Yi, your gang has monopolized trade, coerced merchants, enslaved the innocent, and amassed countless crimes. Today I arrest you in the name of justice. Surrender peaceably, or suffer the agony of force. Surrender. With merely 200 men. Yang Yi threw back his head and laughed, a harsh mocking peal. With a sharp wave of his hand, his henchmen roared in unison, raising blades and staves with fierce, intimidating vigor. More critically, 70 or 80 reinforcements surged into the yard from outside, encircling Zhong Lin's troops completely, outnumbering the imperial soldiers themselves. So, you're Zhong Lin, the newly appointed commander of the martial supplies camp. I've ruled Mosui County for 20 years, weathered every storm imaginable. Bringing this meager force today, who pray tell do you think you're insulting? Zhong Lin gazed at Yang Yi and suddenly smiled. In the next breath, he vanished from sight. Yang Yi's pupils contracted sharply. A decades of life on the razor's edge triggered instinctive evasion, but it was too late. A palm pressed lightly against his chest, so softly it resembled dusting off a garment. Yet Yang Yi felt as though struck by a galloping warhorse. His massive frame hurtled backward, toppling 7 or 8 henchmen behind him, blood erupting from his mouth in a crimson torrent. No, impossible. Horror flooded Yang Yi's eyes as he struggled to rise, only to collapse again, racked by searing pain. At least 3 ribs were shattered. Deputy Commander Wang. At your command, sir. Break every one of their legs and take them all to the martial supplies camp. Any who resist, execute without mercy. Yes, sir. Seeing their chief grievously wounded by a single blow, the fish gang henchmen abandoned all resistance, dropping weapons and crouching low with hands clasped over their heads. Cracks echoed relentlessly, bones snapping under brutal force, as screams pierced the air above the fish yard. Fishermen watching from the periphery stared at the once feared fish gang members, now dragged away like lifeless dogs, their faces etched with complex emotion. There was grim satisfaction, there was terror, and more than either, a deep, unsettling bewilderment. Zhong Lin mounted his horse and cast his gaze over the fishermen huddled in the corners. His voice rang out clear and commanding. As of today, the fish gang ceases to exist. You may sell your catch to whomever you choose. No one shall levy a single coin upon you ever again. With that, he wheeled his steed and led his column out of the fish yard. Behind him, an elderly fisherman suddenly dropped to his knees and struck the damp bluestone floor 3 times, each impact dull and resonant. Then another knelt, then a third, until a sea of bowed figures stretched across the yard. Over the next 3 days, Mosui County erupted in chaos. Over 200 soldiers of the martial supplies camp marched forth en masse, from Southern Gate to Northern Gate, from East Market to West Street, systematically dismantling one gang after another. The Salt Gang, annihilated. The Cart Gang, annihilated. The Wharf Gang, annihilated. The Porter Guild, annihilated. The Canal Gang, annihilated. Those swaggering gang disciples who once bellowed orders in alleys and streets now fled like rabid dogs, dragged from gambling dens, brothels, and hidden lairs, their legs shattered, and hauled back to the martial supplies camp. Prison cells overflowed, so barracks were repurposed. When barracks-filled wooden pens were erected on the drill grounds, cramming captives together like livestock. Some resisted and were slain on the spot. Within 3 days, over 200 filled the camp cells, while 300 more squatted shoulder to shoulder on the parade ground, so tightly packed they could barely turn. When word reached the county Yamen magistrate, Zhou Yinlin sat in the inner courtyard playing Go with Meng Chuan. What did you say? The Go stone slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the board, shattering an elegant formation. Your Honor, Commander Zhong Lin of the martial supplies camp. He has eradicated every gang in the city. The reporting constable knelt, voice trembling. Meng Chuan's face paled. His teacup crashed to the floor, shards scattering like frozen tears. The Canal Gang. Was it eradicated too? Your Honor, the Canal Gang was not spared. Its leader Du Wei was absent, but his brother Du Fei was struck by Zhong Lin's palm and spat blood on the spot. He now languishes in the martial supplies camp's prison. Meng Chuan shot upright, his flesh quivering. The Canal Gang paid him 30,000 taels annually, the cornerstone of his fortune. To have it uprooted entirely was to tear out his very heart. Rebellion. Utter rebellion. Meng Chuan laughed, a hollow, furious sound, as he turned to Zhou Yinlin. Your Honor, Zhong Lin has overstepped all bounds. He deployed troops without authorization and thrown civil order into disarray. If left unpunished, will Moshui County not soon descend into anarchy? Zhou Yinlin's expression had darkened to storm gray. His teacup groaned under white-knuckled pressure. Summon Zhong Lin, immediately, to the Yamen. At the Marshal Supplies Camp Commander's office, Zhong Lin sat behind his desk, mountains of account books piled before him. Your Excellency, these are the preliminary findings. See, when Yuan stood before the desk holding a ledger with trembling hands. From the Canal Gang alone, we seized over 84,000 taels in silver. The Salt Gang yielded 32,000, the Fish Gang 15,000, the Wharf Gang 9,000, totaling 167,000 taels. Additionally, gold vessels, jade ornaments, antiques, and calligraphy scrolls, valued conservatively at no less than 30 or 40,000 taels. Zhong Lin skimmed the ledger and allowed a faint smile. 167,000 taels. He'd expected only a fraction, yet these gangs were fatter than any feast. Grain, 12,000 sure, 12,000 sure, enough to feed the entire Marshal Supplies camp for 3 years. Excellent. He placed the ledger on the desk. Withdraw 50,000 taels for me. Deposit the remainder into the camp treasury for wages, rations, and arms maintenance. Your wisdom is unmatched, sir. With this sum, we can fully re-equip the camp and recruit elite troops until we reach full strength. You oversee expansion. I demand only one thing: quality over quantity. Yes, sir. And the captured gang members. How proceeds the interrogation? See, when Yuan hastened to reply. Your Excellency, preliminary screening is complete. 537 individuals. 47 bear grave crimes, including murder, and must be executed by law. The rest are low-ranking thugs, petty enforcers who bullied civilians and coerced sales, but committed no capital offenses. Deliver the 47 to the Yamen for Magistrate Zhou's judgment. Ensure each bears signed confessions so our esteemed magistrate may read them thoroughly. Zhong Lin gave a quiet, knowing laugh. The remainder remained detained, pending further disposition. Yes, sir. Report. A soldier entered swiftly, bowing deeply. Commander, emissaries from the Yamen request your immediate presence before Magistrate Zhou. You arrived quite fast, Head Coach Wang. Gather 200 soldiers and follow me into the city. Zhong Lin stood up and said with a smile. Head Coach Wang was taken aback. My lord, is this? The county lord has summoned us, so we must bring more people to bolster our presence. Zhong Lin laughed heartily and strode out of the command room. Before long, the sound of drums thundered through the training field as 200 soldiers formed ranks. Compared to the fear and hesitation of recent days, the soldiers now looked at Zhong Lin with eyes filled with awe and fervor. Zhong Lin mounted his horse and waved his hand, leading the grand procession out of the camp gates and directly towards the county city. In the county office in the main hall, Zhou Yinlin sat at the top, dressed in a blue official robe and wearing a black cap, his expression stern. Meng Chuan sat on a chair to the left, his face dark as water. Below the hall, the guards stood, trembling, holding their weapons. Why hasn't Zhong Lin arrived yet? Zhou Yinlin roared. Just then the sound of orderly footsteps came from afar. Looking in that direction, a squad of soldiers marched and weapons raised their steps, synchronized, stirring up clouds of dust. At the forefront rode a man on a tall steed clad in armor with a long sword at his waist and a face as handsome as jade. It was Zhong Lin. I, Zhong Lin, the commander of the Wu Wei camp, have come to see you under the orders of the county lord. As he spoke, Zhong Lin dismounted and strode into the county office, followed by head coach Wang and Zhang Man, while the rest of the soldiers lined up outside, blocking the entire street. In the main hall, Zhou Yinlin noticed the commotion outside, and his expression slightly changed. Meng Chuan stood up, directly walked to the door, and looked outside, his face turning ashen. This is rebellion. Zhong Lin dares to surround the county office with soldiers. This is outright insurrection. Zhong Lin stepped into the main hall, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally landing on Zhou Yinlin. He cupped his fist in respect and said, I, Zhong Lin, the commander of the Wu Wei camp, pay my respects to the county lord. Zhou Yinlin did not immediately speak, but looked down at Zhong Lin with a piercing gaze. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became heavy, as if the air itself had solidified. Meng Chuan said sharply, Zhong Lin, you are so bold. Who allowed you to bring soldiers into the city? Are you trying to rebel? Zhong Lin turned to Meng Chuan, his gaze calm. And you are? I am Meng Chuan, the county magistrate. Ah, so you are the county magistrate. Zhong Lin slightly bowed again and said lightly, I did not bring soldiers to surround the county office, while I was merely waiting outside to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Prevent what unforeseen circumstances? Meng Chuan shouted angrily. To prevent anyone from acting recklessly, Zhong Lin replied with a slight smirk, his tone tinged with mockery. You? Meng Chuan's face turned red, trembling with rage. Enough. Zhou Yinlin finally spoke, his voice low but imbued with undeniable authority. Zhong Lin, I ask you, you acted independently, capturing civilians in the county and injuring many, even causing death. Do you know your crimes? Zhong Lin raised his head to meet Zhou Yanlin's gaze unafraid. County Lord, I do not know what crime I have committed. Do you not know? Zhou Yanlin said coldly. The duty of the Wu Wei camp is to protect the land and the people, not to allow you to act tyrannically within the county. Those gangs may have some disputes in the market, but they have never caused significant chaos. County Lord, you are mistaken. Zhou Yanlin was interrupted as Zhong Lin continued. Those gangs bully the market, extort, and enslave the innocent, causing immense suffering to the people. As the commander of the Wu Wei camp, I have the responsibility to protect the land and the people, and I cannot stand idly by. As he spoke, Zhong Lin took out a stack of papers from his bosom and raised it high. This is the ledger and contracts I obtained from various gangs, clearly documenting their crimes over the years, seizing good land, causing death, committing rape, and pillage. They have done it all. If the county lord does not believe me, you may examine it personally. Zhou Yanlin's expression darkened as he motioned for his secretary to take the stack of papers. The secretary quickly skimmed through them, his face growing increasingly grim, and whispered a few words into Zhou Yanlin's ear. After listening, Zhou Yanlin's expression became even more sullen. The crimes documented in those ledgers and contracts were far more serious than he had imagined. If news of this got out, he, as the county lord, would not escape unscathed. Even so, you should have reported to the county office first, and let me decide rather than taking action on your own, Zhou Yanlin said in a deep voice. County lord, those gangs have many informants. If word gets out, and they are forewarned, it will be difficult to capture them later. I acted with the intent of considering the court and the people, which is why I resorted to such measures. Zhong Lin said sternly. Cutting words and smooth talk. Meng Chuan could not help but interject again. You are clearly using this opportunity to amass wealth. What do you plan to do with the silver those gangs have accumulated over the years? These funds will naturally go to the Wu Wei camp to improve the soldiers and procure weapons. I have already prepared a list which I will present to the county lieutenant for review. The Wu Wei camp's rations are funded by the court. When did it become your place as a mere commander to decide? Meng Chuan said coldly. County Magistrate Meng, you are mistaken. A steady voice came from outside the hall, and Xiao Tingfeng strode into the main hall. County Lieutenant, Zhong Lin cupped his fist in greeting. Xiao Tingfeng nodded, his gaze landing on Zhou Yanlin as he cupped his fist, and said, County Lord, I apologize for my tardiness. Zhou Yanlin remained expressionless and said coolly, County Lieutenant Xiao has arrived, please take a seat. Without hesitation, Xiao Tingfeng sat down in a chair on the right, his gaze sweeping over Meng Chuan before landing on Zhou Yanlin. Earlier, I heard County Magistrate Meng say that the Wu Wei camp's rations are funded by the court, which is true, but what County Magistrate Meng may not know is that the Wu Wei camp's rations in Mushui County have already run out. The soldiers cannot even fill their stomachs, so how can they have the heart to train? Commander Zhong's actions not only eliminate harm for the people, but also relieve the court's worries. What crime is there in this? Xiao Tingfeng's voice was steady, yet every word struck to the heart. The reason the Wu Wei camp's rations had been exhausted was naturally due to Zhou Yanlin and others. He had intended to wait for Xiao Tingfeng to submit, but did not expect the situation to turn out like this. Meng Chuan's expression changed, wanting to refute, but was stopped by Zhou Yanlin raising his hand. Zhou Yanlin looked at Xiao Tingfeng, his gaze deep. Are you suggesting that Zhong Lin surrounding the county office is also to relieve the court's worries? Xiao Tingfeng shook his head. County Lord, you misunderstand. Commander Zhong is not surrounding the county office. He is merely waiting outside to prevent unforeseen circumstances. After all, those remnants of the gangs have not been completely eradicated. If someone acts recklessly, it would not be good for the county lord. Zhou Yanlin's eyelid twitched slightly. He knew that Xiao Tingfeng was threatening him. Everyone was well aware of who stood behind those gangs. If an investigation went down, Meng Chuan would be the first to flee, and he as the county lord would not escape unscathed. County Lieutenant Xiao, you have quite the means, Zhou Yanlin said coldly. County Lord, you flatter me. I am merely fulfilling my duty, Xiao Tingfeng responded, also returning a smile. The two men's gazes clashed in the air, sparks seeming to fly as the atmosphere in the hall grew intensely heavy, making even breathing a challenge. Meng Chuan sat in his chair, his face pale, yet he did not dare to speak. Enough. Zhou Yanlin waved his hand. This matter shall be discussed later. You may leave for now. Yes, I take my leave. Xiao Tingfeng stood up, cupping his fist, and strode out of the main hall with Zhong. On the street outside the county office, 200 soldiers stood in neat formation, their swords and spears glinting coldly in the sunlight. Zhong Lin mounted his horse, riding alongside Xiao Qingfeng, the sound of hooves ringing crisply against the cobblestone road. My lord, Zhou Yanlin is unlikely to let this matter rest easily, Zhong Lin said in a lowered voice. Xiao Qingfeng glanced at Zhong Lin and snorted lightly. You've made such a big deal out of this. If Zhou Yanlin were to let it go, that would truly be strange. Especially with the display you've put on at the county office today, it's like slapping him in the face. How can a dignified county lord endure that? Hee hee, Zhong Lin chuckled. I had no choice but to act this way, my lord. What shall we do next? Xiao Qingfeng reined in his horse, turning to Zhong Lin. You hold the accounts and contracts of those gangs in your hands, which is akin to holding Meng Chuan's lifeline. Zhou Yinlin will be cautious and won't act recklessly in the short term, but that time won't be long. Meng Chuan will definitely find ways to destroy this evidence, or eliminate you. Are you afraid? Zhong Lin grinned widely. What I fear the least is this. Xiao Qingfeng warned, do not underestimate your own abilities. Remember, Meng Chuan has operated in Mushui County for generations. He surely has skilled individuals under him. Zhong Lin nodded understanding. Those close to him know their own affairs. Even though he had the black hole assisting him and his martial arts training was progressing rapidly, the short duration of his cultivation remained an irreplaceable shortcoming. The two continued their ride, and Zhong Lin suddenly produced a wooden box from his sleeve and handed it over. What is this? Xiao Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. This is a box of tea leaves I confiscated from the Chaobang the other day. I am still young and do not know how to appreciate tea, so I would like you to try it and see if it suits your taste. Seeing the smile on Zhong Lin's face, Xiao Qingfeng took the wooden box, pressing it open just enough to reveal a neat stack of silver notes inside. A smile also appeared on his face. The tea leaves are quite good. Oh, I shall accept it. As long as my lord is satisfied, the Chaobang is currently leaderless. Once I take control, there will be more such tea leaves in the future. The smile on Zhong Lin's face was meaningful. Xiao Qingfeng naturally understood that the Chaoyan Wharf was a cash cow and could not hide the excitement on his face upon hearing this. This matter is significant. We must be cautious. I understand, Zhong Lin replied. When they returned to the armament camp, the sun had already begun to set. The 200 soldiers stood in formation, each with their heads held high, their faces showing a hint of pride. You have all witnessed the events of these past few days. Zhong Lin stood on the command platform, surveying the soldiers below. Those gangs have occupied Mushui County for many years, bullying the market and oppressing the common people, with even the government having to concede to them. Yet what is the result? Your commander led you, and in 3 days we uprooted them completely. The soldiers straightened their backs, their eyes shining with excitement. Although they were soldiers of the armament camp, they had previously lacked confidence when facing those gang members, for everyone knew who stood behind those gangs. I do not care how those gangs operated in the past, but from now on the armament camp will call the shots in Mushui County. The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. Zhong Lin raised his hand to silence them and continued, but do not rejoice too early. Those behind the gangs are still present. They will not let this matter go easily. From today onwards, the armament camp will enter a state of readiness. All soldiers are to cancel their leaves with day and night shifts. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave the camp without permission. Deputy Commander Wang. Present. Starting today, double the training intensity. I want this unit to be capable of killing enemies on the battlefield, not simply standing in formation. Instructor Zhang. Present. Tomorrow, take a team to seize control of the Chaoyan Wharf. Those working at the wharf are to continue their tasks, but the accounts must be rewritten and the funds must be deposited into the armament camp's treasury. Anyone caught embezzling will have their legs broken and be hung from the flagpole in the training ground. Understood. See when you on. Present. From today onwards, the monthly pay for the soldiers in the armament camp will be doubled. Distribute this month's salary today and also the next month's. Not a single copper coin is to be short. Understood. The pay has been distributed, but the work must also be done well. Starting tomorrow, training time will be extended by an hour. Anyone who does not meet the standards will have their rewards deducted. Anyone who dares to slack off will be expelled from the armament camp. I do not keep idlers here. Zhong Lin declared loudly. Understood. This time the response was uniform, their momentum fierce. Zhong Lin nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the training ground. At night, the commander's quarters were brightly lit. Zhong Lin held a fine steel sword, his eyes slightly closed, the true qi within his dantian flowing slowly. Suddenly Zhong Lin opened his eyes wide, his wrist flicking as the iron sword swept out. The sword shot forth. A sharp beam of sword light sliced through the darkness, moving so fast that its trajectory was almost invisible. Where the sword passed, the air was ripped apart, producing a piercing whistle. After one strike, Zhong Lin felt emptiness in his dantian, with a stinging pain coursing through his arm's meridians, leaving him with a sense of exhaustion, as if he had been drained. But in the next moment, the black hole trembled, slightly gentle currents of air flowed out, and his true qi was instantly replenished, the pain in his meridians dissipating at once. Again, Zhong Lin's eyes sparkled as he grasped the sword once more. One strike, then another, and yet another. In the darkness of the courtyard, the sword light was unending, like shooting stars chasing the moon, one after another without pause. If Xiao Qingfeng were here, he would be utterly astonished. He had personally experienced this sword technique. After one strike, depleting his true qi would typically require several hours of rest to recover, yet Zhong Lin seemed to disregard this, striking one after another, as if his true qi would never run dry. Break the limit. Zhong Lin shouted lowly as he delivered the final strike, the sword light, leaving a lingering shadow in the night sky, not dispersing for a long time. Standing still after sheathing his sword, his breath was steady and his expression remained calm. A fine sword technique. Zhong Lin mused, looking down at the sword in his hand, a slight smile curving his lips. Within his dantian, his true qi had increased by over 30% compared to before. Indeed, it suits me to exhaust my true qi. With mere clapping earlier would have taken countless claps, yet now it only takes one strike. However, to unleash the full power of the breaking limit sword, I must unblock the 3 yang meridians in my hands and reach the first level of true qi, allowing the true qi to be released outward. The cultivation of true qi realms involves not only strengthening true qi, but also unblocking the meridians. The human body has 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. Each acupoint is like a tightly closed iron door requiring true qi to act as a chisel, impacting day and night to break through. To reach the first level of true qi, one must unblock the 3 yang meridians, namely the hand yangming large intestine meridian, the hand taiyang small intestine meridian, and the hand shaoyang sanjia meridian. The connection of these 3 meridians is key to releasing true qi outward. Only by unblocking these 3 meridians can one achieve the release of true qi from the body, allowing for remote attacks. Only then can true qi be infused into the iron sword in hand, generating sword light. Zhong Lin did not rush to open his meridians. He had only broken through to the true qi realm a few days prior, and the accumulation of true qi in his dantian was still minimal. However, this period would not be long. With the assistance of the breaking extreme sword, the growth of his true qi was not slower than that of those aristocratic youths who consumed elixirs. Suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, Zhong Lin began to wield his sword once more, the sound of sword strikes echoing continuously in the courtyard. The true qi in his dantian was increasing at a visibly rapid pace, its brilliance shifting from gentle to intense. The next morning, Zhong Lin stepped out of his courtyard feeling refreshed. In the training grounds, the soldiers were practicing, and Instructor Wang was pacing with a wooden stick, occasionally striking down with it. After receiving their silver wages yesterday, the soldiers appeared rejuvenated, their formations neat and movements vigorous, no longer exhibiting the previous signs of laxity. "My lord." Instructor Wang quickly approached Zhong Lin upon seeing him, scanning him with a glance, and suddenly halting. "My lord, your cultivation has improved slightly," Zhong Lin replied casually. Instructor Wang gasped in surprise. He had only broken through to the true qi realm a few days ago, yet he had made further progress. For some reason at that moment he felt as though he had wasted years of his life. "How's the situation at the docks?" Zhong Lin casually inquired. "Zhang Man has already gone to take over. The cargo transport is operating as usual, and the accounts are being reorganized," replied Instructor Wang. "Good, keep a close watch. The docks are our source of revenue, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Also, the armament camp can recruit new soldiers now. They should be young, strong, and of clean backgrounds, preferably with martial training." "Understood," Instructor Wang replied. Zhong Lin then delegated some other matters before leisurely riding into the city with a few men. The news of the armament camp purging gangs spread like a sudden storm, sweeping through the entire Mushui County in just a few days. The first to feel the changes were the long-suffering common people. Not only were the common folk talking, but even neighboring counties had heard of his name. Everyone knew Zhong Lin, the commander of the armament camp in Mushui County, who had eradicated over a dozen gangs in 3 days, employing ruthless methods and decisive actions that none could withstand. The storyteller at the tea house was animatedly narrating the tale of Commander Zhong's great victory over the Ch. It is said that on the 3rd watch of the day, Commander Zhong led 200 elite soldiers straight to the Chao Gang's main headquarters. The Chao Gang's leader Du Wei was absent, and his brother Du Fei, confident in his martial skills and wielding a steel spear, shouted, "Who dares to intrude upon my Chao Gang?" "What happened to Commander Zhong?" the tea patrons asked eagerly. "What happened?" Everyone saw Commander Zhong flicker, and in an instant Du Fei was sent flying, spitting blood, his spear broken in two. With just one move he had defeated him. "Amazing!" The patrons cheered in unison, the sound of their applause causing the teacups to rattle. "Even more astonishing is..." The storyteller lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously, "Commander Zhong is only 16 years old, the 16-year-old commander of the armament camp, a 16-year-old martial arts master." 16? That's even 2 years younger than my boy. Your boy is still at home nibbling on a corn cake while he is already a commander. Does Commander Zhong have a marriage arrangement? My daughter? Forget it with your daughter's looks. Would Commander Zhong even look her way? Laughter erupted throughout the tea house. Meanwhile, in a tavern, several drunken men were also discussing him. If you ask me, this Commander Zhong is a ruthless man. Look at the Chow Gang, the Salt Gang, and the Fish Gang, which of them hasn't occupied Mushui County for more than a decade. He wiped them out without batting an eye. Ruthless indeed, but he has truly removed a scourge for the people. My shop had to pay 10 taels of silver annually to those gangs as protection money, but now I don't have to pay a single coin. Zhong Lin, dressed in casual attire, listened to the discussions around him, smiling, but not taking them to heart. Fame comes swiftly and departs just as quickly, what truly allows a person to stand firm is strength. Turning his horse around, Zhong Lin made his way directly to the Mu River dock. The Mu River dock was the busiest place in all of Mushui County. The river bent here with a broad surface and gentle current, making it a natural harbor. The docks were filled with massed cargo ships coming and going like threads in a tapestry, the shouts of laborers, vendors' cries, and boatmen's calls blending into a lively cacophony. When Zhong Lin arrived, he saw Zhang Man standing at the dock, hands on his hips, shouting at the top of his lungs. Listen up. From today onwards, the docks fall under the jurisdiction of the armament camp. Unloading and loading shall proceed as usual, but one thing must be noted: the protection fees previously paid to the Chow Gang will no longer be required. A cheer erupted at the docks. The laborers, boatmen, and small vendors, all of whom had been exploited by the Chow Gang, were overjoyed to hear that they no longer had to pay any fees, practically bursting into celebration. Zhong Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Oh, County Deputy Meng has arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me. Dismounting, Zhong Lin casually tossed the reins to a soldier behind him, then strode forward with great confidence. Today he wore a dark-colored fitted outfit with a finely crafted long sword hanging at his waist. His stride caused his clothes to billow, and combined with his chiseled features, he resembled a youthful hero. Meng Chuan turned and saw Zhong Lin, his expression darkening instantly. Commander, this dock is now under the jurisdiction of the armament camp. You outsiders are not permitted to enter freely. Would you like me to show you around? Meng Chuan's eyes twitched. Suppressing his rage, he coldly replied, Commander Zhong, you have quite the audacity. This dock is a part of Mushui County. As county deputy, do I not have the right to inspect it? Inspect? Of course you may. Zhong Lin stepped closer with a smile, his pace unhurried, but abruptly halted when he was within 3 feet of Meng Chuan. He looked down from a height, gazing at the county deputy, who was half a head shorter than him, his voice steady yet clear. But I am concerned that County Deputy Meng is not here to inspect the docks, but rather to visit an old acquaintance. Meng Chuan's expression changed drastically, instinctively taking a half step back. However, feeling that he had lost face, he steadied himself and looked up to meet Zhong Lin's gaze. What do you mean by that, Commander Zhong? Nothing much. I merely discovered some interesting things while sorting through the Chow Gang's accounts yesterday. It was recorded that every year several tens of thousands of taels of silver mysteriously disappear. What do you think, my lord? Could it be that these silver coins have sprouted legs and run away? Zhong Lin's tone was casual. Meng Chuan's eyes twitched violently, his face contorting as he stared fixedly at Zhong Lin. Zhong Lin, do not slander me. Zhong Lin smiled even more brightly. County Deputy Meng, you misunderstand. I only said I found some interesting things. I never said they were related to you. Why are you getting so agitated? You? Meng Chuan was left speechless, his chest heaving violently like an enraged bull. Zhong Lin, I am here to accuse you of disregarding authority, to accuse you of rampant misconduct, to accuse you of flaunting your military power. Meng Chuan roared angrily, his eyes blazing red. Zhong Lin took 2 steps back to avoid the spittle flying towards him, a look of disdain on his face. Accused, I happen to want to visit the capital and bring along the account books of the Tsang Gang, Salt Gang, and Fish Gang from these years, so that the governor can see why the factions in Mushy County have been rampant for 20 years, why thousands of taels of silver disappear every year, and why the common people sell their children, while some enjoy sprawling estates and thousands of acres of fertile land. At this point, Zhong Lin paused, tilted his head to look at Meng Chuan, and said with a half-smile, County Magistrate, what do you think the governor will think after seeing these account books? Meng Chuan trembled all over, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, his lips quivering for a long time, but he couldn't utter a single word. He certainly knew what the governor would think. Once these account books were presented, not just he, a mere county magistrate, but even the county lord Zhou Yanlin would be doomed. Zhong Lin. Meng Chuan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and fear within him, lowering his voice a few degrees. What exactly do you want? Zhong Lin said lightly. I don't want anything, just think this dock has a nice view. I want to stay here a while longer. If the county magistrate has no business, you may as well go back. After all, this dock is now under the jurisdiction of the armament camp, and it is not suitable for outsiders to linger. Meng Chuan stared at Zhong Lin fiercely, but ultimately dared not say anything more. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave his steps, unsteady, almost tripping over the wooden planks of the dock. Take care, County Magistrate, be careful of your feet, don't fall. Zhong Lin shouted after him, his voice filled with genuine concern. Meng Chuan's back stiffened, his steps quickened, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared from the dock. Zhong Lin watched Meng Chuan leave, smacked his lips, and said softly, "That old man really can endure, but this time, he should be so angry, he can't hold it back." Indeed, Zhong Lin was doing it on purpose. He was not afraid of them taking action, he feared they would not. Only when they acted would he have his chance. Only in chaos could he rise to power. He understood this principle when he was in Ana County. "Master." Zhang Man also ran over from a distance, having just seen Zhong Lin and Meng Chuan's conversation. He didn't dare approach. Zhong Lin waved his hand. "Don't mind me, go on with your business." Meng Chuan almost stumbled back to the county government. Bang! The door of the study was kicked open, and he grabbed the teapot on the table and smashed it on the ground, shards flying everywhere. Zhong Lin. Zhong Lin. He muttered this name through gritted teeth, as if chewing on a rock that stuck in his teeth, wishing to crush it. "My lord, what is this?" A middle-aged man resembling a steward rushed in. Upon hearing the noise, seeing the mess on the floor, he cautiously asked, "Get out, all of you, get out." Meng Chuan roared, and the steward was so frightened that he crawled out, accidentally shutting the door behind him. In the study, only Meng Chuan remained slumped in the grandmaster chair, his chest heaving violently, his face a terrifying shade of ashen. "The account books." Meng Chuan murmured, his eyes filled with ferocity. "The account books must be destroyed. If they fall into the hands of the governor, the wealth accumulated by my Meng family over generations will be ruined, and Zhong Lin must die." Thinking of this, Meng Chuan no longer hesitated, suddenly raising his voice, "Come in." Footsteps sounded outside the door, and the steward entered, standing with his hands at his sides. "Go to the treasury and take 5,000 taels of silver to Master Hui Hai at Baoguang Temple. Tell him that within 3 days I want Zhong Lin dead, and there will be a generous reward upon completion." The steward was slightly taken aback, then nodded in response, turning and leaving quickly. Master Hui Hai, originally named Zhou Qifan, was a notorious rogue who had roamed Jizhou Prefecture 10 years ago, responsible for many murders, and had even been involved in a massacre, committing all kinds of heinous acts. He then fled to Mushi County, where under Meng Chuan's manipulation, he hid in Baoguang Temple and transformed into a highly respected master. Baofeng Temple is located on the northern side of the city on Suaping Mountain, bustling with incense during the day with melodious temple bells, and is a famous Zen sanctuary in Mushi County. In the Zen room at the back, mountain candlelight flickered. Hui Hai sat cross-legged on a mat, 5,000 taels of silver notes laid out on the table before him, emitting an enticing gleam in the candlelight. This man was just over 40, with a plump face draped in a monk's robe, holding a string of prayer beads. If it weren't for the occasional glint of ruthlessness in his eyes, he would indeed resemble a venerable monk. 5,000 taels of silver for the life of a 9th-grade commander, O Lord Meng, is quite generous, Hui Hai said, his voice calm. "Master, this person is not easy to deal with. My master said that Zhong Lin is a warrior of the bone refinement stage and acts ruthlessly. Please be cautious, master." The steward stood with his hands clasped, speaking solemnly. "Bone refinement stage?" Hui Hai's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of disdain. 3 years ago, I stepped into the true Qi realm. Killing a junior of the bone refinement stage is merely child's play. The steward's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed, saying, "Then I shall trouble you, master. My lord said there will be a generous reward upon completion. Tell Lord Meng that Zhong Lin will surely die within 3 days." Hui Hai waved his hand, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. The steward said no more, bowing and exiting the Zen room, his footsteps gradually fading away. Hui Hai tucked the silver notes into his robe, stood up, walked to the window, pushed it open, and gazed at the twinkling lights of the county town below. "It's been a long time since I killed an official," he murmured softly, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the armament camp, Zhong Lin was on duty today. Instead of wielding his sword, he was attempting to unlock his meridians. To enter the first level of True Qi, one must unblock the acupuncture points on the 3 yang meridians of the hand. Zhong Lin's first choice was the hand Yangming large intestine meridian. This meridian has a total of 40 acupuncture points, 20 on each side, starting from Shangyang and ending at Yingxiang. Zhong Lin sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the Hunyuan Ichi Classic, repeatedly studying the pathway of this meridian, the locations of the acupuncture points, and the methods to unblock them. One must know that the human body varies in height and build, so the locations of the acupuncture points also differ. A slight error could lead to a significant deviation. If something goes wrong, it could truly be disastrous. To unblock the meridians, one must first gather qi, concentrating true qi at the acupuncture points, repeatedly washing over them, like water dripping on stone, waiting for the points to loosen before charging through with true qi to break through in one go. The danger of unblocking lies in the misdirection of true qi, At best, it can destroy the point and collapse the meridian. At worst, it can sever the meridian completely. Zhong Lin took a deep breath, closed the book, tucked it away, lightly closed his eyes, and sank his mind into his dantian. Within the dantian, true qi filled over 30%, radiating a warm glow, gently swirling like a sleeping dragon. With a thought, true qi emerged from the dantian, following the pathway of the hand yangming large intestine meridian flowing downward. Shanyang Erjian Sanjian Higu. Wherever the true qi passed, Zhong Lin could clearly sense the position of each acupuncture point. They were like gates on a river, tightly closed, dividing the meridian into independent segments. First, unblock Higu. Zhong Lin made his choice. Higu is the original point of the hand yangming large intestine meridian, where the qi converges, making it crucial. If he could unblock it, the other acupuncture points would be much easier. Guided by his will, the true qi converged, compressed, and rotated at the Higu acupoint, akin to a drill bit striking against the tightly closed orifice. Once, twice, thrice. The Higu acupoint remained unyielding, as if forged from iron. Zhong Lin was neither anxious nor impatient, repeatedly striking again and again. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. After an unknown duration, Zhong Lin suddenly felt a slight tremor at the Higu acupoint, as if something had been loosened. There's hope. Zhong Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart, intensifying his efforts. After several dozen more strikes, he abruptly stopped, a sense of emptiness filling his dantian, as his true qi had been nearly depleted. In the next moment, the black hole in his chest trembled slightly, and a gentle flow of air surged forth, instantly replenishing his true qi. How did I forget about this? Zhong Lin suddenly had the thought of slapping himself. He had been focused on consuming true qi through other means, forgetting that striking the acupoint itself was also immensely draining, and more importantly, this method served dual purposes. How did I not think of this? So foolish. Though he scolded himself, the smile at the corners of Zhong Lin's mouth was impossible to suppress. Striking the acupoints required a substantial amount of true qi, and once it was exhausted, the black hole would emit airflow to refill it. This was not only a shortcut to strengthening true qi, but also an excellent method for acupoint activation. Ordinary martial artists, once their true qi was depleted, had to stop and meditate to recover, which could take several hours to a couple of days. However, he only needed a few breaths. In other words, as long as my meridians can withstand it, I can endlessly strike the acupoints. Zhong Lin took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and plunged his consciousness back into his dantian. The true qi circulated, heading straight for the Higu acupoint. Boom. After an unknown time, the tightly shut gate at the Higu acupoint finally burst open. The true qi surged in like a flood, breaking through a dam, swirling and compressing within the acupoint, ultimately transforming into a tiny vortex that resonated with the dantian. It's done. Zhong Lin opened his eyes, raised his right hand, and directed his true qi to the Higu acupoint. A warm sensation faintly radiated from his palm, with a subtle glow emerging on the surface of his skin, indicating the overflow of true qi from the filled acupoint. After opening this acupoint, the distance my true qi can be projected will at least increase by an inch. Zhong Lin quietly recited the records from the Hunyuan I Qi Gong, feeling increasingly excited. Zhong Lin did not pause for a moment and continued striking the next acupoint. Jian San Jian Yang Shi Pianli. With the experience of opening the Higu acupoint, the subsequent acupoints became much easier. Though still requiring repeated strikes, the speed was noticeably accelerated. A sleepless night. By the time the morning light began to dawn, Zhong Lin had already opened 8 acupoints on the hand yangming large intestine meridian, 4 on each side. Furthermore, the amount of true qi stored in his dantian had increased. At this rate, in 2 or 3 days, the hand yangming large intestine meridian will be fully connected. The black hole, the breaking extremes, sword, and the acupoint strikes. These 3 combined are simply a perfect match. Zhong Lin stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff body, the bones cracking with a series of sounds. The night of acupoint striking did not leave him feeling exhausted. Rather, he felt invigorated. Pushing open the door, a wave of heat rushed over. The weather was getting hotter, and even the soldiers training in the training ground appeared listless. However, this did not affect Zhong Lin much. After refining true qi, he could essentially remain unaffected by the elements. This little heat was nothing. My lord. Zhang Man jogged over, holding a stack of red invitations. What's the matter? My lord, this is an invitation sent by merchants in the city. Zhong Lin raised an eyebrow, casually flipping open a few envelopes filled with flattery. Youthful talent, a pillar of the nation, a bright sky for the common people, making him shudder. Among the invitations, one golden envelope stood out prominently. Not only was the surface gilded, but even the characters written inside were made with gold powder, exuding an aura of extravagance. My lord, this is an invitation from the Tianxiang Tower, celebrating your achievements. Tianxiang Tower. I asked Si Wenyuan, and according to him, Tianxiang Tower is the largest in Mushui County, backed by several major merchant firms in the city, specifically accommodating passing merchants and local gentry. Zhong Man explained. Zhong Lin picked up the invitation and casually asked who is attending. All the reputable merchant firms in the city are invited. Silk shops, grain merchants, pawn shops, tea houses. Over 20 in total. My lord, shall we go? Yes, why not? If they're inviting us for a meal, not going would be disrespectful. Go and reply that this commander will definitely attend. Zhong Lin chuckled lightly and tossed the invitation onto the table. Understood. Zhong Man replied and turned to leave. In the evening, Zhong Lin changed into a moon-white long robe, a long sword at his waist, riding a horse accompanied by Zhong Man and 10 personal guards, leisurely heading towards the Tianxiang Tower. Tianxiang Tower was situated at the most bustling intersection of the city, a 3-story building with flying eaves and corner peaks, red lacquered door columns, and intricately carved window frames. 2 large red lanterns hung at the entrance, casting a festive glow across the entire street. By the time Zhong Lin arrived, a crowd had already gathered at the entrance of Tianxiang Tower, all dressed splendidly and smiling broadly. General Zhong, your presence is an honor indeed. At the forefront stood a portly man in his 50s with a round face and large ears, dressed in a crimson silk long robe, bowing with clasped hands, his eyes squinting into slits from his broad smile. Who is this? Zhong Lin asked casually as he dismounted. I am Shang Dimeo, the owner of Tianxiang Tower. Please, General Zhong, the portly man said with a beaming smile, gesturing for him to enter. Zhong Lin nodded and stepped into Tianxiang Tower. The first-floor hall was empty, clearly cleared for the occasion. At the staircase stood 2 attendants, standing with their hands down, bowing respectfully as Zhong Lin ascended. On the second floor, a plaque reading Juxian Hall hung above the door, its calligraphy vigorous, unmistakably the work of a master. As Shang Dimeo pushed the door open, a wave of warmth mixed with the aromas of wine, cuisine, and perfume rushed toward them. The private room was spacious enough to accommodate 40 to 50 people, with 3 tables arranged within. As Zhong Lin entered, everyone stood up, clasping their hands and greeting compliments echoing throughout. General Zhong has arrived. Please take a seat. General Zhong is truly a talented youth, a blessing for Mushui County. I have long heard of General Zhong's heroics, and seeing him today, it is indeed well-deserved reputation. Zhong Lin's expression remained unchanged as he returned the greetings with clasped fists, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, taking in each smiling face. Among these people were Boss Wang from the grain merchant, manager Li from the silk shop, Master Zhou from the tea house, and Lu Chao from the pawn shop. Each was a familiar face who had managed their businesses in Mushui County for many years, essentially supporting the county's livelihood. You are all too kind. I Zhong am new here and will rely on your guidance in the future, Zhong Lin said with a faint smile as he took his seat at the main position. Everyone took their seats and Shang Dimeo clapped his hands. The attendants filed in, bringing out platters of delicacies. Bird's nest, shark fin, bear paw, deer tendon. Everything from the sky, the land, and the water was laid out on the table. General Zhong, these are the humble offerings of our establishment. Please have a taste. Shang Dimeo personally poured wine for Zhong Lin with utmost courtesy. Zhong Lin raised his glass and took a light sip, and the atmosphere instantly warmed up with everyone coming forward to toast. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, Zhong Lin set down his cup and scanned the crowd, saying, Everyone has invited me here today, or it can't be just for a simple meal, right? The atmosphere in the private room paused slightly as everyone consciously put down their cups and chopsticks, their gazes finally converging on Shang Dimeo. Shang Dimeo cleared his throat, stood up, and clasped his hands, saying, Captain Zhong, you are direct and to the point, so I will speak plainly. He paused and lowered his voice. Captain Zhong has swept through the gangs in the city, and we merchants applaud that. Those gangs have occupied the area for years, bullying the marketplace. We have suffered greatly, and now it is finally peaceful. However, those gangs may be gone, but the dock business cannot stop, and the shipping must continue. Our goods still need to come in and out. I wonder what Captain Zhong plans for the docks in the future. Zhong Lin looked at Shang Dimeo with a half-smile, softly saying, Oh, hasn't the dock been operating normally? Shang Dimeo, upon hearing this, stammered and hesitated. Zhong Lin chuckled inwardly, realizing the reason this group of merchants had invited him to dinner. Simply put, they lacked a sense of security. Zhong Lin instructed Zhong Man to continue operating the shipping docks, mainly because he hadn't imposed arbitrary charges which made them anxious. Previously, when the shipping gang was in charge, although they extorted heavily, at least there was some semblance of rules. Zhong Lin's behavior seemed almost saintly to them, creating an unreal sensation, as if fearing he might kick them out one day. Most of these merchants had risen through the shipping industry. Without the waterways, bankruptcy would be near. Moreover, they worried that Zhong Lin's current actions might just be a facade. If he decided to collect, would he be harsher than the shipping gang? I understand what you all mean, but it's not that you are afraid of paying, but that you want some rules, Zhong Lin said with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. All right then. Zhong Lin stood up, placing both hands on the table. From today onwards, I will set the rules for the dock. All present also stood up, their gazes fixed on Zhong Lin, waiting for his words. For all goods entering and exiting the dock, a 3% fee will be charged based on the value of the goods to be allocated to the military supplies treasury. What do you all think? With his words, the private room fell into a brief silence. Sheng Damao exchanged glances with several other merchants, their expressions complex and hard to read. 3% is neither too much nor too little. When the shipping gang was in charge, they extracted 5% with no rules, relying solely on their whims. If they were pleased, it was 3%, if not, it could be 7%. Sometimes goods would arrive at the dock, and without payment, they wouldn't even allow unloading, causing a ship full of fresh fish to spoil. In comparison, Zhong Lin's 3% seemed fair. However, the issue is that Zhong Lin is an official while the shipping gang was a bandit. Officials and bandits are different. A bandit's appetite can be satiated, but an official's greed is bottomless. What? Do you all think it's too much? Zhong Lin surveyed the crowd, his tone calm. I wouldn't dare to disagree. Shang Damao quickly waved his hand and chuckled. The rules set by Captain Zhong are naturally fair, but is this 3% a one-time charge, or each time goods come in and out it's 3% for unloading and 3% for loading? Transparent pricing, no deception. Zhong Lin held out one hand, opening and closing his 5 fingers. The atmosphere in the private room became even more delicate. 3% for both entry and exit meant a total of 6%, which was 1% more than the shipping gang. Boss Wang of the grain shop couldn't help but speak up. Captain Zhong, this is even more than what the shipping gang. Upon seeing Zhong Lin's gaze land on him, he swallowed the remaining words. More than the shipping gang. Zhong Lin completed his sentence, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Everyone, when the shipping gang took your silver, who benefited? It was Du Weiss, Du Fei's, and those minions, right? What did you get for the silver you paid? Protection from thugs, a guarantee against your boats being smashed. In plain terms, you were buying peace. The crowd fell silent. The silver I collect goes into the military supplies treasury to support soldiers, buy horses, and procure weapons. What are these soldiers for? They are for protecting the land and maintaining order, ensuring that your goods can safely move from the dock to your shop, and from your shop to the hands of the common people, without being robbed, stolen, or destroyed. Zhong Lin paused, took a sip from his cup, and continued, I can assure you that as long as you follow my rules, there won't be any of the shipping gang's dirty business. After finishing, he remained silent, quietly waiting for the crowd's response. After a moment, the manager Li of the silk shop spoke, first clasping his hands. Our Li family silk shop is willing to comply with this rule. My tea shop is also willing. The grain shop is willing too. The pawn shop. In no time, everyone began to express their agreement, not because they believed Zhong Lin's words, but because they had no other choice. Although 6% is high, at least there is still profit to be made. If they were kicked out, it would be a serious matter. Ha ha, come, I propose a toast to all of you. Zhong Lin laughed heartily, raising his cup. Everyone raised their cups in unison and drank it, all the atmosphere gradually becoming more lively. They began to push cups and exchange drinks, but each person's thoughts were known only to themselves. Shang Damao took out a few local specialties as a tribute, claiming they were local products of his hometown worth little, and asked Captain Zhong to accept them. Zhong Lin glanced at them. They were a few exquisite wooden boxes, not large, but made of fine materials, clearly not ordinary items. He did not refuse and let Zhong Man accept them. Seeing this, others also presented various specialties. They couldn't refuse. By the time the banquet ended, it was already the hour of the pig. Zhong Lin walked out of Tianxiang building. The night breeze blew in, carrying the heat of summer. Shang Damao personally escorted him to the door, clasping his hands, saying, Captain Zhong, please take care. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality today. I will invite you again another day. You are too kind, Shang Dongjia. Zhong Lin mounted his horse, accompanied by Zhang Man and a dozen personal soldiers, riding along the main street towards the city gates. My lord, Zhang Man quickly approached, lowering his voice. These people won't be so honest. Of course not, Zhong Lin chuckled lightly. They invited me today not out of genuine respect, but to probe my intentions and see what kind of new captain I am. As for the 3%, it's real. The rules at the dock must be established. They cannot be chaotic. Chaos benefits no one. But how to establish the rules, what they will look like, is not determined by them nor by me, but by strength. Zhang Man nodded thoughtfully. The group continued north along the main street, passing through the crossroads toward the city gate. At that moment, Zhong Lin suddenly pulled on the reins, his gaze sharpening. My lord. Zhang Man also sensed something unusual, his hand already on the hilt of his blade. Zhong Lin remained silent, just quietly staring ahead, his eyes narrowing, coldly saying, Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a steady sound of footsteps came from the front, neither hurried nor slow, but carrying an invisible pressure. Zhong Man's face changed, and the tin soldiers drew their swords, guarding Zhong Lin in the center. "Step back." Zhong Lin waved his hand, dismounted, and tossed the reins to Zhong Man. "My lord," Zhong Man said anxiously. "Step back." Zhong Man gritted his teeth, leading the soldiers to retreat to the side, but his hand remained tightly clenched on the hilt, eyes fixed ahead. Under the moonlight, Zhong Lin clearly saw the appearance of the visitor. A monk. Umakba. The monk recited a Buddhist chant. "Captain Zhong, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Zhong Lin looked him up and down and said faintly, "Which temple do you belong to, master? Why are you blocking the road at this late hour?" "I am Hui Hai, the abbot of Baoguang Temple." The monk fiddled with the prayer beads and replied slowly, "I come at someone else's behest to take your life, Captain Zhong." As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce aura erupted from his body, causing his robe to billow without wind, and the prayer beads in his hand clattered. Zhong Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly smiled. "Since you want to kill me, you should let me die with clarity. Who sent you?" Hui Hai shook his head. "A monk does not speak lies, but I cannot disclose this matter." "A monk?" Zhong Lin sneered. "Your demeanor does not resemble that of a monk, but more like that of a butcher." A glint of cold light flashed in Hui Hai's eyes, and the smile on his face finally faded. "Sharp-tongued, let me send you on your way." Before the words finished, Hui Hai pushed off the ground and charged toward Zhong Lin like a shadow. His speed was astonishing, almost impossible to perceive under the moonlight. Zhong Lin had been prepared. He retreated swiftly while his right hand pressed against the hilt of his sword. Hui Hai struck out with a palm, the wind howling with a foul smell. Zhong Lin sidestepped narrowly, avoiding the gust, which then blasted a hole in the blue brick wall behind him, sending debris flying. Poisonous palm. Zhong Lin's heart raced, releasing true energy. Hui Hai did not give him a moment to breathe, launching a series of rapid palm strikes, each faster and heavier than the last, weaving a tightly knit net of palm wind that enveloped Zhong Lin. "Oomph." Zhong Lin let out a cold snort and abruptly drew the steel-long sword from his waist. The instant the sword was unsheathed, all the true energy in his dantian surged into his arm's meridians like a flood breaking through a dam. "Break the limits." A sharp beam of light sliced through the darkness, as swift as a shooting star, carrying the power to tear apart everything as it rushed toward the palm imprint. Boom. The sword light collided with the palm imprint, producing a deafening explosion. The shockwave surged and debris scattered as the walls on both sides cracked, swaying precariously. Hui Hai's expression changed. He did not expect Zhong Lin to withstand this palm strike, nor did he anticipate the immense power behind Zhong Lin's sword. "True energy. You are also a true energy realm warrior." Before he could finish speaking, Hui Hai's pupils constricted sharply as he saw Zhong Lin immediately slashing out with a second sword without any pause. The sword light was faster, fiercer, and more decisive than the first. Without time to think, the second blade of light already cleaved towards him. Both palms struck out to block with all their might. Boom. Another loud sound erupted, and Hui Hai was forced back 3 steps, the blue bricks beneath his feet crumbling to dust, his arm numb, and his palms ruptured, blood dripping through his fingers. "You?" Hui Hai looked up, disbelief in his eyes. What greeted him was the third sword light, even more ferocious, more rapid, and more lethal than the previous 2. With this strike, Zhong Lin compressed all the true energy in his dantian, holding nothing back. The sword light resembled a silken thread tearing through the night sky, charged with an unstoppable momentum, heading straight for Hui Hai's throat. Hui Hai's soul fled in terror as he desperately tried to evade to the side while protecting his vital points with both palms. Sizzle. The sword light passed through and blood erupted. Hui Hai felt a warm sensation in his chest, but to his horror, the sword had actually pierced through his chest, exposing his stark white bones. If it had gone any deeper, it would have surely ruptured his internal organs. "This is impossible." Hui Hai was horrified. He could sense that Zhong Lin's true energy had not reached the external release level, which meant his dantian's true energy was limited, yet such a powerful sword strike must have consumed immense true energy. Yet Zhong Lin continued to strike one sword after another unceasingly, as if his true energy would never be depleted. Naturally, Zhong Lin would not answer his question. The 4th sword was already drawn. Hui Hai gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain in his chest, rolling to the side with all his strength while protecting his vital points with both palms. Sizzle. Another soft sound was heard as the sword edge swept past his shoulder, tearing off a piece of flesh and sending blood splattering. "Wait!" Hui Hai shouted in terror, his voice filled with fear. "Captain Zhong, I concede." Zhong Lin stood with his sword, the tip pointed at the ground, droplets of blood still trickling from the blade. "Concede?" His mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a mocking smile. "Did you not just say you would take my life? Why do you concede now?" Hui Hai's face turned pale as he pulled out a stack of silver notes from his pocket, explaining, "It was Meng Chuan, the county magistrate, who sent me here. This 5,000 taels of silver was also given by him. If Captain Zhong does not believe me, you can verify it. I was forced into this. Meng Chuan has great influence in Mushi County. If I do not comply, I hope Captain Zhong can show mercy and spare my life." Hui Hai portrayed himself as an innocent victim praying for Zhong Lin's mercy. Zhong Lin glanced at the stack of silver notes and said flatly, 5,000 taels of silver to buy my life? County Magistrate Meng is quite generous. Hui Hai, suppressing the excruciating pain, forced a grin that was more painful than crying. Captain Zhong, you are magnanimous. I did not recognize your great stature. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to testify against Meng Chuan and make his crimes public. Testify against Meng Chuan. Zhong Lin tilted his head, seemingly pondering the proposal seriously. Seeing this, Hui Hai hurriedly said, "I still have evidence of Meng Chuan's crimes over the years. He colluded with bandits to accept bribes, seized farmland from the people, and forced them to death. Every case can be substantiated. As long as you spare my life." The sword light flashed. Hui Hai's words were abruptly cut off. A round head flew into the sky, spinning a few times under the moonlight before falling to the ground. Blood gushed from his neck, staining the ground dark red. "Amitabha, Master, may you have a good journey." Zhong Lin sheathed his sword, mimicking a Buddhist chant, but his tone was filled with mockery. He had evidence of Meng Chuan's crimes in his hands. Moreover, everything he had done was to seize power. He did not intend to take down Meng Chuan. After all, if one county magistrate fell, there would only be another Zhang County Magistrate or Wang County Magistrate to take his place. Why bother? Zhang Man and a dozen soldiers stood by dumbfounded. They knew their leader was decisive in killing, but they did not expect him to be so ruthlessly decisive that a true energy realm warrior could be killed without a blink. "My lord, this." Zhang Man stepped forward, glancing at the corpse on the ground, then at the stack of silver notes, swallowing hard. "Take the corpse with you and keep the silver notes safe." Zhong Lin mounted his horse and commanded, "Send someone to notify Wang Jiaodou and mobilize the armed forces to surround Baoguang Temple for me." "Yes." Zhang Man accepted the order and quickly disappeared into the night. Zhong Lin sat on his horse, casting a glance at the headless corpse of Hui Hai on the ground, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. "County Magistrate Meng, you have delivered a knife to me." Zhong Lin looked up at the vermilion mountain gate of Baoguang Temple, where the two stone lions cast heavy shadows in the moonlight, lending a certain ancient atmosphere to the temple. "Go and control all the monks. Anyone who dares to resist will be dealt with ruthlessly." With a command from Zhong Lin, the soldiers surged inside, their footsteps, shouts, and the clashing of weapons instantly shattering the tranquility of the ancient temple. "Who goes there? This is the sacred ground of the Buddhist sect." "What are you doing? Help!" Zhong Lin dismounted and leisurely walked through the front hall, following the stone-paved path to the back. The meditation rooms, side rooms, and dining halls on both sides were opened one by one, and the monks were dragged from their dreams, looking disheveled and pale. Arriving in front of the Mahavira Hall, Zhong Lin halted his steps. The hall doors were wide open. Inside was the golden body of Shakyamuni, flanked by the two revered figures Ananda and Kasyapa, with candle flames flickering and incense smoke swirling. Zhong Lin glanced at the Buddha statue and stepped inside. "Amitabha, why does the benefactor lead soldiers to invade the sacred ground of the Buddhist sect at such a late hour? Are you not afraid of the Buddha's wrath?" An old voice came from behind the Buddha statue. Following the sound, Zhong Lin saw an old monk emerge from behind the statue, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, with white hair and beard, draped in a robe, holding prayer beads. "Who are you?" Zhong Lin asked. "Amitabha, I am Liao Chun, the abbot of Baoguang Temple." The old monk replied, palms together as he chanted a Buddhist phrase. "So it's the abbot. I am Zhong Lin, the commander of the Wuwei camp." Zhong Lin wasted no words and coldly stated, "The monk Hui Hai from Baoguang Temple attempted to assassinate me last night and has been dealt with. I suspect Baoguang Temple is harboring criminals and colluding with bandits, hence my visit to search the premises." Abbot Liao Chen's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said softly, "Amitabha, Hui Hai is indeed our temple's resident monk, but I know nothing of his actions." "Know nothing? Abbot Liao Chen, you seem to be clearing your name quite well, but unfortunately, I do not believe you." Zhong Lin waved his hand at the soldiers behind him. "Search for me. That is unacceptable. This is the sacred ground of the Buddhist sect. You cannot do this. I demand to see the county magistrate." "Do you wish to die?" Zhong Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of killing intent enveloping the monk Liao Chun. Liao Chun, being an ordinary person and not a martial artist, was shaken by Zhong Lin's imposing presence and nearly lost his balance, barely steadying himself by holding onto the Buddha statue, his face turning a deathly pale. I. What about you?" Zhong Lin waved his hand impatiently. I have no time to listen to your explanations. Someone take this abbot out and confine him with the other monks awaiting further judgment. Two soldiers stepped forward, one on each side, grabbing Abbot Liao Chen's arms. Amitba, Amitba. Liao Chen continuously recited Buddha's name, but dared not struggle being dragged out. Continue the search, dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary, but turn Baoguang Temple upside down. Every sutra room, meditation room, and storeroom must be thoroughly examined. Zhong Lin said coldly. Baoguang Temple had 7 courtyards and over 100 rooms, and by the time they finished searching, the east was already brightening. However, the results were even richer than Zhong Lin had anticipated. First, they found over 30,000 taels of silver and more than 800 taels of gold, along with various precious artifacts and jewelry filling several large boxes. What surprised Zhong Lin even more was that a large number of letters and account books were discovered in Hui Hai's meditation room, containing not only secret correspondence with Meng Chuan, but also with other officials and wealthy merchants, densely recording all sorts of dealings Baoguang Temple had engaged in over the years. Loan sharking, seizing farmland from the people, handling lawsuits, and even a few murders. Sir, take a look at this. Zhang Man approached, holding a book, his face showing a hint of oddity. Zhong Lin took it and flipped through a few pages, his brow gradually furrowing. It was a record book of the faithful believers, but the contents were utterly appalling. Baoguang Temple, under the guise of praying for blessings and averting disasters, lured good women into the temple for Hui Hai and a few trusted disciples to indulge in their pleasures. The book detailed times, places, names, and even included portraits and fingerprints of the victims. Beasts, Zhong Lin closed the book, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had initially intended to seize assets and weaken Meng Chuan's power, but he did not expect Baoguang Temple to conceal so many sordid affairs. Bring that old monk over here. Abbot Liao Chun was brought before the Mahavira Hall, and seeing the ground covered with boxes and account books, his face turned as pale as paper. Old monk, will you still claim you know nothing of these account books and letters? Zhong Lin tossed a few books in front of him. Liao Chen glanced down, his lips trembling slightly, and suddenly knelt down with a thud on the ground. Commander, Zhong, spare my life. I was forced into this. It was all orchestrated by that scoundrel Hui Hai. I had no choice. Forced into it. Zhong Lin crouched down, meeting his gaze directly. Old monk, you are the abbot of Baoguang Temple. Hui Hai is merely the resident monk. You say you were forced. Do you think I would believe you? Liao Chen opened his mouth, but could not speak. Take him away and interrogate him thoroughly. Zhong Lin stood up and waved his hand. The soldiers dragged Liao Chen away like wolves, showing no regard for his frail, elderly body. Sir, what should we do next? Wang Jiao approached and asked. Zhong Lin surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the scattered boxes and the trembling monks. Inventory everything and create a list. Transport it all back to the Wuwei camp. Also take all these monks back to the camp, and we will decide what to do with them after further investigation. Understood. Wang Jiao accepted the order and directed the soldiers to move the goods and count the account books. Zhong Lin stood in front of the Mahavira Hall, looking up at the golden body of Shakyamuni. The candle flames flickered. The Buddha statue had its eyes lowered, and the corners of its mouth seemed to carry a hint of a compassionate smile. Buddha, the monks in your temple are unclean. I am cleaning your doors for you. You should thank me for this. Zhong Lin murmured softly, turned, and strode out of the hall. The morning breeze carried the unique coolness of the mountains, dispersing the sandalwood and blood scent that clung to him. A long line of soldiers escorted the monks and goods down the mountain, attracting the attention of early risers heading to the market, who stopped to watch and whispered among themselves. Aren't those the monks from Baoguang Temple? Why are they being captured by the officials? Look, that's Lord Zhong from the Wuwei camp. Has Baoguang Temple committed a crime? It must be so, otherwise why would Lord Zhong take action against a group of monks? Exactly. I've heard for a long time that Baoguang Temple is not clean. Surely Lord Zhong is punishing them for their misdeeds. The news of Baoguang Temple being raided spread like wildfire throughout Mushui County. Of course, it was also because Zhong Lin had not hidden anything. He swaggered back to the camp with the group of monks, even sending people to spread the news. As the saying goes, one must have a justified reason for their actions. Why should a good deed be concealed? Wouldn't that be in vain? In just a few hours, every tea house and tavern in Mushui County, every street and alley was buzzing with discussions about this incident. Have you heard? That monk Hui Hai from Baoguang Temple attempted to assassinate Commander Zhong last night and was killed on the spot. Hui Hai, isn't he the resident monk of Baoguang Temple? They say he was an enlightened monk. What enlightened monk? He's just a beast in a robe. You don't know what was discovered at Baoguang Temple. Tisk tsk. Quick, tell me what was found. In Mushui County behind the county office, Zhou Yinlin sat in the Grand Master's chair with a pale face, completely unaware that the teacup in his hand had long gone cold. Meng Chuan knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold blue bricks, trembling all over. 5,000 taels to hire a killer. Are you so eager to seek death? Zhou Yanlin's voice squeezed out through his clenched teeth, each word laced with bone-chilling coldness. Your Excellency, I realize my mistake. Meng Chuan lay on the ground and said, it was all that Zhong Lin who bullied me too much. He humiliated me at the dock, and in a moment of confusion a loud slap. Zhou Yanlin suddenly stood up, violently smashing the teacup on the ground, and shouted, is this just a moment of confusion for you? You are handing him a knife. Baoguang Temple has been raided, Huihai is dead, and all those accounts and letters have fallen into Zhong Lin's hands. Do you know what this means? Meng Chuan trembled all over, not daring to speak. He was terrified because he knew, which is why he hurried to seek forgiveness upon hearing the news of Baoguang Temple's raid. Speak. Zhou Yanlin roared at Meng Chuan, who was pretending to be dead on the ground. I know. Meng Chuan's voice was barely a whisper. You don't know anything. If you did, you wouldn't have done something so foolish, Zhou Yanlin scolded. Always considering himself a scholar, Zhou Yanlin couldn't help but curse at this moment. He once thought Meng Chuan was clever, but now he appeared as foolish as a pig, a complete liability. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Yanlin said coldly, those gangs and the accounts from Baoguang Temple, do they involve anything related to me? Meng Chuan hurriedly shook his head and said, no, absolutely not. My dealings with your Excellency have always been face-to-face, and no documents were left behind. Zhou Yanlin's expression softened slightly, but the chill in his eyes remained undiminished. After pondering for a while, he slowly said, this Zhong Lin is more difficult to deal with than Xiao Tingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng is a fierce tiger, his claws are sharp but trapped in a cage, while Zhong Lin is a poisonous snake, seemingly small but capable of delivering a deadly bite. Your Excellency, then, what should we do now? Meng Chuan raised his head, his eyes filled with terror. Zhou Yanlin spoke in a deep voice. Zhong Lin holds the accounts of the Chow Gang, Salt Gang, and Fish Gang, and now he has acquired items from Baoguang Temple. These things are enough to ruin both of us, yet he has not delivered them to the capital nor made them public. Do you know why? Meng Chuan was momentarily stunned and cautiously suggested, is he waiting? Waiting for us to act? Exactly. Zhou Yanlin's gaze was sharp as a knife. The contents of those accounts are filled with both truth and falsehood. Who could clarify them? You and I have been operating in Mushui County for many years, from top to bottom. Who hasn't taken a benefit? If the situation escalates, the entire Mushui County will be turned upside down. The governor won't be oblivious to this reality. In the end, both of us may only lose our official titles. But Zhong Lin and Xiao Tingfeng will certainly be despised by the governor as well. They know this outcome, which is why they are waiting for us to act. Only once we act will they have a reason to eradicate us completely. At this point, Zhou Yanlin paused, walked to the window, and gazed out at the sky softly, saying, there is another reason. Zhong Lin does not intend to eliminate us, but rather to control us. Meng Chuan was stunned by Zhou Yanlin's surprising words and instinctively retorted, how is that possible? Why is it not possible? Zhou Yanlin turned around, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, his voice icy. Those accounts could cost me my position and you your life, yet why doesn't he submit them? Because what he wants is not our lives, but our wealth, our power, everything we have built over these years. Meng Chuan shuddered, his face turning as pale as paper. He killed Deng Qi broke when Boiwan's arms destroyed dozens of gangs, raided Baoguang Temple, and took a cut from the merchants at the docks. Do you think he did this for the court? For the people? If a 16-year-old boy truly had such a sense of justice, then all the books I've read over the decades would have been for naught. Zhou Yanlin sneered. Then, what should we do? Meng Chuan's voice trembled. Zhou Yanlin did not answer immediately. He paced back and forth in the hall, the soles of his shoes making dull sounds against the blue bricks. After a while he stopped and said in a somber tone, there are two paths. The first is to confront him, gathering all the forces we can muster to eliminate him while he is still unstable. The second is to cooperate with him. Cooperate? Meng Chuan suddenly looked up, disbelief in his eyes. Yes, cooperate. Zhou Yanlin sat down again. If he wants money, give it to him. If he wants power, give it to him. If he wants control of the docks, let him manage it. If he wants to oversee the grain transport, let him take charge. Whatever he wants, we will provide it. Then won't we become his puppets? Zhou Yanlin finished the thought, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Do you think we are not already? In just over a month since Xiao Tingfeng arrived, a significant portion of our territory has already been ravaged. Rather than being slowly devoured by him, it's better to take a step back and preserve what can be saved, at least to preserve our lives. Meng Chuan fell silent. He understood Zhou Yanlin's meaning. Taking a step back would not only preserve some interests, but also their lives. If they did not retreat, they might not even save their lives. Moreover, Zhou Yanlin lowered his voice, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Zhong Lin is too ambitious. Xiao Tingfeng cannot suppress him, and Mushui County cannot disregard him. One day he will leave and outside. The waters are murky. Meng Chuan caught the underlying meaning and exclaimed, "You mean endure for a while and wait for him to self-destruct?" Not to wait for his self-destruction, but to wait for him to make enemies. Zhou Yanlin walked in front of Meng Chuan and helped him up. "This is merely a last resort. I have not lost yet, and still wish to contend with him. The Flying Eagle gang should also make a move soon." Meng Chuan stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and bowed, saying, "Your Excellency is wise. I will arrange this immediately." He bowed and retreated, his steps much steadier than when he arrived. Only Zhou Yanlin remained in the hall, gazing out the window, muttering, "Xiao Tingfeng, oh Xiao Tingfeng, you have indeed found a good ally." In the Wuwei camp, in the commander's office, Zhong Lin sat behind the desk, flipping through the accounts seized from Baoguang, temple, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. "My lord," Wang Jiaodo pushed the door open, holding a bowl of ginseng soup. "This is what the kitchen has boiled. Drink it while it's hot." Zhong Lin took the ginseng soup, sipped it lightly, and then set it aside. "There's no need to prepare these for me. You and Zhang Man can keep them for yourselves. Focus on improving your strength. By the way, how did the monks fare during the interrogations?" "We have interrogated most of them. There are 17 who are particularly guilty, 8 of whom have blood on their hands. The rest are just scoundrels who piggybacked on the feasting and drinking. Although they may not have directly spilled blood, they certainly committed many evils." Wang Jiaodo frowned deeply. "Baoguang Temple appears to be a pure land of Buddhism, but it's more rotten than a cesspool." Zhong Lin sneered. "Wolves in monks' robes are even harder to guard against than the wolves in plain sight. Compile these pieces of evidence into a volume and send it to the county yamen first thing tomorrow. Does the Lord County Prefect not relish trying cases? Give him something to do." Zhong Lin chuckled lightly. Instructor Wang hesitated. "My lord, these proofs implicate Meng Xianqing and even other officials. Sending them to the county yamen might." "Afraid of what?" Zhong Lin asked. Zhong Lin smiled wryly. "Precisely because the implications run wide, we must send them to the county yamen. If Zhou Yanlin condemns them, he severs his own arm. If he does not, he appears to shelter and condone them. Whatever he chooses, this blade will pierce his flesh." Instructor Wang raised his thumb. "Brilliant, truly brilliant." "Enough flattering," Zhong Lin chided with a laugh. "How many of those gang thugs remain in custody now?" "There are still over 400 in detention. The cells and the training ground are full. Those guilty of heinous crimes will be sent to the county yamen as well. The others will be screened in batches. Those whose hands are stained with blood will be punished according to the law. Those unbloodied will atone with fines in silver 10 to 50 taels each. Of those who cannot pay will serve 3 months of hard labor drafted into public works, repairing bridges and building roads," Zhong Lin said. "Yes. Also take 20,000 taels of the seized silver to repair the barracks and purchase armor and weapons, and allocate 5,000 taels as reward silver to be distributed based on performance in this operation." Instructor Wang said excitedly, "Your lordship is sagacious. Once this reward is given, the men's loyalty will be secured. When their hearts are secured, they will grasp their blades tightly. There may be a hard fight ahead. Oh, prepare yourselves." Zhong Lin stood by the window, hands behind his back, looking toward the training ground. Soldiers drilled, their shouts rising and falling. After days of reorganization, the troop was slowly forming cohesion. Instructor Wang felt a chill and cupped his fist. "I shall strengthen our vigilance. Go." Wang turned and left the guardroom, his footsteps receding. Zhong Lin sat down again, took from his bosom the booklet Hunyuan Iqigong Hunyuan Unified Qi Technique, and turned to the meridian diagram of the hand Yangming large intestine meridian. After observing for a while, he seated himself, cross-legged, eyes half closed, drawing the qi in his dantian toward acupoints such as Wenliu Xiaolian Shanglian and Shisangli. Last night's battle had strengthened his qi once more. Now was the perfect moment to force open his acupoints. Qi surged like a tide, wave after wave, ceaseless. Zhong Lin was wholly immersed in the sensation, losing track of time as acupoints loosened and trembled under the repeated wash of qi until they thunderously opened. Each time his qi was nearly exhausted, a warm, soft current welled from the black hole in his chest, not only replenishing the spent qi, but making the qi in his dantian more condensed and substantial. The feeling was like inflating a balloon, growing larger and fuller without ever bursting. As the qi increased, the speed at which acupoints were broken through accelerated. After some indeterminate time, Zhong Lin suddenly felt his entire arm grow light, as if something had been pierced through and opened. From shoulder to fingertip, a complete meridian lay like a cleared riverbed, qi rushing through it unimpeded. The hand Yangming large intestine meridian. Opened, he thought. Zhong Lin opened his eyes and raised his right hand. With a thought, the qi in his dantian surged, pouring along the newly cleared hand Yangming large intestine meridian. A faint pearly radiance shimmered in his palm, like moonlight congealed on the skin, persistent and undispersed. Release the chi outward, he declared inwardly. Overjoyed, Zhong Lin thrust out a palm strike, and a sharp hiss of energy followed. A visible blast of force shot from his palm, striking the wall roughly 3 meters away, and leaving a palm imprint about an inch deep. Its edge was smooth as a mirror, as if cut by a blade. Good. Zhong Lin could not help a low cry, his eyes burning. The opening of the hand Yangming large intestine meridian meant he had stepped onto the threshold of the first level of the Qi realm. Although only one meridian had opened, the power of his outward-released Qi was incomparable to before. In his previous clash with Huihai, his sword radiance could only cling to the blade's edge no more than an inch from the sword. Now his Qi could leave the body and remain coherent for 3 Qi without dispersing, its lethality multiplied many times over. Continue. Zhong Lin did not pause, guiding the Qi toward the next meridian, the Han Taiyang small intestine meridian. This meridian has 19 paired acupoints beginning at Shaozi and ending at Tinggong, running along the outside of the arm, and complementary to the Han Yangming large intestine meridian. With the experience of the previous meridian, Zhong Lin was even more adept this time. Shaozi, Qinggu, one after another, the acupoints opened under the wash of Qi, the speed astonishing. In his dantian, the Qi swelled at a visibly rapid rate from the initial thinness of a cotton thread to the thickness of a little finger, emitting a warm sheen as it coiled like a small sun. The black hole in his chest seemed roused by this frantic growth. The outflow became denser and more majestic, not only replenishing what was consumed, but silently nourishing his meridian's acupoints, bones, and internal organs. Zhong Lin was utterly intoxicated. The sensation was almost indescribable, 100 times stronger than any ordinary sensory pleasure. Each acupoint that opened felt like pushing open a door to a new world. Every growth of Qi was like infusing the body with a wholly new power. Power is the world's ultimate sense of security. The days that followed were unusually calm. Not even Zhou Yanlin came to reprimand Zhong Lin over the Baoguang temple affair, which left Zhong Lin momentarily puzzled. Yet puzzlement aside, taking advantage of Zhou Yanlin's capitulation and Xiao Tingfeng's busy scramble for power, Zhong Lin withdrew to the armory camp to seclude himself and practice. It felt as if he had returned to Anha County, seizing every moment to raise his strength. With the black hole's assistance, Qi in his dantian grew at a visible rate, and acupoints opened with incredible speed. In a mere 7 days, he cleared the 19 acupoints of the Han Taiyang small intestine meridian. After the 2 meridians were opened, the Qi in his dantian swelled several-fold, and the cyclical circulation of Qi through his body accelerated considerably. According to Hunyuan Iqigong, ordinary practitioners take months, at the least years at most, to open a meridian. Yet I used only half a month to clear 2. This speed. Zhong Lin's lips lifted in a faint smile. The burning light in his eyes would not be suppressed. At this rate, by months, in the Han Sanyang meridian could be fully opened, and the outward projection of Qi might reach 1 zhong with power multiplied. However, the scions of great clans, bathed in potent medicines from youth and guided by famed masters with abundant resources, may not be slower than me in opening meridians. Zhong Lin did not indulge in conceit. Rather, he became clearer-headed. His advantage had never been innate talent, but the black hole in his chest, Guaji. Others cultivated by talent, resources, or time. He cultivated through an endless cycle of consume, restore, consume. So long as his meridians could endure, he could forever break acupoints and amplify his Qi. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and the training ground was bustling with activity. Instructor Wang stood before the platform, hands on hips, with a long line of recruits stretching before him. Today was the day for recruiting soldiers for the weaponry camp, and the common folk who came to enlist formed a line that stretched from the training ground all the way to the camp gate, a sea of faces numbering at least 400 to 500. My lord, look at this scene, Zhang Man said, standing behind Zhong Lin, unable to suppress his admiration. Zhong Lin sat in a shaded spot, cradling a bowl of cool tea, his gaze lazily sweeping over the crowd. He had anticipated the large turnout today. It was said that great rewards attract brave men. With the monthly pay doubled and bonuses issued in advance, the common folk were not foolish and would certainly come. Although Mushi County was a prosperous area, it had little to do with ordinary commoners who could only save 3 to 5 taels of silver throughout the year. A regular soldier in the weaponry camp earned 2 taels of pay monthly, plus a 2 rice allowance, enough for a family to live a comfortable life. Moreover, the rewards from a few days ago were particularly generous. Those soldiers who had accompanied Zhong Lin in raiding gangs and smashing the Baoguang temple had each received no less than 10 taels, equivalent to the annual income of an ordinary citizen. Such bountiful rewards naturally made everyone envious. On the training ground, Instructor Wang's voice rang out like a bell. To join the weaponry camp, mere strength is insufficient. We must see if you possess the skill required. He pointed to a row of stone locks arranged on the side, ranging from 50 to 200 pounds, shining in a bluish-gray hue under the sunlight. The first test is the giant stone lock. Those who can lift a 100-pound stone lock overhead will pass. As these words fell, a stir arose within the crowd. A 100-pound stone lock was not unattainable for the hard-working farmers, yet it was by no means an easy feat, and this challenge eliminated many who sought to take advantage. I will try. A sturdy man in his 20s stepped forward, standing 7 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and barrel-chested, with his bare skin showcasing a deep tan, the muscles on his chest rising and falling with each breath. He approached the 100-pound stone lock, took a horse stance, gripped the handles tightly, inhaled deeply, and suddenly exerted his strength. Lift! The stone lock responded and was lifted overhead, his arms holding it steady without the slightest tremor. Well done! Cheers erupted from the crowd. Instructor Wang nodded, marking a note on the roster. Pass step to the right. The sturdy man grinned, setting down the stone lock, and strode to the designated area, chest out, looking quite pleased with himself. Next, several young men came forward. Some lifted it effortlessly, while others struggled and turned red, barely passing. Yet some tried multiple times, without success, retreating dejectedly to the side. I will try the 200 pounds. A not particularly large young boy stepped up, around 15 or 16 years old, wearing a faded gray short coat and grass sandals, exuding a sense of toughness. He walked straight to the 200-pound stone lock, did not take a horse stance, and hardly bend at the waist. He simply gripped the handle with one hand and gently lifted it. The 200-pound stone lock was effortlessly raised as though it weighed nothing, and he tossed it lightly in his hand before lifting it overhead with one hand. The training ground fell silent, everyone staring in disbelief at the scene. Instructor Wang's eyelids twitched as he focused on the youth for a moment, glancing at the stone lock in his hand, confirming it was no trick before marking heavily on the roster. What is your name? Replying to my lord, I am Xinyue, a commoner. Have you trained before? I have trained a few years in farming skills. Instructor Wang nodded, not asking further questions, directing his attention towards Zhong Lin. Zhong Lin also took note of the boy. Lifting a 200-pound stone lock with one hand indicated at least a certain level of proficiency. Such talent was wasted as a mere foot soldier in the weaponry camp. However, he remained silent, continuing to observe. After the first test, only about 100 out of 4 to 500 remained. Nearly 70% had been eliminated. Instructor Wang approached the remaining recruits, his gaze sweeping over them. The second test is a demonstration of martial arts. Use your fists, feet, knives, spears, or any weapon. Show me your skills. Over 100 people scattered across the training ground, each showcasing their abilities. Some threw punches with fierce momentum, others wielded knives, blades glinting, some danced with spears like dragons, while a few could only manage a few clumsy farming techniques. Instructor Wang moved about the field, stopping occasionally to watch, sometimes offering pointers, but mostly just observing quietly. Zhong Lin's gaze remained fixed on the youth named Xinyue, who did not use a weapon, but simply executed. His punches were not particularly refined, even somewhat rough, yet each one carried a fierce intensity, the wind from his fists howling and the blue bricks beneath his feet cracking loudly. Instructor Wang approached Xinyue, observed for a moment, and suddenly struck out. A palm shot forth, aiming directly at his chest. The force was considerable, and the speed was rapid. An ordinary martial artist would not have been able to react. However, Xinyue instinctively sidestepped, while simultaneously unleashing a right punch from his waist, aimed at Instructor Wang's ribs. Quick reflexes, ruthless strikes, no hesitation whatsoever. Instructor Wang transformed his palm into a claw, gripping Xinyue's fist and pulling him forward. Xinyue staggered back 2 steps, but quickly regained his footing, sweeping his right elbow towards Instructor Wang's face. Instructor Wang then released his grip and stepped back, nodding in approval. Not bad. What were you doing before? I was a bodyguard. Why come to enlist? Xinyue stood upright, his expression calm as he replied, being a bodyguard is too tough. Ooh, I seek a better future. Instructor Wang asked no further questions, but appeared quite satisfied. With the end of the second test, nearly half of the remaining 100 had been eliminated, leaving only over 7. Instructor Wang approached Zhong Lin, respectfully stating, My lord, this group has a solid foundation. With some training, they could form a proper army. Especially that Xinyue's skills are quite developed, it would be a waste for him to serve as an ordinary soldier. Zhong Lin nodded, standing up and walking before those who had passed the selection, his gaze sweeping over them. From today onwards, you are members of the weaponry camp. I, the commander, do not care what you did before nor who sent you. Once you enter the weaponry camp, you must adhere to its rules and follow my Zhong Lin's regulations. My rules are very simple. Obey, train hard, earn money. Obey orders, train diligently, and earn your pay. If you accomplish these, I will not treat you poorly. A monthly pay will be issued on time. Bonuses will not be shortchanged. Rewards for merit, penalties for mistakes. Those who cannot meet these standards should not blame me for being ungracious. Do you understand? Understood, the crowd shouted in unison. See when you on. Present. Register them, and bring them. Yes. See when you on cupped his fists in salute, gesturing to the new recruits. Follow me to receive your uniforms, weapons, and bedding. The new recruits filed in, and the training ground quickly returned to silence. Zhong Lin's gaze swept over a middle-aged man in a black short coat within the crowd, his eyes narrowing slightly. Master Wang, Zhong Lin called softly. Here. Who is that man in the black short robe? Wang Jiao followed Zhong Lin's gaze and explained, this man is named Chong Wei, a hunter from Lin County. He possesses considerable strength and impressive archery skills. My lord, is there something amiss? A hunter. Zhong Lin raised an eyebrow, turning to Wang Jiao. A hunter's breathing wouldn't be as steady as his. For a dignified, true Qi realm martial artist to come enlist at the military camp, wouldn't you agree? Wang Jiao, initially puzzled, turned pale after hearing this, and suppressing his shock trembled as he replied, True Qi realm. My lord, are you certain? No need to be nervous, it's just the true Qi realm, not like I haven't dealt with one before. Zhong Lin pressed down on Wang Jiao's shoulder, speaking in an indifferent tone. This man's breathing rhythm is remarkably stable, with a constant interval between each breath. This can only be achieved by cultivating true Qi to a certain level. Furthermore, why would he disguise himself as a hunter if he's not one? A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Did he not know that I am of hunter origin? Other professions may be hard to discern, but a hunter has too many flaws in their guise. My lord, I will call for someone right away. He will not escape. Wang Jiao said softly. Not so fast. Zhong Lin waved his hand. Let's keep an eye on him first. I want to see who is so courteous as to send me a true Qi realm soldier. County Constable's office study. Xiao Tingfeng sat at a large Zeton-wood desk, his vermilion brush skimming over documents with focused attention. The desk was piled high with stacks of documents, some transferred from the county office, others reported by the military camp, and some official letters from the city. A month ago, these items would never have passed through his hands. Although the county constable controlled the local military defense, finances, personnel, and judicial matters were firmly held by the county magistrate and deputy magistrate, making him merely a figurehead. But things were different now. Ever since Zhong Lin swept through the gangs and seized Baoguang Temple, the power dynamics in Mushi County had toppled like a set of dominoes, uncontrollably tilting towards Xiao Tingfeng. The revenue from the docks brought in hundreds of taels of silver daily, and the military camp storerooms were filled with the silver. The soldiers' wages were paid on time, no longer in arrears. With soldiers, the order at the docks was more stable, and with order, merchants were more willing to pay their share. This was a positive cycle. Outside of this cycle, the small merchants, previously reliant on the gang's brokers and porters, were all seeking new protection, turning their eyes towards the county constable's office. Xiao Tingfeng, once sidelined, suddenly became the hottest figure in Mushi County. Master, here are the account books sent from the docks today. Xiao Fu stood before the desk, holding a thick account book with both hands. Xiao Tingfeng took it, flipping through a few pages, his brow slightly raising. 20% more than yesterday. Replying to the master, today there were 3 cargo ships from the city carrying silk and tea, which are high-value goods, so the revenue naturally increased. Xiao Fu explained, a hint of pride in his tone. Xiao Tingfeng nodded, closing the account book and setting it aside. How is it on the lady's side? The lady has moved into the new courtyard with the young master and young lady. She says the courtyard is too large and she's not used to it, but the maidservants have already arranged everything and the lady is just saying it. Xiao Fu chuckled. Xiao Tingfeng smiled as well. The new courtyard was recently purchased from a wealthy merchant, a 5-entry complex that was more than 3 times larger than the original county constable's office. With pavilions, rockeries, flowing water, and lush flowers and trees, it could be considered one of the finest residences in all of Mushi County. In the past, Xiao Tingfeng would have been reluctant to spend such money. The Xiao family was once merely a strong clan. Although they possessed formidable martial prowess, they had little wealth. However, now silver from the docks flowed like a river into the military camp's storerooms, which ultimately belonged to Xiao Tingfeng. Let's go see the lady. Xiao Tingfeng stood up, adjusted his attire, and stepped out of the study. Walking along the corridor leading to the back courtyard, the side rooms, servant quarters, and other buildings came into view, each newly renovated, with fresh vermilion paint on doors and windows and red lanterns hanging from the pillars, exuding a festive atmosphere. Passing through a moon gate, he entered the back garden of the new courtyard. The garden was even more exquisite than the front courtyard, with layered rockeries and meandering streams, several pomegranate trees blooming with fiery red flowers filling the courtyard with vibrancy. At the center of the garden stood a 3-story pavilion, intricately carved, the highest point of the entire courtyard, where one could overlook half of Mushi County. As Xiao Tingfeng ascended the pavilion, Xiao Fu was seated by the window on the second floor, cradling a young girl in his arms, holding a patterned book, discussing something with a nearby maid. Hearing footsteps, Xiao Fu looked up, revealing a gentle smile. Master has arrived. Xiao Tingfeng sat beside her and playfully pinched the young girl's cheek, causing her to giggle. Where is Yuan? Practicing martial arts in the front courtyard. Captain Zhong gifted him a fine bow, and Yuan loves it so much that he has been practicing all morning without resting. Xiao Fu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tingfeng nodded. Captain Zhong is thoughtful. Master, there is something I am unsure whether to say or not. Xiao Fu put down the pattern book, her expression becoming serious. Speak. Captain Zhong has done great favors for our Xiao family, first escorting our mother and children safely to Mushi County, then helping the master to open up the situation, and now even handing over the silver from the docks to the master. We must remember this kindness. Xiao Fu spoke softly. Xiao Tingfeng glanced at her, admiration flickering in his eyes. What you say is true. I will not treat Captain Zhong unfairly. The two chatted for a while longer before Xiao Tingfeng finally stood up to leave. Just as he stepped down from the pavilion, he said to Xiao Fu following him, prepare for tomorrow. Invite Captain Zhong to the house for a feast. Yes. The next evening, Zhong Lin arrived at the county constable's office on horseback, accompanied by Zhang Man and several personal guards. Unlike the usual desolation today, the county constable's office was bustling with vehicles and horses, with sedan chairs, carts, and mule wagons lining half the street. In the reception area, 7 or 8 guests waited for an audience, all prominent figures in Mushi County. Captain Zhong has arrived. Please come in. Xiao Fu had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing Zhong Lin, he hurried over with utmost courtesy. Zhong Lin dismounted, tossed the reins to a guard behind him, and strode into the gate. Passing through the shadow wall, and along the corridor, the neatly trimmed flowers and trees on both sides, along with several pots of precious orchids placed in the corridor, exuded a faint fragrance. Manager Xiao, the changes in the residence these days are quite significant, Zhong Lin casually remarked. Xiao Fu smiled, all thanks to the master's blessing. The lady said the courtyard was too empty, so we added some furnishings and bought a few pots of flowers for decoration. Zhong Lin smiled, but did not say much more. Zhong Lin has arrived. Xiao Fu let the kitchen serve the dishes. Upon seeing Zhong Lin, Xiao Tingfeng set down the long knife he had been polishing, smiling as he spoke. Madame Xiao sat beside her daughter, while Xiao Yuangui stood obediently behind his father. Upon seeing Zhong Lin enter, his eyes brightened, wanting to call out, but feeling it inappropriate with his father present, he merely gave Zhong Lin a discreet wink. Zhong Lin also smiled and nodded at him. Please sit. Xiao Tingfeng gestured to the seat across from him casually, and only after Zhong Lin sat down did he scrutinize him closely. Your complexion has improved quite a bit these past few days. It seems your martial arts have progressed. Your Excellency flatters me. I have only made some small gains, Zhong Lin replied with a smile. Truly an enviable talent. It won't be long before your martial arts will catch up to mine. It's a pity that Linger is too young, otherwise I would definitely take you as a son-in-law, Xiao Tingfeng sighed. Perhaps hearing her name, Xiao Linger couldn't help but babble a few sounds, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. The dishes were quickly served, not many, but each was exquisitely prepared. Steamed shad, braised deer, tendons, crab, roe tofu, old duck soup. The table was filled with a display of care. Madam specifically had the kitchen prepare these to express gratitude for your escort on that day, Xiao Tingfeng said with a smile. Madame Xiao handed the child to a nearby maid, stood up holding a wine cup, and said, Captain Zhong, I toast you a cup. Zhong Lin quickly stood up, raising his cup with both hands. Madam, you are too kind to I am unworthy. After some more conversation, Madame Xiao took the child, and with Xiao Yuan exited the banquet, leaving only Zhong Lin and Xiao Tingfeng. Xiao Tingfeng also set down his wine cup, speaking earnestly, you did a great job with the affairs in Mushui County, even better than I had anticipated. The dock is now running smoothly with daily revenues of hundreds of taels. The armament camp has also been expanded to full capacity, and the morale of the soldiers is unprecedentedly high. Even at the county office, Zhou Yanlin has been much quieter these days. But the more so, the less we can let our guard down. Xiao Tingfeng's tone turned serious. Zhou Yanlin has been operating in Mushui County for 6 years. The Meng family's foundation has been deeply rooted for 3 generations. They won't concede so easily. The recent calmness is more like a buildup of strength. Your Excellency is right. Zhong Lin nodded. I've been keeping an eye on the movements of the county office and the Meng family, and so far I haven't found anything unusual. However, the calmer it is, the more it indicates they are plotting something. Xiao Tingfeng looked at him approvingly. As long as you are aware, that's enough. I called you here to personally thank you and to ask you what your plans are moving forward. Zhong Lin pondered for a moment, then replied, Your Excellency, I believe the most important thing now is to solidify our foundation. The dock, the armament camp, and the county lieutenant's office are our current pillars. As long as these 3 do not encounter problems, Zhou Yanlin and Meng Chuan will not be able to turn the tables. As for everything else, I want to wait. Wait for what? Wait for them to act first. Xiao Tingfeng's gaze sharpened, looking at him thoughtfully. Aren't you afraid they won't take action? They will definitely take action. Zhong Lin asserted, I have their leverage in my hands, and I've cut off their financial resources. Anyone in their position would seek to remove me. Their inaction now is simply due to the feeling that the timing is not yet right. Xiao Tingfeng looked at him deeply, suddenly smiling. You are even more patient than I am. Your Excellency exaggerates. I am merely relying on my youth and lack of fear of losing. What a fearless attitude. Xiao Tingfeng lifted his wine cup, declaring loudly, come I toast you a cup. The two clinked their cups and drank it all. Zhong Lin, where do you think Zhou Yanlin and his group will strike first? Xiao Tingfeng posed another question. Zhong Lin pondered for a moment and replied, Your Excellency, do you remember the mountain bandits we encountered when escorting the madam and the young master to Mushui County? Xiao Tingfeng understood immediately, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes, and he nodded, that makes sense. The banquet continued until the hour of the pig. When Zhong Lin stood to take his leave, Xiao Tingfeng ordered Xiao Fu to bring over a wooden box. This is a residence in the south of the city. The armament camp is after all a military camp, and some matters are not very convenient. Tomorrow I will have Xiao Fu send a few maids over. You can't stay alone, it's best to have a few people to attend to you. When mentioning the maids, Zhou Yanlin deliberately raised an eyebrow, revealing a knowing expression. Zhong Lin reached out to accept it. Your Excellency is so generous, I cannot refuse. Ha ha ha, go on. Xiao Tingfeng patted his shoulder. Zhong Lin mounted his horse and left the county lieutenant's office with his personal guards. The night wind blew, carrying the summer's heat. Zhang Man approached quietly, whispering, Your Excellency, Shouter Ren's show is getting bigger and bigger. Zhong Lin glanced at him, replying casually, It's just for food, clothing, and necessities, it's nothing. Yes, Zhang Man replied, not daring to say more. Zhong Lin rode at a leisurely pace towards the city outskirts, his gaze sweeping over the lights on both sides of the street, a slight smile curving his lips. Xiao Tingfeng was changing, becoming more and more like a true ruler. This is good. Only by changing can he gain more. By the time he returned to the armament camp, it was already a quarter past the hour of the pig. Zhong Lin washed up and returned to the duty room, sitting cross-legged on the bed. With his eyes slightly closed, he delved his consciousness into his dantian. The true qi within his dantian swelled further, radiating a warm glow like a full moon suspended in his dantian, slowly rotating. With a mental command, the true qi surged out, circulating along the pathway of the hand Shaoyang, Sanjiao Meridian. The hand Sanjiao Meridian consists of 3 channels: the hand Yangming Large Intestine Meridian, the hand Taiyang Small Intestine Meridian, and the hand Shaoyang Sanjiao Meridian, which Zhong Lin was intending to open. The hand Shaoyang Sanjiao Meridian has a total of 23 pairs of acupoints, starting at Guanchong, ending at Sijukong, running along the outer side of the arm, and is the longest and most complex of the hand Sanjiao Meridians. It is also the key to externalizing true qi. Only by fully opening the hand Sanjiao Meridian can true qi smoothly flow from the dantian to the arms, released freely through the fingertips, palms, and fist surfaces. Let's begin. First, let's try the Guanchong acupoint. Guanchong is the starting point of the hand Shaoyang Sanjiao Meridian, located at the ulnar side of the ring finger, about a thumb's width from the nail corner. Though small, the acupoint serves as the gateway of the entire meridian. Zhong Lin carefully gathered true qi at the Guanchong acupoint like a gentle stream, slowly penetrating and softly washing. Unlike the vigorousness of the hand Yangming Large Intestine Meridian, the Sanjiao Meridian is more delicate and sensitive. The technique for piercing the acupoint requires more finesse. Once, twice, thrice. The Guanchong acupoint remained unmoving, like a tightly shut iron door rejecting the true qi outside. Zhong Lin was neither anxious nor impatient, attempting time and again. Piercing acupoints is indeed a slow process, especially with Brother Gua assisting. He need not worry about exhausting his true qi, making him even less anxious. After an unknown amount of time, the Guanchong acupoint trembled slightly, as if something had been loosened. Zhong Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart and exerted even more effort in his attempts. After several dozen more tries, the Guanchong acupoint finally burst open with a resounding sound. Success! Zhong Lin opened his eyes, raising his right hand to inspect the fingertip of his ring finger. A faint warmth transmitted from the fingertip, with a subtle glow emerging on the surface. Continue, next one. Zhong Lin adjusted his focus, closed his eyes once more, and began to charge towards the location of the yemming point. The yemming point is located between the ring finger and the little finger, just in front of the knuckle. This position is even more concealed, and the acupoint is finer. Once, twice, 3 times. This time it was more challenging than the Guanchong point. It seemed as though the yemming point was born to block true qi. Each impact felt like hitting a thick wall, with the rebound force causing a dull ache in the meridians. Zhong Lin gritted his teeth, trying again and again. The true qi was nearly exhausted, with the black hole emitting airflow to replenish it, consume again, replenish again. This cycle continued relentless. Finally, after an unknown number of attempts, the Yiming point burst open with a resounding boom. Zhong Lin let out a long breath of turbid air, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. 2. He muttered softly, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Continuing. Zhongzhu Yangqi Waiguan. One acupoint after another opened up under the repeated washing of true qi, though the speed was clearly much slower than when he opened the hand Yangming large intestine meridian. As night deepened, all was silent. In the martial camp, only the occasional footsteps of patrolling soldiers could be heard, while in the distance the chirping of crickets rose and fell like a soundtrack for this summer night. When the east began to reveal a faint light, Zhong Lin opened his eyes filled with fatigue. 7 acupoints, not bad. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling quite satisfied with his achievements for the night. The hand Shaoyang Sanjiao Meridian has a total of 23 pairs of acupoints. Opening 7 in one night is already quite impressive. Mainly the acupoints on the Sanjiao Meridian become increasingly complex as one moves upward. By the time one reaches the Zhigo Huizong and Senyingluo positions, the paths of true qi become intricately winding, necessitating constant perception of each acupoint's characteristics and adjustment of the impact's force and angle. It feels like solving a puzzle. Each acupoint is a unique riddle that requires finding the right method to unlock it. A brute force approach not only proves inefficient, but may also damage the meridians. No wonder Hunyuan Yikigong states that opening the meridians and breaking acupoints is best approached with patience, like water dripping through stone, with persistent effort yielding results over time. Zhong Lin sighed. Standing up to stretch his somewhat stiff body, his bones crackled with noise. In his dantian, the true qi had increased a few more points. After exhausting the true qi dozens of times last night and activating the black hole multiple times, most importantly, his control over true qi had become more refined. The process of opening acupoints is akin to sharpening a knife. Each impact serves as a honing, making the true qi sharper and more precise. In a few more days, I should be able to open the hand Shaoyang Sanjiao Meridian and complete the first stage of true qi cultivation, Zhong Lin calculated in his heart. Stepping out of the guardhouse, the soldiers in the training grounds had already begun their morning exercises with shouts echoing back and forth. The newly recruited 70 or so soldiers were also in formation, though their movements were somewhat clumsy, yet each was full of spirit, not daring to show any signs of slackness. Zhong Lin scanned the crowd and quickly locked onto the position of Chong Wei. At this moment, he was standing among the new recruits practicing punches along with the group. The movements were not exactly standard, even somewhat awkward, but each action effectively contained power, like a fierce beast disguised as a house pet carefully hiding its claws. He certainly knows how to keep his composure, Zhong Lin remarked with a slight smirk, not bothering to pay. After a quick circle, Zhong Lin returned to the guardhouse, where Zhang Man was already waiting outside, holding a tray with a bowl of steaming rice porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. I estimated that you would wake soon, so I brought this from the kitchen while it was still hot. Zhong Lin nodded, took the bowl of porridge, drank a mouthful, and casually asked, "There haven't been any issues at the docks these past few days, have there?" "Rest assured, my lord, I have been keeping a close watch, and there have been no major incidents, just a few businesses trying to lower prices, which I have turned away," Zhang Man reported faithfully. "Lowering prices?" Zhong Lin snorted coldly, saying, "They are trying to test our bottom line. Inform county lieutenant about this matter." "Understood." Zhang Man cupped his fists in response. "Last night, county lieutenant assigned me a residence. The deed is in the box beside you. Please take a look later and see what needs to be prepared." Zhong Lin finished the porridge in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and glanced at the wooden box beside him. "Understood," Zhang Man replied, cupping his fists as he turned to leave. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight obscured by thick clouds, with only a few scattered stars shining through the gaps, casting a faint silver glow across the land. The martial camp was silent, the training grounds that had been bustling during the day now empty, with only a few lanterns at the entrance swaying in the night breeze, casting shadows of the night watch soldiers that flickered and shifted. In the common sleeping area, Chong Wei quietly opened his eyes, slipping away like a ghost into the night. Without making a sound, even his breathing was reduced to a barely perceptible level. He passed through the barracks, circumvented the training grounds, and avoided the granary and armory, heading straight towards the back of the barracks. The prison of the martial camp was located at the back, an independent building made of blue bricks, without windows on all sides, with only an iron door connecting it to the outside. Originally intended for confining soldiers who violated military law, ever since Zhong Lin eliminated the gangs and raided the Baoguang temple, the prison was now filled with people from the leaders of the Chow Gang, Salt Gang, and Fish Gang to the beasts in monks' robes from the Baoguang temple, totaling over 100. Even though some had been released or sent to the county office in recent days, many still remained imprisoned here awaiting further use. Outside the iron door of the prison stood two soldiers, one leaning against the wall dozing off, while the other idly traced circles on the ground with his sword sheath. With the agility of a true Qi practitioner, Zhong Wei didn't even give them a chance to react. In a flash he appeared behind the two, his hands striking out simultaneously to accurately grasp the back of their necks, applying a gentle squeeze. The two soldiers let out muffled grunts and slumped down. Zhong Wei fished out a key from one of them, unlocked the iron door, and slipped inside. Inside the prison was dim and damp, the air thick with the stench of mold mixed with the foul odors of blood and excrement, making one feel nauseated. On either side were small narrow cells separated by iron bars as thick as a child's arm, housing various people. Zhong Wei's shadow quickly darted through the prison and soon reached a deeper cell. "Xiao Fei," Zhong Wei softly called out, gazing at the figure in the cell, nearly brought to tears. In the depths, a bloodied figure huddled in the corner, the once robust body, now gaunt, his face bruised and swollen, with his left eye reduced to a mere slit, and a cut at the corner of his mouth crusted with dark blood. Even more tragically, all 10 fingers were broken, twisted at grotesque angles resembling branches that had been forcibly snapped. "Xiao Fei." Zhong Wei crouched down, looking through the iron bars at Du Fei's condition, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot, his teeth grinding together. Elder brother." Du Fei, huddled in the corner, heard the familiar voice as if in a dream, until he widened his eyes and stared again and again to confirm it was real. He struggled to rise, but his arms gave way beneath him, his body swayed and collapsed back onto the floor, drawing a sharp, involuntary gasp of pain. "Elder brother, I knew you'd come, I knew it." Du Fei's voice was hoarse as though ground with sand, tears mingling with blood as they traced paths down his swollen face. "Don't move. Don't make a sound." Zhong Wei, or rather Du Wei, crouched low, his gaze sweeping over the iron lock on the cell door. From his sleeve, he drew a slender steel needle and slipped it into the keyhole, gently manipulating the tumblers. A soft click, the lock sprang open. Du Wei pushed the cell door aside, slipped inside, and lifted Du Fei upright. His hands met damp, sticky fabric. Blood had soaked through the cloth. Du Wei's hands trembled faintly, fury burned in his eyes like molten embers, nearly tangible. "They broke all my fingers, elder brother. I'm ruined now, ruined." Leaning against Du Wei's shoulder, Du Fei's voice cracked with raw despair and bitter resignation. "Don't fear, your elder brother is here." Gritting his teeth, Du Wei withdrew a porcelain vial from his robe and emptied its entire contents, fine medicinal powder, onto Du Fei's mangled fingers. Du Fei convulsed with agony but clenched his lips shut, refusing to utter a sound. "Zhong Lin." Du Wei whispered the name low, each syllable forced out between clenched teeth. "Your elder brother will make you pay." Du Wei hoisted Du Fei onto his back and slipped silently out of the cell. Just beyond the iron gate he froze, suddenly aware that a lone figure now stood in the empty courtyard ahead. Clad in moon-white robes, a long sword hung at his waist, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, watching Du Wei with a faint, enigmatic smile. "Zhong Wei, or should I say Master Du Wei of the Canal Gang, this magistrate has waited for you quite some time. So leisurely your timing," Zhong Lin remarked, voice unhurried, laced with languid mockery. "Took you long enough to act. Had you moved 2 days sooner, perhaps your brother's fingers would still be whole. Fortunately, it is tonight. Tomorrow, old Lu the castrator from East City would have arrived." That calm, matter-of-fact statement sent Du Fei rigid against Du Wei's back, his eyes wide with primal terror. An intestine cutter was a butcher who gelded pigs and sheep without anesthetic. With a small blade, he slit open the abdomen and yanked the organs free. Swift, ruthless, precise. Du Wei's pupils contracted sharply, his jaw muscles twitched violently as he roared, "How dare you, a high-ranking imperial official, resort to such despicable cruelty?" Despicable. 5 years ago, Du Fei led Canal Gang enforcers into Wang family village in South City, seized civilian Wang Shi by force. When her father, old man Wang, intervened, Du Fei kicked him, shattering 3 ribs. The old man lay bedridden for 3 months before succumbing. Wang Shi perished under unspeakable torment. 2 years ago, Li Yinian, the sole son of Li the silk merchant of East City, quarreled with Canal Gang apprentices at the docks. Du Fei shattered both his legs and severed his tendons. He remains paralyzed to this day. 1 year ago, Du Fei set his sights on Sun Xiaomei, daughter of the Tafuseler's widow in North City, demanding she become his concubine. When she refused, she leapt into a well and drowned. This past March, a southern merchant caravan bearing silk passed through Mu River Wharf. Du Fei coveted the caravan leader's daughter, and that very night surrounded them with thugs. Before her father's eyes, he defiled her, then imprisoned her in the Canal Gang's cellar. When she died, not a single inch of her flesh remained unmarred. Zhong Lin's voice remained level, like reciting an ancient case file, yet his gaze grew colder, sharper, glacial. "Master Du, shall I continue?" There are countless more cases: abducted women, murdered innocents, lives callously discarded. Had I not needed to lure you out, I would have had him flayed long ago. Du Wei gently lowered Du Fei beside a wall, then rose slowly, placing himself squarely. His voice dropped deep and resonant. This world is one of slaughter and consumption, of devouring or being devoured. From the day I founded the Canal Gang, I accepted its inevitable ruin. That I admit. But no one, not even you, shall take my brother's life. Not while I draw breath. Not accept. And what gives you the right to speak so boldly? Zhong Lin sneered. Right? You'll only know once we've fought. Du Wei drew a slow, searing breath. His inner chi surged like molten magma. His robes billowed without wind. The flagstones beneath his feet groaned faintly, fissures radiating outward from his soles. True chi realm. Not a novice, but a seasoned master. Stronger than the monk Huihai, certainly, at least true chi second rank. Zhong Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. I underestimated you. No wonder the Canal Gang has held sway in Mu River County for 20 years. Du Wei said nothing. His gaze locked onto Zhong Lin. Like a cornered beast, every sinew coiled tight, every muscle taut to the breaking point. He knew Zhong Lin had slain Huihai. He knew Zhong Lin was a true chi cultivator. He knew this battle tilted heavily toward doom, yet he had no choice. Xiao Fei is my brother. My only kin left in this world. Du Wei's voice softened, half to himself, half as explanation to Zhong Lin. Our parents died young. Xiao Fei followed me along the canal, begging bowl in hand, starving, shivering, sleeping too in one ragged shack through winter. He stripped off his only threadbare coat and draped it over me, his own body turning violet with cold. He nearly didn't survive. Later I carved a name for myself upon the canal waters, founded the Canal Gang. Life improved. Xiao Fei shared those years of ease. But his nature was wild, reckless. I knew his hands were stained. I knew he'd court disaster, sooner or later. So what? Du Wei's voice rose fierce and unyielding. He is my brother. I cannot stand by and watch him die. Before the final word faded, he lunged, like a tiger erupting from ambush, straight at Zhong Lin. The charge was blinding, swift and brutal. Flagstones exploded beneath his feet, shards flying, air shrieked as it tore apart. Even before his fist landed, the gale of his strike whipped Zhong Lin's robes into violent flapping. Zhong Lin's eye sharpened. He slid sideways, fluid as a silver fish evading current. Boom. Du Wei's fist slammed into the brick wall behind Zhong Lin, sending the entire structure crashing inward, bricks and dust billowing skyward. A magnificent strike. Zhong Lin praised. Du Wei answered with silence, spun and struck again. Faster. Harder. A faint luminescence shimmered across his knuckles, the telltale sign of true chi surging into the fist's meridian points, poised to erupt. Zhong Lin no longer retreated. His right hand flashed, steel sang as the long sword cleared its scabbard, cleaving the night with a razor-edged arc. Break the apex. The blade cut like a white torrent, aimed straight for Du Wei's throat. Du Wei met it with his bare fist. Boom. A shockwave erupted. Both men staggered backward 3 paces. Zhong Lin glanced down at his sword. The blade bore a shallow, perfect indentation where Du Wei's fist. Du Wei examined his own fist. A crimson gash split his knuckle, blood dripping steadily between his fingers. Fine swordsmanship, but your true chi lacks my depth. Du Wei spoke calmly. Zhong Lin merely smiled, saying nothing. He knew full well his cultivation lagged behind Du Wei's. His opponent had surely opened the 3 yin channels of the hands, whereas he himself had only just completed the 3 yang channels. But what good is depth alone? Du Wei lunged again, unleashing a flurry of punches that fell like a torrential downpour. Each punch resonated with the shockwave of true energy, causing the air to explode with deafening sounds. Zhong Lin danced with his long sword, weaving a web of sword light that blocked all of the punch shadows. Yet with each strike that connected, his arms trembled slightly, and he retreated half a step. In just a few exchanges, Zhong Lin had already stepped back 7 or 8 times, with his back nearly against the wall of the cell. Du Wei's eyes revealed a murderous intent, and his punches became even more ferocious. Zhong Lin, you will surely die tonight. With both fists thrust forward, true energy surged like a tidal wave, coalescing in the air into 2 visible currents of chi, sealing off all of Zhong Lin's escape routes. With this punch, Du Wei exerted all his strength. A glint of determination flashed in Zhong Lin's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, sweeping his sword horizontally. All the true energy in his dantian was drawn out at that moment and infused into the sword. The sword light surged dramatically, and a silvery white glow emerged from the 3-foot azure blade, forming a sword radiance from the concentrated true energy. Break the limits. The 2 forces collided in the air. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the wall of the cell was shattered, bricks raining down, and even the distant training grounds could hear the commotion. Break the limits. Break the limits. Break the limits. One sword. Another sword. Yet another sword. 3 streaks of sword light, each faster and more ferocious than the last, came in an unending barrage with no gaps. Du Wei exhausted all his strength to block the first sword, but most of the true energy in his fist was dissipated and his tiger's mouth split open. In blocking the second sword, his fist revealed ghastly white bones with blood gushing out. As he blocked the third sword, he was blasted backward, crashing heavily against the wall of the cell, blood spurting from his mouth. "Big brother!" Du Fei shouted from the corner, his voice filled with despair. Du Wei struggled to rise, but found his arms unresponsive. Looking down, he saw his hands a bloody mess with his left pinky severed without him knowing. "This is impossible, your true energy." Du Wei's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Zhong Lin. He could sense the power of Zhong Lin's sword. It must have been drawn from all the true energy in the Dantian to cause such devastating damage. According to reason, Zhong Lin should be completely drained of true energy and resemble a wasted figure. Yet each sword seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of true energy depletion. Rather, at this moment his momentum was even greater, and the long sword in his hand shimmered with a glow, clearly replenished with true energy. From the direction of the training grounds came the sound of hurried footsteps. Instructor Wang arrived with a troop of soldiers, the glint of weapons illuminated by torches bright as day. "My lord." Instructor Wang's pupils slightly contracted as he took in the scene of chaos and the bloody Du Wei at the base of the wall, and he waved his hand to have the soldiers surround the area tightly. "No worries." Zhong Lin sheathed his sword and walked up to Du Wei, looking down at him from a height. Du Wei leaned against the collapsed wall, his arms hanging limply by his sides, blood dripping from his fingertips, yet he seemed oblivious, still gazing at Zhong Lin in astonishment. How did you do it?" Zhong Lin naturally did not answer, letting out a light laugh. "I thought you would plead for mercy, Zhong Man." "At your command." "Pierce his peepa bone and take him away." "Yes." Zhong Man complied and led several soldiers to drag Du Wei out, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Du Fei struggled desperately to crawl over, but was pinned down by Zhong Man's foot on his chest, unable to. Let me go, brother. Brother." His cries were piercing like a cuckoo weeping blood. Without those documents, one might truly think it was a deep brotherly bond. "My lord, how should we deal with this person?" Zhong Man inquired. Zhong Lin glanced at Du Fei, who was under Zhong Man's foot, and casually replied, "Kill him, feed him to the dogs." For someone like Du Fei, even 10 beheadings would not be excessive. Had it not been to lure out Du Wei, Zhong Lin would have disposed of him long ago. Now that his last bit of value was extracted, there was naturally no need to keep him alive. "Wait." Du Wei's voice came hoarse and urgent, as if he had exhausted his last ounce of strength. Zhong Lin paused, turning to look at Du Wei, who had been pierced through the peepa bone, and said lightly, "What else does the leader do wish to say?" "Let my brother go." Du Wei's face was as pale as paper, the iron hook piercing through his peepa bone, causing excruciating pain, yet he still struggled to kneel. With his hands incapacitated, he pressed his forehead to the ground, making loud thuds. "Commander Zhong, let my brother go. I am willing to die in his place. He is already a cripple. Please spare his life." Zhong Lin looked down at the kneeling Du Wei, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Are you begging me, Yes, I plead with Commander Zhong to spare my brother's life, even if it means breaking his legs and crippling his martial arts, just to let him live." Du Wei raised his head, his face smeared with blood. Hearing these words, Du Fei, who was pinned down, trembled violently, tears mixing with blood obscuring his face, crying out, "Big brother. Big brother, don't plead for him. I'm not afraid of death. Just let me die." "Shut up." Du Wei barked loudly, then turned to Zhong Lin again, his forehead heavily striking the ground once more. He truly a deep brotherly bond." Zhong Lin chuckled lightly. "But it seems you've forgotten that both your lives are in my hands. I possess a secret regarding Zhou Yanlin. As long as Commander Zhong spares my brother's life, I am willing to divulge everything." Du Wei's voice was urgent, tinged with madness. Zhong Lin fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Du Wei and Du Fei. "Zhong Man, at your command. Take Du Fei back to the cell." "Yes." Instructor Wang dismissed. "Yes." Zhong Lin stretched lazily and turned back to the duty room, no longer paying attention to the matter at hand. Having made progress in true energy from the recent battle, he felt he could open a few more acupoints. "I am indeed a genius," Zhong Lin smiled with satisfaction. The night passed without incident. When the morning light streamed through the window into the duty room, Zhong Lin slowly opened his eyes. He did not rise immediately, but lifted his right hand. With a thought, true energy surged from his dantian, forming a layer of shimmering white light in his palm, denser and purer than before. "Lao Gong acupoint, Jianshi acupoint." Zhong Lin murmured to himself, feeling the 2 newly opened acupoints on his palm. After the battle last night, his true energy had risen once again, and he used this opportunity to strike at the acupoints of the second level of the true energy realm on the hand's 3 meridians. The so-called hand's 3 meridians include the hand tying lung meridian, hand jian pericardium meridian, and hand showing heart meridian, 3 meridians that traverse the inner side of the arm interlinked with the hand's 3 yang meridians. If the hand's 3 yang meridians are the pathways for true energy to be unleashed, the attacking spear, then the hand's 3 meridians are the channels for true energy to be contained, the nourishing shield. The Hunyuan Ichigong states when the 3 yang meridians open, true energy is unleashed, injuring others from 3 feet away. When the 3 yin meridians open, true energy is contained, nourishing the internal organs and protecting the body invisibly. In simple terms, when the first level of true energy realm opens the hand's 3 yang meridians, a martial artist can release true energy from their body, injuring others from afar, greatly increasing their offensive power. And when the second level of true energy realm opens the hand's 3 yin meridians, it allows true energy to flow back to nourish the internal organs, hardening the 5 internal organs to be as resilient as bones and membranes. Ordinary martial artists who cultivate to this point not only see a significant enhancement in organ function, but also experience a qualitative leap in endurance and recovery. More importantly, true energy forms a complete cycle within the body, perpetually flowing and endlessly sustaining. The first layer of true qi and the second layer may seem like only a single layer apart, yet they are worlds apart. No wonder it is referred to as the 12 heavens of the golden barrier and jade lock. Indeed, each layer brings forth a new sky. Zhong Lin looked down at his palm, letting out a sigh. Last night, he attempted to break through the hand jian heart meridian, which starts at the tianqi and ends at the zhongchong, running through the inner side of the arm, with a total of 9 pairs of acupoints, making it the most critical among the 3 meridians of the hand. The heart meridian governs the heart's functions. In traditional Chinese medicine, it is said that the heart is replaced by the heart's covering when receiving evil. By unblocking this meridian, true qi can nourish the heart and enhance its blood-pumping capabilities, thereby accelerating the circulation of qi and blood throughout the body. After one night of effort, Zhong Lin successfully unblocked 2 acupoints. The first was the Laogong acupoint, located in the palm at the tip of the middle finger when making a fist. It is a vital acupoint of the heart meridian and serves as a pivot for the interchange of external and internal true qi. When Zhong Lin struck the Laogong acupoint last night, he felt a burning sensation in his palm, as if he were holding a red-hot iron block. The true qi swirled and compressed at the acupoint, impacting it hundreds of times before finally breaking through. At the moment the acupoint opened, a wave of warm air surged from his palm, traveling up the inner side of his arm and reaching the heart. The heart was enveloped by this warmth, beating more vigorously, each contraction akin to a drum pumping blood throughout the body. The second acupoint was the jianshi acupoint. The jianshi acupoint is located 3 inches above the wrist crease between 2 tendons. It is an acupoint of the heart meridian, and true qi passing through here becomes even purer. Unblocking the jianshi acupoint is more challenging than the Laogong acupoint due to its unique location surrounded by numerous small meridian branches. A slight misstep could lead to damage to the meridian. Zhong Lin carefully gathered his true qi at the jianshi acupoint, slowly penetrating it like pulling silk from a cocoon. After impacting it over 1,000 times, he finally managed to break through. In that moment of unblocking, Zhong Lin felt his entire arm lighten, as if something obstructive had been cleared. The true qi surged through the tianqi, tianquan, tsiuza, and qimen, momentarily pausing at the jianshi acupoint before becoming even purer and more solid, continuing to flow down through naguan and daling, ultimately reaching zhongchou. If he could connect the entire heart meridian, allowing true qi to form a complete small circulation within his body, then he would truly achieve the second layer of true qi. Zhong Lin gathered his mind and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Although he had only unblocked 2 acupoints last night, he was quite satisfied. The difficulty of unblocking the 3 yin meridians of the hand is far greater than that of the 3 yang meridians of the hand, not only due to the more delicate and sensitive nature of the meridians, but also because it involves the 5 internal organs and cannot tolerate any mistakes. Ordinary martial artists take at least half a year, if not several years, to unblock a single 3 yin meridian of the hand. His speed in unblocking 2 acupoints in one night is already astonishing. Rising, he pushed open the door, and the morning light flooded in. The soldiers in the training ground had already begun their morning exercises, their shouts echoing, and the damage caused by last night's battle had already been repaired. Seeing Zhong Lin rise, Zhong Man immediately brought him breakfast. "How is the house in the south of the city coming along?" Zhong Lin asked casually while taking a bite of the bun. "Reporting to you, my lord, it has been tidied up and is ready for you to move in at any time." Moreover, Steward Xiao has sent 4 maids, and I have arranged everything accordingly, replied Zhong Man. Zhong Lin nodded upon hearing this, and did not ask further. It was just a house. After finishing his breakfast, he stood up and headed towards the prison in the rear camp. Inside the prison, Du Wei was chained to a heavy wooden post with 2 iron hooks piercing through his wrist bones, immobilizing his upper body. The slightest struggle sent sharp pain shooting through him. Yet he remained silent, his head bowed like a clay statue. When Zhong Lin entered, Du Wei finally lifted his head, bloodshot eyes and hoarse voice. My brother is still alive. Zhong Lin sat across from him calmly, saying, but he is on the verge of starving. No food has been sent to him in the prison. Du Wei remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Zhou Yanlin wants to kill you. I know. I have known since the first day I arrived in Mushy County that he wanted to kill me. He wishes nothing more than to see me suffer 1,000 cuts, yet I am still alive. Zhong Lin said with a dismissive smile. He has sought out the Feiying stronghold. Zhong Lin narrowed his eyes, leaning slightly forward. Elaborate. Du Wei took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. The leader of the Feiying stronghold is Han Feiping. Over a decade ago, he became a bandit in the mountainous area where the borders of Mushy County, Lin County, and Tai County meet, gathering over 300 ruthless bandits under his command. The government has attempted to encircle them 3 times, but due to the treacherous terrain, they have returned empty-handed. However, many people do not know that Han Feiping and Zhou Yanlin are from the same hometown. The government's failures in encirclement are not solely due to the terrain. Zhou Yanlin also played a role. He sends silver to the Feiying stronghold every year, effectively making the entire stronghold his private army, helping him deal with matters that cannot be made public. After saying this, Du Wei fell silent, quietly watching Zhong Lin, waiting for his response. Does what you say have any proof? Zhong Lin asked. My gang has been in Mushy County for 20 years with eyes everywhere. The steward of the county magistrate Zhou and was spotted leaving the city the night he left, right at the foot of the Feiying stronghold, and I later sent someone to infiltrate the stronghold to confirm this. If you do not believe me, you can summon that scout for questioning. His name is Sun Hoer, and he is currently detained with the group of gang members at the training grounds. It can be verified. Du Wei explained. Zhong Lin nodded and turned to say Wang Jiaodo. I will investigate this right away, Wang Jiaodo said as he turned to leave. What is Han Feiping's strength? He is at the 5th layer of the True Qi realm, and there are also the 2nd and 3rd leaders, both at the True Qi realm, one at the 1st layer and the other at the 3rd. When Zhong Lin heard 5th layer of the True Qi realm, his pupils constricted sharply. The first 4 layers of the True Qi realm correspond to the 12 primary meridians, namely the 3 yang and 3 yin of the hand and foot, while the 5th layer begins to break through and open the extraordinary 8 meridians. The extraordinary 8 meridians are those beyond the 12 primary meridians. They do not directly connect to the organs and have no surface internal relationship, thus being termed extraordinary meridians. Every time one of the extraordinary 8 meridians is unblocked, one's power greatly increases. If all 8 meridians are unblocked, a balance of yin and yang can be achieved, allowing true qi to circulate endlessly and enabling a breakthrough to the higher realm of innate power, the 5th layer of the true qi realm. Zhong Lin murmured, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. He had only entered the true qi realm for a little over a month. Although his speed in breaking through and unblocking was rapid, time was still short. He had just unblocked the 3 yang meridian and had only opened 2 acupoints in the 3 yin meridian, still leagues away from the 5th layer of the true qi realm. Han Feiping has mastered the eagle claw technique to perfection. He once killed 3 true qi realm 2nd layer masters in a single incense stick's time, using extremely ruthless means, earning him the title of Iron Arm Eagle. Du Wei continued. Zhong Lin remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. These alone are not enough to save your brother's life. Du Wei raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Zhong Lin. After a long pause, he spoke. Commander Zhong, do you know why Zhou Yanlin has been able to hold his ground in Mushy County for 6 years? Why is County Deputy Meng Chuan so loyal to him? And why do the ruthless bandits of Feiying Village obey him without question? Zhong Lin raised an eyebrow but did not respond. Du Wei took a deep breath and continued. In addition to Zhou Yanlin holding the position of a 7th-ranked county magistrate, he is also a martial arts expert, at least at the 8th level of the true qi realm, perhaps even stronger. Zhong Lin, who had been relatively calm, suddenly stood up, his expression turning extremely serious with an undeniable shock swirling deep within his eyes. 8th level of the true qi realm, are you certain? If Commander Zhong does not believe me, you may test it, but I advise you not to act impulsively. Zhou Yanlin is very cunning. His restraint must be part of a well-thought-out plan. Du Wei forced a faint smile. Zhong Lin slowly sat back, down, his expression regaining a semblance of calm, yet the gravity in his eyes could not be suppressed. 8th level of the true qi realm, even possibly higher. It is known that even County Lieutenant Xiao Tingfeng is only at the 5th level of the true Qi realm. The fact that Zhou Yinlin, a mere civil servant, surpasses the County Lieutenant's strength is something few would believe if it were spoken aloud. At the same time, he was relieved that he had not considered putting Zhou Yinlin to death. He merely wanted to control him. If he really provoked Zhou to act out of desperation, a 100-pound man would not be enough to withstand his wrath. Du Wei licked his cracked lips and said hoarsely, "Commander Zhong, I wonder if this news can save my brother's life." "If what Chief Du says is true, then trading for your brother's life is not out of the question," Zhong Lin nodded. "Exchanging the already crippled life of Du Fei for this information is indeed worth it." Zhong Lin felt somewhat fortunate that he had not executed the two brothers last night. "I also want to trade my life." "Moi." Zhong Lin's expression turned cold. "Are you getting too bold?" Du Wei ignored Zhong Lin's anger and continued. Zhou Yinlin was originally a civil servant unfamiliar with martial arts. He only began practicing at the age of 40 by sheer chance, yet within 6 short years he advanced from a frail scholar to the 8th level of the true Qi realm. "Commander Zhong, do you think that is possible?" "Zhong Man, untie Chief Du and bring another chair." Zhong Lin suddenly shouted toward Zhong Man, who was waiting outside. Soon Du Wei was released and awkwardly sat across from Zhong Lin. "Chief Du, please elaborate." Zhong Lin involuntarily leaned forward a bit. Du Wei suppressed his pain and smiled. "Zhou Yinlin possesses a treasure, though I don't know exactly what it is. It is with this treasure that he has achieved such strength in a short time." "How do you know this?" "There was a steward in our gang named Lu San. He was once a wandering doctor knowledgeable in some aspects of medicine. 3 years ago, when he accompanied me to the county office to deliver gifts, he accidentally sensed an unusual aura from Zhou Yanlin's study, like a certain medicinal herb, but not quite. Initially, I paid no attention to this matter, but later I inadvertently discovered Zhou Yanlin's strength, which led me to investigate privately." "Zhong Man, bring tea." Zhong Lin waved his hand again. Du Wei took a sip and continued. "I investigated for a long time and finally learned from an old servant close to Zhou Yinlin that the county magistrate often secretly plays with a bead. I do not know what it is, but I can confirm that it is definitely not an ordinary item. At the very least, it is a treasure that can aid in cultivation. It is impossible for an ordinary person to achieve such strength within just 6 years. Zhong Lin fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. "Chief, you are quite bold, and your reach The gang has been operating in Mushi County for 20 years, relying on information. Over these 2 decades, from the goods handled at the docks to the merchants coming and going on the canals to the officials entering and exiting the county office, every person, every item, and every word could potentially provide useful intelligence. Unfortunately, no amount of intelligence can counter a swift blade." Du Wei smiled self-deprecatingly. "Where is Lu San?" "Dead." "How did he die, "Last winter, after leaving the drunken immortal building, he fell into the city moat. By the time he was fished out, he had frozen solid. It was not premeditated, just an accident." Du Wei understood what Zhong Lin was getting at and explained. "So you are not sure if the bead you mentioned is real?" "Yes." Zhong Lin leaned back in his chair, resting against the back, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest, creating a rhythmic sound. Du Wei did not speak further, only sitting quietly, his arms hanging at his sides, his gaze fixed on Zhong Lin's face, awaiting the final verdict. After a long while, Zhong Lin finally spoke slowly. "If what you say is true, then it is indeed very valuable, but to use this information to exchange for the lives of your 2 brothers seems rather greedy, does it not?" Du Wei's expression changed slightly, gritting his teeth. He said, "Commander Zhong, this is a treasure that can aid in cultivation, enabling a frail scholar to reach the 8th level of the true Qi realm within 6 years. Such a treasure would make even the big shots in the capital envious. If Commander Zhong could obtain it." "Obtain what?" Zhong Lin interrupted him with a sneer. "Are you suggesting I rob it from Zhou Yinlin? You just said he is a master at the 8th level of the true Qi realm. A single finger could crush me. Are you trying to get me killed, avenging you through Zhou Yinlin?" Du Wei's expression changed drastically, and he quickly added, "I would never dare. My brother's life is in your hands, Commander Zhong. How could I have such thoughts?" Zhong Lin stood up, looking down at Du Wei with a piercing gaze. "I do not care whether you have such thoughts or not. I can spare your brother's life, but you must provide something substantial in return." "What? What do you want?" Du Wei raised his head, trembling slightly. "For 20 years the gang has operated, and I want all the informants, spies, and connections you have in Mushi County, Ling County, Tai County, and even in the capital's network of relationships." Du Wei's face changed drastically, his lips trembling for a moment before he finally resigned himself and said, "Commander Zhong, if I hand all of these over, will you let me go?" "I said I would spare your brother's life, but you cannot be spared. You are too dangerous to keep alive. However, I can give you a quick end, sparing you from the torment of those little pains." Zhong Lin's voice was cold. Du Wei's body trembled, and the color drained from his face. He knew what Zhong Lin meant by little pains. He had seen the torture devices in the prison: iron brushes, steel needles, branding irons, and clamps, each capable of making a person wish for death, but unable to die. All right, Du Wei closed his eyes, his voice barely emerging from his throat. I agree. Good. Zhang Man, bring paper and pen, and also call Si Wenyuan over here. Zhong Lin shouted toward the door. Shortly after, Zhang Man brought paper and pen, and Si Wenyuan hurriedly arrived. Zhong Lin pointed at Du Wei and said, Chief, Du wants to explain some matters. You help him record everything, leaving not a single word out. Understood, Si Wenyuan replied promptly, quickly taking a seat at the table and picking up the pen. Du Wei opened his eyes, staring blankly at the beam above, and slowly began to speak. In the city of Mushui, the shopkeeper, Li from the Li Ji grocery store on East Street, is an undercover agent of Maitsong gang responsible for gathering intelligence on the county government's activities. The butcher Lu from the South Gate is also one of my people, specifically watching for unfamiliar faces entering and leaving the city. Lu de Bonchue, the foreman at the dock, is my spy among the dock workers. On the side of the government city, the owner of the Yu Lai and Sun Dishing has received my favor in the past and sends me news several times a year. At the border of Lin County and Tai County, there is a group of horse bandits led by the chief Chuan Yun, Yin Gao Xiang, who owes me a favor. Du Wei detailed each point, while Si Wenyuan swiftly recorded it. Zhong Lin sat beside him, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his expression calm, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. The Tsang gang had deeply rooted itself in Mushui County over the past 20 years with an extensive reach that far exceeded his imagination. From the county government to the dock, from wealthy merchants to common folk, from official roads to mountain trails, the influence of the Tsang gang was virtually omnipresent. Even Lin County, Tai County, and the government city had their eyes and ears from the Tsang gang. Zhong Lin found himself somewhat admiring Du Wei. To have risen from a humble background to such a position was truly commendable. Unfortunately, this person must die, otherwise he would genuinely want him under his command. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Si Wenyuan put down his pen, rubbed his sore wrist, and handed over a thick stack of papers, saying, My lord, everything has been noted down. Zhong Lin took the papers, flipping through them page by page, nodding occasionally. Du Gangzhong, is there anything else? Du Wei shook his head, his voice weak. No more. Zhong Tongling, I have said all that I can do. I only ask you to grant me a swift end. Rest assured I will keep my word. Zhong Lin put away the papers, stood up, and said to Zhang Man, Prepare a good bottle of wine and a hearty meal for Du Gangzhong. Let him eat his fill. Also invite Du Fei over so they can have a talk together. Yes, Zhang Man replied respectfully, exiting the cell. Head coach Wang approached and whispered, My lord, I have checked, and the Sun Ho that Du Wei mentioned is indeed detained among the gang members, confirming Du Wei's words. Zhong Lin nodded, saying, Prepare the horses. I must go to the county clerk's office. My lord. Zhong Lin saluted. Sit. Xiao Fu served tea. Xiao Tingfeng put down his pen, glanced at Zhong Lin, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Encountering trouble? Zhong Lin replied solemnly, My lord, I have just received some news of great importance that must be reported in person. Xiao Tingfeng noticed his serious expression and also restrained his casual demeanor. Speak. Zhong Lin recounted how Du Wei was captured while breaking into the prison last night, the connection between Fei Yingzhai and Zhou Yinlin, Han Fipeng's 5th level of true qi, and Zhou Yinlin possibly reaching the 8th level of true qi cultivation. However, he did not mention the potentially existing cultivation-enhancing treasure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tingfeng's expression changed dramatically, and after a while he finally spoke. How much can we trust what Du Wei has said? Du Wei has operated in Mushui County for 20 years, relying on his extensive network and adept maneuvering. Since he dares to speak these words so openly, it at least suggests he believes this information to be true. As for how much we can trust it, Zhong Lin said gravely, I believe it is better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss it completely. Zhou Yinlin. Xiao Tingfeng murmured this name, and the pride he had felt from controlling Mushui County was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water, his eyes filled with complexity. The 8th level of true qi. I thought I was the strongest in Mushui County, but it turns out I'm just a joke hiding so deeply. My lord, what should we do now? Zhou Yinlin is powerful. Du Wei took a deep breath, waved his hand, and said, Zhou Yinlin is not a concern. Even if he is at the 8th level of true qi, or even if he breaks through to the innate level, he would not dare to act against us. Since we've entered the officialdom, we must abide by its rules. The court has its own laws. No matter how profound his cultivation, he cannot escape the word rules. He is a court official, and so am I. No matter how high his cultivation, he would not dare to act against me. That is the rule. Zhong Lin pondered, feeling a subtle sense of relief in his heart. His greatest worry was that Zhou Yinlin would become desperate and take matters into his own hands. If that were to happen, he would only have to flee and return in a few years to deal with him. But since Zhou Yinlin cannot act personally, there is room for negotiation. Therefore, the urgent matter at hand is not to deal with Zhou Yinlin, but to guard against Fei Yingzhai. We hold the financial lifeline at the dock. Once we cut off Zhou Yanlin's financial resources, he will definitely not let it go easily. Those mountain bandits may strike at any moment, but they would never dare to attack the county town. That would be rebellion, and the court's army could flatten them within 3 days. Zhou Yinlin would not dare to take that risk. At most, he would let Han Feiping create some minor troubles. For the next few days, you should not leave the city. It would just stay put, and do not wander around. Xiao Tingfeng said solemnly. Zhong Lin felt a jolt in his heart, and clasped his fists, saying, I understand, my lord. However, Zhou Yanlin's true strength has served as a wake-up call for me. Xiao Tingfeng shifted the subject, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He took out a letter from his drawer and handed it over. Take a look. Zhong Lin took the letter and quickly scanned through it, his brow gradually furrowing. He took the letter, read it swiftly, and his expression grew increasingly serious. The letter was an official notice from the governor's office stating that there were discrepancies in the accounts for last autumn's grain storage in Mushui County, and the governor intended to send someone down for verification, instructing Mushui County to prepare for their arrival. People are coming from the government city. Zhong Lin looked up at Xiao Tingfeng. They are not coming, they have. Xiao Tingfeng replied coldly. The governor's messenger arrived in Mushui County yesterday and has checked into the post-inn, but it has not been disclosed. Zhong Lin felt a heavy weight in his heart. My lord suspects Zhou Yinlin. It's not suspicion, but certainty, Xiao Tingfeng interrupted him. Zhou Yinlin has operated in Mushui County for 6 years. How could he not have connections in the government city? This letter arrives too conveniently, just after we cleared the gang and raided the Baoguang temple. Do you really believe it is not his doing? Zhong Lin placed the letter on the table, saying, My lord, what do you plan to do? When soldiers come, we will defend. Oh, when water comes, we will cover. After you return, organize the docks accounts clearly and prepare a list of the items seized from Baoguang Temple, especially evidence related to Meng Chuan. Since the messenger has arrived, I will entertain him properly. Xiao Tingfeng said indifferently. Yes, Zhong Lin replied. The two discussed some details before Zhong Lin finally stood to take his leave. By the time he left the county clerk's office, it was already afternoon. The autumn sun blazed down on the Bluestone Road, and the heat rose with few pedestrians on the street, only a few children playing in the shade of a tree at the alley's mouth. Zhong Lin rode slowly along the street, his mind racing with thoughts. Zhou Yinlin, Fei Yingzhai, the messenger. It all comes down to insufficient cultivation. If I were at the peak of true qi or broke through to the innate level hum, it would all just be a paper tiger. Zhong Lin snorted coldly in his heart. In the arms depot. Head coach Wang, do you think these people are usable? Zhong Lin pointed at the list on the table. Head coach Wang pondered for a moment and replied cautiously. My lord, these individuals are undercover agents nurtured by the Chao gang. Their loyalty is yet to be verified. However, if you can wield both kindness and authority and offer them some benefits, it is not impossible to win them over. Zhong Lin nodded as he shared the same thought. They are not the dead soldiers trained by aristocratic families or the spies cultivated by the court. Their loyalty is not as exaggerated as imagined. Even a gang leader can control them, let alone me, a court official. It all comes down to wealth. The Chao gang's network of undercover agents spans Mushui County and its surroundings, even extending to the capital city. This is a vast intelligence network, and if it can be fully controlled, its value is immeasurable. From today onwards, head coach Wang, you will be responsible for contacting these individuals. Inform them that the Chao gang is finished and Du Wei will not last long. Those who are wise will submit to me, and I as the commander will ensure their safety. As for the unwise, let them weigh their options. Zhong Lin spoke in a calm tone. Yes, I understand, my lord, head coach Wang replied with a fist salute. Also, starting tomorrow, send people to monitor the mountain paths leading to the Flying Eagle stronghold. Keep a close watch. Any suspicious individuals must be reported immediately. Yes. Zhong Man, how is the situation with Du Wei? Zhong Lin turned to look at Zhong Man. My lord, arrangements have been made for Du Wei with fine food and drink. Zhong Man replied with a fist salute. What about Du Fei? He is with Du Wei. Zhong Lin nodded. Move Du Fei to a cleaner cell, ensure he gets 3 meals a day, and do not let him die. Yes. The two men stepped back from the guardroom, and Zhong Lin leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long, deep breath. His thoughts shifted back to Zhou Yinlin, or more precisely to the pearl mentioned by Du Wei. If a frail scholar could cultivate to the 8th level of true qi in just 6 years, such a treasure, if it truly exists, combined with the assistance of a black hole, would propel him to great heights. As Zhong Lin thought of this, his heart involuntarily quickened. Zhou Yinlin has reached the 8th level of true qi, while I have only just begun to open the acupoints on the 3 yin channels. To forcefully take it would be courting death. I need to devise a strategy. Zhong Lin's gaze flickered. Without further thought, he took a deep breath, crossed his legs, closed his eyes slightly, and sank his mind into the purple palace of his dantian. He guided the true qi towards the third acupoint, the Tsuza point on the hand, Jian pericardium meridian. The Tsuza acupoint is located within the crease of the elbow and is a convergence point of the pericardium meridian. Its location is deep and hidden with surrounding meridians entwined complexly, making the impact difficulty greater than that of the labor palace and Jian Shi acupoints combined. Zhong Lin guided the true qi calmly, without hurried disregarding its consumption. In fact, for him the consumption of true qi was a good thing. After an unknown number of impacts, a subtle tremor finally emanated from the Tsuza acupoint. Zhong Lin felt a surge of joy and intensified his efforts. With a resounding boom, the acupoint finally opened, and a warm current surged from the elbow, traveling along the pericardium meridian straight to the heart. The heart, enveloped by this warmth, beat, even stronger, thumping like a drum, with each contraction pumping blood throughout the body, warming every limb and bone. Comforting. Zhong Lin slowly opened his eyes and moved his right arm, feeling as if the entire arm was incredibly light. His 5 fingers spread and clenched, each movement allowing him to feel the true qi flowing freely through his meridians. Continue. Feeling the increase of true qi in his dantian, Zhong Lin smiled broadly and continued to open the meridians and break the acupoints. This time, he chose the Shimen acupoint. The Shimen acupoint is located 5 inches above the wrist crease between 2 tendons. Its position is deeper than Jian Shi, surrounded by numerous small meridian branches. A slight misstep could lead to damage to multiple meridians. A banquet. Heads finally here. Zhong Lin glanced at the letter in his hand and sneered. The letter was sent by County Magistrate Zhou Lin. It was nothing significant, just a banquet, though the main character was the upper official who came from the capital. After giving a command, Zhong Lin set off with Zhang Man and head coach Wang riding towards the county office. The banquet was set in the flower hall at the back of the county office. By the time the 3 arrived, the sky had darkened. Several sedan chairs were parked at the county office entrance, and a few county officials were waiting idly inside, more relaxed than Zhong Lin when he served as a labor official in Anna County. Upon seeing Zhong Lin arrive, they immediately stood up straight and forced smiles. For some reason, seeing their obsequious smiles, Zhong Lin momentarily thought of Ma Lu. I wonder what 6th brother is doing now. Commander Zhong has arrived. The county magistrate is already waiting in the back hall. Zhong Lin nodded, tossed the reins to Zhang Man behind him, straightened his attire, and strode into the county office. The lanterns on both sides had been lit, the candlelight flickered, and a faint fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air. The delicate flowers were indistinct in the night, only their fragrance could be perceived. The flower hall in the back was brightly lit, and many people had already arrived. County Magistrate Zhou Lin sat to one side, clad in a blue official robe, wearing a black cap, with a calm expression that revealed no joy or anger. Meng Chuan sat to his left, and upon seeing Zhong Lin, his gaze flickered for a moment before he pretended to remain calm and picked up his tea to take a sip. The main clerk, inspectors, and various officials from the county school were also present, all sitting upright. County Lieutenant Xiao Tingfeng sat to the right and nodded slightly upon seeing Zhong Lin. Zhong Lin sat down at the lower seat of Xiao Tingfeng, scanning the crowd in the hall, finally resting his gaze on the empty chair at the main seat. Commander Zhong arrived right on time. Zhou Lin said blandly, his tone revealing no joy or anger. Since the county magistrate has summoned me, how could I dare to neglect? Zhong Lin replied respectfully. Zhou Yanlin's complexion today seemed much better than in recent days, rosy and bright-eyed. If it were not for Du Weiss' reminder, who would suspect that this county magistrate of scholarly background was actually a master of the 8th level of true qi? Everyone is here, go invite Master Qian. Zhou Yanlin instructed his secretary beside him. The secretary acknowledged and quickly left the flower hall. Before long, footsteps could be heard. A middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly plump, with a fair complexion and no beard, dressed in a stone blue long robe, with a jade belt around his waist, playing with a pair of jade balls, walked in swaggeringly under the secretary's guidance, exuding a commanding presence. We pay our respects to Master Qian. Meng Chuan stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. The others also rose, cupping their hands in salute. The position of Master Qian is a grade 8 official, also known as the bureau chief, responsible for the internal affairs of the magistrate's office, handling document seals and coordinating daily operations. In essence, he is the internal secretary and chief of administration. Although the rank is not high, the actual power is critical. His lowly rank carries significant authority, making him a core aide in the magistrate's office. Most importantly, he is an upper official sent from above. No need for excessive formalities, no need for excessive formalities. Qian Yu waved his hand, sitting down beside the main seat, with a smiling face, his gaze sweeping over everyone, finally landing on Zhong Lin. So this is Commander Zhong of the Arms Depot. Indeed young, even younger than rumored. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lin felt a chill in his heart. A dignified magistrate's officer actually greeted him first. This visitor was certainly not here with good intentions. Not daring to be negligent, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "This humble official Zhong Lin pays respects to Master Qian. I cannot accept your compliments, my lord." Good, good, good. A talented youth, a talented youth. Qian Yu nodded repeatedly, his smile warm, but his eyes glinted like hooks, scanning Zhong Lin thoroughly. Zhong Lin's heart felt increasingly vigilant, yet he maintained an even greater respect on his face. Money has traveled a long way, and it has been hard. I have prepared a modest wine to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. Zhou Yinlin raised his glass, a broad smile on his face. You are too polite, Lord Zhou. Qian Yu also lifted his glass, and the two clinked their cups and drank it all in one go. The atmosphere gradually became warm, with everyone toasting and exchanging cups, creating a lively scene. Zhong Lin held his glass, drinking leisurely, while occasionally scanning the table full of guests. Zhou Yinlin maintained a calm demeanor, engaging in light-hearted conversation, as if nothing had happened in recent days, speaking to Xiao Tingfeng with utmost politeness, showing no hint of discord. Although Qian Yu was an official, he did not act overly pretentious, exchanging a few words with one person and toasting with another, smoothly navigating the intricacies of officialdom. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere was lively. Qian Yu put down his wine glass and said, Lord Zhou, I have come to Mushi County on behalf of the governor to review last year's autumn grain storage accounts. In the past few days, I have observed some issues with the county's policies. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. Zhou Yanlin's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, May I ask, what issues does Qian Yu refer to? Mainly the accounts of the grain storage do not match. The recorded amount entering storage is inconsistent with the actual inventory, with a discrepancy of about 3,000 stone. Qian Yu spoke slowly, but his gaze intentionally and unintentionally glanced at Xiao Tingfeng. Xiao Tingfeng held his wine glass, his expression calm, as if he had not heard anything. Zhong Lin felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Although the grain storage was the responsibility of the county office, as the county lieutenant, Xiao Tingfeng also had supervisory responsibilities. If there were issues with the accounts, he could not evade responsibility. However, Xiao Tingfeng had only recently assumed office and was completely unacquainted with the grain storage matters. Even if he were held accountable, it would not fall on him. Qian Yu's words were more of a warning to Xiao Tingfeng than an inquiry into Zhou Yinlin. It was a blatant message: if I wanted to target you, I have many ways to do so. What Qian Yu may not know is that last year's autumn grain storage coincided with the rainy season, and some grains were damp and moldy, resulting in some losses. Zhou Yinlin explained, a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth. Even if there were losses, there should be records to verify. However, I have searched through the county office's archives and found no relevant records of loss. Zhou Yinlin sighed, saying, This matter was my oversight. At that time, I was very busy and did not address it in time. I will certainly make it up later. Make it up, eh? Qian Yu chuckled. Lord Zhou, accounting matters cannot simply be made up. The governor takes this matter very seriously, and I dare not be careless. Then what does Qian Yu mean? I believe this matter should be thoroughly investigated. The accounts of the grain storage, the inventory in the warehouses, and the personnel involved should all be examined carefully. Those who need to be held accountable must be held accountable, and damages must be compensated. Only then can we give the governor a proper explanation. Qian Yu stated earnestly. Those who could attend this banquet were not fools and had naturally noticed the duo's performance, glancing at Xiao Tingfeng with subtle eyes, but no one dared to speak. What Qian Yu said makes sense. Then let's investigate. Zhou Yinlin nodded, looking at Xiao Tingfeng. County Lieutenant Xiao, you also bear some responsibility in this matter. You must cooperate during the investigation. Xiao Tingfeng put down his glass and cupped his hands, saying, Rest assured, Lord County Governor, I will cooperate. By the way, I heard that the weapons camp recently raided several gangs and sealed off the Baoguang temple, recovering quite a few items. Zhong Lin's heart tightened, and he clasped his fists, saying, There is indeed such a matter. Those gangs have been entrenched for many years, harming the common people. That Zhong Tongling can eliminate them is truly a great relief to the people. I just wonder how Zhong Tongling has handled the confiscated properties. Qian Yu asked with a smile. In response to your lordship, the confiscated properties have been registered and documented. A portion has been allocated to the weapons camp's treasury to improve the treatment of the soldiers and purchase military equipment, while another portion has been submitted to the county office. Submitted to the county office. Qian Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhou Yinlin. Zhou Yinlin nodded, saying, Indeed, there is such a matter. The accounts are clear. If Qian Yu is interested, you may review them. No need, I trust Lord Zhou's handling of affairs. Qian Yu waved his hand and then turned to Zhong Lin. Zhong Tongling is so capable at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Your lordship flatters me. I am merely fulfilling my duty, Zhong Lin replied humbly. Ha ha, let's drink, let's drink. We can discuss official matters tomorrow. Qian Yu raised his glass, laughing heartily. Everyone raised their glasses, the atmosphere warming up again, but each had their own thoughts, and it was no longer as relaxed as before. As the banquet progressed, Zhong Lin stood up, his face flushed, swaying slightly as he apologized for being unable to hold his liquor. Everyone laughed heartily and let him leave. My lord, are you all right? Zhong Man quickly approached. I'm fine, heading back to the barracks. Zhong Lin waved his hand and mounted his horse with Zhong Man's assistance. Leaving the county office, Zhong Lin glanced back at the brightly lit hall. Although Qian Yu's words were sharp, they did not truly provoke. It was merely a probe. Zhou Yanlin's attitude was also very subtle. He neither spoke up for Xiao Tingfeng, nor took the opportunity to strike, appearing to be an outsider. The entire banquet seemed mundane, yet it was filled with hidden dangers. Old fox, Zhong Lin cursed inwardly, spurring his horse to speed away. Upon reaching the city gate, Haijio's figure emerged from the darkness, accompanied by the one he had taken a liking to, Xinyu. Without exchanging many words, Zhong Lin quickly dismounted, while Xinyu mounted the horse, leaning over the back, as if pretending to be drunk. The three of them swaggered toward the weapons camp. In the darkness, Zhong Lin watched the three leave and pulled out a prepared package from the corner. Moments later, Zhong Lin donned a black outfit covering his mouth and nose with a black cloth, leaving only his eyes exposed. Tonight, he intended to make a night raid on the county governor's residence. Zhou Yanlin was drinking in the county office's hall, making it the best opportunity for a sneak attack. Taking advantage of the night, Zhong Lin's figure disappeared swiftly, like a weasel, his black outfit blending into the darkness, his footsteps so light they made no sound. The Zhou residence was located in the most prosperous area of the east of the city, covering a vast area with green bricks and gray tiles, high walls, and deep courtyards. The words Zhou residence on the door beams glimmered golden under the lantern light, truly eye-catching. Zhong Lin circled to the side courtyard of the Zhou residence, where the wall was about 2 zhang high, covered with dense shards of porcelain to deter thieves from climbing over. However, for a warrior at the Qi realm, it was merely a decoration. When the estate was built, no one imagined that a Qi realm warrior would become a thief. Zhong Lin pushed off with his foot soaring into the air like a night bird, landing steadily in the courtyard, without making a sound, not even crunching the leaves beneath his feet. Zhong Lin squatted by the wall, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings as the layout of the Zhou residence provided by Du Wei flashed through his mind. The Chaobang had planted a spy in the Zhou residence, who, although he was merely a servant in the outer court, he had managed to grasp the general layout of the estate. The Zhou residence consists of 5 courtyards. The front courtyard serves as a meeting and discussion area. The central courtyard houses Zhou Yanlin's study and living quarters. The rear courtyard accommodates the family members. The eastern courtyard is used for storage, and the western courtyard is home to the guards and servants. Zhong Lin's target was the study in the central courtyard. Since the treasure was likely handled by Zhou Yanlin, it was highly probable that it was hidden within the study. He crouched low and, using the cover of the garden's rocks and plants, moved forward swiftly. Naturally, there were guards in the Zhou residence, but they had not yet been extravagant enough to employ martial artists of the true Qi realm, posing no threat to Zhong Lin, who could easily avoid them. Passing through a moon gate, he arrived at the central courtyard and quickly spotted the location of the study. To his surprise, the door to the study was unlocked, which made Zhong Lin's heart sink slightly. Gently pushing the door open a crack, he slipped inside and quietly shut the door behind him. The room was much larger than he had imagined, connecting 3 chambers. The center was a reception area, the right was for office work, and the left was for reading. Instead of hastily searching, he stood behind the door, holding his breath and carefully surveying the entire study. After a moment, Zhong Lin entered the left side of the study and began searching meticulously. The most prominent feature of the study was a row of mahogany bookshelves approximately 8 feet tall, divided into 5 layers, each filled to the brim with historical texts, local chronicles, and account books, all neatly categorized and arranged. This was also the only place where something could be hidden. The floor tiles beneath his feet might also hold secrets. Knock, knock, knock. They were solid. Knock, knock, knock. Still solid. Having knocked on the floor tiles without any results, Zhong Lin turned his attention back to the bookshelves, testing each row, examining each book with delicate movements. When he reached the 3rd row, the sound of his fingers knocking suddenly changed. Hollow. Zhong Lin's heart leapt with joy. He removed all the books from that layer, revealing the back panel. The back panel was a solid piece of wood, seemingly no different from the other bookshelves, but a closer inspection revealed a very fine crack along the edge. Reaching out, he felt around on the back panel and soon found a tiny protrusion in the upper right corner. Pressing down hard, he heard a soft click and the back panel opened a crack. Zhong Lin removed the back panel to find a hidden compartment about a foot square, empty except for a thin booklet tucked away in the corner. Nothing. Zhong Lin frowned as he took out the booklet and flipped through it quickly. It was a ledger recording some of Zhou Yanlin's accounts since taking office in Mushui County, fragmented and inconclusive. He stuffed the ledger back inside, restored the back panel, and returned the books to their places. He had come in search of the treasure orb. Even if he couldn't find it, he couldn't afford to alert anyone. After thoroughly searching the entire left side of the study and finding nothing, Zhong Lin pondered for a moment before heading to the central hall and the right side study. As before, he knocked on all the floor tiles, not neglecting the walls, and even moved some ornaments to see if there were any hidden mechanisms. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. Indeed, with the door unlocked, unless he was playing a game of Empty City, the chances of the treasure orb being in the study are slim. If it isn't in the study, then it must be in the bedroom, Zhong Lin mused before turning to leave the study. The main room in the central courtyard was Zhou Yanlin's living quarters, only separated from the study by a corridor. Zhong Lin pressed himself against the shadow of a pillar, his figure blending into the surroundings like melting ink. He swiftly traversed the courtyard and slipped into the main bedroom. Just as he was about to continue his search, the sound of footsteps suddenly reached his ears from the courtyard. It wasn't the steady steps of a guard, but rather the soft rustle of a woman's skirt brushing against the ground. With no time to think, Zhong Lin leapt, as if he were a night bird, darting across the beams and attaching himself to the ceiling like a gecko. Just as he steadied himself, the door to the room was pushed open. "Madam, the master is entertaining guests from the county tonight, and likely won't return until very late. Perhaps you should rest first." A maid entered first, lighting the candles in the bedroom with a fire stick. As the light brightened in the room, the woman referred to as Madam entered. She was likely Zhou Yanlin's wife. Zhong Lin crouched on the beams, holding his breath as he observed the movements below. The flickering candlelight illuminated Madame Zhou's figure in exquisite detail. Madame Zhou appeared to be in her early 30s, well-maintained, with fair skin and a dignified appearance, exuding the grace of a refined lady in her every gesture. Especially at this moment, as autumn had just arrived and the weather was still hot, Madame Zhou was dressed much lighter than outside. It was evident that her waist was slim, walking with a graceful posture. Her bosom was full yet not excessive, and although her skirt was wide, it couldn't conceal her alluring curves. "Madam, may I assist you with your change of clothes?" the maid said softly. Madame Zhou nodded slightly and sat down in front of the dressing table. The maid stepped forward to help her remove the hair accessories from her head, and her long dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching her waist. In the candlelight, her hair shone with a deep luster, accentuating her oval face, which appeared even more fair and delicate. "Cui Zhu, go bring the hangover tea from the kitchen. The master will want some when he returns." Madame Zhou finally spoke, her voice soft and melodious like water flowing. "Yes, madam." The maid nodded in agreement and quickly exited the bedroom. Madame Zhou sat quietly at the dressing table for a moment before rising to remove her outer garment, changing into a moon-white nightgown. The thin silk clung to her body, accentuating her stunning curves, making her even more captivating. Zhong Lin crouched on the beams, his gaze following that alluring figure. Although his mouth felt somewhat dry, his mind remained clear. He was here to find the treasure orb, not to indulge in the allure of beauty. Shortly after, the maid returned. "Just place it there. It should cool by the time the master returns. You may leave now," Madame Zhou casually instructed while combing her long hair with an ivory comb at the dressing table. "Yes, madam." The maid Cui Zhu placed the hangover tea down and then left the bedroom. Madame Zhou sat quietly at the dressing table for a moment, as if remembering something, and then took out a piece of dark red agarwood from a drawer and placed it in a hollow copper incense burner to ignite. Moments later, a thin wisp of fragrant smoke wafted from the burner, soon permeating the entire bedroom. Then Madame Zhou retrieved a porcelain bottle and poured out a pill. Observing her expression, it was evident that Madame Zhou held a strong disdain for that pill, yet she turned around and swallowed it nonetheless. Zhong Lin crouched on the beams, scanning the layout of the entire bedroom, while rapidly calculating in his mind. For something as precious as the treasure orb, if it truly exists, there are only a few places it could be stored: the study, the bedroom, or possibly on his person. Since it wasn't in the study and Zhou Yanlin was hosting guests at the county office tonight, he wouldn't be carrying such a valuable item on him. Therefore, the bedroom was the most likely location. Zhong Lin cast a glance at Madame Zhou, who was still styling her hair, and a sharp light flickered in his eyes before he floated down from the beams. Madame Zhou was combing her hair in front of the vanity, gently and intently running an ivory comb from the crown of her head down to the roots of her hair. The bronze mirror reflected her visage, her brows and eyes like an exquisite painting with plump lips, and her cheeks flushed slightly from the night's heat. Zhong Lin stood behind her, his shadow cast within the bronze mirror. Madame Zhou's combing motion suddenly froze, her pupils constricting sharply, and the ivory comb fell with a clatter onto the vanity. She did not scream or turn back, but stood frozen in place, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Madame has quite the composure," Zhong Lin said, his voice lowered and laced with admiration. Who are you?" Madame Zhou's voice trembled slightly, though she forced herself to maintain composure. This is the county magistrate's residence, the guards outside. Do you think those guards can stop me? Zhong Lin chuckled softly. If I could enter silently, I can certainly leave just as quietly, and I can also do many things without a sound. Madame Zhou shivered all over and feigned calmness, saying, What do you want? Money? Jewelry? Just say the word, and I will not disturb anyone. Madame is indeed clever. Zhong Lin laughed heartily, full of praise. However, I do not want money. Madame Zhou's face turned ashen in an instant, her 10 fingers tightly gripping the hem of her garment, her voice trembling as she said, You rogue. I will not let you succeed, even if I die. Zhong Lin's expression darkened, realizing Madame Zhou had misunderstood. Looking at Madame Zhou, who looked ready to scream, Zhong Lin quickly said, Madame, do not worry. I am not the kind of lecher who steals fragrant jade. However, if you do not cooperate, things could become unpleasant. What? What do you really want? Madame Zhou forced herself to hold back her panic. Zhong Lin, hidden beneath the black cloth, smirked slightly and said softly, Madam, I have heard that County Magistrate Zhou possesses a precious pearl. I wonder if it is true. Upon hearing the words, precious pearl, Madame Zhou's eyes clearly showed signs of panic, yet she still held back her fear and said, Precious pearl. What pearl? There is indeed a luminous pearl in the residence. If that is what you seek, I shall fetch it for you. Madame is not being obedient. Zhong Lin chuckled lightly and slowly approached Madame Zhou. He walked slowly, each step like a weight upon her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Madam, I do not like to beat around the bush. Since I am here today, I have no intention of leaving empty-handed. I want that pearl, or shall I say, does Madam wish to offer herself? As he spoke, Zhong Lin had already reached the front of Madame Zhou, the distance between them no more than 3 feet. Do not come any closer. Madame Zhou instinctively stepped back, but unfortunately the vanity was behind her, leaving her nowhere to retreat. She covered her chest with both hands, trembling like a frightened little rabbit. Madam, you would not want County Magistrate Zhou to know that a man entered your bedroom tonight, would you? Zhong Lin said playfully. You shameless. Madame Zhou's eyes turned red, angrily saying. Zhong Lin chuckled lightly. Madam has misunderstood. I only want what I desire. As for the rest, it depends on whether Madam is willing to cooperate. Madame Zhou bit her lip and finally spoke after a moment. The miasma stone is not in the residence. The miasma stone. It really exists. Zhong Lin was overjoyed inside, yet he maintained a calm composure and continued to inquire, Where is it? It is. With my husband, he never parts with it, even keeping it beside him while sleeping. Madame still does not believe it until she sees the coffin. Zhong Lin suddenly grabbed Madame Zhou's wrist, coldly stating, Zhou Yanlin is currently entertaining guests at the county office. Do you think he would carry such a treasure on him? Madame Zhou trembled as Zhong Lin grasped her wrist, as if she were electrocuted, her fear palpable. I have limited patience, madam. Do not test my limits. Just give me the item, and I will leave immediately. You can then act as if nothing has happened today, and Zhou Yanlin will not blame you. You can continue being the county magistrate's wife. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Zhong Lin's eyes fixed intently on Madame Zhou, his gaze growing even colder and more intense. What consequences? If news spread that a man had entered the county magistrate's wife's bedroom at night, even if nothing occurred, she would not be able to continue living. Moreover, she would bear the weight of disgrace, unable to return to her ancestral grave. Her husband's family would not permit her, and her maternal family would despise her. Madame Zhou bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, her body shaking uncontrollably. Zhong Lin did not rush her, simply standing quietly in front of her. After a long while, Madame Zhou finally spoke, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The Han miasma stone is in the dark compartment of the bed. The bed. Please fetch it for me. Zhong Lin's gaze shifted to the intricately carved bed, releasing Madame Zhou's hand and stepping back half a pace to give her space. Madame Zhou stood up, her legs slightly weak. Supporting herself on the vanity, she steadied herself before slowly walking towards the bed. Zhong Lin did not follow, preventing any potential traps from the compartment. Madame Zhou approached the bed, reaching out to lift the neatly folded bedding, revealing the bedboard beneath. Then she searched along the edge of the board for a moment, pressing her finger gently at a certain spot. The bedboard emitted a soft sound, a crack appearing at the edge. Madame Zhou reached inside, retrieving a palm-sized jade box, its surface smooth and warm, emanating a faint greenish glow in the candlelight. Here you go. She turned around, holding the jade box with both hands, extending it towards Zhong Lin, her fingers trembling slightly. Zhong Lin did not rush to take it, his gaze fixed on Madame Zhou, his throat subtly tightening. Just now, when Madame Zhou leaned over to retrieve the item, her nightgown clung tightly to her body, the revealed curves almost bursting through the thin silken fabric. Though her waist was slim, her hips were wide, creating a striking curve. At this moment, with her hands outstretched, the neckline of her garment loosened slightly, revealing a section of her fair and delicate collarbone, while the lower part was obscured by the silk, yet the bulging shape cast a suggestive shadow in the candlelight. Her brows and eyes were not exceptionally beautiful, but they exuded a dignified elegance, her oval face adorned with the reserve and modesty unique to noble ladies. Yet now tinged with fear, her cheeks bore a faint blush, her eyes slightly glistening with moisture, her tightly pressed lips resembling a peony battered by wind and rain evoking pity. Zhong Lin's heart raced, suddenly a surge of unnamed desire igniting from his lower abdomen, leaving him parched and causing his breathing to grow heavier. Something was amiss. He immediately sensed something was wrong with his body. A true energy realm martial artist should be impervious to changes in temperature. With their blood and chi flowing freely, it was impossible to lose control simply from glancing at a woman, no matter how alluring she may be. Instinctively, he began to circulate his true energy, but the next moment, as the true energy flowed, Zhong Lin felt as if his body had been doused in hot oil. The already heated body now felt like a volcano about to erupt, his eyes turning bloodshot. Hot. So hot. Madame Zhou also noticed Zhong Lin's unusual behavior, raising her head and coincidentally meeting his bloodshot gaze, causing her heart to tremble. Instinctively, she took half a step back, but her calf bumped against the edge of the bed, causing her to fall onto the edge of the bed, nearly dropping the jade box from her hands. You have the item, you should leave now. Her voice trembled, holding the jade box in front of her, as if to create a barrier between them. Zhong Lin's bloodshot eyes scanned the bedroom, finally resting on the incense burner that was emitting a faint wisp of smoke. His palm shot out, suddenly gripping the delicate white neck of Madame Zhou, breathing heavily as he said, "You dare to poison me." Since entering this bedroom, he hadn't touched anything, let alone eaten. The only thing that could have harmed him was that incense. Madame Zhou's face turned red from his grip, her hands instinctively grasping Zhong Lin's wrist in a futile attempt to break free, but she could not escape the strength of a Qi realm warrior. There's no poison. Her voice squeezed out from her throat, tinged with a sob. It's warm emotion incense. Master burns it every night. It has nothing to do with me. Warm emotion incense. The term flashed through Zhong Lin's mind, and he quickly understood what was happening. It was indeed not a poison, but an aphrodisiac that could promote blood circulation and raise body temperature, at least for ordinary people. Many body refinement realm warriors also used this substance as a catalyst during their training to quickly stimulate their blood flow. Zhong Lin had always relied on sheer willpower for his cultivation, never taking any supplements, and he had only heard of warm emotion incense. He never expected Zhou Yinlin, a true Qi realm expert, would resort to such a thing. What about the antidote? Zhong Lin loosened his grip, breathing heavily, his eyes fixed intently on Madame Zhou. Covered her neck, coughed a few times, her eyes reddening as she shook her head. The antidote needs to be taken in advance to work. This is not poison, and once the effects wear off, it will be fine. Wait for the effects to wear off. Zhong Lin felt the burning heat within him almost consuming him. There was no time to wait. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from the incense when it came into contact with his qi. His head slightly raised, his gaze fell on the trembling Madame Zhou by the bed, a surge of desire crashing over. Madame Zhou seemed to sense the danger as she instinctively wanted to scream, but before the sound could escape, a powerful hand covered her mouth. Zhong Lin pushed her down onto the bed, the curtain falling with a rustle, completely obscuring their figures. The candlelight flickered, casting the shadows of their entangled forms against the curtain. The blue smoke from the incense spiraled upwards, tracing alluring lines in the air before dissipating. After an unknown amount of time, the curtain finally stopped swaying. Zhong Lin sat at the edge of the bed, his upper body bare, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and the muscles of his chest glowing bronze under the candlelight. His breathing had calmed, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes had faded significantly. Most importantly, the black cloth that had covered his face had fallen away at some point, revealing his entire visage. Behind him, he heard the rustling sound of Madame Zhou wrapping herself in the blanket, her movements cautious, as if afraid to disturb something. Zhong Lin did not turn around. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. "Do you believe me when I say I was harmed by that damn warm emotion incense?" There was no response, only the sound of suppressed sobs. "Forget it, whether you believe it or not doesn't matter." Zhong Lin stood up, picking up the black attire scattered on the floor, putting it on piece by piece. The jade box was still on the floor, which he tucked into his embrace. "What happened today will remain a secret. You should act as if nothing occurred. I can leave, but you should know the consequences." Madame Zhou in the blanket trembled all over, her sobs becoming even more suppressed. Zhong Lin said nothing more, pushed open the door, and vanished into the night. He had memorized the route. He came, climbing over walls, crossing yards, avoiding patrolling guards. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he exited the Zhou residence. The night wind hit his face, dispersing the lingering allure on him. Zhong Lin stood in the shadow at the alley entrance, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, looking up at the waning moon in the sky, softly cursing. Damn, what kind of mess is this? He thought he was simply there to steal, yet he ended up with both the stolen goods and the woman, and even placed a big green hat on Zhou Yinlin. Zhou Yinlin, this cannot be blamed on me. You brought this upon yourself, burning warm emotion incense in the bedroom. You really know how to play. Shaking his head, he shook off the distracting thoughts. His figure flashed as he headed towards the armory camp. The armory camp was silent. Zhong Lin climbed over the side wall, avoiding patrolling soldiers, silently returning to his post. He closed the door, lit the oil lamp, took out the jade box from his arms, and placed it on the table. The jade box was palm-sized, entirely carved from green-white jade, warm to the touch, with a cloud pattern of a lingji mushroom etched on the lid, clearly not an ordinary item. Zhong Lin reached out to open the jade box and immediately saw a thumb-sized bead quietly lying inside. The bead was milky white with a faint glow on its surface resembling solidified moonlight. What was even more peculiar was that the air around the bead slightly twisted, emitting a visible chill. "In Sui stone," Zhong Lin murmured quietly, cautiously taking the bead out of the box. The moment the bead touched his hand, a chill spread throughout his body, causing him to involuntarily shudder as if he were about to be frozen stiff. Hiss. So cold. Zhong Lin almost dropped the In Sui stone, feeling as if the chilling aura would turn him into an ice pop, even causing his qi to become sluggish and thick. What exactly is this In Sui stone? How does it assist in cultivation? After pondering for a moment, Zhong Lin gritted his teeth against the biting cold and sat cross-legged, adopting a meditative posture. Using external objects for cultivation generally involves three methods: swallowing, purifying, and guiding. Swallowing was out of the question, so he could only consider purifying and guiding. Purifying is similar to the cold jade bed of the ancient tomb sect, resisting the cold invasion while circulating qi to refine and strengthen it. Guiding needs no explanation, directly drawing out the power from the In Sui stone for cultivation. Zhong Lin first attempted the former, and after a while slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. Not purifying, that means it's guiding. Zhong Lin thought, a spark igniting in his heart. Gripping the In Sui stone in his palm, he cautiously guided a wisp of the chilling aura into his meridians, wrapping it in qi, not daring to be careless. Even so, Zhong Lin could still feel that wherever the chilling aura passed, his meridians felt as if they were frozen solid, like thousands of ice needles piercing through. Damn, I guessed wrong. Zhong Lin's face changed drastically, and the qi in his dantian surged wildly, wanting to expel the chill from his body. In the next moment, Zhong Lin suddenly felt that where the chilling aura passed, the previously tightly closed acupoints seemed to loosen slightly, as if cut through by a hot knife. This is... Zhong Lin's heart jolted, enduring the pain in his meridians as he directed the chilling aura towards the Xiamen acupoint on the heart protector meridian. Wherever the chilling aura flowed, the obstacles at the acupoint melted away like spring snow. What used to require thousands of strikes to loosen was now opened with just a few. So that's how it is. Zhong Lin's eyes suddenly widened, filled with excitement. No wonder Zhou Yinlin was able to progress from a frail scholar to the 8th level of Qi realm in just 6 years. This In Sui stone can actually melt acupoints, greatly reducing the difficulty of breaking through. The reason acupoints are difficult to open is because the innate obstacles are like tightly shut iron doors, and the meridians are fragile, not to be forcefully broken. And the chilling aura within the In Sui stone precisely melts these obstacles, allowing the qi to enter the acupoints of Qiamen, Nei, Guanda Ling, and Zhongcheng. One by one, the channels opened in succession at a speed so fast that Zhong Lin himself found it hard to believe. In just a short span of 1 hour, all 9 pairs of acupoints on the Hanji and heart protector meridian were completely connected. Not only that, but the chilling energy seemed to remain within the acupoints while dissolving them, merging with the true qi and making it increasingly refined and pure. Zhong Lin opened his eyes and raised his right hand. With a thought, a silvery white light appeared in his palm, more solid and pure than before, subtly exuding a sense of chill. Good. Zhong Lin couldn't help but let out a low exclamation, his eyes filled with fervor. The connection of the Hanji and heart protector meridian indicated that he had stepped into the threshold of the second layer of true qi. Though he had just broken through, the true qi within him had already formed a small circulation starting from the dantian, flowing through the 3 yang pathways, returning through the 3 yin pathways, and back to the dantian, endlessly circulating. More importantly, his internal organs began to be nourished by the true qi, especially his heart, each beat like a drum pumping blood throughout his body. Hiss. So cold. His heart was warm, but his body was cold. Despite the sweltering heat outside, Zhong Lin was covered in waves of chilling mist. He tossed the In Sui stone aside, climbed up with effort, and rubbed his palms together, breathing out warm air. This damn stone is effective, but it's just too cold. With the coldness making him shudder, Zhong Lin pushed the door open. The night wind, carrying the heat of late summer, hit him face in, causing him to shiver, and a large plume of white mist to erupt from his body. My lord! A guard outside the room heard the commotion and peeked in. It's nothing, just too hot. I took a cool bath. Zhong Lin waved his hand. The guard glanced at the white mist still rising from Zhong Lin's body and believed him. Zhong Lin did not return to the room, but walked a circle around the training ground. The night was deep and the camp was silent, with only the occasional sound of patrolling soldiers' footsteps and the rising and falling snores from the barracks. After walking a circle, the chill had receded significantly, and Zhong Lin returned to the guardroom. He poured himself a cup of cool tea and drank it in one go. The Yin Sui stone lay quietly on the bed, its emanating chill making the entire guardroom feel. This is truly a good thing. In just 1 hour, it helped me open all the acupoints of the Hanji and Heart Protector Meridian, but the side effects are too obvious. The cold energy erodes the meridians, and with a little carelessness, it could harm my foundations. Zhou Yanlin's warm scent is probably meant to counter this chill. Warm fragrance. Zhong Lin mumbled, and involuntarily the image of a plump and fair body from earlier flashed in his mind, causing his throat to tighten. He quickly shook his head. Think of something serious. Once the Yin Sui stone is lost, Zhou Yanlin will soon discover it, but Madame Zhou will probably not raise a fuss, otherwise she would be the first to suffer. As long as Madame Zhou keeps silent, they won't trace the matter back to me. Zhong Lin grinned and said, but the sensation is truly wonderful. After sitting quietly for a while, he climbed back onto the bed, crossed his legs, and grasped the Yin Sui stone in his hand. Having the treasure in hand, he naturally had no intention of just enjoying it. Instead, he aimed to enhance his strength to the maximum extent. He didn't rush to open the acupoints, but first circulated the true qi within his body for a small cycle, allowing the heart fire to fill his entire body to resist the chill. Once the coldness in his body eased a bit, he guided the cold energy from the Yin Sui stone into the meridians towards the acupoints of the Han Shaoyin Heart Meridian. The Han Shaoyin Heart Meridian starts at the Jiquan point and ends at the Shao Chong point, running along the inner edge of the arm, and also has 9 pairs of acupoints. Jiquan point. The Jiquan point is located at the apex of the armpit, where the axillary artery pulses, and is the starting point of the heart meridian, situated quite deep. Zhong Lin carefully guided the cold energy towards the Jiquan point. As expected, the originally closed acupoint, under the influence of the cold energy, began to melt like spring snow, layer by layer of obstruction peeling away. With each wave of cold energy washing over, the acupoint would loosen a bit. In just a quarter of an hour, the Jiquan point burst open. A warm stream of air surged from the acupoint, flowing down the heart meridian straight to the heart. Continue. Zhong Lin couldn't afford to be happy yet, and continued to guide the cold energy towards the Qingling point. The Qingling point is located 3 inches above the elbow, while the Shaohai point is at the inner end of the elbow crease. Ling Dao Tong Li Yin Xie Shen Men. One acupoint after another was opened in succession, faster than when he opened the heart protector meridian. By the time the eastern sky began to brighten, Zhong Lin slowly opened his eyes. Damn. So, before he could lament, Zhong Lin felt as if he had turned into an ice sculpture, his limbs completely stiff, frost already covering his mouth, nose, and eyebrows. The coldness was bone deep. Zhong Lin struggled to stand up, but found his legs no longer obeyed him. His knees felt as if they were frozen solid. His skin had taken on an abnormal pale blue hue, resembling branches frozen to death in winter. Zhong Lin gritted his teeth and let the Yin Sui stone drop, or rather his palm hit the edge of the bed. At this moment, his fingers were already frozen stiff, unable to grasp, let alone let go. As the Yin Sui stone slipped from his fingertips, the oppressive coldness lessened slightly, circulating the true qi after a long while. Zhong Lin finally managed to move his body a bit. Cold. Zhong Lin trembled, his lips quivering and his teeth chattered. This was not ordinary cold, it was the kind that seeped out from the bone marrow, the kind that froze the internal organs. The true qi flowed through the meridians like river water on the verge of freezing, slow and sluggish. Zhou Yanlin hugs this thing every day to cultivate, and he can still survive. He really is a tough one. Zhong Lin couldn't help but exclaim, forcing himself to crawl up from the ground, and step by step, he made his way towards the door. Pushing open the door, the sky was already bright. Morning light poured down from the east, filling the entire training ground. My lord. Zhang Man, who came with breakfast, was taken aback at Zhong Lin's appearance. Before him, Zhong Lin's face was pale, with ice crystals still clinging to his eyebrows and hair tips, making him look like a snowman that had just crawled out of the snow. Bring me a chair, help me sit in the sun. Yes. Zhang Man didn't dare to delay, hurriedly went inside to bring a chair and placed it in the sunlight, then assisted Zhong Lin in sitting down. The sunlight felt warm on his body, like a mother's hand gently brushing over his cold skin. Zhong Lin closed his eyes, allowing the sunlight to envelop him. As the true qi circulated within his body, it gradually warmed the internal organs, slowly dispersing the lingering chill. When the sun had risen to a height of 3 shafts, the pallor on Zhong Lin's face finally faded, replaced by a layer of healthy rosy color. Comfortable, I have finally come back to life. Zhong Lin took the hot tea that Zhong Man poured and drank it in one gulp, unable to hold back a sigh. My lord, what happened to you? Just had a little mishap during cultivation, nothing serious. Zhong Lin did not elaborate further and dismissively waved his hand. Move aside a bit, you are blocking my sunlight. Oh, Zhong Man quickly moved aside. The Yin Sui stone truly is a treasure. In just one night, all 3 meridian acupoints of the hand 3 Yin have been opened and my qi has reached the 2nd level. Perfection. Zhong Lin reclined in his chair, looking down at his hands. His fingers were long and strong with delicate and firm skin. There was an indescribable sense of harmony in his grip, as if each finger had transformed into a precise instrument capable of being controlled at will. More importantly, he could clearly sense that from his fingertips to his shoulders, from his shoulders to his heart, every meridian and acupoint was unobstructed, and the qi flowed through them like a cleared river, no longer hindered. This was the phenomenon that could only occur when both the hand 3 Yin and hand 3 Yang were fully opened. With a thought, the qi surged from his dantian, following the hand 3 Yin meridians. Passing through Tsuza, then through Kaiman, through Jinshi, through Daling, and Laogong, it finally reached Zhongchong. The qi never paused for a moment, instead flowing into the hand Xiao Yin heart meridian. Jichuan Qingling Xiaohai Lingdao, Tongli Yinqi Shimen Xiaofu Xiaochong. Each acupoint lit up like lanterns, one after another. Wherever the qi flowed, his heart suddenly beat strongly, and a warm current surged from his heart, transforming into a flow of warmth that spread to his limbs. Finally, the qi entered the hand Tai Yin lung meridian. Zhongfu Yunmen Tianfu Xia by Chai's Kongzue Liechue Jingxiu Taiyuan Yujie Xiaoshang. All 11 acupoints were connected. Zhong Lin could clearly sense that every breath from his lungs had become deeper, as if the alveoli had been reopened, allowing him to inhale purer air and exhale impurities more thoroughly. The entire qi surged through the 6 meridians of the hand 3 Yin and hand 3 Yang, forming a complete circulation in his arms, shoulders, chest, and back, endlessly flowing. Each rotation was smoother and more substantial than the last. In just one night, from initially opening the hand Ju Yin pericardium meridian to fully connecting the hand 3 Yin meridians, such speed, if known, would surely shake the entire martial world. Ordinary martial artists take at least 3 years or as many as 5 to reach this stage. Even the direct disciples of prominent families with heavenly materials and treasures to aid them in guidance from renowned teachers would at least require a year. Yet Zhong Lin only took 1 night. Now he finally understood why Zhou Yanlin could cultivate from a frail scholar to the 8th level of qi in just 6 years. With this treasure aiding him, breaking through acupoints was as easy as slicing through vegetables with no bottlenecks at all. But the side effects were somewhat severe. I can't be so eager for quick success in the future, otherwise I'm afraid I might end up harming myself. Zhong Lin couldn't help but shiver. That feeling of cold energy corroding his meridians was truly painful, making him feel as if he had been frozen solid. 3 days later. Get lost, don't block my sunlight. Zhong Lin scolded Zhong Man, who was standing in front of him with a pale face. If it weren't for his current difficulty moving, he would have kicked him away. Zhong Man hurriedly stepped aside and instinctively glanced at the blazing sun overhead, worriedly saying, My lord, are you unwell? Should I go fetch a doctor for you? No need, it's just a minor issue from training, leave me alone. You've been basking in the sun for 3 days and you're still exuding cold air. What kind of training is this? Zhong Man retreated a few steps, murmuring softly. Zhong Lin couldn't be bothered with him and continued to close his eyes, welcoming the warmth of the sun. After the Yin Sui stone helped him open the hand 3 Yin meridians, Zhong Lin began to focus on the 3rd level of qi of the foot 3 Yang meridian. The foot 3 Yang meridian consists of the foot Yangming stomach meridian, the foot Taiyang bladder meridian, and the foot Xiaoyang gallbladder meridian. These 3 meridians run through both legs and are the key to qi descending and lifting heavy objects. If open, one could walk on water and climb walls as if walking on flat ground, greatly increasing speed and agility. The foot Yangming stomach meridian has 45 pairs of acupoints. The foot Taiyang bladder meridian has 67 pairs of acupoints. The foot Xiaoyang gallbladder meridian has 44 pairs of acupoints. In total, there are 156 acupoints, each needing repeated impacts, polishing, and connections. For ordinary martial artists, just opening one meridian usually takes several years. Zhong Lin, aided by the Yin Sui stone, opened one meridian in a day, fully connecting all 3 meridians within 3 days. The price for this was his current condition. His complexion was pale, cold air emanated from his body, and even his breath felt cool. It was a hot day, yet he was wrapped in a thick cotton coat, squatting under the sun like a shivering quail. "My lord, perhaps you should rest. The sun is about to melt you." Zhong Man approached again. "Shut up." Zhong Lin gritted his teeth chattering. After a while, the coldness on his body dissipated significantly, and he was at least no longer shivering. He waved at Zhong Man, who was hiding in the shade, and asked, "Has anything happened in the city these days?" Zhong Man immediately came closer and replied, "My lord, there hasn't been any major news in the city these days, but the county office released a message saying that the county magistrate was furious the other day, punishing the steward with 20 lashes, and even the maid Siju in the lattice courtyard was executed for negligence." Zhong Lin's eyelids twitched, but his expression remained calm. "Do you know what happened?" "I'm not sure about the details, but the county magistrate was enraged, and all the officers from the county office were dispatched to catch thieves in the city. Those caught were all thrown into jail," Zhong Man explained. Zhong Lin understood. Zhou Yinlin must have discovered the theft of the Yin Sui stone. "What about the county magistrate's wife?" Zhong Lin asked again. Zhong Man scratched his head, saying, "I don't know about that." Zhong Lin nodded, asking, "Is there anything else?" "Also, the money official from the capital returned yesterday. Before leaving, he had a secret talk with the county magistrate for half an hour. No one knows what they discussed." "What about Feiying Village?" "Instructor Wang has arranged for people to monitor several main roads into the mountains. No unusual activity has been discovered so far. Keep watching and don't let your guard down." "Yes," Zhong Man replied, and seeing Zhong Lin no longer speaking, stepped back. Zhong Lin closed his eyes and let the sunlight bathe his face, but his mind was racing with thoughts. The theft of the Yin Sui stone would not go unpunished by Zhou Yinlin. He would definitely conduct a secret investigation. However, his own suspicion should be minimal, as who would expect a military camp commander to dare act as a thief in the county magistrate's residence? Moreover, he had disguised himself that night, and Mrs. Zhou did not recognize him. As long as he did not expose himself, he should not be traced back to in the short term. But I still need to be cautious and continue staying in the camp for a few days, avoiding the county town. Zhong Lin thought to himself, "I wonder how Mrs. Zhou is doing now, as she should be fine, right?" He suddenly felt a desire to visit the Zhou residence again, but that thought vanished as quickly as it had come. Only a fool would put himself in danger for a woman when he could be strengthening himself at home. "My lord." Zhong Lin struggled to rise and bow, but Xiao Qingfeng pressed him firmly back into his chair. "Remain seated. I heard you suffered a mishap in your cultivation practice." Xiao Qingfeng scrutinized Zhong Lin from head to toe, his brow deeply furrowed. "A minor issue. 3 to 5 days will suffice for recovery." Zhong Lin pulled his cotton robe tighter and forced a smile onto his face. Indeed, 3 to 5 days would be more than enough. He had lain in the martial supplies camp for a full half-month. During this tranquil interlude, he had cultivated relentlessly, day and night, using Yin marrow stones to unblock acupoints. The results were astonishing. All 12 primary meridians, the 3 yang and 3 yin meridians of the hands and feet, had been fully opened. 6 of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the yin wei yang wei yin xiao yang xiao dai and chong meridians, had also been successfully unblocked. Thus Zhong Lin had now reached the 10th rank of the true qi realm. Within his body, all 720 acupoints blazed like stars, interwoven into a dense, intricate network of meridians. True qi surged through them ceaselessly, evolving from a trickling stream into a mighty river, then swelling into an endless ocean. His dantian overflowed with true qi, luminous as a full moon suspended within his purple mansion, radiating both gentle warmth and fierce brilliance. Only the final unblocking of the Ren and Du meridians remained. Once accomplished, his true qi cultivation would reach consummation, overflowing to its absolute zenith and preparing him to break through into the primordial realm. When Zhong Lin spoke of 3 to 5 days being sufficient, he meant precisely that time, enough to complete the Ren and Du meridians and attain full mastery of the true qi realm. Of course, this extraordinary progress owed much to the assistance of his benefactor. Without it, even the Yin marrow stone alone could never have yielded such results. After all, Zhou Yinlin had labored 6 years merely to reach the 8th rank of the true qi realm. "Might I ask, my lord, what brings you here today?" Zhong Lin inquired. Xiao Qingfeng waved dismissively, ordering all attendants to withdraw before speaking. "A decree has arrived from the prefectural capital. The autumn silver tribute is to be transported ahead of schedule." Zhong Lin tightened his padded robe once more. Though most of the internal cold had dissipated, his heart still tightened at the news, ahead of schedule. Has it not always been dispatched in the 10th lunar month? This year, the prefecture claims urgent funds are needed for hydraulic engineering, hence the haste. Xiao Qingfeng gave a cold, mirthless laugh. Their pretexts are impeccably polished. Zhong Lin lowered his gaze slightly. It seems the county magistrate can no longer wait. Indeed, he cannot. This time he has specifically named you to lead the escort. Zhou Yinlin's scheme was an open one, a deliberate ploy to force Zhong Lin out of the city, a death trap laid bare and aimed squarely at him. "My lord, how much silver is in this autumn tribute?" Zhong Lin asked curiously. 12,000 taels of silver. So much. Mushui County is a first-tier county. Its commerce thrives, and its autumn tribute naturally exceeds others. This year's commercial taxes rose by 30% over last year, yielding this total. Xiao Qingfeng's voice turned grave. "Should any misfortune befall this tribute, even I would bear unbearable consequences. A two-pronged strike, truly worthy of a wily old fox who has ruled Mushui County unchallenged for 6 years. He strikes only when he means to kill." This tribute served two ends: first, to eliminate Zhong Lin; second, to utterly subdue Xiao Qingfeng, the county martial commander. "How do you intend to proceed, my lord?" "Rest assured, you came under my protection, and I shall not allow you to fall into peril. I shall follow the convoy in secret. Zhou Yanlin has already revealed his hand. His schemes will not succeed." Xiao Qingfeng spoke coldly. "My thanks, my lord," Zhong Lin said, bowing deeply. Xiao Qingfeng waved his hand. "Rest well these next few days. The tribute departs on the 3rd day of next month. Do not delay your preparations." The 3rd day of next month. Another half-month remains. That is more than enough. Zhong Lin murmured softly, a faint smile lifting the corner of his lips. Half a month. Even 3 or 5 days would suffice for him to achieve true qi consummation. By then, not even the bandits of Flying Eagle Fort would pose a threat, let alone Zhou Yanlin himself. They discussed the escort route for some time, before Xiao Qingfeng rose and departed. Night fell. Zhong Lin sat cross-legged upon his bed, eyes gently closed, palms upturned toward heaven. The 5 hearts aligned, with breath long, deep, and serene, as if merging seamlessly with the hushed stillness of the night. In his palms, the Yin marrow stone emitted a soft, ethereal glow. Tendrils of frigid Yin energy flowed steadily through his Laogong acupoints into his meridians, intertwining with the surging true qi coiled within his dantian. Tonight he intended to unblock the acupoints along the Rin meridian. The Rin meridian governs blood and is known as the sea of Yin meridians. It originates below the Zhongji point, ascends along the abdomen, passes through Guanyuan, rises to the throat, traverses the tongue's surface, and enters beneath the eyes. The Du meridian governs qi and is revered as the sea of Yang meridians. It begins in the lower abdomen, descends to the waist, penetrates the spine, and connects to the kidneys, enters the brain, and ascends to the crown, then follows the forehead down to the nasal bridge. Once both the Rin and Du meridians are opened, Yin and Yang converge, blood and qi harmonize, and true qi circulates endlessly within the body in a complete macrocosmic cycle, eternal, unbroken, inexhaustible. Zhong Lin drew a deep breath and wasted no time, guiding the Yin marrow stone's frigid energy toward the first acupoint of the Rin meridian. The icy energy flooded in like a tidal wave, more violent than ever before, threatening to freeze his entire body solid. Yet after over 10 days of disciplined endurance, Zhong Lin had grown somewhat accustomed to this chill, no longer trembling uncontrollably as he once had. The Rin meridian begins at the Huyin acupoint. Huyin lies in the most concealed region of the human body, the origin point of the Rin meridian, the starting point of the Du meridian, and the very crucible where Yin and Yang converge. Its location is profoundly deep, surrounded by countless fine collateral meridians. The slightest deviation in qi flow could damage multiple meridians, or worse, cripple one's foundation irreparably. For men especially, its significance is paramount. Failure here would threaten far more than mere cultivation progress. It would imperil fundamental vitality itself. Ordinary cultivators approached this acupoint with extreme caution. Some spent years preparing summoning master mentors to stand guard before even attempting it. Even Zhong Lin dared not act recklessly now. Instead, he guided the energy with painstaking precision, drop by drop, terrified that one misstep might render him eunuch. Once, twice, 3 times. Where previous attempts had broken through, after just a few tries, Zhong Lin endured 100 assaults before success. The effect was immediate and profound. As Huyin opened, a surge of warm qi erupted from the acupoint, racing upward along the Rin meridian straight into the dantian. Zhong Lin felt a gentle warmth between his legs, as if a soothing current flowed there, bringing an indescribable sense of openness and ease. Even the enveloping chill of the Yin marrow stone could not suppress the commanding virile vitality now surging forth. He did not press onward immediately. Opening his eyes, he wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled a low, reflective sigh. Only after resting a while did he resume his cultivation. Sugu Zhongji Guanyuan Shimen Qihai. One acupoint after another flared open as true qi surged triumphantly upward, straight to Juk. Juk lies at the center of the chest, a pivotal gateway on the Rin meridian and the vital nexus linking upper and lower jiao. Once unblocked, true qi would flow unimpeded between chest and abdomen. Frigid energy coiled and compressed at Juk-U. After fewer than 50 impacts, the acupoint burst open. Zhong Lin felt a sudden lightness in his chest, as if a long-standing obstruction had dissolved, his breathing becoming clearer and deeper than ever before. He continued upward Juin Zhongting Tanzhong Yutong, Zigung Huagai Xuanjitian 2. With each acupoint opened, he sensed a new region of his body igniting, as if lamps flickered alight one by one in utter darkness. When true qi finally shattered Lianxuan and surged into Qingjiang, the entire Ren meridian, from Huin to the throat, stood fully unblocked, all 36 acupoints blazing in perfect alignment. A wave of warm qi rose from the dantian, ascending the Ren meridian, passing the throat, piercing the tongue's surface, and surging directly beneath the eyes. Zhong Lin's vision sharpened instantly, as if the world itself had become crisper.